Chapter 1. A Mishap of the Left Foot. A tenor voice, rivaling that of Pavarotti, reverberated across the vast expanse of the sea, followed by a glimmer of light appearing at the horizon. A shadow pierced through the sky, hurtling towards a small boat adrift in the ocean. Given this trajectory, it seemed inevitable that this humble vessel was destined to meet its watery grave. What's that sound? A youth donning a straw hat rose to his feet, shielding his eyes with his right hand as he scanned the surroundings. "Fool, look up at the sky," replied a blond young man in a fitted suit beside him, exhaling a puff of smoke while pointing towards the approaching figure. It seems to be a person. More pressing than that, Luffy, if we don't think of something quickly, we're going to get crushed, and we'll have no choice but to swim to the next island," shouted the third occupant of the boat, a man with the character for thief tattooed on his right cheek. Swim? That's out of the question. The boy referred to as Luffy reacted dramatically, his face contorted with anxiety upon hearing the prospect of swimming. No longer concerned with the spectacle, as the shadow drew closer, the straw hat boy leapt to the edge of the small boat, inhaled deeply, and his entire body grotesquely inflated into a large, fleshy sphere. Simultaneously, the shadow collided directly with the center of this inflated mass. However, the immense kinetic energy was not so easily rebounded. The figure sank deeply into the soft flesh, causing the small boat to tilt dangerously. If this trend continued, the vessel would surely capsize. At that moment, the blond young man in the suit sprang into action. He swiftly kicked toward the figure that was about to penetrate the fleshy sphere, momentarily pausing to dissipate his force, converting the kick into a push, thereby halting the boat's tilt. Yet, he bore the brunt of all the gravitational energy, and with a whoosh, he was propelled from the boat into the sea. "Sanderson, I'm coming to save you," the man with the thief character on his face shouted, immediately leaping into the ocean to swim towards the young man named Sanji. A cacophony of noises erupted. Upon opening his eyes, the first sensation was an overwhelming soreness coursing through his body, as if he had been disassembled. After a brief period of adjustment, the awakened individual suddenly widened his eyes, incredulously murmuring, "Am I still alive?" The murmurer was known as Loni, a paragon of youth from the 21st century, an ardent admirer of extreme sports. Today, he had merely been strolling along the edge of his school's rooftop, a commonplace activity for him. However, he had inadvertently committed a grave blunder. A most elementary mistake: his left foot had stumbled over his right. Consequently, he found himself tumbling from the rooftop. Well, the school building wasn't particularly tall, merely 12 stories, about 60 meters. Even as death loomed, Loni kept his eyes wide open, striving to catch a glimpse of the final scene before his demise. To his surprise, upon making contact with the ground, he did not lose consciousness. Instead, there was a moment of darkness followed by illumination, and then he was plummeting straight into the sea, into a small boat adrift in the ocean. Then, the events described above unfolded. Loni, mustering his seemingly disjointed body, sat up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in the kitchen of a wooden cabin, the air still imbued with the lingering aroma of something delicious. Piecing together the sensations emanating from his body, it became clear that he was indeed aboard the very same boat he had collided with moments before, in the only room it possessed. Recalling the prior scene, Loni's brow furrowed tightly. The straw hat boy, the bizarrely inflated mass, and the blond young man in a suit, all of them appeared so familiar. But those were characters from an anime. How could this be? As he pondered, a flickering crimson light caught his eye from the spot where he had been lying. Instinctively turning his head, he beheld a crimson card, its design unmistakably reminiscent of the back of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. Recently, he had been engrossed in a game titled Duel City, and there was no mistaking it. Curiously reaching for the glowing card, he flipped it over, revealing the card style from Duel City, though this card was no mere figment of game data and was certainly not one of the cards he recognized. In the next moment, a stream of text flowed into Loni's mind. Card: Pirate King, Universal Language. Rank: Crimson. Category: Skill Card. Effect: Mastery of the Pirate King, Universal Language. Note: a card usable only by original inhabitants of foundational skill in the world of the Pirate King. What on earth is this? Are there such cards in Duel City? What's with the text in my mind? Just as this thought surfaced, the card mysteriously vanished from his grasp. What the hell? Loni exclaimed in astonishment. As he stood there in bewilderment, a flicker of red light flashed thrice in the lower right of his vision before fading into obscurity. Turning to look, he found nothing but emptiness. After searching for a while, Loni finally recognized the difference within himself. When the thought of card arose in his mind, A faint interface materialized before Hyman interface he was all too familiar with from the dueling discs in Duel City. To the left was the card graveyard. The center housed 5 monster card slots. The right displayed 6 auxiliary card slots arranged in 2 rows, and the lower right corner was designated for the card deck. At present, a diminutive one was displayed beneath the card deck. But how did this thing end up in his vision? Could it be that he had played games so excessively that he was now dreaming of them? This dream is utterly bizarre. I must share this with my friends tomorrow. As he contemplated, upon discovering he could manipulate the cards in his deck, he immediately attempted to drag the solitary card to the central monster card slot, but there was no response. He then tried moving it to the auxiliary card slots on the right. Instantly, a crimson radiance flashed before Loni's eyes, followed by a deluge of information flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Incredibly vexing. After a few seconds, the peculiar sensation of swelling in his mind dissipated, and the cacophony of noises that had previously awakened him suddenly became comprehensible. Why is there such a thing in the East Blue? This is a creature from the Grand Line, came a voice filled with terror. What is that guy doing? Queried another in confusion. It's coming for the food, give it some. The boat is going to capsize. What? Rubber. Pistol. Boom. Crash. These strange sounds compelled Loni to rise from the floor and peer through the nearby glass window to ascertain the situation, only to be met with a look of sheer disbelief. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a boy adorned with a straw hat, clad in a red vest and blue denim shorts, whose right arm had shrunk from an astonishing 6 to 7 meters back to a normal length. In that instant, a singular thought raced through Loni's mind. This is what happens when you trip over your own feet and fall flat on the ground, been transported into the world of One Piece. The crux of the matter was, why am I the weakest of the weakest meat shield? 2. Devil fruits and friendship applications. Despite his numerous misgivings, Loni had no choice but to accept the reality of his transformation into a meat shield, particularly after witnessing Sanji launch a Sea King, the size of a mountain, with a single kick through the glass. Loni felt an acute sense of inadequacy. With such a physique, he feared he could barely keep up, let alone compete. Damn this meat shield. The strongest boxer of the 21st century would probably be no match for even a random Navy officer from One Piece. Amidst his concerns for the future, following brief introductions, Loni was currently savoring the miraculous culinary skills of Sanji, as depicted in the manga. It was nothing short of sublime. As a foodie steeped in the rich culinary traditions of Chinese cuisine over 5 millennia, Loni was experiencing this exquisite food for the first time, far surpassing even 5-star restaurant from his previous life. Regrettably, even after eating to the point of immobility, he had only managed to finish a single piece of bone-in meat. It was worth noting that Luffy, who sat nearby, devoured one piece after another without so much as pausing for breath. Even the weakest among them, Joseph, could tackle a piece in just 2 or 3 bites before continuing to feast. Through this brief interaction, Loni had confirmed the current timeline. It was the moment when Luffy accepted Sanji as the chef for his crew in the East Blue, while Nami secretly piloted the Going Merry back to Kokoyashi Village. The small boat they were on was the procurement vessel of Bartai, the floating restaurant where Sanji had previously worked. While observing, Lanya also noticed the green glowing card nestled within Luffy's straw hat. Lanya was uncertain of the hierarchy of the cards, but it seemed reasonable to assume that a green card must be of a higher caliber than a red one. Moreover, whatever resided within the protagonist Luffy's straw hat was surely not worthless. As an avid pirate enthusiast, Lanya was well aware that the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head was once entrusted to Shanks by the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and subsequently passed on to Luffy. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a symbol of the pirate world. Observing Luffy devour his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, patting his belly in contentment, Lanya finally mustered the words he had been organizing in his mind. "Luffy, could you show me your straw hat?" "Ah, my straw hat?" Luffy blinked in surprise, cautiously touching the hat atop his head. "Sorry, but I can share everything else, just not this hat." "I see. I was being presumptuous." Lanya had anticipated this response and remained undeterred. "In exchange, how about I reveal a secret about that hat?" "A secret about the hat?" This piqued Sanji's interest as he diligently cleared the dishes. What kind of secret could there possibly be? As a recent addition to the Straw Hat Pirates, he was unaware that the hat was a gift from red-haired Shanks to Luffy. "Ah, indeed, if I'm not mistaken, that hat was given to Luffy by Shanks," Lanya affirmed, turning to Luffy. "What do you think? It's a secret that will surely excite you." Luffy blinked in confusion, pondering for a brief moment before resolutely rejecting Laney's proposal. This time, it was Lanya who was taken aback, but then he realized something and smiled. The fact that Luffy, with his insatiable curiosity, would turn down a secret of interest illustrated just how much he valued his straw hat. Simultaneously, Lanya noted that even though Luffy's face displayed keen interest, he seemed torn by the significance of the hat, showing no inclination to compel Lanya to divulge the secret. With a sigh, Lanya reflected on how, while it was one thing to witness Luffy's character in animation, encountering such a genuinely powerful yet kind-hearted individual in reality was truly a rarity. Without hesitation, Lanya spoke again. Luffy, you only know that this hat belongs to Shanks, but do you know who gave it to Shanks? Ah, isn't it Shanks' own? Luffy responded, puzzled. Luffy, do you know Gold? Roger? Lanya continued with a smile. Of course. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Shanks was once a crewmate of Roger, Lanya revealed. What? Shanks was a crewmate of the Pirate King. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Now do you realize who gifted the straw hat? Luffy clapped his palm in realization. I don't know. Lanya couldn't help but smirk. Luffy's obliviousness was truly astounding, given how obvious the hints were. Meanwhile, Joseph, who had been silent, cautiously ventured, could it be that Luffy's straw hat once belonged to the Pirate King? Roger? Lanya regarded Joseph with approval, nodding affirmatively. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as he held the straw hat in his hands, examining it closely before breaking into a broad grin, his joy resonating across the sea. Sanji, who had finished cleaning the dishes, scrutinized Lanya with a thoughtful look before turning to Luffy and shouting, Hey Luffy, since he told you this news, shouldn't you show him your hat? Ha! Oh right, thank you for telling me this. Still brimming with joy, Luffy removed his hat and extended it towards Lanya, who eagerly accepted it with utmost care. He then gave Sanji a thumbs up before feigning seriousness as he examined the hat. His fingers brushed against the green card adhered to the inner rim of the hat, and with a mere thought, it was drawn into his vision, glimmering 3 times with a green radiance. Card, Repulsion Fruit. Rank, Green. Category, 0 Monster Card. Effect, generates a gravitational and repulsive reaction layer up to 10 centimeters from its center, with the area of effect determined by overall capability. Note, as it does not directly utilize a devil fruit, congratulations. The sea is no longer your nemesis, provided you can swim. To his astonishment, it was a card imbued with the powers of a devil fruit. Moreover, it possessed the unique trait of lacking the typical weakness to seawater. Instantly, the brilliance in Laney's eyes intensified, and without hesitation, he slotted it into one of the monster card slots. A flash of green light enveloped him as the repulsion fruit card claimed one of the 5 slots. At that moment, Lanya sensed something new within him, an inexplicable yet tangible presence. A newfound aura of confidence began to emanate from him. At the very least, he now possessed a semblance of leverage in this world where life and death were not his to command. Unbeknownst to him, Sanji had observed this transformation with keen interest. However, he chose to remain silent, casually carrying a plate into the cabin and calling for Joseph to assist him. After all, up to this point, Lanya had merely examined the straw hat with peculiar interest, showing no overt signs of ill intent. Although there were certain suspicious aspects, it was ultimately Luffy's secret, not his concern. Sanji was not a bloodthirsty individual. His passion lay with beautiful women. Oblivious to Sanji's watchful gaze, Lanya instinctively sought to return the hat to Luffy. However, an unusual force surged from his palm, and without any visible action, the hat flew directly towards Luffy, who caught it effortlessly with one hand. Luffy looked at the hat in confusion before leaping down from the rail. Lanya, have you eaten a devil fruit too? It must be said that while Luffy often exhibited a lack of awareness in everyday situations, his instincts in battle were undeniably sharp, having been left in the wilderness on numerous occasions by his grandfather, Garp. I really want to complain the taste of devil fruits is truly awful, Lanya remarked, a frustrated expression crossing his face. It is said that the taste of devil fruits is akin to that of excrement, and Lanya wondered which great figure had come to such a conclusion, pondering what experiences might have led to that assessment. Does this mean you possess abilities as well? Luffy exclaimed, his mouth stretching into a broad grin. What kind of power do you have? Is it fun? Typically. In ordinary circumstances, inquiring about another's fruit abilities is deemed impolite, yet only Luffy would dare to do so. It's amusing, to some extent. I have the ability to manipulate both gravity and repulsion. Blue Knight remained unfazed. After all, this power was derived from Luffy's straw hat. Although Luffy himself might not utilize it, the right to know still existed. As he spoke, Blue Knight raised his hand toward Luffy, instinctively activating a latent ability within him. It was as effortless as a mere flick of a finger. Luffy's form swayed slightly, as if a gentle force had nudged him, albeit weakly, just enough to cause a slight tremor. At this moment, it was Blue Knight who was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. Surely, it couldn't be that weak. Tearing his pants and shirt seemed like a comical spectacle. Luffy widened his eyes, then, with one hand shielding his straw hat, he burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Blue Knight, join me as my companion." Ding. Luffy has sent you a friend request. Would you like to accept? 3. Absolutely not. Ding. Luffy has sent you a friend request. Would you like to accept? In response to Luffy's invitation, Blue Knight instinctively replied, "No. Absolutely not." As a conscientious young man of the 21st century, Blue Knight's mind was filled with the ideals of freedom and equality championed by the party. No matter the circumstances, he could never accept the life of a pirate. Moreover, Luffy was notorious for his reckless behavior. Just look at the anime. Aside from Nami, anyone who sustained an injury would likely be left in tatters. A mere remnant of his former self, especially for someone like him, who lived in an era of peace. To put it bluntly, even the weakest Usopp might possess a better constitution than Blue Knight. At the very least, his recovery abilities were commendable. This is the divergence of dimensions. Unrelated to anything else, boarding such a vessel is akin to courting death, and Blue Knight fears he may not survive beyond a mere 10 episodes. Destined to become the sole fallen member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thus, he resolutely embraces the notion of death refusal. In order to escape the torment of a fatal nightmare, he must firmly decline, succinctly termed death refusal. But why the refusal? Luffy continues to greet him with a beaming smile, inviting, "Join us, Blue Knight. You're so intriguing, and your vast knowledge will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to our crew." Blue Knight remains steadfast in his resolve, proclaiming, "Death refusal." Luffy, unable to press further, leaps back onto the rail, directing the ship's course. Blue Knight cannot help but marvel once more at Luffy's simplicity. How could one so readily believe his words? Just because he claims that the straw hat belongs to Roger. Does that make it true? Luffy may appear to be a commendable captain within the pages of the manga, eliciting laughter and admiration, yet in the realm of reality, one ought to maintain a prudent distance. He had already resolved that upon reaching Kokasia village, he would part ways with Luffy. After Luffy and his crew vanquished the fishman Arlong and set sail, he would take residence in Kokasia village, seeking to unravel the mysteries surrounding his Duel Disk, and subsequently devise a plan to acquire a ship to settle in Logtown. As the naval stronghold in the East Blue, the safety and prosperity of Logtown are unparalleled. Although it may not rival the Grand Line, it suffices for him. What path he would ultimately choose, whether to join the Navy or to embark on ventures inspired by the ideologies of the 21st century, remains a matter for another time. Speaking of ideologies, the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon seems rather appealing. No, perhaps a rebellion is too grand. Better to cling to the Navy's coattails and learn the Six Styles. But my body belongs to the 21st century. I wonder if I can adapt to the rules of this world, especially with the task of hunting pirates looming. Perhaps commerce would be a wiser pursuit? As various thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately settled on first reaching Kokasia village, then clarifying the nature of the Duel Disk in his mind. For now, he needed to familiarize himself with the abilities of the fruit he had just acquired. The Devil Fruit, what a dream for countless pirate enthusiasts. Now it was in his possession, even overshadowing the Duel Disk that he would rely on for survival. After pondering for a while, he began to form a preliminary understanding of this repulsion fruit, which had never appeared in One Piece. Centered around his body, he could manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces within a 10-centimeter radius, akin to the instinctual act of pulling or pushing someone with his hands. It was straightforward and devoid of any complex intricacies. It likely belonged to the paramecia category. With continued practice, the strength he could control rapidly increased, and before long, he was able to draw forth a powerful stream of water from the sea, only to find himself drenched by his own miscalculation. Yet, Blue Knight was undeterred, continuing his enthusiastic training. His fruit powers stemmed from the card game, thus lacking the typical weakness associated with the sea, and he did not experience the debilitating sensation that usually accompanies contact with seawater for those with devil fruit abilities. This is indeed a significant flaw. Alas, how unfortunate it is. If only the first fruit were of the natural variety, I would not even demand the dark fruit. A flame fruit would suffice, or even the thunder fruit. At the very least, I could reluctantly accept the quake fruit. Despite my complaints, Loni found himself thoroughly enjoying the experience. The paramecia-type fruits have always required an immense imagination for development. As long as your creativity is boundless, you can, much like Luffy, challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. Otherwise, a mere weak Navy soldier might easily bring you down. Currently, Loni felt that any trained Navy personnel could potentially overpower him. After all, he prided himself on being a man blessed with abs. Yoho! I can see the evil dragon paradise. Luffy shouted exuberantly from the deck. Hey, don't get tired now, Bull. No, a bit to the left. That house over there. Hearing the eerily familiar conversation above him, Lanye's eyes widened as he noticed Joseph and Sanji, who had inexplicably appeared by his side, along with the centrifugal force pulling at his body. Oh no, Bull is about to crash into the wall. Realizing that their small vessel was about to take flight, Loni feared he might not withstand Luffy's reckless aura this time. Without a second thought, he pressed both palms downward, generating a force that propelled him into the sky, effectively launching him from the small ship and into the sea below. Sanji, though he had seen this unfold, paid it little mind. He remained unaware that Loni was also a devil fruit user, as he and Joseph had been in the cabin when Luffy made his invitation. Naturally, Luffy was oblivious as he continued attempting to guide Bull back on course. As Loni felt the icy embrace of the ocean, he swam nimbly towards the surface like a fish, his eyes fixed on the small ship soaring high above, and the disoriented Bull, reeling from the impending collision. That was close. Assessing his surroundings to avoid the evil dragon paradise, Loni swam towards the nearby coastline, emerging from the water onto the sandy shore. He surveyed the desolate environment. It was devoid of any human presence, making a change of clothes a mere fantasy. Fortunately, it was still summer, and with the blazing sun overhead, he didn't have to worry about catching a cold. Had this occurred in winter, it would have been quite a predicament. Rubbing his head in frustration, Lanye's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled a potential application of his ability that could prove beneficial in this situation. With a thought, he created a layer of repulsive force beneath his feet, gradually increasing its intensity until it completely counterbalanced his weight of 160 pounds. With an extra surge of power, his body began to sway and lift into the air. Yes, it indeed works. In his excitement, however, Loni lost control of his center of gravity and promptly fell from the repulsive force field, landing face first in the sand, a rather unfortunate predicament. Thankfully, the beach cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he might have been left with a disfigured visage. After regaining his composure, he generated another layer of repulsive force beneath his feet. Now more experienced, he made an effort to maintain his balance. After acclimating for a minute at half a meter above the ground, he increased the repulsive force once more, causing his body to rise higher and higher, ultimately soaring above the treetops. From an altitude of 50 meters, he gazed down upon the earth, taking in the panoramic view below. 50 meters was currently the limit of his capabilities. The sensation coursed through Loni, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, prompting him to take a deep breath in an attempt to calm his nerves. After all, he was suspended 50 meters above the ground. A fall, even onto a sandy beach, would be catastrophic. With this thought in mind, Loni swiftly descended until he hovered just 20 centimeters above the ground, pausing momentarily. He then endeavored to generate a repulsive force layer 10 centimeters behind him, gently propelling himself forward. Thus, he glided effortlessly through the air, leaving behind a rectangular path imprinted in the sand due to the downward pressure of the repulsive force. How splendid this ability is! Loni joyfully maneuvered back and forth along the beach, reveling in the realization that he, too, could soar through the skies, not as a mere winged creature but as a true aerial being. He named this technique dancing in the sky. Suddenly, as Loni delightedly perfected his aerial dance, a series of thunderous booms erupted from the sea, resembling cannon fire. Alarmed, Loni executed his technique to ascend to the maximum height of 50 meters, peering into the distance. There, he spotted a ship. Its blue and white design suggested it was a naval vessel. At this moment, the warship emerged. Loni pondered carefully and finally recalled a vague detail. He couldn't remember whether it was before or after Luffy and his companions boarded, but there had been a contingent of the Navy dispatched to eradicate the evil dragon pirates, only to be directly ensnared in a whirlpool grave by Arlong's 3 subordinate officers. Such is the conscience rarely found among pirates, managing both the act of killing and the burial. As expected, not long after, that Navy warship was swallowed by the vortex, doomed to the ocean depths. Loni observed from the sky, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet he harbored no intention of intervening. What folly it would be to confront the ruthless cadre of the evil dragon pirates for some unknown pawn. He was not foolish. As he watched the warship meet its watery demise, he was about to depart when a flickering crimson light caught his attention. A card. The red hue suggested it might be of the lowest tier, yet he was in dire need of cards, having yet to assemble even a complete deck of 40. Even a red card possessed an alluring charm. However, Loni did not rush towards it. From previous observations, it seemed that only he could perceive the card. Thus, it was prudent to wait, lest he encounter the three officers head-on, descending closer to the ground. He patiently lingered for half an hour before soaring directly above the red card, which lay atop a fragment of the warship's wreckage, seemingly the ship's helm. Scanning the vicinity with caution, he worried that the three cadre members might still be nearby. He first attempted to use his gravitational power to draw the fragment towards him, intending to retrieve the red card afterwards. To his surprise, the card was directly pulled towards him instead. Ah, so the card can move? Or is it that my power allows it to be drawn? Contemplating this, Loni gazed at the red card, his eyes lighting up. What a reward for his patience. 4. A shift in mindset. The first small goal card. Colt Python Revolver Tier. Red category. Equipment card effect. Length 34. 1 centimeter. Capacity 6 rounds. Precision range of 50 m. Effective lethality up to 100 m. Upon unequipping, it will automatically reload in 1 minute. Note, not all revolvers are called Python. At this moment, Loni's excitement was on par with the exhilaration he felt while soaring through the skies. This is indeed a firearm. Moreover, it is the most powerful revolver, the Python, renowned for its formidable strength among revolvers. It is safe to say that 9 out of 10 men harbor a fascination for firearms. Naturally, Loni is no exception. However, due to the circumstances of his country, he has never encountered a real gun, and he never imagined he would possess a Python. The exhilaration surged within him, prompting Loni to raise the Python without hesitation. He clumsily aimed at a tree trunk several meters ahead, taking a meticulous 5 or 6 seconds to focus before confidently pulling the trigger. Bang! Alas! It became evident that Loni lacked any shooting aptitude. He perfectly missed all visible targets, and he himself could not ascertain where the bullet had gone. Humph! In PUBG I am a sharpshooter, he consoled himself. This was only the first attempt. Things would improve with time. Not wishing to try again, Loni tucked the Python into his embrace. As he stowed the Python away, the Python card from the Duel Disk was simultaneously removed from the auxiliary slot and placed into his deck, causing the Python in his arms to vanish as well. Loni was momentarily taken aback. Is this equipment card truly reusable? Indeed. The auxiliary slots are limited to merely 6, a constraint that one might overlook in the game, yet becomes glaringly apparent in reality. What were the game developers thinking? Such a crucial position could easily accommodate 100 or more without any sense of excess. While lamenting this fact, Blue Knight cast another glance at the location where the naval vessel had sunk. The passage of time had yielded no signs of life, suggesting that all had indeed been consigned to the depths. Alas, it is not that I lack the desire to rescue them, but rather the means to do so. Shaking his slightly numb hand, Blue Knight once again activated his levitation ability. Hovering half a meter above the ground as he drifted toward a house he had glimpsed in the air. His physique was that of an ordinary person, devoid of professional shooting skills. The fact that he had not dropped the gun during his first attempt was a small victory in itself. In his levitating state, his speed was commendable, yet when compared to his full speed running in a normal state, he felt he could accelerate by at least threefold. However, such haste would compromise his balance, and an unfortunate accident would be disastrous. The wooden cabin was not far. Maintaining a steady pace, he would arrive in 10 minutes. It was a quaint little house encircled by orange trees, which oddly seemed familiar to him. Just as he was about to approach for inquiries, he suddenly noticed a group making their way toward the cabin. He hesitated, then swiftly concealed himself within the dense foliage, preparing to ascertain the situation. At the forefront was a man clad in a brown uniform, his face marred by scars, adorned with a windmill atop his head. Blue Knight recalled that this individual was the village constable from Kokoja, known as Arjien. Beside him stood a naval officer draped in a cloak reserved for high-ranking officials. The word justice prominently displayed on the back. The whiskers on his face bore a striking resemblance to a rat, instantly revealing him as the conniving Colonel Rat, who was in league with Along. Following these two were a neatly arranged group of a dozen naval officers, wielding hoes and other farming implements. This plot felt remarkably familiar to Loni, yet he could not immediately recall its origin. After all, the updates of One Piece had been notoriously slow, and such earlier narratives had been viewed over a decade ago. As Loni endeavored to recollect the storyline, a girl with orange hair, clad in a snug vest and tight shorts, emerged from the wooden cabin. It was none other than Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thief named Nami, is it not? The captain, Mouse, asserted with certainty. According to our investigation, you have hidden away the treasures you pilfered from pirates. Those treasures we shall safeguard on behalf of the government. From Loni's vantage point, He could distinctly observe Nami's expression tighten momentarily before she feigned nonchalance, saying, "I offer you a word of caution. I am a subordinate of Arlong. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Arlong will not turn a blind eye." "Little girl, do you presume that such words grant you leverage over me?" Captain Mouse retorted sarcastically. "Produce the stolen goods." At his command, the soldiers behind him scattered, commencing their search through the orange grove with fervor. "Stop this at once." Nami could no longer maintain her facade of calm. She drew her extendable baton from behind her, attempting to fend off the soldiers intent on ransacking her. Meanwhile, Loni remained silent, unsure of how to express his sentiments. It was hard to fathom that a mere girl could find herself in such a precarious situation. He recalled her past. Nami and her sister Nojiko had been adopted by the Marine Belmere, only to face tragedy. When they were 10 years old, the Arlong pirates seized control of Kokoyasi village, imposing a monthly tribute for survival. Their adoptive mother, unable to pay the ransom for all 3 lives, sacrificed her own hopes so that Nami and Nojiko might survive. Arlong, who had slain their mother, recognized Nami's talent for cartography and coerced her into joining his ranks, threatening the lives of the villagers. He promised her that if she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. Yet now, Arlong had reneged on that promise. Or perhaps he had never intended to let Nami escape the clutches of the Arlong pirates. For her unparalleled talent in chart-making was too valuable to relinquish. Thus, the arrival of Captain Mouse, a corrupt official colluding with pirates, accepting bribes while allowing them to terrorize the villagers within his jurisdiction, became all the more significant. It is hardly surprising that in this Blue Night, power has always bred avarice. However, this Colonel Mouse has forsaken all semblance of humanity for the sake of wealth. The sole objective of Colonel Mouse's arrival is to confiscate the 100 million berries that Nami is poised to gather, thereby preventing her escape from the dragon pirates. Particularly, when Colonel Mouse uttered the phrase, "It's not just about searching for grains, but rather 100 million berries," the truth became undeniably evident without further elaboration. This must certainly have been a sign by Aaron. Loni quietly observed from the side, watching Ah Jen clench his fists in fury, Nami's incredulous and dazed expression, and the agitated arrival of Nokigao. Loni found himself at a loss for thoughts, yet suddenly many truths dawned upon him. According to his previous intentions, he should maintain a distance from the Straw Hat Pirates, resolutely abstaining from their affairs, and simply strive to live well in this world. With the Duel Disk capable of collecting cards in his perspective, he believed that given time, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Undoubtedly, the prerequisite for all this was stability. As a product of the peaceful era of the 21st century, Loni harbored no grand ambitions of conquering the world or altering its course. After all, less than 3 hours ago, he was merely a youthful student indulging in thrilling action at school. Yet now, his thoughts wavered. He realized that this world was no longer the peaceful realm he once knew, a stable nation with a mighty tree to lean upon. In the world of One Piece, weakness was the original sin. If one is weak, life is as fragile as straw. If one is weak, calamities will befall them. If one is weak, all efforts are in vain. For instance, at this very moment, the feeble villagers of Kokoyasi could only endure the plundering of the Arlong pirates, while the navy, which was supposed to uphold justice, not only failed to intervene, but also seized the opportunity to rob Nami of her only hope. All of this brought to mind his grandfather, a Red Army soldier during the War of Resistance, who had vividly recounted the horrors of the old society, a society that devoured its own. Is this the plight of the common people in this world? If so, becoming a pirate, upholding justice in his own way, might not be a bad course of action. A seed of resistance against tyranny took root firmly in Lanya's heart. Nourished by powerful sustenance, Nami's hidden treasure chest had been discovered. Lanya discreetly shifted his position, peering through the leaves of the orange tree. Catching sight of the coffin-like chest filled with gold coins, berries, crowns, and treasures. For the first time witnessing such immense wealth, Lanya's concern lay with the bloodstains on these treasures. Almost every gold coin, every berry note, every piece of treasure bore varying degrees of blood. Some were bright red, freshly stained. Others were a deep purple-black, evidently aged. In that moment, Lanya glimpsed the effort, sweat, and even blood and tears Nami had poured into the hope of these villagers. Then he beheld the greedy visage of Captain Mouse. A flame of inexplicable fury ignited within him, as if the seed planted in his heart was sprouting, taking root, and rapidly growing. Especially when Nokigao was shot down by Captain Mouse, while trying to stop the frenzied Nami, the seed in his heart transformed into a towering tree. It was decided he would join the Revolutionary Army. With his understanding of the peaceful world created by the once mighty kingdom, Along with theories from the peaceful era of the 21st century, he believed he could play a role in the revolutionary army comparable to that of Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy. Perhaps my arrival in this decaying world is to sow the seeds of hope. While I may not be able to change the world, I can influence its trajectory, allowing the gears of time to crush those so-called celestial beings. The celestial dragons. Goals are synonymous with motivation, a catalyst for struggle, and even a subconscious source of contemplation. For instance, at this moment, despite Lonye's overwhelming anger, he restrained his urge to act. First, his half-baked fruit abilities were incapable of defeating so many Navy soldiers. Second, if Nami had not lost 100 million berries, she might still hold on to a glimmer of hope and refrain from seeking Luffy's help. Under the butterfly effect, the future plot of One Piece might lose a navigator named Nami. Consequently, with Nami's abilities, the Straw Hat Pirates might well be swallowed by a colossal wave in some treacherous sea. His knowledge of the future plot was a sharp blade in Lonye's grasp, and he was not yet willing to relinquish it. Patience was key. Soon enough, the Straw Hat Pirates would clash with the Arlong Pirates, and at that moment, the Python revolver leapt into his hand, and Lonye's gaze sparkled brilliantly in a specific direction. It was the direction of Arlong Park. In this ailing world, since I have arrived, I cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, before achieving the overthrow of the world government, my first minor objective is to adapt to this murderous world and become a formidable force. Only then will I have a voice. As Lonye sat atop the roof, observing from a height, the entire crew of the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered. Nami was crouched on the ground, weeping, blood streaming from her left arm. Luffy stood silently behind her, fist clenched, while Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp waited for their captain's command in the background. At last, in her helpless state, Nami lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Luffy. Luffy, please help me. Luffy did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed his treasured straw hat atop Nami's head, took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, crouched low, and then unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Of course, in an instant, tears flowed freely down Nami's face beneath the hat. Luffy did not look back. He strode forward, casting a glance at Lonye on the rooftop before addressing Zoro and the others. Let's go. The response from Zoro and the others was a resounding okay. This time, even Usopp, who was usually timid and fearful, resolutely agreed. As he watched Luffy and the others make their way toward the dragon's paradise, Lonye's gaze flickered for a moment before he leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing softly before Nami. Are you not going to check on your comrades who are fighting for you? Upon Lonye and Nami's arrival at the dragon's paradise, Usopp was seen fleeing the scene with a cadre of the dragon pirate crew, taunting him incessantly to firmly capture his adversary's ire. This indeed showcases Usopp's rare talent. As Blue Knight paused briefly, he ultimately chose to disregard Usopp, unable to keep pace even with an ordinary person like him. This officer believed Usopp could defeat him in the same manner as depicted in the storyline, though the specifics of that defeat eluded his memory. It certainly wouldn't be a straightforward confrontation. Blue Knight's greater concern lay with Luffy, who was being lifted along with a boulder by Arlong and hurled into the sea. Luffy's feet were firmly embedded in the stone slab, rendering him immobile. Moreover, his dark, sticky appearance suggested he had fallen victim to Little Eight's octopus juice spray. Nami, I truly wonder how you all will manage with such a captain in the future, Blue Knight mused aloud to Nami. Luffy's foolish antics appeared amusing in the animation. Yet in reality, Blue Knight found them rather troublesome. Fortunately, he had declined Luffy's friendship request in the past. Despite his reflections, Blue Knight's hands moved swiftly, directing his energy towards the stone slab beneath Luffy, exerting his gravitational force to its fullest extent. His effective control range extended to 50 meters, placing Luffy precisely within that scope. However, Blue Knight overestimated his capabilities. Just recently, he had been a mere child under 18. Now, facing a stone slab weighing several hundred pounds, he attempted to draw it back with gravity. It is essential to remember that the force exerted is relative. Tragically, as the stone slab was pulled back by his gravitational influence, Blue Knight lost his footing and found himself hurtling towards it. Fortunately, as he noticed the slab rising above the sea and nearing the shore, he decisively relinquished his gravitational pull and instead employed his technique, Dance of the Void. Just a meter away from the slab, he executed a sharp 90 turn upwards, narrowly avoiding a potentially disastrous encounter. Should one collide with the stone slab under such formidable power, Blue Knight felt that he might very well meet his demise. Oh, it's Blue Knight. That was close. That was close. Thank you, Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely as he tilted his head towards Blue Knight. I knew you would undoubtedly become my companion. Before Blue Knight could utter a response, Sanji rushed over with great fervor and, with a swift motion, shattered the stone slab beneath Luffy's feet. Such inhuman physical prowess. Blue Knight observed, feeling a slight tingle in his own feet. Hey, Luffy, is he a new crew member? Sanji inquired, puzzled. Has he agreed? Thank you, Sanji. I'm finally free, Luffy replied. He hasn't agreed yet, but he will eventually. The corner of Blue Knight's eye twitched as he resolved not to reason with someone whose thought process was so peculiar. It would be a futile endeavor. However, to Luffy, this seemed to imply, you see, Sanji, Blue Knight has already tacitly accepted. Blue Knight. Sanji. Hey, how long are you two going to chat? Zoro bellowed from a distance, already engaged in battle with a foe. Meanwhile, one of the officers of the Arlong pirates, a fisherman with a bundle of braids, charged in, prompting Sanji to immediately confront him. Well, I didn't expect them to come to their doom one after another. Arlong's laughter was grating, laced with mockery, as he noted, another user of a devil fruit, is it? This is the heartfelt disdain of the fishermen towards those who cannot swim. How infuriating. You, the swordfish, nearly led to my demise. It was only then that Luffy realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, rubber bullet. Arlong's pride indeed has its foundation. As a fisherman, he possesses strength exceeding that of a human by more than tenfold. Faced with Luffy's formidable rubber bullet attack, capable of toppling a manatee, Arlong merely intercepted it with his right hand, suffering only a slight step back as a consequence. In terms of sheer power, Luffy is, at present, no match for Arlong. Suspended 50 meters in the air, Blue Knight surveyed the 3 battlefields below, simultaneously pondering a peculiar discovery. Being a favored child of a peaceful era, he remained oblivious to the fact that losing focus on the battlefield could prove fatal. Just a moment ago, he noticed that to the left of his duel board, in addition to the discard pile, there existed a series of numbers in the lower left corner. In the original game, this series of numbers represented the duelist's life points. The initial life total was 8,000. Yet now, despite having sustained no attacks, his life points had dwindled to a mere 7154 and continued to decrease at a rate of 1 point per second. Could it be a consequence of using abilities? Contemplating this possibility, Blue Knight sought a higher ground to descend upon, and indeed, the rate of decline in his life points ceased, gradually increasing at a rate of 1 point every 10 seconds. Thus, a pressing question arose. If my life points reach 0, will I perish? As soon as the question arose, the Blue Knight shivered involuntarily, and then made a resolute decision. From that moment forward, regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to retain at least half of his vitality. Having grasped the significance and consumption of life force, the Blue Knight redirected his gaze back to the battlefield. Indeed, it was commendable. Zoro had already dealt with the octopus, but the severe injuries sustained during his duel with Mihawk were now manifesting, leaving him gasping for breath, with blood pooling beneath him. The extent of the bleeding is such that Zoro's survival is nothing short of a miracle. Yet he still manages to wield his blade and fell a fisherman. Curiously, Sanji and another fisherman officer are nowhere to be seen. Without overthinking, Loni extends his hand, manipulating gravitational forces to extract Zoro from the battlefield between Luffy and Arlong. Having learned from past experiences, Loni tilts the repulsive layer beneath his feet slightly backward to counteract the gravitational pull on Zoro. Otherwise, he would find himself in an embarrassing situation once more. Cough, cough. Who are you? Are you a new ally of Luffy? Zoro's face, pale with weakness, betrays a sense of urgency. Don't mind me. Sanji has been dragged underwater by that fishman for nearly 2 minutes. You. Cough, cough. Splat. Zoro's words come out in a rush. Aggravating his wounds, he cannot suppress a series of coughs, followed by a spurt of blood. Had it not been for Lonia's timely creation of a faint repulsive layer on Zoro's face, he would have been compelled to form a blood pact. I did not accept Luffy's invitation. Lonia rolls his eyes, exasperated. I understand, but you should tend to your wounds first. With that, Lonia shifts from gravitational to repulsive force, propelling Zoro downward towards Nami. Nami is momentarily taken aback. Can she catch Zoro, falling from a height of 50 meters? Despite lacking confidence, she grits her teeth and rushes to try and catch him. Even if she fails, she could at least serve as a human cushion. Otherwise, allowing Zoro to plummet to the ground in such a severely injured state could result in his immediate demise. Lonia, of course, anticipates this. When Zoro is a mere 10 meters from the ground, he manipulates the gravitational force to halt Zoro's descent. gently placing him into Nami's embrace before soaring towards the surface of the sea. Along the way, he retrieves the Python revolver. This is currently his most formidable assault. The sea is remarkably clear. Through the azure waters, one can discern a figure cradling a twisted mass of black, rapidly descending thereafter. It resembles a technique reminiscent of external force damage seen in the world of Naruto. Unfortunately, the adversary lies well within Blue Knight's effective range of 50 meters. Thus, gravitational force fully unleashed. Fearing that his strength might not suffice to draw the robust fishman closer, Blue Knight deliberately conjured an elliptical gravitational layer around his body, subsequently targeting the fishman along with a meter of surrounding seawater. Like an invisible conduit, he drew this circle of seawater and the fishman skyward. Once he successfully extracted Sanji and the others, he hastily dissipated the gravitational layer, executing a graceful maneuver to position himself behind the fishman, who was now weightless and descending, ensuring that his marksmanship would not falter. With a serpent revolver aimed at the first foe, he fired. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out, and splashes of crimson erupted amidst the aerial currents of the sea. Perhaps in response to the pain, the fishman finally relinquished his iron grip on Sanji, turning to discern the identity of his assailant. To his horror, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Rather than retreating, Blue Knight advanced, leveraging his aerial mobility to close in, intent on shooting the fishman at the back of his head. Bang! The fishman's sudden pivot startled Blue Knight, who had been torn between the decision to kill or not to slay a fish. The unexpected movement prompted him to instinctively pull the trigger. In an instant, a great spray of blood erupted, and Blue Knight could barely bear to witness the ensuing scene, closing his eyes tightly. Yet he did not forget to reach out and employ his gravitational force to lift Sanji. Fortunately, even with his eyes shut, he managed to grasp his companion accurately. This is a precarious 50 meters. One could fall into the sea or onto the shore. Inhale. Exhale, the scent of the air. Sanji inhaled deeply. Hey, I recall your name is Blue Knight, correct? Is this your inaugural act of taking a life? In response to Sanji's inquiry, Blue Knight's immediate reaction was to retch violently, fortunately turning his head just in time. Otherwise, Sanji would have had to endure the consequences. Nonetheless, the murky liquid, scattered by the wind, splattered onto Sanji's pant legs. Well, it truly is your first kill, I assenti it? Sanji remained unfazed, compared to nearly perishing in the ocean. This incident was somewhat tolerable. I say, don't dwell on it too much. That fellow was a fishman, after all. Fish swim ahead, their predecessors following. Such a creature is most suitable for sashimi. Sliced thinly, it is delectable both raw and with sauce, and braising is also a splendid option. Sanji intended to console Blue Knight, but the effect was the opposite, provoking an even more intense bout of vomiting. The sudden movement caused him to lose his balance on the repulsive layer, and both plummeted downwards. Fortunately, they landed just a meter from the shore, in the water, rather than crashing onto the land like the previous fishman. That would have been a disastrous impact. Shortly thereafter, Sanji emerged from the water, pulling the nearly incapacitated Blue Knight along, gasping for breath. Given that Blue Knight possessed the powers of a devil fruit, Sanji naturally assumed he was not a proficient swimmer. In the world of pirates, it seemed he was the only one with a devil fruit ability who feared the sea. Hey, are you alright? Sanji gently patted Blue Knight's pallid face and felt reassured as his eyes began to focus. If you're not fond of sashimi, I can prepare you steamed fish. I promise it will retain its original flavor. Ugh, Black. The nausea that Blue Knight had finally subdued surged once more, reignited by Sanji's words. This rascal is undoubtedly doing it on purpose. As Blue Knight listened to Sanji still chattering away, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a repulsive force, intending merely to create some distance, urging Sanji to vacate the vicinity where his words could be heard. Little did he anticipate that this would lead to a mishap. Sanji was indeed propelled away, but he soared through the air. Yes, he flew off. From the dragon paradise, he ascended into the distance, even shimmering briefly like a star. In this distance, Loni would not hear Sanji's voice again for a considerable time. Such power. In his astonishment, Loni momentarily forgot his nausea. It was only after 3 or 4 seconds that he remembered to check his health points, discovering that he had merely 6,011 left. After all the previous actions, he had expended only about 40 health points, which implied that the recent repulsion had cost him at least 1,000 health points. In other words, if he could increase the input of health points, then the output of his power would similarly expand in proportion. Moreover, augmenting health input did not seem particularly challenging. It was merely a matter of will. The real issue lay in precision and the time required to accumulate it. However, the consumption was indeed substantial. At the cost of 1,000 health points per attack, even if he were to expend himself to death, he could only unleash approximately 8 strikes, merely knocking back 8 enemies, which was far less effective than a constrictor snake. No, wait. My repulsion attack has a range of 50 meters, meaning any enemy within that linear distance is within the effective range. Furthermore, to push Sanji away, I had expanded the area of repulsion to nearly his size. If I were to reduce the attack surface, the consumption would undoubtedly decrease exponentially, and perhaps it could even serve as a standard attack. If I could condense the repulsion to the size of a pinhole, I might as well launch it as a bullet. For some reason, the mere thought of developing this capability made Loni instinctively overlook the prior unpleasantness, instead eagerly following the thread of his thoughts. Thus, he again disregarded the fact that he was on a battlefield, immersing himself in his own world, excited at the prospect of confining the repulsion to the size of a needlepoint. Unfortunately, upon attempting to compress it to fingertip size, Loni found that he could not proceed any further. It was as if an inexplicable shackle held him back from advancing, although fingertip size could indeed pierce through enemies. Relying solely on repulsion as a bullet would restrict the attack range to merely 50 meters, which was not what Loni desired. After several fruitless attempts, he did not dwell on his failure, but instead shifted to another line of thought. One of his remarkable qualities is his refusal to dwell on trivial matters that waste time. If direct repulsion cannot be utilized as a projectile, what if we consider the integration of attraction? Naturally, a direct combination of the two forces would result in mutual cancellation. Blue Knight envisioned employing attraction as a barrel, absorbing a substantial amount of matter within it, which would then be explosively expelled by repulsion, generating an outward force. The notion of compressing matter brought to mind the cheap yet invaluable air. Air cannons are indeed renowned. As a man of action, Blue Knight immediately began to contemplate the feasibility of his concept. Fearless in his youth, he commenced an experiment on himself. He created an inwardly directed hollow cylindrical attraction around the base of his fingers, extending to about 10 centimeters from his fingertips. Upon applying force, he felt a slight ache in his fingers, realizing that if he continued to exert pressure, his fingers would be compressed beyond recognition. Promptly, he adjusted his approach, fitting the end of the attraction barrel onto his fingertip and forming a layer of repulsion at the tip to counteract the compression from the attraction, subsequently increasing the output of attraction. At that moment, he sensed a rush of airflow, the breeze tousling his hair. Though invisible, he felt that something was indeed forming at the tip of his finger, rapidly filling the space. After 9 seconds, the sensation of fullness permeated the attraction barrel. Yet under the persistent influence of attraction, a significant volume of air attempted to infiltrate, threatening to cause the barrel to rupture. Without hesitation, Blue Knight withdrew the influence of attraction and focused on the layer of repulsion at his fingertip, aiming to launch a 10-centimeter-long column of air. He intended to accumulate the maximum force of repulsion at his fingertip before launching, but to his surprise, just 1 second later, the air column within the attraction barrel escaped entirely, liberated from its constraints and returning to its unbounded state. Thus, it became evident that he needed to simultaneously manage both the attraction barrel and the repulsion layer at his fingertip, launching them directly once fully charged. Furthermore, a 10-centimeter projectile was indeed excessive, as a 1-centimeter barrel would suffice, significantly conserving the time required for compressing air. With this in mind, he reduced the attraction barrel to 1 centimeter in length, simultaneously compressing air and accumulating the force at his fingertip. Remarkably, within a mere second, the accumulation process was completed. Although the repulsion layer at his fingertip had not yet reached full capacity, he found himself compelled to release the repulsion and launch the air projectile. Meanwhile, he faintly heard shouts nearby, yet he remained undistracted, engrossed in his endeavor, having completely forgotten the two formidable adversaries engaged in battle. Silently, a hole the size of a fingertip materialized on the surface of the sea before him, extending inward, only to be swiftly refilled by the surrounding water. Blue Knight's eyes widened in astonishment. There was no sound, as if equipped with a silencer. Wait, what was that red hue in the water? No, there was also a red card. He had merely experimented with a new ability. Why was there inexplicably a stream of red liquid in the water, accompanied by a red card? Could it be a reward for developing a new skill? Just as Blue Knight pondered this perplexity, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders, and he was involuntarily lifted into the air. Struggling to regain his balance, he looked up to see Luffy's hands still bouncing back from the motion. Had he just been flung away by him? Blue Knight was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Luffy is able to see that red card and wishes to seize it for himself? 7. You brought this upon yourself, so do not blame me. Standing at the shore, gazing at Arlong floating upon the sea, surrounded by the crimson-stained waters, I am utterly perplexed. The pool of red liquid is, in fact, Arlong's blood. As for the red card, it currently hovers quietly above the gaping wound in Arlong's head, the size of a finger. According to Luffy, after witnessing his subordinate being slain by Blue Knight, Arlong had been desperately attempting to thwart Luffy's efforts to eliminate Blue Knight, but Luffy was resolute, loudly warning Blue Knight of the impending danger. However, at that moment, Blue Knight was so engrossed in the development of his new abilities that he failed to hear the warning. After Arlong leapt into the sea, Luffy instinctively reached out to pull Blue Knight away, but to his astonishment, Arlong was caught in the crossfire of Blue Knight's experimental power, resulting in a fatal blow to his head. It can only be said that Aaron's fate was unfortunate, as he ultimately brought his demise upon himself. Following this is the scene where Luffy effortlessly sends Blue Knight flying. Everything, regardless of perspective, is simply, marvelous. So, perhaps it is my turn to take center stage now? What extraordinary luck! Shaking my head and disregarding the jubilant revelry of Luffy and the villagers nearby, I reached out to draw a red card into my grasp. Card, Water Repellent Pearl Rarity, Red Type, Equipment Card Effect, repels all moisture from non-biological entities within a 3-meter radius. Note, do not attempt to ingest it. There have been those who paid the ultimate price for their folly. This indeed is a remarkable item. Although Blue Knight is not afraid of water, entering it still poses considerable constraints. With the presence of this water-repellent bead, things have become significantly easier. By the way, I just eliminated that officer. I wonder if a card has been generated? Casting a furtive glance at the spot where the officer fell, I indeed noticed a glimmer of orange light. Suppressing the urge to retch, Blue Knight turned away and swiftly summoned the card using gravitational force, making a hasty escape from the scene. Card, Precision Shooting Rank, Orange Category, Skill Card Effect. Lock onto any object within visual range with a 99 hit rate. Note, the 99 is contingent upon the target remaining stationary. His patience had not been in vain. A nap had brought forth a pillow. With his own lackluster shooting talent, he feared to recklessly employ his newly developed abilities, lest he mistakenly harm his allies. Directly utilizing this skill card, Blue Knight quickly processed the sudden influx of information, retrieving his revolver with a familiar sense of nostalgia, akin to a seasoned marksman. Eagerly scanning for a target to satiate his desire to experience the thrill of sharpshooting, he looked up just in time to see Colonel Mouse approaching, accompanied by naval soldiers. The soldiers formed a line, guns pointed at the crowd, with Blue Knight and Luffy particularly singled out, each facing a dozen weapons aimed at their heads. Today is indeed fortunate for you. I commend your efforts, Colonel Mouse proclaimed condescendingly. It is quite unexpected that the fishmen would be defeated by you 5 pirates. However, thanks to you, all the spoils originally intended for Arlong, along with the treasures from Dragon Park, now belong to me. Your achievements will be credited to me. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Division. Hey, fire. Shoot. No, do not fire. Before Colonel Mouse could finish his sentence, Blue Knight seized him with gravitational force, clutching his neck. Upon hearing the command to fire, he instinctively used the colonel as a human shield, causing the officer's complexion to turn pale as he hastily rescinded the order. How foolish of you to rain on my parade. Blue Knight retorted coldly. Let me go. Colonel Mouse blustered. You are attacking a high-ranking officer of the Navy. This constitutes a serious crime. Are you opposing the Navy? Let go? Are you certain? Blue Knight replied with a smirk, genuinely releasing him. Colonel Mouse, seizing the opportunity, fled at once. You are scared now, aren't you? Just wait. The colonel's threats were cut short as his cloak and garments were torn away, leaving him shivering in the wind. Before he could utter another word, Sanji returned and promptly kicked him into the nearby sea, angrily shouting at Blue Knight, Hey, Blue Knight, you have gone too far. I was merely trying to comfort you. And you flung me into the ocean. Be careful. Oh, you were thrown so far out to sea? It seems my abilities have improved swiftly. Blue Knight commented. Are you sure your focus is in the right place? I was the one who... never mind that. You appear to be in fine form. Besides, your so-called comfort was akin to rubbing salt in a wound. That was well-intentioned. Sanji protested. Deeply resentful of being thrown so far, attempting to argue with Blue Knight. But as the conversation continued, he ultimately found himself acknowledging his own fault. At that moment, the naval soldiers rescued Colonel Mouse from the water, prompting Sanji to unleash his pent-up frustration with a flurry of blows, joined by a somewhat revived Zoro. While Luffy eagerly joined the fray, Blue Knight, however, refrained from participating, instead crumpling the colonel's garments in his hands and extracting a card from a hidden pocket within. It was this card that had motivated Blue Knight to confront Colonel Mouse. Otherwise, who would have been bored enough to tear his clothes apart? Card, pure gold card rank. Orange category, magic card effect. Acquire 10 million berries. Note, direct usage may not always be the optimal choice. Indeed, money is a powerful tool, aligning perfectly with Colonel Mouse's avaricious nature. He chose not to use it immediately, as 10 million berries would occupy considerable space. It could be utilized when needed in the future. The three primary members of the Straw Hat Pirates concluded their physical exertion, emerging victorious over the naval forces, each bearing visible bruises from their efforts. Try striking me again, and you will regret it, Colonel Mouse threatened, his voice high-pitched. Nearby, Nami, who had been silently observing, approached Colonel Mouse and squatted down, fiercely grasping his cheek. For the debt incurred from injuring Nokigo, and for ruining Belmere's Orange Grove. What? With a swift motion, Nami raised her stick high, striking Colonel Mouse with great force, sending him soaring like a golf ball, skimming the surface of the sea before finally plunging into the water. At this moment, the sight was truly agonizing. Yet, paradoxically, it was also exhilarating. Thank you, Nami. I feel so much better now. Beside them, Nojiko playfully winked. Give me another 1,000 punches. Aiken bellowed with a fierce expression. Yes, let us finish this guy off. This corrupt scoundrel deserves it. The other villagers quickly joined in the chorus. However, Nami did not continue her onslaught. Instead, she gently tugged at the three whiskers on the rat-faced captain's cheek. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You all need to deal with those fish men and assist in rebuilding Kokoyashi Village. You are forbidden from touching anything in the Dragon Paradise that belongs to this island. Understood? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just do as you say, he replied, and return my money. Nami's voice rose several decibels. I'll give it back. I'll give it back. It doesn't even matter anymore. Seeing this, Nami finally released her grip, satisfied. She had no fear of him reneging, as long as Luffy and the others were sailing and growing increasingly renowned. Captain Mouse would never dare to provoke the Straw Hat Pirates openly. After all, he had been suppressed by the Dragon Pirates for years and never once considered rebellion. Meanwhile, Loni seemed to be lost in thought, staring intently at his palm. Captain Mouse, accompanied by his subordinates, paused at the entrance to Dragon Paradise, begrudgingly shouting, "Remember this. You filthy pirates." The man in the straw hat and the bespectacled fellow with black hair, Luffy and Loni, right? Don't forget. You're in big trouble for messing with me. Boom. Before Captain Mouse could finish his threats, the sea before him erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending them soaring hundreds of meters into the air before they began their descent. Whether they would survive was uncertain. Oh, Loni, what do you call that ability? It's incredible, like a cannonball, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Loni. The explosion had been triggered by him, utilizing the principle of air bullets to create a larger air cannonball in his palm. He had not anticipated that increasing its size would result in an explosion. He was too sure of the science behind it. Forgive him, a liberal arts student, for his ignorance. The name, let us call it Air Bomb, Loni said, momentarily taken aback, casually naming his skill. Air Bomb? Incredible! Do you have any other abilities? Do you have more? Yes. There's a repulsion bullet and an air bullet, just like a regular gunshot. Wow, you have so many questions. Tell me more. I'm so curious about these fascinating things. All right, Indeed, Loni, you are truly a valuable companion. No, why not? Being a pirate is so much fun. Absolutely not. That night, the sky shone as brightly as day. A battle, thanks to Lonya's intervention, did not unfold as tragically as it had in the original tale. In fact, it could be described as a remarkably easy victory. To celebrate their liberation, Kokoyashi Village hosted a grand celebration in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy feasted on large chunks of meat, Zoro indulged in fine wine. Sanji was surrounded by beautiful women, and Usopp had an even larger audience for his tall tales. The only unfortunate absence was Joseph and Johnny, the loyal pirate hunters, who were still recovering from their injuries and could not join the festivities. For reasons unknown, Loni and Nami were also not among the revelers. Knock, knock. Outside Nojiko's and Nami's wooden house, Loni gently tapped on the door. Nami opened it, surprised to see him. What? Is it too late for me to come in? Loni joked. Oh, no, if it's you, it's fine. Come in. Actually, never mind. Loni smiled and declined. Choose an orange tree. And I'll transport it to Luffy's ship, so you can enjoy Belmir's oranges on your future voyages. Huh? How did you know I? Nami was taken aback again. Creating maps of the world is your dream? Isn't it? Luffy and the others would be your best choice. How do you know all this? You. This time, Nami was genuinely startled. After all, even Nojiko was unaware of her dream. It's nothing. It's one of my abilities, Loni said with a gentle smile. Pick a tree. I need to hurry back to join the festivities. But, isn't your ability. I'll explain everything later when we're all together. Oh, okay then. By the way, do you have any fever medicine in your room? Loni suddenly remembered. What? Are you sick? I'll get it for you right away. Nami's expression turned slightly anxious. No, it's for a beautiful lady. Oh? Have you taken a liking to someone from our village? Nojiko? The rumor mill was in full swing. Cough, cough. Hurry up, or you'll have to carry it yourself. Hee, if you want to pursue Nojiko, I can help you. Nami teased with a playful smile. Hearing this, Loni pretended to turn away, prompting Nami to rush inside and retrieve a box of fever medicine for him, while also selecting an orange tree, which Loni transported to the Going Merry using his ability. During this simple transport, an amusing little incident occurred, or perhaps it could be termed a benefit. As Loni utilized his spatial ability, Nami unexpectedly leaped into his arms, clinging to him like a koala, claiming she wanted to experience the feeling of flying. She paid no mind to her thin tank top, which pressed firmly against Loni's chest. It was summer, and the soft sensation stirred the youthful heart of Loni, causing him to involuntarily imagine how Nami would appear with an even more ample bosom once they reached the Grand Line. The weight of that sensation, he wondered. Might it be even more delightful? Enjoying his good fortune, Loni momentarily forgot about the festivities, deliberately slowing his pace to savor Nami's closeness. Nami, however, was oblivious. Her eyes wide as she absorbed the expansive view from the sky. Loni was caught in a blend of enjoyment and torment. The enjoyment was self-explanatory, while the torment lay in his struggle to control his burgeoning desires, ensuring he did not inadvertently touch Nami. The effort was indeed a challenge. This night truly tests one's patience. Ah, then let us prepare to set sail. Usopp exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Wait a moment. Where has Miss Nami gone? Why hasn't she boarded the ship yet? Sanji immediately called for a halt. Is she not coming? Zoro's calm voice inquired. What? Why not? Sanji's expression fell instantly, as he shouted at Zoro, accusing him of provoking Miss Nami again. Why would I do such a thing? Stop evading the truth. It must be you. Hey. I've already stated that I had no intention of doing that. Are you deaf? It must be your fault, green algae head. Otherwise, how could Miss Nami have vanished? Perverted Kappa, do you wish to fight? Come on then. Do you think I fear you? Fine, bring it on. Blue Knight observed the daily banter between Zoro and Sanji with great interest, stroking his chin and casually plucking an orange from the tree nearby. Sweet. What good fortune. Hurry and set sail. Nami's voice called out. Blue Knight set up a small tent with his hands over his eyes, just in time to spot Nami, who stood alone at the end of the crowd. Anticipating the ensuing scene, he couldn't help but smile. As Zoro and the others raised the anchor and set the Golden Mary in motion, Nami kept her head down, weaving through the crowd without any intention of a formal farewell. Is she really leaving just like this? Little Nami, at least let us properly thank you before you go. What? Arjun pushed his way through the crowd, shouting furiously, I will not allow you to depart so casually. Nami, like a slippery eel, evaded the villagers who tried to grasp her, skillfully navigating through them, until she finally reached the shore and leaped into the air. Following her trajectory, she should have landed gracefully on the ship's railing. However, upon seeing Nami soaring towards the ship's side, Blue Knight instinctively curled his finger, causing Nami to abruptly alter her parabolic path and land directly in front of him. This was none other than the upper deck of the Golden Mary, where Belmir's orange tree was planted. This is indeed the most splendid place for a farewell. Thank you. Nami offered her faint gratitude, and then turned her back to the villagers as she stood up, gently tugging at her thin shirt. Sanji immediately felt his heart race, blood rushing from his nose, exclaiming, Oh. The child was greatly agitated, as were the villagers. With Nami's top lifted, an assortment of wallets tumbled to the ground, accumulating like snowflakes at their feet. The villagers on the shore frantically searched themselves, only to discover that they had all lost their wallets. At that moment, Nami pulled out a 10,000 berry note, kissed it, and cheekily exclaimed, Take care, everyone. The villagers responded with a collective roar of anger. What audacity, you little rascal. You little thief. Return our wallets. Mischievous brat. Come back whenever you like. Do take care. Amidst their shouting, the villagers could not help but express their concern for Nami. Suddenly, Ajian's thunderous voice cut through the commotion. Luffy, don't forget our agreement. Luffy responded with a cheerful thumbs up. Loni noticed that the windmill on Ajian's hat was missing, the very windmill that had once amused baby Nami, allowing Ajian to draw closer to her. Now alongside Belmir's oranges had become a tattoo on Nami's right arm. The one who needed to see the windmill had departed, thus rendering it unnecessary. Standing on the top deck, Loni gazed at the villagers waving goodbye, and a thought struck him. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with being companions with this group. Meanwhile, a battered Colonel Mouse was angrily shouting into a snail phone while bandaging his hand. I demand a bounty for A, he began. But upon recalling the plaster on his right hand and the scene of being blown away, he quickly corrected himself. Oh no, I mean a bounty for 2 pirates. 1. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D, Luffy, and the other, possibly the first mate of that crew, Loni. The initial bounty amount is. Very well, Colonel, considering the initial bounty is excessively high, please submit a detailed report, and we will assess the bounty accordingly. In the Navy headquarters, a meeting was underway with all ranks of naval officers present. At the front stood a figure beside a podium, where bounty posters for Colonel Monka, Clown Buggy, Pirate Fleet Admiral Krieg, and the Fishman Pirate Captain Sawtooth Dragon were displayed, with bounties of 15 million, 17 million, and 20 million berries, respectively. In the East Blue, where the average bounty is 3 million berries, they were indeed formidable pirates, yet they had been defeated. With a loud slap, Luffy's bounty notice, boasting a staggering 25 million berries, was slapped onto the podium. It was unclear if the 500,000 berry reduction from the original was due to Arlong's defeat at Lanya's hands. An initial bounty of 25 million berries was exceptional. But we believe this figure is not excessively high. Such malevolence should be eradicated swiftly. Indeed, a deep voice interjected, but you have overlooked another individual. At the entrance, a formidable figure strode in, directly approaching the podium, clad in the specially designed cloak of a Navy admiral. The vibrant red of the cloak signified one of the 3 admirals, Admiral Akainu. What instructions do you have? Inquired the Commodore present. Akainu ignored the inquiry and slammed a photograph next to Luffy's bounty notice, a boy with black hair, black eyes, and black-framed glasses. This boy, known as Loni, having slain the Fishman Pirate Captain, was undoubtedly a dangerous individual, a devil fruit user as well. Why did I not see any mention of his bounty in the report? Akainu's reprimand left all naval officers present too intimidated to respond, showcasing his formidable influence within the Navy. Admiral Akainu exhibits a fierce hatred for evil. How much bounty do you believe is appropriate for this first mate? Cautiously asked the Commodore who had previously inquired. A pirate with a devil fruit ability. Especially one making his debut, and you say he is the first mate of this pirate crew? Ah, yes, the report from Colonel Mouse always states so. He must be the first mate. Regardless of his actual rank, such wickedness must be snuffed out in its infancy. The bounty shall be set at 9. Why? Why am I being hunted? Lamented Loni aboard the Thousand Sunny, clutching the bounty notice featuring his striking photo and the words dead or alive. He realized he had become a prime target for bounty hunters with a staggering bounty of 10 million berries. Why such a high amount for merely defeating Arlong and a cadre of the Dragon Pirates? Observing Luffy flaunting his own bounty notice nearby, Loni concluded that he had been inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Unbeknownst to him, this entire situation stemmed from his own actions with the air blast, provoking the wrath of the vengeful Admiral Akainu, who set the bounty out of dissatisfaction with the report. Admirals do not merely suggest bounties in the hundreds of thousands. They declare them in millions, and so it was 10 million berries. He noticed that Luffy's bounty had changed but chose not to dwell on it. Now was not the time for such concerns. He had settled in Logue Town, and his aspirations regarding the world government were dashed. Good heavens. Did I really think it would be great to partner with Luffy yesterday? I must have been out of my mind. While Loni wallowed in despair, Luffy cheerfully draped an arm around his shoulder. Look, Loni, we become wanted men. Haha. Loni's forehead twitched in annoyance. Though he admired how the characters in the anime took pride in their wanted status, he found it impossible to feel joy in such a predicament. Oh, come on. Don't keep that long face. Luffy, oblivious to Loni's discontent, continued, Look, we're both on the wanted list. Why not join us? It says right here that you're the first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Loni's mouth twitched. He refrained from explaining that he had persistently rejected such an idea. Why had he been unwittingly labeled as Luffy's first mate? Rather than share a ship with someone so prone to reckless behavior, he would prefer to form his own pirate crew. After all, he was destined to possess 5 devil fruit abilities someday. You all fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. This means someone is already targeting our lives. Nami, the other level-headed individual present, concluded that they could no longer remain in the East Blue. Just as Loni was lost in thought, a shabby ship, riddled with patches, approached in the distance. Given its appearance, it was likely a naval vessel, if such a wreck could still be called a warship. Oh, at last, I've found you. Straw Hat Luffy, a man with pink hair, bellowed, "If you cross my path, it's your end, Monkey D. Luffy, I will capture you now." However, before he could finish his sentence, the warship beneath him suddenly erupted in a massive explosion, causing him to nearly topple into the sea. It was the air blast from Blue Knight. At that moment, he was in a foul mood and desperately needed a vent for his frustration. What better than a human shield delivered right to him, and at no cost? After all, he was already a wanted man. Opposing the Navy was simply par for the course. As for the identity of this somewhat familiar figure, who cared? He wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Without giving his opponent a chance to respond, Blue Knight unleashed a barrage of air blasts, each capable of being condensed and fired every 3 seconds, with power rivaling that of cannon fire. The air blasts consumed only 30 points of life each, a cost he could easily afford. In no time, the nameless extra, along with his ship and crew, sank into the depths of the ocean. Initially, Blue Knight felt unsatisfied. But upon unexpectedly catching sight of 2 shimmering red lights, he lost interest in the matter. He waved his hand, drawing the 2 red cards into his grasp. Discovering they were identical. Card, Navy Sword Rank. Red category, Equipment Card Effect. Acquire a standard Navy sword. Notes, none. The notes were so sparse they simply stated none, illustrating how utterly lackluster these 2 red equipment cards were. They paled in comparison to the similarly ranked Snake Revolver. Thus, even among cards of the same rank, there existed a hierarchy of quality. Blue Knight's mood soured once more, and he had no intention of summoning the Navy sword to inspect it. Instead, he turned back, resigned, to Luffy. How should I put this, Luffy? I have no intention of joining any pirate crew at the moment. If anything, I would prefer to establish my own. Ah, what a pity, Luffy remarked, suddenly quiet, no longer extending an invitation to Blue Knight to join his crew. Instead, he fixed Blue Knight with a serious gaze, declaring, "The title of Pirate King belongs to me." Blue Knight raised an eyebrow but chose not to respond. He could not fathom why the revolutionary dragon would sire such a wait. Luffy is the son of Monkey D. Dragon, and he remembered Dragon's brief appearance in Logue Town when he had come to see his son off. Therefore, wouldn't it be simpler to directly apply to join the Revolutionary Army? With that thought, Blue Knight's expression brightened. "Luffy, may I temporarily stay aboard your ship? After all, I do not yet possess my own vessel, and being a devil fruit user, you see." Of course, Luffy readily agreed. "Ah, that's splendid. Thank you." Wait, a female voice interjected. "Even you, Blue Knight, cannot sail for free if you are not a crewmate. Payment is required." "Hey, Nami, I thought you agreed," Luffy complained. "That was never said to be free," she retorted. "Ah, I suppose you're right." Blue Knight, observing Nami's narrowed eyes, refrained from arguing about his previous contributions. As a devoted fan of piracy, he understood that in such a state, the only way to win her over was through monetary compensation. Rubbing his head, he recalled the orange platinum card he had obtained from Colonel Mouse, which contained 10 million berries in universal currency. With wealth at his disposal, matters became straightforward. After parting with 9 million berries, he successfully secured his right to sail aboard the Going Merry until he acquired his own ship. As for the exorbitant price of 9 million berries, it was likely due to Blue Knight's unanticipated outcome. Upon using the platinum card, all the currency materialized before him, and the greedy Nami's eyes sparkled with delight, disregarding the origin of the money as she sprawled atop it without a hint of shame. Had Blue Knight not negotiated diligently, he might have lost the remaining 1 million berries as well. Once the transaction concluded, Nami, with a playful grin, remarked, "I initially intended to charge just 10,000 berries, but I never expected you to be so wealthy." Blue Knight felt a pang in his heart, nearly considering a lavish airborne service from Sanji to show his frustration. Why must you gloat about your gain? In the realm of bargaining, Blue Knight felt utterly outmatched. I knew there would be no good fortune aboard Luffy's ship. On the deck of the Going Merry, the crew had satisfied their appetites and gathered to bask in the sun, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Blue Knight had taken Zoro's place, stationed at the lookout. He had discovered that even in the vast ocean, there were occasionally cards floating on the surface, albeit only red cards, typically consisting of dried fish, tattered planks, or relics of pirates with little value. Nevertheless, Blue Knight was utterly enthralled. As a collector at heart, he harbored an indescribable fondness for cards, regardless of their usefulness. He believed in the principle of seizing them first, for one never knew when a treasure might be encountered. Thus, the crew often witnessed Blue Knight occasionally leaping from the lookout, circling the sea before returning. "Hey, Blue Knight. Didn't you say you would explain your abilities once we were all gathered?" Nami finally could no longer contain herself. "Eh? Isn't your power the manipulation of gravity?" Luffy inquired. Puzzled. "Fool. It's clearly the control of both gravitational and repulsive forces," Sanji corrected, having been a victim of such a force himself. "Indeed, Blue Knight, do enlighten us." "During my travels at sea, I encountered a pirate with powers quite similar to yours," Usopp began, recounting his usual tales. Zoro, seemingly asleep, showed signs of wakefulness, his chest rising and falling as he absorbed the conversation. Once Blue Knight had scanned the vicinity from the lookout and confirmed there were no glimmers of cards nearby, he descended to the deck. "Blue Knight, your powers are truly impressive. You can even fly," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Idiot, only just realizing?" The crew chorused in unison. Ignoring Luffy's usual antics, Blue Knight gathered his thoughts before speaking. "In brief, my devil fruit ability is the card fruit, not merely the manipulation of gravity or repulsion." His revelation was akin to dropping a bombshell. Wait. Does that mean you possess more than one devil fruit ability?" Sanji exclaimed incredulously. "Luffy, is that even possible?" Oh, Blue Knight. Luffy's eyes sparkled once more, though he did not respond to Sanji's inquiry. Perhaps he himself was unsure. "No, it cannot be." Nami wore an expression of astonishment, seemingly perplexed by the revelation. "To my knowledge, it appeared that a devil fruit user could only consume a singular fruit. Yet I recalled a pirate who possessed the abilities of 5 fruits." I reminisced about Usopp's habitual boasting. This time, Zoro, no longer pretending to be asleep, opened his eyes and scrutinized Loni with earnestness, eager to discern some hidden truth. Loni unexpectedly cast a glance at Usopp, who had claimed to have encountered a wielder of 5 fruits. Was this due to Usopp's peculiar trait of making his exaggerations come true? After the chatter of the group subsided momentarily, I continued, "In truth, I possess only one devil fruit ability, that of the card fruit, which is classified as a paramecia type. This fruit itself lacks offensive capabilities. However, its extension abilities exhibit considerable versatility." "Versatility?" Nami interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. "Could you not elucidate in one go?" "What do you mean by versatility?" "Patience, for I shall clarify," I assured her. "My card fruit allows me to create cards that transform specific items into manifestations visible solely to me, at the moment of need. I can utilize these cards to unleash the abilities of the items they represent. For instance, my gravitational and repulsive forces are invoked through the cards I create, or..." As I spoke, a revolver appeared in my hand with startling abruptness, eliciting gasps of amazement from those present. "What a convenient ability. This way, I could store copious amounts of ingredients," Sanji remarked from a culinary perspective. "Could you not transform vast quantities of meat into cards for safekeeping?" Luffy exclaimed, his first thought revolving around food. "So, your earlier 10 million berry came from the cards? Do you possess even more cards containing berry?" Nami's eyes widened with intrigue. "Speaking of which, I once encountered an individual who could store items, quite similar to your ability." The group resumed their discussions, while Zoro remained silently observing Loni from the deck, his brow slightly furrowed. His instinct suggested that Loni was not being entirely forthright, revealing only a fragment of the truth. As the commotion threatened to escalate once more, Loni decided to disregard it, preparing to soar back to the lookout when Nami called out to him. "Loni, what about the ability you mentioned to me the previous night?" Pausing midair, Loni faced away from the others, his expression marred by concern. "I miscalculated. I intended to only disclose a portion of my card ability, which would serve as a pretext for future card collection or any unexpected new abilities. However, it seems Nami is still fixated on my inadvertent slip from that night." Reluctantly, Loni summoned a premeditated excuse, one he was loath to articulate. "Regarding that ability, I possess a card that allows me to glimpse certain scenes from the future or the past while I sleep, though I lack control over what I see." Rip my pants. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What an incredible ability! Does this mean I will become the Pirate King?" "Regrettably, I cannot control this ability, so I have not seen that outcome. However, I am confident that you shall," I replied. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I am destined to be the Pirate King." Oh, Lon Yikyuan. Will I marry Miss Nami in the future? Sanji interjected, his eyes filled with hearts. Actually, Sanji, I saw a throng of girls pursuing you. I replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, are they mermaids? Yes, indeed. Ultimately, you traveled to Fishman Island, where you nearly perished from excessive blood loss. Ah, if I could behold the exquisite mermaids, even dying from blood loss would be a worthy fate. Hey, Lon Yi, does the future hold a brave warrior for me? Usopp asked, his voice lacking confidence. I cannot confirm your bravery, but I did witness you dueling Luffy. It stands to reason that your strength must have increased to engage in such a contest. What? I fought Luffy? Usopp's complexion turned pale. Well then, Usopp. Shall we have a duel? Luffy proposed cheerfully. Actually, Luffy, I suffer from a condition where I faint after a duel. Ah, I think I'm coming down with it. Usopp declared, collapsing to the ground. Whether feigning or genuinely weakening was uncertain. The others chimed in with various questions. And I addressed what I could, deflecting those I could not answer. After a lengthy silence, Zoro finally spoke. Did you see me defeat my hawk? I had thought you could suppress your curiosity, I chuckled, recognizing this as the final inquiry. In the future, Zoro, you shall become Hawkeye's apprentice. With that, I ceased engaging with the group and leapt away, having caught sight of a crimson card. Left behind were incredulous expressions from Zoro and the others, who remained engrossed in the information I had divulged. Upon departing the Going Merry, my composed demeanor crumbled. What a predicament. I inadvertently revealed fragments of the plot, albeit not critical details. I pondered whether this would alter future events. Alas, I was too young. I should have considered refusing to answer. Chastising myself, I decided against returning to the Going Merry for the time being, instead flying leisurely across the sea, hoping to discover some exceptional cards. This was not an attempt to evade Luffy and the others, certainly not. A week had elapsed since my unavoidable revelations. In this vivid reality, the vast ocean stretched infinitely before me. The journey to Lowtown, which seemed to take but a day in the anime, had now taken an entire week without a glimpse of land in sight. Yet, this was only to be expected, otherwise. How could Luffy and his crew traverse the first half of the Grand Line in just 3 months? This is truly unscientific and excessively brief. One must consider that these 3 months encompass various activities on the islands, including skirmishes, recuperation, and celebrations. Thus, the current lengthy journey evokes a sense of realism. Remarkably, the initial segment of the voyage spanned 3 months, yet the anime took a staggering 500 episodes to conclude. My heavens, indeed a series for the ages, yet regrettably, I shall never witness the forthcoming updates. Shaking my head in lamentation, Loni reclined in the lookout tower, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for Frankie. Reflecting on the sunny Thousand Sunnies lookout, akin to a cozy little room, and contrasting it with this cramped tower where one cannot even stretch their legs. It is evident that any future vessel must be grander. At the very least, the lookout must be spacious. Sailing is exhilarating, yet it can also be rather monotonous. Gazing at the monotonous azure sky and cerulean sea, Lon Yi spent this time searching for cards and further honing his abilities. He has already developed the ability to dance through the air concerning repulsion. Could he not also explore the realm of gravity? Upon contemplating gravity for some reason, Lon Yi was reminded of Naruto. In that world, the ninjas cultivate chakra, enabling them to traverse trees and walls with ease. Naturally, Lon Yi cannot conjure chakra out of thin air. Aside from the world's regulations, the mere notion of chakra seeds presents an insurmountable chasm. Instead, he pondered whether he could utilize gravity alone to navigate along fixed structures. After all, in certain terrains, relying solely on the ability to dance through the air may prove somewhat unwieldy. Once this idea emerged, it was swiftly realized by the proactive Blue Knight. By creating a downward gravitational layer on the surface of his body, he could securely remain standing on the wall, provided that the object he stood upon could bear his weight without breaking. This ability he named Flying Eaves. Its consumption is slightly less than that of dancing in the air, approximately 1.5 seconds. Mastering the skill of Flying Eaves takes only a few days. Yet now, confronted with the monotonous expanse of the ocean, Blue Knight feels as if he is on the verge of rusting away. Were it not for the occasional appearance of cards that ignite his anticipation, he would have long succumbed to slumber like Zoro. As for physical training, alas, Blue Knight could hardly lift even the smallest dumbbell that Zoro uses for his workouts. Even performing push-ups, he finds himself utterly exhausted after just 70. How unlike Zoro, who effortlessly hoists weights that are as tall as a person, with each swing and slice numbering in the thousands. It's simply inhuman. After one exhaustive attempt that left him collapsed on the lookout for an entire day, feeling utterly drained, Blue Knight abandoned any aspirations of bodily training to enhance his physical prowess. Unfortunately, he is merely a human from Earth, not a pirate, lacking such extraordinary physique. Thus, in his boredom, Blue Knight could only engage in erratic thoughts regarding the development of his fruit abilities, pondering what powers would suit the 4 monster card slots in the future. Naturally, his first choice would be the Thunder Fruit. However, it is likely that it has already been consumed on Skypiea. He wonders if it can be extracted, or if he were to defeat the user of a fruit ability. Would the fruit card drop upon their demise? This presents a query worth considering for future experimentation. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts and ultimately succumbing to ennui, Loni extracted the Duel Disk before him, scrutinizing it meticulously and drawing some conclusions. The function of the graveyard in the deck is to review the cards that have been expended over time. For instance, the pure gold cards, which are one-time use spell cards, are relegated to the graveyard upon utilization. As for the equip cards, if they remain undamaged and are recycled, they return to the deck. However, the Navy Sword severed by Zoro lies in the graveyard. Beneath the deck, Loni also discerned an exceedingly minute number, 1740, coupled with the recent card acquisitions. It was evident that there were indeed 17 cards in the deck. Thus, regarding the other number 40, it is quite apparent that this denotes the upper limit of the deck. This implies that once the card count reaches 40, no further acquisitions can be made. At this moment, Blue Knight found himself in a state of panic. If that were the case, he could discard the unnecessary red cards. Fortunately, most of the cards he had recently acquired were equipment cards, which he could simply eliminate with Zoro's prowess. However, that shouldn't be the case. Right. My deck. I must have my deck. With this thought, Blue Knight strained his gaze towards the upper left corner until, just as his eyes were about to roll back, he finally spotted a green arrow pointing left. It was the exit button. Without a second thought, he clicked it. Instantly, the screen transformed from the Duel interface to an exceedingly rudimentary selection menu. The options presented were Duel Disk, Duel Arena, My Deck. What a disappointment. He had expected something akin to Duel City, complete with shops, guilds, daily quests, and festive events, yet here he was confronted with this stripped-down version. Blue Knight felt an overwhelming urge to upend the table. Instead of immediately selecting the Duel Arena, he first clicked on My Deck. The interface shifted once more, revealing several vertically arranged card categories: monster cards, skill cards, magic cards, trap cards, equipment cards, status cards. There were 6 categories in total, and Blue Knight finally grasped the complete classification of cards. Thus far, he had only acquired monster, skill, magic, and equipment cards, having yet to encounter trap or status cards. Naturally, the latter categories were devoid of any cards. Beneath the classifications lay a row of cards, representing all the cards currently in his Duel Disk deck. Skillfully, he dragged the unnecessary red cards into their corresponding categories, retaining only 3, Python, Navy Cutlass, and Water Avoidance Pearl. At last, Blue Knight resolved the issue of his deck's capacity. After thoroughly examining the features of My Deck, he confirmed that it possessed no additional functions beyond card storage. Consequently, he exited and clicked on the Duel Arena. Inside, there was only a prominent option for matching duels, with nothing else available. Indeed, it was yet another truncated version. Resigned, Blue Knight clicked on the Match Duel option, and instantly, a rolling cylinder appeared, resembling a single-image slot machine. Numerous faces emerged, finally settling on a bald man with tattoos covering his face, clearly not a person of good intentions. As Blue Knight muttered to himself, suddenly, he felt a blur before his eyes, and he vanished from the observation platform, reappearing in the center of a vast plaza. The square was an impressive 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters, its edges lined with an array of weapons, knives, guns, clubs, muskets, and bows. 100 meters away stood the very man that resembled the one spun out by the slot machine, clearly a figure of ill repute. Blue Knight swallowed hard, the tension palpable. This is truly a prelude to a brawl. The 12th confrontation, a trial of life and death. Bang! Loni executed a swift roll, narrowly evading a bullet. It was inconceivable that the tattooed man, towering at nearly 2 meters and as formidable as a bear, wielded not a hammer or axe, but a standard naval firearm. You fool, come here and meet your demise. The tattooed man relentlessly pursued Loni, raising his weapon once more to take aim. Hey. I've already told you I know nothing. Why are you so intent on killing me? Can't we sit down and have a discussion? Loni had no intention of fighting. There was simply no need for such a confrontation. Why engage in battle? Yet, the tattooed man, upon spotting him, silently selected a weapon from his arsenal and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Loni. Bang! Bang. The response to Blue Knight was yet another 2 bullets. Ultimately, Blue Knight has failed to shift his mindset, struggling to fully adapt to this perilous world. When faced with an adversary intent on killing, any discourse must be preceded by the shattering of bones. Unlike Blue Knight, who cowers in a state of disarray, lacking both the knowledge to wield the array of weapons at his disposal and the capacity to utilize his repelling fruit abilities, he clings to the ideal of civilized discourse over violence. In most instances, the pen cannot triumph over the sword. It seems that his previous successes against the officials and the vile dragon were mere strokes of luck. The tattooed man had evidently committed numerous murders, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a torrent of blows upon Blue Knight, each strike aimed mercilessly. One was determined to kill, while the other was intent on evasion, refraining from utilizing his fruit abilities. In less than half a minute, Blue Knight was shot in the chest, his health plummeting by 400 points to 3810. Crouching on the ground and clutching his chest, he winced in pain, growling, "Hey, if you don't stop, I want to hold back." The tattooed man, with a gun trained on Blue Knight's head, laughed unabashedly. "Ha ha ha, a vice captain worth 10 million berries, is it? Buck the bounty hunter, will gladly accept." With that declaration, Buck pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. Yet, no blood splattered. The bullet spun in midair, mere centimeters from Blue Knight's forehead, unable to penetrate his protective force field. As his health diminished every 30 seconds, the bullets could not breach the barrier. In fact, as Blue Knight intensified the output of his repelling force, the bullets ricocheted back, piercing through the gun's barrel and stock, leaving 2 bloody holes in Buck's body. You possess the power of a devil fruit." Buck remained resolute, not crying out in pain, but insisted, "Not enough." Despite being shot twice, his movements remained agile. With a swift motion of his right hand, a flash of light cut across, and Blue Knight instinctively expanded his repelling field to push Buck away. But alas, he was too slow, and the light grazed his neck. The remaining health, just over 3,500, was instantly depleted, and Blue Knight found himself back on the lookout of the Going Merry. His first duel ended in his demise. Upon returning, Blue Knight was momentarily at a loss. Had he died once? After a pause, he cautiously felt his chest with his left hand and his neck with his right, finding no wounds, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Was it a virtual battle, akin to a projection? Thank goodness, otherwise he would have truly perished. Imagining that had this battle been in reality, he might have met the King of Hell. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He extended his tongue to taste the bitterness lingering in his mouth. Initially, he had relished in the thought of having slain 2 fish men, one of whom was a notorious dragon with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Only to be abruptly brought down to earth today. A nameless bounty hunter could easily annihilate him, who was still unprepared. After a long silence, a myriad of thoughts flitted through Blue Knight's mind, contemplating his past life, present existence, and future path, along with the rules of piracy. Each notion filtered through his consciousness. As time passed, his eyes grew increasingly brighter, culminating in a resolute determination. When he pressed the dual matching button again, only 4 hours had elapsed. Such a swift adjustment of mindset, daring to challenge the specter of death once more. Blue Knight possessed a heart eager to grow stronger. He recognized clearly what he lacked at this moment. With the Duel Disk in his possession, his future potential was undeniable. What he needed was merely time and experience. While time could not be manipulated, the current duel arena would serve as a shortcut to gain experience. 100 combat simulations, devoid of any real harm upon death. As long as he could endure the shadows of death 100 times, the time required for him to accumulate experience would skyrocket. Thus, understanding his needs, albeit reluctantly, he pressed the match duel button. He required combat. To ensure he would not be killed in the real world, he must face death several times in the virtual realm. Besides, who has to say who will die first? Adjusting his mindset, Blue Knight vanished from his previous location. The arena remained the same, 1,000 by 1,000 meters, filled with an array of weapons. However, this time, the 2 duelists were different individuals. With his mindset aligned, Blue Knight immediately utilized his aerial maneuvering upon arrival. The other duelist was not the bounty hunter Buck who had slain him, but rather a scarred man wielding an enormous axe. Another nameless passerby. Yet, it was true that in this moment, he could not match any known strong adversaries. Thoughts raced through his mind. Blue Knight did not attack immediately but hovered in the air for 10 seconds, allowing the axe-wielding man to acclimate to his surroundings before launching his assault. Throughout the entire encounter, neither uttered a single word. In a battle for life and death, what need is there for chatter? On the lookout of the Going Merry, Blue Knight reappeared 3 minutes after vanishing. The moment he materialized, he instinctively touched his waist. even with his shifted mindset. He had ultimately been overwhelmed by rapid attacks before he could unleash his full force of repulsion. The people of this world truly are relentless. Gritting his teeth, Blue Knight reflected on his previous experiences before vanishing once more. After 5 minutes, he returned to this place, and just by observing his instinctive gesture of stroking his forehead, one could deduce that he had likely been eliminated yet again. I refuse to believe it. Gritting his teeth, the figure of Loni vanished once more from sight. What of the fear of death? That was long cast aside. Now, he was consumed by an insatiable drive. He must secure his first victory today. Yet, contrary to his aspirations, Loni suffered a staggering 17 consecutive defeats. A veritable cascade of failures. Each demise came in a myriad of forms: headshots, dismemberment, piercing wounds, and blood loss. Every adversary he faced was an ordinary person devoid of any extraordinary powers or abilities. The majority were pirates or bounty hunters, with not a single Navy soldier in sight. Loni finally understood that even with the powers granted by a devil fruit, if one lacked substantial combat experience, even the most ordinary of opponents could easily overpower you. Through repeated deaths, he meticulously analyzed his failures, from initially collapsing after half a minute to 1 minute, then 3, and ultimately lasting a full 7 minutes before falling again. His growth was palpable. Finally, in his 18th battle, Loni harnessed the silent power of air bullets, deftly seizing the opportunity as he brushed past an enemy and landed a shot directly into their heart. Victory at last. Upon returning to the lookout tower, Loni gazed at the setting sun on the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped away, yet he had grown capable of slaying his foes with unwavering composure. Especially after securing his first victory, the rules of the dueling arena were activated. Ecstatic, Loni shouted at the sunset, "I shall achieve 100,000 consecutive victories. I demand the golden card. I will topple the world government." Gratitude is owed to the generous contributions of 500 starting coins from Jiobei and 500 from Nuclear Explosion Frere. The emergence of cards follows a specific pattern. 1 victory rewards a red card. 10 victories yield an orange card. 50 victories grant a red card. 100 victories bestow a green card. 500 victories earn a cyan card. 1,000 victories result in a blue card. 10,000 victories deliver a purple card. 30,000 victories result in a silver card. 100,000 victories culminate in a golden card. Should one maintain an unbroken chain of victories, daily rewards corresponding to the previous day's achievements will be granted. The rules are straightforward. Consecutive victories yield various tiers of cards. For instance, should Loni maintain 10 consecutive victories, he would receive a red and an orange card daily, even if he ceased to fight. However, should the winning streak be interrupted, he must start anew. There are numerous hidden implications, such as the card levels, which are arranged in accordance with the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, alongside silver and gold, creating a total of 9 tiers. Comparatively, a fighter of Aaron's caliber would only be worth a prize for 50 consecutive victories. The rewards are likely random. At least the first red card he obtained was merely a pure gold card valued at 1 million berries, while the next tier, the orange card, was worth 10 million berries. This implies that the exchange rate between card tiers might be 1:10. Just as he planned to press on with his battles, Zoro's voice interrupted. "Given your current state, it would be wise to rest and reflect on the details of your recent encounters. You will make significant progress." "Hey, when did you get there?" Loni exclaimed, leaping from the lookout tower into the air, staring at Zoro, who was reclining on ropes used for tying the ship, his voice stammering slightly. "When? I'm not sure. I've already taken a nap. I saw you vanish and reappear. Your aura has been shifting." Suggesting you were engaged in combat? "Yes?" After a brief silence, Loni nodded affirmatively, adding, "I fought for my life and died 17 times. I won on the 18th attempt." "How do you know?" Zoro asked. "Your expression." Regardless of how he had achieved victory in such a life-and-death struggle, Zoro advised, "It's best to calm your mind and assess your strengths after such a victory." "Thank you," Loni replied earnestly, "seeing that you can die so many times. A few more should impart some wisdom," Zoro replied nonchalantly. "Do you usually reflect while you sleep?" Loni inquired. "Turns out I was genuinely just sleeping." "Hey, you talk too much. Care for a spar?" "You seem quite unkillable," he retorted with irritation. "Fight you?" "Sure, but not now." "Then be quiet." "Are you sure?" "I happen to know a woman who resembles Kuina, and she wields a sword too." "What?" Zoro's languid demeanor vanished, replaced by fury. "Who allowed you to pry into others' pasts?" Zoro was particularly sensitive about Kuina, and in a fit of rage, he drew his sword and struck Loni's head with the sheath, thankfully retaining some reason. Ouch! 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 A large bump formed instantly, prompting Loni to soar into the sky, painfully reminded of his fragile existence as a mage. Hey, what else have you seen? Zoro pressed, his tone uncertain. Huh? Do I look like a masochist? What do you mean? It means you hit me, yet you still expect information? Dream on. Damn it. You're lucky to have escaped. As Zoro prepared to strike again, Loni swiftly entered the dueling arena, vanishing from sight. Zoro could only relent. There was no way he could pursue. Approximately 7 minutes later, Loni reappeared at the original location, but to his embarrassment, the Going Merry was nowhere to be found. What is going on? Reluctantly, Loni accepted this reality and concluded that upon entering the dueling arena, one would return precisely to the location they had entered from, regardless of whether that place was in motion. In essence, if he was on the ship's deck, lookout tower, or in the cabin, he would return to those positions. However, if he ventured beyond the ship's bounds, suspended in the air above, fortunately, within his cards, he possessed an old lifeboat and a compass with a broken mirror fragment, alleviating his concerns about finding a place to land. Otherwise, he would have to swim. What? You suggest I fly over? With 1 point of health, you expect me to soar? Have you lost your mind? Fortunately, he recalled Nami mentioning the location of Logtown. The compass still functioned in the east blue. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Thus, a solitary individual, a vessel, and a compass drift amidst the vast, unending sea. Devoid of fresh water and sustenance, Blue Knight sets a modest yet urgent goal to reach Rogtown within 3 days. Should he fail, another soul may join the ranks of those who perish of thirst upon the East Sea. A month later, Blue Knight finally glimpses the silhouette of a small town on the horizon. Yet, he remains unhurried. Remarkably, his complexion retains its rosy hue, showing no signs of dehydration or starvation. His attire is no longer the same. He has donned a sleek black bodysuit. Since losing contact with the Going Merry, Blue Knight has embarked on his maritime odyssey, his spirits for dueling having waned. Unexpectedly, a turning point arises the following day. Thanks to the daily rewards from the dueling arena, he has achieved 2 consecutive victories, a streak that persists. Among the rewards, he receives a red card, a barrel of drinking water, akin to those used in water dispensers, with his thirst quenched. The question of food at sea no longer troubles him. Sashimi, a delicacy he relished in his past life, becomes a viable option. From that moment, he immerses himself entirely in the dueling arena, indifferent to the world outside. Though he experiences more defeats than triumphs, he strives to secure at least 1 victory before midnight each day, consistently claiming his daily rewards. The red card rewards prove to be quite intriguing: a case of purified water, a delectable bento, a set of clean garments, a can of cola, a barbecue grill with charcoal, and more clean clothing. For nearly a month, the red card rewards follow a predictable cycle of water, food, and clothing, never faltering. Thus, Blue Knight concludes that if no one is manipulating the dueling cards behind the scenes, the cards appearing are likely aligned with his current needs. The universal language of pirates, a life-saving repel fruit, and a constrictor that enhances his offensive capabilities, all these were precisely what he required at that time. Particularly, as he gradually comprehended the necessity for a consistent item for basic attacks, rather than relying on the delayed air bullets, he further validated his hypothesis. On the 17th day of his drifting journey, 3 days after this realization, he achieved an impressive 10 consecutive victories. Consequently, he was rewarded with an exceptional orange card. Card, Magic Card Tier, Orange Category, Magic Card Permanent Effect, 1 point of health summons 10 cards. Note, as a duelist, what weapon could be more fitting than a card? The card is a marvel, its permanence implying it is not a one-time use. It is peculiar. A thin card about the size of a palm, weighing approximately a pound. Both sides display a swirling background reminiscent of a game. Yet, it possesses remarkable qualities. Its paper is astonishingly sharp, slicing through what as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, capable of inflicting wounds even against a naval sword. With such a formidable tool, Blue Knight immediately perceives its optimal use, employing Repel to launch it. Effortlessly, the magic card cleaves a fish, as thick as a palm, into 2. The cut smooth and even. Thus, when a strong desire arises for something, as long as there exists a means to acquire the corresponding tier card, there is a significant chance of obtaining such a card. 14. The entrustment and transition of dreams as Blue Knight approaches the dock of Rogtown. He is astonished to discover that the Going Merry is also anchored there. Logically, the Going Merry, being over 10 times faster than his humble vessel, should have reached Rogtown long ago. He, having intermittently used repel to progress and often retreating to the dueling arena, surmises that Luffy and his crew must have arrived there first, likely driven away by Smoker on the same day, heading towards the Grand Line. Perhaps they encountered unforeseen delays. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. Dragon should still be in Rogtown, presenting an opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army. Before disembarking, Blue Knight notices a red card on the shore. Casually securing his small boat, he picks up the red card. Although it is, as ever, not particularly useful, it at least signifies a promising start. In the quaint town of Rogue, Blue Knight sought to explore its charming streets. With a heart brimming with joy, he retrieved a crimson card from his possession. Contemplating the collection of cards he had amassed before his departure, his intention was to evaluate the quantity of cards gathered as a form of data collection. The emergence of these cards was utterly unpredictable, leading him to forego any meticulous planning of his route, opting instead for a leisurely stroll. Whenever he encountered a shop, he would approach, purchasing a few edible delights to savor. Should he find them delectable, he would indulge further. Occasionally, certain cards would appear within the shops, and irrespective of their utility, he would enter to procure an item, casually collecting the cards as a gesture of gratitude for the establishment's role in safeguarding his treasures. As for the reason a grown man would buy perfume, well, that remained a mystery. In his ethereal state, he found it effortless to carry items aloft, merely balancing them atop his head. After wandering for a while, he suddenly perceived a raucous commotion ahead. What delightful spectacle awaited him? He approached, and without the need to jostle for space, elevated his form to glimpse the scene, a tender exchange unfolding between Zoro and a girl seated on the ground, who clutched something tightly in her hands. Ah, so these two had just crossed paths. This suggested that Luffy and his crew had only just disembarked. Observing the unfortunate spectacle of a man unable to pay for his broken glasses, who was subsequently forcefully escorted away by a girl resembling Kuina named Das, it seemed he was destined to serve as a laborer at the naval base to repay his debts. Ironically, he was a pirate. Particularly amusing was Daz's remark, questioning whether he had a bedridden mother or a wife who had abandoned him, leaving him to care for 5 hungry children. This absurdity elicited a hearty laugh from Blue Knight. This young lady is undoubtedly the natural nemesis of Zoro. Observing Zoro in a state of dismay brought a sense of secret satisfaction to Loni, who had no intention of approaching him. This is what you get for causing me to drift across the vast sea. By the way, if this is the right time frame, then I shall procure Ghost/in-Snow Walk. It would be quite delightful to have Zoro owe me a personal favor. With a smile in his heart, Loni inquired about the direction of the weapon shop from those nearby, and proceeded to stroll leisurely towards it. After all, time was ample, and there was no rush. As he glanced around, he leisurely hoped to discover another crimson card. So far, he had collected 9 cards, and one more would make a perfect round number. After searching for a while, he indeed found one. It was perched on the shoulder of a figure clad in a long black robe, their head obscured by a heavy hat, who was scanning the surroundings. The individual adorned in such attire was evidently a rogue of the pirate ilk, not to be trifled with. However, after the recent skirmishes in the dueling arena, Blue Knight had grown unafraid of any ordinary pirate. With a nonchalant shrug, he swiftly approached the figure cloaked in black, clasping the stranger's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, Sanji, what brings you here?" The cloaked man, startled by the sudden grasp, instinctively recoiled, propelling himself 10 meters away before reassembling into a humanoid form, glaring fiercely at Blue Knight. Blue Knight, taken aback, soon recognized the familiar red clown nose, recalling the identity of this individual and his fragmented devil fruit abilities. It was Buggy the Clown, a former crewmate of the Pirate King, Roger. "Ahaha, my apologies, Blue Knight chuckled, realizing his mistake. "I mistook you for someone else. Well then, farewell." With that, he turned and walked away. Buggy, initially on high alert, was left in a state of bewilderment, and by the time he regained his composure, Blue Knight's taillights had vanished from sight. "Damn it, let me not encounter you again. Otherwise, you'll witness the might of Buggy the Great," he muttered under his breath, refraining from pursuing and reverting to his previous vigilant demeanor, undoubtedly in search of Luffy. After departing, Blue Knight cast a glance at the crimson cards Buggy had left behind, resembling a mere clown mask, and chose not to dwell on it any longer. He had no intention of seeking Luffy or anyone else at that moment. Instead, he continued his journey towards the weapons shop, the 10 red cards in his hand fluttering about chaotically, colliding with one another as if they were a dozen intoxicated butterflies. In this scene, Loni exercises his control, with the cards visible only to him. The weapon shop is not far, and soon he arrives. The shopkeeper, perhaps due to poor business, leans on his right hand, dozing off. The hairstyle reminiscent of Ultraman brings a smirk to Lan Yu's lips, revealing an amusing character. Rather than wake him, Lan Yu approaches a corner of the shop where a stack of wooden barrels rests, filled with an array of worn swords and blades, which the owner seems ready to dispose of carelessly. Before long, Lan Yu discovers the sword odyssey. This blade has accompanied Zoro since Roga Town and through the latter part of the Grand Line. "Hey, boss, I want to buy this sword," Lan Yu declares, tossing odyssey onto the counter. The shopkeeper jolts awake, exclaiming, "What? What do you want?" Without further explanation, Lan Yu places all his remaining 181 million berries on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in astonishment, akin to Nami's. "This odyssey, along with your yukais, I shall take." "Ah no, this sword is not for sale." The owner, who was initially about to agree, suddenly changes his mind with difficulty. "Other swords are fine, but not odyssey." "Enough, it's just a cursed blade," Lan Yu replies impatiently, pulling out a crimson gold card to summon 1 million berries onto the counter. "Now, add another million, and I will take odyssey and yukais. This isn't merely about money. Since you know odyssey is a cursed blade, then it." Despite being surprised by Lan Yu's method of acquiring money, the shopkeeper still attempts to persuade him. "Add another million." Lan Yu produces another crimson gold card. "Sir, please listen to me. Another million. I am aware of everything you wish to say. Rest assured, I have no intention of using this sword, which is why I desire yukais as well." Is it for collection purposes?" The owner inquires, intrigued. "But how do you know about yukais?" "Another million," Lan Yu persists. "Sir, yukais was a treasured blade from my youth, symbolizing my nostalgia. Swords are instruments of killing. If you truly cherish it, then it should be wielded by a genuine swordsman. Even if it shatters, that is its fate, rather than being hidden away as a lonely memento." Lan Yu's words render the shopkeeper silent for a long time, as he reminisces about his own youth, raising a sword, feeling a stir in his heart. "Add another million. This is all I have saved." Lan Yu lays down his ultimatum. "How can I be certain you are its rightful owner?" The shopkeeper retorts after a moment's hesitation. "I intend to journey to the Grand Line." Lan Yu responds succinctly, yet clearly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper grits his teeth and rushes into the back room, returning with a jet black sword. This blade is crafted from black lacquered steel, featuring a jagged edge, a swift sword, yukais. Lan Yu waits patiently for the shopkeeper to finish his explanation before solemnly taking the sword, tossing it atop his head along with odyssey. Indeed, he balances quite a few items atop his head, resembling a figure from India. "Thank you for the swords. Farewell." Wait a moment. The shopkeeper's expression is conflicted. "As for the payment for the swords, you need not pay for that." "Oh, thank you. As friends, consider this money a gift for our meeting." Without looking back, Lan Yu waves his hand and strides out of the shop. The shopkeeper stands behind the counter, gazing in the direction Lan Yu departed, rendered speechless for a long while. It is a man who entrusts his dreams to another man through swift actions. And for this reason, Blue Knight believes that the shopkeeper is deserving of respect, thus gifting him the entirety of 681 million berries as a friend. After all, he still possesses several pure gold cards in his deck, which he can easily acquire again, making the expenditure feel inconsequential. Truly, one who does not manage a household cannot fathom the bitterness of life. Shortly after Blue Knight's departure, another swordsman, adorned with a shade of forgiveness, entered. "Boss, I wish to purchase a sword." With an array of items atop his head, Blue Knight meandered aimlessly through the streets. Unless involved in an event, the appearance of cards is utterly unpredictable. Thus, he could only wander and observe. As he ambled, he unwittingly arrived at a small square bustling with people. From their discussions, it seemed a culinary competition was underway. "Is it the one Sanji is participating in?" Blue Knight blinked and glanced over. Given the throngs of spectators, he opted not to use his ability to soar above the crowd this time. The principle of his ability is based on downward repulsion, which would be quite uncomfortable for an ordinary person. It would be disastrous if a child were caught within its range. Although he has adapted to the rules of this perilous world, Blue Knight still adheres to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Should anyone dare confront him, they would find their hands severed. Gently expanding a faint layer of repulsion, he parted the crowd, striding confidently into the fray. As a wielder of power, he felt a certain display was warranted. Those he pushed aside were naturally displeased, But upon noticing the floating items above Blue Knight's head and the people parting before him, they felt a mix of anger and intimidation. The villagers of Rogue Town were largely aware of the existence of devil fruits. Successfully navigating to the front row, Blue Knight indeed spotted the blonde-haired Sanji energetically working to pass the competition. Without a doubt, he was striving for the coveted prize, the legendary rare ingredient known as the elephant tuna. Casting a glance, Blue Knight prepared to leave but halted abruptly. In the prize area, he caught sight of a flash of orange, nestled within the body of the elephant tuna. Once Sanji secures the championship, he should not mind if I perform a cesarean section on his prize. Thus, Blue Knight resolved to patiently observe Sanji's contest. After all, it was Sanji, and his culinary skills were exceptional. He smoothly advanced to the final round against a fiery-haired female chef. If memory serves, her name was Carmen, perhaps? As Blue Knight watched with keen interest, he suddenly felt a slight shift in his brow. Over the course of a month of dueling, he had honed his abilities beyond measure, even grasping a method of casually extending his repulsive barrier to enhance his surroundings. It was not unusual for someone to inadvertently step into his repulsive sphere. After all, he had expanded it to a full 5-meter radius, making it inevitable that some would be caught within. All he needed to do was gently apply some repulsion to alert the intruder to vacate. This time is different. The intruder disregarded his warnings entirely and swiftly advanced, targeting the goods above his head. Perhaps they had set their sights on a particular item. Was it the snow walk or the ghost cleave? Those were the only two items of considerable value. While contemplating this, his actions remained swift. Without turning, Loni extended his hand, transforming repulsion into attraction, catching the intruder off guard and pulling them towards his right hand, as if they had willingly presented themselves. He seized their neck effortlessly. The sensation was delightful, smooth and tender. They must be a young lady. However, this individual displayed a deep obsession with the item in question, as even when captured, they managed to snatch something from above their head. Yet, due to merely sensing the shift in repulsion, they were unaware of what had been taken. But Loni understood that retrieval was impossible. The one whose neck he held was now playfully sticking out their tongue, grinning like a little kitten. "Oh, Loni, let me go? This is quite painful." The individual pouted. With a slight smirk, Loni not only refused to release his grip, but also wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaning in closer. "You little thief, is 9 million berries not enough for your shopping spree? Must you steal my belongings as well?" Indeed, the visitor was the little thief cat, Nami. Nami beamed at Loni, who was now within arm's reach. "You, a grown man, buying women's perfume. Surely it's a gift for me, right?" Glancing at the perfume in Nami's hand, he realized it was indeed the same fragrance he had casually purchased at a card-themed perfume shop earlier. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gust of wind rushed from the side, prompting Loni to instinctively shift Nami aside, moving several steps away. Thanks to the protective layer of repulsion, any external pressure could either be deflected or allow him to flow aside like water. It was akin to the Navy's 6th technique, the paper drawing. Yet, it was still immature. If the attacking object moved too swiftly, he could not react in time. Clang! A pot crashed down onto the spot where Loni had just stood, rolling a distance before finally coming to a halt. "Hey, Loni, you scoundrel! How dare you hold Miss Nami?" came Sanji's furious roar. Nami, however, said nothing and simply gazed at Loni with a smile. With no choice but to relent, Loni reluctantly released his hold on Nami's soft waist. "Thank you," she said, lifting the bag containing the perfume, casually tossing it aside, which Usopp scrambled to catch. "Hey, Nami, you can't just throw things around like that. What if I don't catch it? You'll have to pay for it." "Hey, I helped you carry it. So why should I?" Nami ignored Usopp's complaints, naturally leaning against Loni's chest, tilting her head with a smile. "Why did you leave so suddenly? Did Zoro not tell you?" Loni raised an eyebrow. "What did he say?" Usopp interjected. "Zoro has been sleeping. He probably doesn't even know you disembarked." A smirk tugged at the corner of Loni's lips. This fellow, by the heavens, he is contemplating whether to part ways with his ghostly companion and the snow. "Indeed. We presumed you had ventured off to gather cards and had merely lost your way, prompting us to search for you for over half a month, only to depart in frustration when you failed to return," Nami remarked, her eyes suddenly shifting. "So, does this signify the conclusion of our agreement regarding the voyage? Shall we consider drafting a new contract?" The initial part of her statement warmed Blue Knight's heart. It was no wonder that the other party had arrived at Rogue Town so belatedly. As for the reason behind their lack of encounter, It was likely due to his decision to stow away the small vessel upon entering the dueling arena, resulting in their unfortunate timing. However, the latter part of her words left him momentarily stunned. Is it truly over? For reasons unknown, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, akin to the loss of something precious. Yet, should he encounter the dragon on this island and successfully join the revolutionary army, it would indeed mark a conclusion. Just as he was about to nod in affirmation, a gust of wind, more ferocious than before, suddenly surged from his side. Blue Knight's expression turned serious. The force of this pressure, if struck head-on, would undoubtedly inflict a loss of at least 500 health points. Damn it! Release Miss Nami at once. Hearing the furious roar in his ears, there was no need for contemplation. It was undoubtedly Sanji who had arrived. Reluctantly, Loni retreated, and with the loss of her support, Nami immediately lost her balance. Before she could panic, the fiercely charging Sanji took Lonya's place, offering his chest as a support for Nami. Ah, beautiful Miss Nami, I wish to be your knight, safeguarding your safety from lascivious scoundrels. Beside them, Lonya's face was lined with exasperation. How ridiculous. The term lecherous scoundrel seems far more fitting for you. Regarding Sanji's infatuation, Nami handled it with remarkable ease. Compliments were graciously accepted. Wishing to take advantage, the iron fist of love awaits. Fortunately, Sanji's chivalrous spirit prevented him from such transgressions. He simply could not bring himself to lay a hand on a lady, especially one as beautiful as Nami. Observing Sanji engrossed with Nami, Loni discreetly drifted away towards the prize area where the event rewards were displayed. The event staff, having witnessed the playful antics of Lon Yi and the others, naturally assumed he was a friend of Sanji's. Furthermore, the floating object above his head and his ability to move without touching the ground unmistakably indicated he was a user of a devil fruit. Not wishing to provoke trouble, Loni generated a magic card using 0.1 health points, creating a small incision in the belly of the elephant tuna, revealing an orange glow visible only to him. With a flick of gravity, the orange card was grasped in his hand. Card: Elephant Tuna Caviar Rank. Orange category: Magic Card Effect. While the world knows the exquisite taste of elephant tuna, few are aware that its caviar is a true delicacy. Note: such deliciousness deserves to be highlighted. Lon Yi, what is this? I expected a decent card, and instead, I receive caviar. Hey, what have you done to my top-notch ingredients? Sanji's furious shout came from behind, accompanied by an object rapidly breaching the barrier. Without a doubt, it was Sanji charging once more. For Sanji, tampering with his ingredients was akin to assaulting a beautiful lady in his presence. Without hesitation, Loni manipulated gravity to pull the elephant tuna into his grasp and hurled it backward, while he himself gracefully evaded the scene. After all, having committed a misdeed, the disemboweled fish would be difficult to preserve, which was the root of Sanji's wrath, as he held culinary artistry sacred. Damn it, the next time I see you, I will make you experience my kick set. Sanji grumbled, but could only let Lon Yi depart, balancing the elephant tuna on one leg to ensure its body did not touch the ground, thus preventing contamination of such a precious ingredient. Naturally, Lon Yi heard Sanji's roar and, without looking back, tossed the swords, Onijirai and Yukizu, which landed perfectly on the wooden table where the elephant tuna had been placed. This is for Zoro. It cost me 10 million berries, so please deliver it to him and tell him he owes me a favor. Lon Yi's voice echoed back. How infuriating. Why should I deliver this for that moss-headed fool? Sanji was evidently still fuming, but with his hands occupied. He could only watch as Lon Yi vanished from sight. It was only then that Usopp and Nami arrived. Hey, Sanji, why were you fighting with Lon Yi? Usopp asked, puzzled. Who knows what that little brat is thinking? Sanji replied, still displeased. Quickly lend me a hand with the fish's tail. We need to get the elephant tuna back on board. What about these swords? Nami inquired, slightly drawing the yukizu from its sheath, a glint of cold light flashing. Ah, Miss Nami, Lon Yi mentioned they were for Zoro, and they indeed seemed to be fine swords, a bargain for that moss-headed fool. Sanji's expression brightened immediately. Hey, this is a bit too much of a disparity. Usopp weakly protested. However, neither Sanji nor Nami paid him any mind, leaving him feeling even more slighted as he silently helped lift the tail of the elephant tuna. I am the valiant warrior Usopp of the sea, and yet you dare to disregard me. Do not come seeking the great warrior Usopp in the future. After parting ways with Sanji and the others, Lon Yi no longer wandered aimlessly but instead flew directly toward the execution platform. Considering the time, Luffy should be arriving at the execution platform where Roger once met his end, nearly facing decapitation at the hands of Buggy and others. Sure enough, upon Lonya's arrival, Luffy stood on the platform, engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful woman on the ground. This is Arlita, who was once sent flying by Luffy's punch. Having been awed by Luffy's strength, she now wishes to propose to him. Although the distance prevents her from hearing the conversation, it is certain that Luffy has declined. Blue Knight, keeping his distance, has found a balcony of a tall building within 50 meters of the execution platform, where he has laid out some pastries and drinks, enjoying the spectacle below. However, at that moment, Luffy was ensnared in a wooden collar by Kabeji, a member of the Buggy Pirates. It remains uncertain whether the collar is imbued with sea stone, as Luffy found himself unable to break free. Alas, had there been spatial tools available, this wooden restraint might have been worth taking. As Blue Knight savored a cookie, he observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Meanwhile, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened, dense clouds rolling in from afar, heralding an impending downpour. Gazing at the abnormal clouds, Blue Knight felt convinced that they were the result of Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, using his powers. Such coincidences were too remarkable to dismiss. At the same time, he noticed numerous sailors in Navy uniforms bustling about, setting up artillery and establishing fire points. The central square of the execution platform had seemingly been encircled. At a moment's notice, the Navy could effectively seize control, trapping everyone. However, the impending execution of Luffy had drawn a large crowd, blocking any further military action due to the overwhelming presence of civilians. Just as Buggy raised his sword to carry out the execution, Zoro and Sanji finally arrived. Yet, their presence did little to halt Buggy's intentions. After all, he could easily strike Luffy down before they could intervene. Zoro and Sanji's expressions tightened as they rushed toward the execution platform. Armed with swords, Zoro and Sanji faced Buggy's crew without mercy, rendering them no match. They achieved their objective, delaying their progress at the cost of their lives. Blue Knight was intrigued by the pirates' relentless pursuit of profit, even in the face of death. As Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and a still missing Blue Knight stood before the executioner's blade, Luffy uttered his final words. "I'm sorry, I'm going to die." His signature grin, even in the face of death, left Blue Knight momentarily stunned. In that instant, Buggy's blade fell with deadly intent. Luffy declared, "I would rather not become the Pirate King." As the blade descended, Blue Knight instinctively raised his hand, wishing to use his gravity powers to intercept it, but another force acted first. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, connecting the dark clouds to Buggy's sword with a long arc of blue lightning. Thunder rumbled ominously. Buggy not only failed to claim Luffy's life, but found himself struck by the lightning. The execution platform, already dilapidated, shattered under the force, granting Luffy his freedom. As a rubber man, he was insulated from the electrical strike. With a sigh of relief, Blue Knight sat down, feeling the weight of the moment. Despite knowing the outcome of the plot, he was compelled to intervene when Luffy seemed on the brink of execution. He couldn't fathom why he had chosen a position within the range of his powers. Scanning the crowd below, he noticed the shocked expressions of the onlookers and managed a stiff smile, realizing he had been overly tense. His muscles were still rigid. Then, rain began to pour down, each drop like a bead of yellow bean. The storm had arrived. "Wow, how spectacular!" Luffy exclaimed, excitement brimming as he realized the gravity of the situation. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd's astonishment, Zoro rushed to Luffy's side and grasped him by the nape, lifting him as one would a small dog. "Luffy, enough fun. It's time to escape," Zoro urged. Sanji pointed towards the approaching Navy. "If we don't hurry back to the ship, we won't be able to leave this island." "What? That would be terrible. Let us get out of here," Luffy responded, and the trio sprinted toward the port, heading in Blue Knight's direction. After searching in vain for Dragon, Blue Knight resigned himself to following Luffy from the air, certain that Dragon would intervene if Luffy was ensnared by Smoker. "Are you just going to stand by and watch your captain nearly get executed, all for a promotion to first mate?" A deep voice called from behind. "Who?" Blue Knight exclaimed, leaping from the balcony. He turned to see a man with silver hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a navy cloak that left his muscular abdomen exposed. The unmistakable figure of Smoker stood before him. "What bad luck," Blue Knight muttered, retreating hastily, flying away from the scene. Despite his swift movements, he could not outpace Smoker's strike. A fist enveloped in smoke slammed into Blue Knight's abdomen. At the last moment, he conjured a repulsive force to barely deflect the blow. Had it not been for that, Smoker's strength would have felled him with a single punch. The attack was blocked, but Blue Knight was propelled backward by the force, plummeting toward the ground. If not for his desperate use of his powers to hover half a meter above the ground, the impact would have been unbearable. Items floated above him, scattered across the ground. Hey, it's Blue Knight. What are you doing here? Luffy's group approached. You bastard. Just wait until Sanji charged forward, only to be halted by Zoro. Get out of the way, you green-haired fool. Don't you know what just happened? Zoro retorted. Perverted Kappa, is this really the time for reckoning? Look around. If this drags on, none of us will escape. Zoro shot back without hesitation. At this moment, it is indeed remarkable that the two can still engage and banter. I remarked, since you both are here, why not stay? Before I could finish my words, Smoker had already pursued us, his form enveloped in a misty haze, intent on surrounding the four of us. Get away from me. Zoro's slash and Sanji's kick were unleashed simultaneously, yet for Smoker, who wields the powers of the smoke fruit, these physical attacks devoid of haki were merely a tickle. Instead, they ensnared Zoro's sword-wielding hand and Sanji's kicking leg, causing the mist to creep towards their bodies. Hey, let go of me. Gum pistol. Luffy's attack pierced through Smoker's head. But alas, it bore no effect. Instead, Luffy himself became ensnared by the white mist. A vein of frustration appeared on Blue Knight's forehead. They had barely taken a few steps when they were ensnared by Smoker. Helplessly, a gravitational layer began to form in his palm. Initially, he extracted the still partially trapped Zoro and Sanji from Smoker's misty reach. Subsequently, he traced circles in the air with his right hand, conjuring a repulsive force of considerable height. The maximum repulsion was unleashed, forcefully propelling Luffy away. Smoker, due to his ethereal mist form, merely dissipated rather than being swept away alongside Luffy. Thus, all three managed to escape Smoker's fog. Yet, Smoker was not one to relent. He aimed to extend his mist to capture the four once more. However, Loni did not retreat, but instead advanced into Smoker's cloud. He then summoned a gravitational layer, meticulously maintaining it 10 centimeters from his surface, effectively ensnaring Smoker's mist. At the same time, he generated a repulsive layer 5 centimeters from his skin, preventing the mist from encroaching upon him, while simultaneously ensuring that the outer gravitational layer inhibited Smoker from pursuing Luffy and the others. In the past month of combat in the duel arena, Blue Knight did not perish in vain on numerous occasions. He has now gained a solid understanding of his abilities, ensuring they only affect Smoker while leaving Luffy and his companions unharmed. You three, hurry up and move. I will hold him off. Blue Knight's voice resonated from within the white mist. Hey, you can't just abandon your comrades. Luffy was the first to voice his opposition. I never agreed to be your companion, so this isn't abandonment, Blue Knight retorted. But I have already considered you my comrade, Luffy interrupted him. At that moment, Blue Knight found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the white mist dissipated, and Smoker, now in human form, stood before Blue Knight, their eyes mere centimeters apart. His cigar gripped firmly in hand. Damn, you scared the life out of me, Blue Knight exclaimed, mistaking Smoker's advance for an intimate gesture. Smoker, with a frown, had intended to commend Blue Knight's selflessness but swallowed the words, stating, You cannot escape. Stop struggling uselessly. Wait until you can move again, he added with a scoff. I wonder how long you can hold out. The standoff persisted, as Blue Knight, prepared for the confrontation, had Smoker firmly restrained, while Luffy and his friends refused to abandon him. Naturally, Smoker was equally unwilling to relinquish his pursuit of Blue Knight and his companions. Before long, a multitude of naval soldiers surged forth, encircling the four and launching an assault on Luffy and his friends at Smoker's command. Hey, Luffy, if you don't leave soon, we'll never make it to the Grand Line, Blue Knight lamented. Don't worry, I have my own way to escape, Luffy assured him. Blue Knight had no intention of sacrificing himself to save others. He believed that if he could hold off the enemy for Luffy, Dragon would not stand idly by. At worst, Blue Knight could leap into the sea with Smoker, knowing that while he was unafraid of the water, Smoker was not. It would be interesting to see who faltered first. Then tell me your plan, Luffy insisted. I absolutely cannot abandon my comrades to chase my dreams. Aren't you aiming to become the Pirate King? If you get captured here, then I would rather not be the Pirate King. Blue Knight's expression shifted. The fact that Luffy could utter such words indicated his regard for Blue Knight was equal to that of Zoro and the others. A peculiar thought flickered in Blue Knight's mind. Damn, how can such an inflexible mindset be somewhat touching? Amidst this strange contemplation, Blue Knight found himself at an impasse. When it came to Luffy's convictions, Even the iron fist of Garp could not sway him, and Blue Knight doubted his ability to do so either. It was clear that if the three of them departed, Blue Knight would have the upper hand. Yet, how had it come to this? Just as the tension escalated, a sudden gust of green wind swept through, halting even the pouring rain. Blue Knight felt Smoker, who he had been holding tightly, slip from his grasp. Before he could react, a whirlwind sensation enveloped him, and when his vision cleared, he and Luffy's trio found themselves at the port of Logtown. Surrounded by a throng of naval soldiers, they were evidently caught off guard by the sudden appearance of pirates in their ranks. Before they could react, Luffy and his friends began to wreak havoc among them. It must be Dragon. He has made his move. Blue Knight gasped in astonishment, attempting to use his flight ability to soar towards the execution square, but was halted by a barrage of large nets. These are prison nets designed specifically for Devil Fruit users. With a flick of his wrist, 10 magical cards shot forth, attempting to slice through the nets. But to no avail. Although Blue Knight was not afraid of Sea Prism Stone, the steel nets proved impenetrable, and if ensnared, he would be unable to break free for some time. He could only halt his motion and use repulsion to send the prison nets flying. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons echoed. Blue Knight quickly activated a repulsion barrier to deflect the incoming cannonballs, only to realize they were not aimed at him, but rather soared over his head towards the harbor behind him. Specifically, they were aimed at the Going Merry, which was yet to set sail. At that moment, on the Going Merry, Nami and Usopp were fleeing from a lion, unable to take control of the ship, with the naval soldiers closing in, and the prison nets blocking their escape. The Going Merry was at risk of being hit by cannonballs and sinking in Logtown's harbor. Despite Luffy and his friends cutting through the naval soldiers, the sheer number of them was enough to delay their escape by over a minute. A minute was ample time for the Navy to obliterate the unlaunched Going Merry into fragments. As Blue Knight frantically assessed the situation, his mind was in chaos. Finally, with a firm resolve, he tore off his glasses, spinning around to fly towards the Going Merry. He didn't actually need glasses. He wore them merely to remind himself to remain calm. But now, he did not require calmness. He needed to unleash his fury. Joining the Revolutionary Army would present future opportunities, but if he stood by and watched the Going Merry sink before his eyes, he could not fathom how the subsequent events would unfold. More importantly, he simply could not bear it. He could not bear to see Nami and Usopp perish in the depths, nor could he endure Luffy and his companions unleashing a massacre in response to their comrades' deaths, ultimately being captured and sent to Impel Down. Though he consistently denied Luffy as a companion, Blue Knight's body told a different story. After all, he was a pirate enthusiast. With red-rimmed eyes, Blue Knight poured all his energy into flight, reaching the Going Merry in under 5 seconds. He directed a gravity pull towards the lion pursuing Nami and Usopp, yanking it into the air, and then casually threw it against an incoming cannonball, leaving its fate to chance. Surrounding him, magical cards materialized, first detonating nearby cannonballs in midair before expanding into a massive repulsion field, keeping all cannonballs and encroaching naval soldiers at bay. The crisis was momentarily averted. Seeing this, Usopp cried out, "Ah, Blue Knight, if you had come any later, we would have." Instead of whining like a baby, help Nami set sail on the Going Merry. Blue Knight barked, causing Usopp to shrink back, glancing nervously at the furious Blue Knight before obediently preparing the ship for departure. At this moment, Blue Knight was terrifying, his eyes blazing with fury. And he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, the forced alteration of his plans fueled Blue Knight's wrath. With the distant cannons still firing, he attempted to strike at the magical cards nearby to sever the cannon's barrel, but unfortunately, it was over 1,000 meters away, far beyond his precise targeting range. The magical cards could travel that distance, yet the accuracy needed for such a long shot eluded him. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Unable to neutralize the cannons, Blue Knight could only maintain the repulsion barrier to protect the Going Merry, remaining unable to depart. Damn it! With a fierce curse, Loni seized the brief window of opportunity amidst the bombardment, dispersing the repulsive force protective shield before employing gravity to draw Zoro and Sanji closer. Without hesitation, he forcefully propelled them towards the Thousand Sunny. Following this, another barrage of cannonballs approached, compelling Loni to once again raise the repulsive force barrier. With the formidable duo of Sanji and Zoro on board, preparations for departure accelerated dramatically. Within 20 seconds, they had set sail, heading towards the open sea. Lanya's eyes sparkled with hope. With the protection of Zoro and Sanji, the Thousand Sunny was essentially secure. Would he then be able to? A glance at the lower left corner revealed his life points at 2015, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Ultimately, he rationally donned his glasses and leaped onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny, casting a reluctant gaze back at Logtown. After the previous exertions and repeated use of his abilities, he found his life points reduced to a mere quarter. At this moment, he had no idea where Dragon was. To recklessly charge forward now would be akin to inviting capture into Impel Down. That Ambiorix Ivankov was also imprisoned in Impel Down, perhaps. No. It would be better to join Luffy's ship, which would eventually lead to Impel Down as well. The Revolutionary Army also had a presence in Alabasta. There might be critical information to gather there. On the terrifying three-masted ship, he might encounter Bartholomew Kuma, who lurked within the world government as one of the 7 warlords. Surely, he could glean some information there. As his mind raced with these thoughts, a sudden, spirited roar pierced the air. He looked up to see Luffy soaring directly towards him, evidently propelled by his rubbery abilities. Had it not been for Luffy's earlier indifference, he might have already boarded Dragon's ship, successfully embarking on a revolutionary journey against the world government. The mere thought filled Loni with resentment. He had always been a man of action, one who avenged grievances without delay. He generated a repulsive lair before forcefully rebounding the incoming Luffy back towards the shore, landing him amidst a group of naval soldiers. Naval soldiers? Luffy. Nami. Sanji. Zoro, well done. Or else I would have been smashed. Usopp. Hey, that retribution was too obvious. Hey, Loni, how could you send me back? Luffy complained. If it weren't for Buggy stopping that cigar-smoking old man, I might have been caught, you know? Buggy and his crew were also having a rough time. The spot where Luffy landed, propelled by Loni, was right next to their pirate ship. Just then, Smoker finally arrived on the battlefield. Knowing he couldn't take on Luffy with Dragon's protection, Smoker initially targeted Buggy and his crew, unable to contend with Dragon. The Straw Hat Pirates could only watch helplessly as he slipped away. What? This clown pirate crew thinks they can turn the tide. Luffy mistakenly believed that Buggy had sacrificed himself to shield him from Smoker, allowing for his escape. Had it not been for Dragon's green whirlwind sweeping him up onto the ship, he would have surely stayed behind to fight alongside Buggy's crew. Now, standing here. I can't look back, Loni thought, his gaze fixed on a distant figure clad in black robes, Dragon, who stood gazing in his direction. Bidding farewell to his son, Luffy, Loni had attempted to rush forward again, but the barrage of naval cannon fire was too intense. His remaining life points were insufficient to carry him to the shore. It seemed Dragon recognized this, summoning a gust of green wind that swept Loni back aboard the ship. Watching Smoker glaring at him from the shore, Loni clenched his teeth, feeling a deep sense of frustration as he struck the ship's stern with his fist. Luffy and the others noticed Loni's unusual demeanor and fell silent. As the Thousand Sunny drifted further away, obscuring Logtown from view, Loni finally made his way from the stern to the bow. He would have to search for clues about the Revolutionary Army along the Grand Line. The storm raged on, waves crashing against the Thousand Sunny as if seeking to engulf it. Fortunately, the ship was expertly crafted, handling the tumult with ease. While Usopp continued to shout dire warnings about capsizing, suddenly, a bright light pierced through the downpour. It was a lighthouse, the guiding light of the Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line lay at the end of that beam. Luffy and his crew were filled with excitement, aside from Usopp, who clung tightly to the mast in fear. The others wore eager expressions. Yosh, to celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Line, let us have a launching ceremony. Luffy proposed. Naturally, everyone eagerly agreed. As Luffy's ship, the ceremony could not simply involve breaking a bottle. Luffy fetched a large barrel of alcohol, perhaps intending for everyone to place their hands upon it, but Sanji, the first to step up, placed his foot atop it instead. Sanji, I'm here to find All Blue and see the beautiful mermaid princess. With Sanji's lead, the others followed suit, placing their feet on the barrel. Luffy, I'm here to become the Pirate King. Zoro, I'm here to become the greatest swordsman. Nami, I'm here to chart the world map. Usopp, I'm here to become a brave warrior of the sea. Loni, watching from the side. Loni showed no intention of joining Luffy and the others in this unique launching ceremony. Even though a space remained on the barrel, he declined. Hey, Loni, join us. Luffy invited, his smile radiant. I have no desire to be a pirate. It's unnecessary. He firmly refused once more. Hey, Loni, whether or not you consider yourself our companion, when you abandoned something important to come back for me and Usopp, to save the Thousand Sunny, we already regard you as one of us, Nami said, her smile touching Loni's heart. Yes, Loni, thank you sincerely for saving me. I may not know what you sacrificed, but I can tell you value something deeply, and you gave it up to save the Sunny. I truly appreciate it. Usopp's heartfelt words resonated. Well then, little black-haired kid, since you gifted me 2 swords, I'll allow you to join, Sanji conceded, but you must never touch my ingredients. Clearly, he still harbored grievances over the incident with the giant tuna. Listening to their invitations, Loni, despite his reluctance to embrace the life of a pirate, felt an overwhelming allure at the prospect of participating in the Straw Hat Pirates launching ceremony into the Grand Line. Yet, he instinctively recoiled from further interaction with Luffy and the others. He was afraid. He feared that he might truly be assimilated by this group, ultimately accepting the life of a pirate, joining the Straw Hat Pirates, and becoming one of them. This is absolutely unacceptable. His ambition is to upheave this morbid world. He must join the Revolutionary Army. How can one halt here? Sensing the hesitation in Loni, the emotionally astute Nami gently interjected, "Don't overthink it. The launching ceremony requires the participation of the entire crew, otherwise it would be incomplete. You understand what this signifies, right? Please." With that, Nami adopted a pitiful expression. Loni was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely was unaware of this custom. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is not merely for himself. It is for the Straw Hat Pirates to navigate smoothly along the course of history. Justifying to himself, Loni finally approached the barrel and placed his left foot upon it. I do this to collect enough cards, to possess the power to dictate my own fate and transform this ailing world. After a brief hesitation, he primarily articulated his desire to grow stronger, with a vague addition of his true intention. All right, then let us embark towards the Grand Line. With Luffy's command, the 5 raised their left legs in unison. Thus, the launching ceremony was completed. Amidst the tumultuous storm aboard the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat Pirates and Loni solemnly defined their shared goal of entering the Grand Line and forge bonds among one another. As for Luffy's intellectual limits, although they had seen the guiding light, a considerable distance remained before truly entering the Grand Line. After 5 days at sea, the entrance to the Grand Line still seemed far away. Nami, didn't you say the end leads to the Grand Line? Why haven't we arrived yet? Usopp's voice was filled with exasperation. We only departed from Fusha village 5 days ago. We should reach it in about a week, Nami replied. Usopp's face fell immediately. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to grin widely, his enthusiasm undiminished. Zoro remained in his usual deep slumber, while Sanji prepared a special dessert for Nami. In contrast, Loni was a fleeting figure in the lookout, disappearing every 10 minutes or so, reappearing after 1, 3, or 5 minutes. This is an obsession from which one cannot extricate oneself in the arena of duels. He had initially achieved a remarkable streak of 17 consecutive victories, tantalizingly close to the milestone of 20, with only a trifling effort remaining to secure the coveted green card reward. Alas, misfortune struck when he encountered a user of a devil fruit, who decisively overwhelmed him. Since that fateful encounter, it seemed that for every 3 opponents he faced, one would invariably possess the powers of a devil fruit. Strangely, all of them were users of the Zoan type, which is widely regarded as the weakest category among devil fruits. Of course, this is merely relative to the Paramecia and Logia types. At present, the Zoan users have proven to be his nemesis. The agility exhibited by Zoan users left him at a considerable disadvantage, rendering him helpless except for the large-scale deployment of repulsive force. Once they closed in on him, his defeat was almost assured. Thus, over the past 5 days, he had failed to achieve even a single 3-game winning streak, succumbing to Zoan users every time, and the daily rewards yielded nothing but red cards. Infuriating. It is maddening that my repulsion fruit allows for wall climbing, yet the confines of the arena are so restrictive. The arena's vastness serves as an ideal playground for the Zoan users, making it exceedingly difficult for him to land a hit with his snake, air blasts, or magical cards against an opponent intent on evasion. The only time he succeeded in landing a kill was when the opponent, in a moment of overconfidence, allowed his silent air blast to pierce through their forehead. However, that opponent was clearly a novice to their powers, allowing Blue Knight to exploit an opening. Otherwise, the air blast's 1-second charging delay would have easily been avoided. After all, while the air blast is invisible, the direction of the finger is not. As for the instantaneously fired repulsion blasts, regrettably, Blue Knight's output of repulsion in a given time frame is insufficient to penetrate the physical defenses of his adversaries. It is perplexing. Despite utilizing the same force to propel, the damage inflicted by the pure repulsion blast pales in comparison to that of compressed air bullets by several magnitudes. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between live rounds and blanks. Thus, it is clear that, at this stage, the convenient and swift repulsion blasts can only contend with ordinary Navy soldiers or pirate minions. Against even moderately skilled opponents, he must resort to more potent means. Eventually, Blue Knight ceased his attacks altogether. He closed his eyes, expanded his repulsion sensory field, and utilized the feedback from the repulsion within the circle to trace the trajectory of incoming attacks, deftly evading them by following the air pressure they generated. This technique resembled a blend of paper drawing and observation skills. Unfortunately, this ability proved inconsistent, as moments of panic often led him to misjudge the timing or angle of his evasions, resulting in swift demise. Although death in the duel arena is not permanent, each experience of dying feels all too real, be it from a headshot, a cleaving blow, decapitation, dismemberment, or a piercing heart strike. After days of such torment, his mental state had deteriorated significantly. Nami, upon witnessing his plight, playfully remarked, "You should refrain from such activities at night. Otherwise, you might become too weak to fly." She teasingly added, "And your interest I has sent me, is it?" In response to Nami's teasing, Blue Knight blushed, not from embarrassment, but rather from the oppressive heat of the day. Despite having not seen the sun in 5 days, after yet another distraction led to his being felled by an unseen pirate's blade, Blue Knight lamented that he had already perished 13 times that day and decided to take a break. He habitually scanned the surroundings for any cards that might appear when he suddenly noticed a peculiar sight in the distance. Instantly, he recalled a narrative he had overlooked. Prior to Luffy and his crew embarking on the Grand Line, there was an essential story involving a Millennium Dragon that needed to unfold. Hey, what is that over there? A flock of seabirds is circling something low in the air, Blue Knight called out without a second thought. What could it be? Luffy inquired. I can't see clearly. It might be a big fish, Sanji speculated, recalling tales of seabirds gathering above large fish. Fish, Luffy exclaimed. Let's catch it for lunch. Sure, I'm on it. To Luffy, fish and meat were synonymous. His eyes sparkled as he leaped from his special seat, extending his rubber arm towards the distant target, successfully capturing what he believed to be a fish and bringing it back. However, judging by the trajectory of his return, even Blue Knight, who was well aware of Luffy's antics, felt a twinge of anxiety, as did Sanji. Hey, wait a minute. How do you plan to put it down? Sanji's warning came too late, as Luffy's hand was already racing towards him. Sanji quickly ducked to avoid disaster, but poor Zoro, who was peacefully asleep behind Sanji, was not so fortunate. He was sent flying overboard, leaving the captured fish sprawled on the deck. Oops. Sorry, Zoro, Luffy said sheepishly. Sanji sprang to his feet, shouting in indignation. You big idiot. Fortunately, Blue Knight had anticipated this mishap and used his gravitational powers to securely catch Zoro, preventing him from plummeting into the sea. Though he had saved Zoro from becoming a drenched chicken, the impact was nonetheless substantial. Zoro's eyes rolled back as he was drawn up to the lookout, murmuring, "That fool one day, I will definitely cut him down." Absolutely. Alongside Zoro, the creature Luffy had brought back was not a fish, but rather a small girl of no more than 10 years. Wait, is that a fish person? Where are her fins? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. What are you talking about? She doesn't look anything like a fish person, Usopp retorted. But hey, earlier, we clearly said she was a big fish. Now it seems we can't eat her. He wore a look of disappointment. Hey, that's too far away to see clearly. That's a girl. A person. Don't even think about eating her. Nami interjected, stepping protectively between the little girl and Luffy. Of course, I know she is a person. Fish people are still people and should not be eaten, Luffy exclaimed. I already mentioned, she is not a fish person. She is human. But we clearly said she was a big fish earlier. Sanji even suggested we catch her for lunch. I said earlier it was a guess based on poor visibility. Blue Knight, observing the futile attempts of Usopp, Sanji, and Nami to correct Luffy's misconceptions from the lookout, sighed in exasperation. After all this time sailing with your captain, do you still not realize that his intellectual ceiling is far too limited to grasp such complex matters? 21. The misunderstanding caused by the human bun due to the little girl's unconscious state, they laid her on a simple wooden bed in the kitchen, while Sanji prepared a light soup for her. Given her pallid complexion, it was evident she had not eaten for several days and required gentle nourishment. This act alone reflects the essence of Luffy and his crew, who pursue their dreams as pirates, not as bloodthirsty butchers seeking wealth. Should a pirate of the ilk of Buggy encounter this situation, one can be certain that the treatment would not be as gracious. Even if they were not cast back into the sea, they would undoubtedly be condemned to laborious toil. During the luncheon, the group gathered around the dining table, eagerly awaiting Sanji's culinary display. "Oh, is Blue Knight joining us for lunch today?" Sanji inquired in surprise. "Yes, I'm a bit fatigued today, just taking a break," came the reply. "What? That means one less portion for me," Luffy complained. "If you wanted more to eat, you could have just asked. Why must you covet someone else's?" Sanji retorted, exasperated. "But seeing food makes me want to eat." The others responded with exasperation. Typically, Blue Knight was not called for lunch, as he might still be engaged in duels and thus difficult to locate. Hence, Sanji would always reserve a portion for him. The crew had grown accustomed to Blue Knight's occasional disappearances. Most of the time, it would be pilfered by Luffy anyway, given that he is made of rubber. Even if his stomach expands, it merely inflates a little. Consequently, Sanji would have to prepare another serving for Blue Knight. Thus, Sanji was quite astonished to see Blue Knight sitting down to wait for lunch alongside him. As the enticing aroma from Sanji's cooking wafted through the air, Blue Knight's gaze fell upon a young girl. He could not recall her name, yet he vaguely remembered that this little one possessed the abilities of a devil fruit, capable of understanding the communications of animals. The specific nature of her powers and her name eluded him. The reason for his presence at lunch was partly due to exhaustion. But another motive was a thought he wished to validate, an experiment concerning card generation. As Blue Knight endeavored to recall more details, the little girl's nose twitched, seemingly roused by the delectable scents emanating from Sanji's cooking. Suddenly, she sprang up with a loud thud. Poor Usopp, who merely intended to cover the girl with a blanket, was met with a vigorous headbutt from her, causing him to topple to the floor, stars dancing before his eyes. Blue Knight mused that he could easily consume 2 servings for lunch. "Ouch, that hurt," the little girl exclaimed. "You've awakened, I see," Blue Knight remarked, drawing the girl's attention. "You must be hungry. I'm helping prepare soup," Sanji chimed in cheerfully. Regardless of age, he was always exceedingly attentive to girls, even young ones. The little girl seemed momentarily stunned, as if still processing her surroundings, before erupting in excited cheers. How fortunate. Clearly, she had recalled her previous plight and understood that she had been rescued by Luffy and the others. Nami smiled at this and gently remarked, "Did you encounter some misfortune? It is indeed fortunate that we found you. What is your name?" The little girl's expression hardened. She felt it was customary to introduce oneself before asking for another's name. Nami paused, then chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly possessing a special fondness for children. Just as she was about to introduce the rest of the crew, Blue Knight interjected. "Hey, little one," he said, rising to loom over her ominously. "Don't get too cocky. We are pirates. As luck would have it, we are short on ingredients, so tonight, we might just turn you into meat buns." True to form, Blue Knight's menacing expression, coupled with the words pirate, chop, and human meat buns, caused the little girl to recoil in fear, her braids standing on end, her eyes rolling back as she froze in place. "This is quite alarming. What are you doing, Blue Knight?" "You frightened her," Nami reproached. Blue Knight shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Nami's admonition. Instead, his eyes gleamed with intrigue as he fixated on the little girl's head. There, a green light flickered. The sight stirred Blue Knight's senses. A green card, second only to the cyan card that signifies the first tier of the repulsion fruit, surpassed even the red card he possessed, the water avoidance pearl, by a level. Simultaneously, it demonstrated that any event involving Blue Knight had the potential to generate a card, provided he was the one in charge. If he were merely offering a reminder like Luffy did previously, then even if the little girl had fainted, a card would not have materialized. Suddenly, Nami, with her prominent figure, obstructed Blue Knight's line of sight. "Hey, Blue Knight, what kind of look is that? You're not genuinely considering turning her into?" With a twitch of his lips, Blue Knight settled down, disregarding Nami. Was he really the type to indulge in such grotesque notions? Observing his silence, Nami assumed her words struck a chord, her complexion turning pale as she exclaimed, "I can't believe you're this sort of person, Blue Knight. I've misjudged you. Oh, is human meat delicious? Is there a lot of meat inside?" Luffy, upon hearing the mention of meat, couldn't he help but salivate. "Idiot, that's human flesh. Do you really want to eat it?" Nami delivered a sharp reprimand. "Huh? Isn't human flesh still meat? Why can't I eat it?" Luffy protested. "I've told you, it's human flesh. It's inedible. Unedible meat. What a pity. Yes, absolutely forbidden. Then Sanji, I want to eat." "All right, coming right up. But there won't be any human buns. That's something I would never make. As long as there's meat. I want to eat, I want to eat." Nami rubbed her temples, utterly exasperated by Luffy's simplistic reasoning. She then sat beside Blue Knight, contemplating how to enlighten him, still convinced he genuinely intended to indulge in human buns. Such an adorable girl, how could that be possible? Reluctantly, Blue Knight clarified, I was merely startled by her tone towards you. I just wanted to give her a little scare. What is this nonsense? Am I really like Luffy, interested in human flesh? Oh, that is such a relief, Nami sighed. Patting her chest, then shifting her tone, so concerned for me. Does that mean you've fallen for me? As she spoke, she accentuated her curves. Blue Knight struggled to divert his gaze from Nami's prominent features, utterly speechless. Indeed, his choice to board this ship had been a grave mistake. At this moment, Sanji had completed the preparation of the meal. When he served the dishes, he strongly objected to Nami and Loni sitting so closely together. Only then did Nami return to her seat to indulge in Sanji's exquisite feast. Loni also let out a sigh of relief, his fingers playfully tracing the green card atop the little girl's head. This green card is a skill card. However, this skill, 22. Chopper the Adorable card, Druid's Listening rank, green category, skill card effect, acquires the skill of Druid's Listening, enabling the understanding of the emotional significance conveyed by non-human life forms and the ability to communicate analogous emotional information back to them. Note, currently able to connect with all races. Loni. This skill is indeed remarkable. It will facilitate basic communication with beings of other races, and his network will extend throughout nature. However, what on earth is this remark? Is it some form of morbid curiosity? From the very beginning, each note has appeared somewhat peculiar, yet still within the bounds of acceptability. However, this time, what does it mean to imply that one can attract sisters of every race? Do I really seem that desperate? How infuriating. What is it, Blue Knight? Are you still contemplating how to pursue me? Nami teased upon noticing Blue Knight's unusual expression. I shall go dine above. Taking his portion of food along with half of Usopp's, Blue Knight soared to the lookout tower. After swiftly finishing his meal, he immediately entered the duel arena to engage in combat, perhaps channeling his frustrations into fighting prowess. Blue Knight astonishingly achieved a remarkable 7 consecutive victories on top of his previous win. As dusk descended, there were less than 3 hours until midnight. Yes, let us strive for another streak, aiming for 10 consecutive victories. The first orange card in the duel arena is a magical one. Just think of what I currently lack in terms of storage space, healing methods, or even a devil fruit. I could use any of those. Although I am aware that the quality of orange cards is merely second to last, and the likelihood of encountering such items is slim, it doesn't hurt to dream. A life devoid of dreams is hardly different from that of a stagnant fish, is it? Even if one is like a salted fish, one should still strive to revel in life. With this mindset, as Blue Knight prepared to enter the duel arena, a sudden, piercing scream resonated from the cabin. It was the voice of that little girl. Instinctively, Blue Knight felt compelled to investigate, only to remember. At this moment, it is time for the young girl to seek something to eat, and by chance, she encounters Luffy, who is also on the same errand. Sanji, who detests anyone tampering with his ingredients, has taken it upon himself to procure an oversized mousetrap specifically for the incorrigible Luffy. This marks the 17th occasion that Luffy has been ensnared by that immovable trap, which has mercilessly clamped down on his rubbery waist. Had it been Blue Knight instead, he believes that the colossal trap would have shattered his bones upon impact. With the commotion caused, it is likely that Sanji will investigate. Thus Blue Knight chooses to disregard it and immerses himself back into the arena of combat, continuing his struggle. Recently, among his opponents, every second duelist seems to wield the power of a Zoan fruit, a persistent source of frustration for Blue Knight, who finds himself at a disadvantage against such adversaries. His only recourse is to ascend into the sky, hovering at a distance, and deploy his area of effect attacks in hopes of vanquishing his foe. Should he find that after depleting a third of their health he still fails to defeat them, he will then shift his focus to honing his repulsion sensing field, training his neural reflexes until he meets his demise through various means in battle. It is indeed a lamentable truth that any creature possessing a modicum of agility proves to be his nemesis, particularly those endowed with natural devil fruit abilities. His sole recourse, aside from the passive defense of a repulsive force barrier, lies in the rather desperate strategy of embracing his adversary and leaping into the sea together. Alas, the arena of combat lacks such aquatic depths. Thus, I find my offensive tactics woefully inadequate, and my exploration of the fruit's potential remains insufficient. As I ponder these reflections, Blue Knight is abruptly drawn into the duel space. His previous opponent had been a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. and it stands to reason that his current foe is another wielder of a devil fruit. However, upon catching sight of this adversary, Blue Knight's eyes widen in utter astonishment. The combatant wields a club-like weapon, unmistakably a mortar and pestle given his identity, adorned with a trademark round, red hat atop his head, and a fluffy coat of brown fur accented by a striking blue nose. Most astonishing of all, he stands at a mere height of less than 1 meter, approximately 70 centimeters. Gazing at this familiar figure, Blue Knight cannot help but exclaim in disbelief, "What in the world? How can it be you? Ah, who are you?" The duelist, flustered, scurries to the weapon wall behind him, seeking refuge behind a shield large enough to conceal his diminutive form, then crouches down, clutching the edge of the shield with both hands, peering cautiously in the opposite direction. This signature evasive maneuver in the opposite direction provoked an uncontrollable burst of laughter from Blue Knight. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" the duelist bellowed, feeling a profound sense of mockery. "Ha, I apologize. Ha ha ha, your movements. Ha ha ha." Blue Knight laughed breathlessly. The duelist was greatly vexed, yet he timidly maintained his unique evasive posture, crouching low and refraining from any movements. The array of dazzling weapons surrounding him, coupled with the bizarre nature of his sudden appearance in this place, left him feeling tense and on edge. After laughing for about a minute, Blue Knight gradually acclimated to the opponent's peculiar style and nonchalantly sat down on the ground, waving a hand invitingly. "Chopper, come here. Let us converse face to face." Indeed, the current dueling opponent was none other than the reindeer Chopper, who had consumed the Zoan-type human fruit, his full name being Tony Chopper, a charmingly adorable creature. Or rather, the future doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. "I refuse. You look like a villain." "Huh? How do you know my name?" "Because you are quite famous, and many adore your adorable raccoon dog appearance." Upon hearing this, Chopper's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and he could no longer maintain his ludicrous evasive stance, his body swaying like a noodle as he softened his tone considerably. "How rude. Even if you praise my cuteness, I won't be pleased. You jerk. I am a reindeer, not a raccoon dog." All right, I acknowledge it. You are a raccoon dog, not a reindeer." "Enough already. I have stated it is a reindeer, not a raccoon dog." Fine. It is a raccoon dog, not a reindeer." "It is a reindeer." Oh, it's a raccoon dog." "It is a reindeer." "Indeed, it is a raccoon dog." "It is a reindeer, you scoundrel." "Very well, it is a reindeer." "It is a raccoon dog, you imbecile." "No, it is a reindeer, you rascal." After this lively exchange, Chopper became thoroughly bewildered by Blue Knight's banter, ultimately conceding and calling himself a raccoon dog, only to realize his error and correct himself. However, his irresistibly adorable demeanor made it impossible for Blue Knight to contain his amusement. With a swift motion, he reached out, and with an irresistible pull, Chopper found himself helplessly grasped by the neck, accustomed to such treatment. This thoroughly frightened Chopper. However, Blue Knight's next move, vigorously rubbing his face, left him momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he grew furious and swelled in size, managing to escape Blue Knight's grasp. "How dare you insult me like this?" Chopper, in his human form, glared down at Blue Knight and shouted, "Oh dear, I couldn't help myself. You are simply too adorable. My apologies," Blue Knight replied, sitting cross-legged on the ground with a smile. The phrase "too adorable" struck a chord with Chopper, causing him to revert to his soft, cute hybrid form, swaying his body like a noodle and involuntarily cursing out loud. His endearing demeanor made it impossible for Blue Knight to resist, and he extended his magical hand once more. "How dare you do this?" Chopper, still in his human form, roared. "Ah, so handsome. My apologies. A brief announcement. Tomorrow's update will be postponed until 2:10 p.m., but there will be 2 updates. In the realm of dark culinary arts, a human and a beast engaged in joyful play, with Blue Knight doing most of the playing and Chopper causing the mischief. During their frolic, Blue Knight explained that the duel arena was part of his devil fruit abilities, aiming to alleviate Chopper's apprehensions while also providing a brief introduction to this duel space. Blue Knight had no intention of harming Chopper, and Chopper, in turn, would not attack a human without reason. Thus, they sat facing each other, engaging in casual conversation, with Blue Knight doing most of the talking while Chopper listened intently. In his life, Chopper, having been cast aside by his kind for being different and shunned by humans out of fear, had only conversed with 2 individuals. One was his adoptive father, the quack Dr. Hiralik, and the other was Dr. Correa, who had promised Hiralik to care for Chopper and teach him advanced medical skills. Blue Knight became the third. Cleverly sidestepping Chopper's background, Blue Knight spoke of the wonders of the outside world, causing Chopper's eyes to sparkle with dreams and aspirations. He too young to see the world beyond, yet his feelings of inferiority held him back until Luffy's arrival. Before long, half an hour had passed, and both were teleported out. It turned out that the duel space could only exist for half an hour, after which it would be deemed a draw. Winning streaks would not be interrupted, nor would they increase. It was a perfect solution, alleviating Blue Knight's worries about what to do next. Following this chance encounter with Chopper, Blue Knight smoothly achieved a record of 10 consecutive victories. Although the orange card awarded at midnight was merely a pure gold card, it filled him with immense joy. If one were to ask who Blue Knight favored the most among the Straw Hat Pirates, the answer would undoubtedly be Chopper. The character, capable of melting hearts while selflessly caring for his companions, made Blue Knight long for such a pet of his own. On that night, the mood of Loni was filled with delight until a resounding boom abruptly jolted him from his sweet slumber. Immediately after, a thick cloud of black smoke surged in, choking him into a fit of coughs, compelling him to dart onto the deck, prepared for battle. He initially presumed an enemy assault, yet the source was not an attack. The smoke emanated from the kitchen, where a little girl was unsteadily emerging. A sense of foreboding arose. "ABIs, what is happening?" Sanji inquired, as the little girl had presumably introduced herself earlier. "I'm cooking," ABIs joyfully replied. "Everyone, dinner is ready." "Oh, it's time to eat," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "What could it be?" Zoro pondered in terror. "It shouldn't be edible, right?" Usopp expressed his aversion. Before them lay a grotesque array of blackened culinary disaster. Lan Yi, with an impassive expression, pried open Luffy's mouth and unceremoniously dumped the contents inside. Watching it vanish instantly, he showed no concern for ABI's tender feelings. He would rather face death multiple times in the duel arena than consume such a dish. "Why doesn't that brother eat?" ABI's face fell in disappointment. "Haha, he's very busy. Sometimes he doesn't have time to eat." Nami comforted ABI's, all the while scrutinizing Luffy's face for any signs of distress after swallowing the unidentifiable black mass. Seeing no pain, she continued, "Yay, ABI's. Did you make this?" ABI's nodded obediently. "It actually looks quite unique," Nami thought, unwilling to dishearten ABI's. Meanwhile, Zoro lowered his head to sniff the mysterious black dish, muttering, "Can this really be eaten?" Fearing ABI's would overhear, Nami sharply stepped on Zoro's foot. As he opened his mouth to cry out in pain, she swiftly seized her plate and poured its contents into his mouth, then promptly closed it. "Stop talking so much. Just eat." Zoro. In stark contrast, Luffy savored each bite, proclaiming it delicious. Seeing Luffy accept the dish, Sanji reassured ABI's. Yes. Some dishes only look unappealing." "Really?" Usopp asked, half convinced. With a forkful of the unrecognizable black mass, the two tentatively took a bite, soon followed by ABI's. Zoro collapsed. Nami collapsed. Sanji collapsed. ABI's collapsed. Usopp collapsed. Everyone present, save for the extraordinary Luffy, succumbed to the culinary catastrophe. At that moment, Lan Yi returned to the scene. Observing the nightmarish tableau before him, he raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "What a horrendous dark cuisine. Thankfully, I escaped in time. Otherwise, this would have been my fate. Hey, why isn't anyone eating? Are you all full? Then I'll take the leftovers," Luffy exclaimed, eager to pilfer the abandoned meals. "This is a necessary ritual at the dining table." "Go ahead. I believe they will have no objections," said Lanya. "Really? Then I shall not be polite," replied Lanya, as he brought a bucket of fresh water to the table, offering each of the lifeless individuals a sip to revive them before turning his attention away. The awakened individuals, unable to express their gratitude in time, eagerly drank the water, striving to wash away the lingering darkness in their mouths, soon finishing the entire bucket. "This is indeed spicy. Thank you, Lan Yi, for saving my life." Usopp has finally regained his composure. "No need for thanks. I shall return to the lookout tower." Lan Yi is not particularly interested in the forthcoming events. His mind drifts back to the narrative of this period. It is related to dragons. The legendary Millennium Dragon, whose bones are said to be utilized in the creation of elixirs for immortality within the Tales of One Piece. By a twist of fate, ABI saved an elderly, senile Millennium Dragon on the brink of death and received a precious dragon tooth as a token, which she wears as an ornament. However, it caught the attention of a naval admiral, who sought to capture her in order to seize the Millennium Dragon and attain eternal life. Due to lax supervision, ABI's managed to escape on a small wooden boat during a storm, drifting across the ocean until Lan Yi discovered her. To be honest, he is quite intrigued by the so-called lost island of the Millennium Dragon and the Dragon's Lair. As an abandoned isle, could it possibly harbor cards? The numerous Millennium Dragon fossils within the lair date back at least 1,000 years, suggesting there may be a considerable number of cards to be found there. How exciting! 24. A sudden appearance of Sea King's boom. 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 Surrounding the Thousand Sunny, towering columns of water are propelled skyward by cannon fire. As anticipated, Luffy has agreed to escort ABIs back to her homeland, the naval island, as it is not far from the Grand Line's route. The pursuing navy has also arrived as expected. They are currently bombarding the Thousand Sunny, yet none of the shots are aimed at the ship itself. Rather, they serve as a warning, striking the sea surface ahead of the vessel and the surrounding waters. The objective is to bring the Golden Mary to a halt and capture ABIs. The strategy is effective. Naval vessels are gradually approaching the renowned speedster, the Golden Mary. At that moment, several sea doves flew overhead, their soft cooing resonating in the night. Blue Knight instinctively translated the stream of information flooding his mind into a comprehensible language. How terrifying! Humanity is once again turning against itself. We must evade. How unfortunate! We were merely passing through. Is that ship about to sink? Let us wait and see if any food surfaces. All right then. Be cautious. A southeast wind is imminent, and it could propel us towards that dreadful place. Hurry. That place is so frightening. We must fly. The transmission abruptly ceased. Blue Knight blinked, realizing this was a change heralded by the druids listening. Abandoning the notion of using an air blast against the approaching warship, he soared from the lookout and maneuvered to the side of the Golden Mary, exerting force to pivot the vessel by 30 degrees. Hey, Blue Knight, what are you doing? Usopp's voice trembled. If we don't hurry, the warship will catch us and we'll be imprisoned. Truly, as cowardly as ever. Shaking his head, Blue Knight ascended to the lookout and shouted down. A strong wind is about to hit. Hold onto something tightly to avoid falling into the sea. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful gust swept from behind the Golden Mary, filling the sails and allowing them to escape with the wind. Meanwhile, those naval officers who had been mocking the Golden Mary's navigational errors were caught off guard by the sudden gale, stumbling and teetering, with some falling overboard. Ordinarily, they could have lowered a small boat for rescue. However, the warships inexplicably dropped their sails and cast anchor, seemingly fearful of being swept away by the fierce wind. Before long, the vessels vanished from sight. As the powerful gust subsided, the speed of the Golden Mary gradually diminished to a near standstill. Wow, what incredible speed! Luffy exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Phew, thanks to my brilliant Usopp, we successfully escaped. But I'm more curious about how you knew the wind was coming. Blue Knight. Blue Knight did not respond. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, his expression betraying a sense of inevitability. Honestly, rather than pondering this, we should consider how to escape this windless zone. Windless zone? Can we eat that? Luffy asked, clearly confused. No, it can't be. Nami's face turned pale. A windless zone is a region devoid of wind. At this, Nami rushed to the edge of the ship, peering into the still waters for an extended time. Her complexion shifting from pale to a sickly hue. We're doomed. It truly is a windless zone, as even the currents have vanished. Well, we still have paddles. Luffy shrugged. Blue Knight, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, you all paddle. Nami was about to elaborate when ABIs suddenly interjected, they're coming. The group froze. It was only then that Blue Knight perceived a distinct sound. Something has invaded our home. A gentle female voice remarked, it seems to be another human vessel. Delicious humans are near. I want some. They are so small. I could catch large fish for you instead of eating the humans. The gentle voice persuaded. Eat the humans first, then have the big fish. No, I cannot allow you to consume them. The gentle voice insisted firmly. Before they could react, the Golden Mary was suddenly rocked violently, lifting from the sea's surface into the air. Surrounding them were colossal creatures of various forms, united only by their immense size. Yes, sea kings. In that instant, the scene felt frozen in time as everyone stood still, paralyzed by fear. Such a creature of this size is simply beyond the capabilities of all present. How infuriating. Release the humans. I wish to feast. No, I shall not allow that, came a gentle female voice in refusal. Then I shall retrieve them myself. At that moment, an enormous, toad-like sea king emerged from the depths, hurtling directly towards the Going Mary. Its gaping maw wide enough to engulf the entire vessel in one gulp. Just as everyone braced for disaster, the Sea King, bearing the Going Mary, narrowly evaded the monstrous jaws of the toad-like sea creature. No, you cannot consume them. Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings passed down from our elders? We must coexist peacefully with humanity. The gentle voice intervened once more. That was centuries ago. It was humanity that broke the pact and slaughtered our creator. They deserve only to be our sustenance. A resolute voice clamored for the consumption of humans. Indeed, it was humanity that shattered the agreement. They killed our creator. They're the wicked ones, fit only to be food. Let us devour them. In an instant, all voices converged on the desire to consume Luffy and his companions, drowning out the gentle voice entirely. Seated in the crow's nest, Blue Knight furrowed his brow in concern. He needed to take action, lest calamity befall them. How vexing. Surely, the original narrative resolved this predicament in a similar manner. How did they overcome this challenge? The details elude me, damn it. Curse Eiichiro Oda for his sluggish updates. I can hardly recall the plot from when I was 6 or 7. Frustrated, Blue Knight clenched his teeth and leapt from the Going Merry, disregarding the cries of Luffy and the others, and made a beeline for the forehead of the massive Sea King that bore the Going Merry. Gently, he caressed its brow, conveying his thoughts through emotion. Thank you ever so much for protecting us. Might I inquire if you are aware of the Great Kingdom? This information detonated like a colossal bomb, causing an uproar among those present. However, the thoughts emanating from Lonway did not require direct contact. Rather, they were projected outward. And all the Sea Kings gathered could comprehend the utterance. Like a spark igniting a fuse, the atmosphere erupted. I can actually understand the words spoken by this human. Is it the language of the Sea Kings? How is it possible for a human to know our tongue? They must have insidiously learned it. It is the resolute voice that yearns to consume humans. Thus, we would refrain from devouring them. These cunning humans. No, it is not merely language. That voice seemed to manifest directly within my mind. Indeed, could it be the power of the devil fruit? No, he stands upon a puddle of seawater. If he were a devil fruit user, he would not be able to remain upright. Did you not notice? He is aware of the kingdom of giants, the realm of the creators of the kingdom of giants. How could he possibly know of it? The Sea Kings were in an uproar, churning the waters into chaos. Yet none dared to mention devouring Luffy and his companions again. From their dialogue, Lonway discerned that their creators, the royal family of the kingdom of giants, had established a decree. Any being capable of communicating with the Sea Kings must not be harmed in the slightest, or they would face the wrath of all Sea Kings until one side perished. The Sea Kings were devoid of human treachery. They were exceedingly innocent and had adhered to this decree to this day, even though the kingdom of giants had long since ceased to exist. Ultimately, it was a gentle voice that brought the atmosphere to a standstill. Could it be the Sea King mentioned by our ancestors, used by the creators to communicate with us? Instantly, all the boisterous Sea Kings fell silent, exchanging glances. And it was the voice of the Toad Sea King that proposed, why not take him to meet the 6th Elder? Only the 6th Elder among our family in the 6th region possesses knowledge of the Sea King. This proposal was met with unanimous approval. At last, the gentle voice turned to Lonway and inquired, Greetings, esteemed. Lonway, I am called Lonway. Oh, revered Lonway, would you kindly accompany us? We need to learn about what you possess. Of course, but please do not harm my companions. Lonway nodded, eager to witness the so-called Elder of the Sea Kings. Who knows what precious cards may be there? After all, that is a realm inaccessible to humans. To intrude upon the lair of the colossal Sea Kings is a notion that no admiral, nor even the haughty celestial dragons, would dare entertain. In the depths of the pirate world, the Sea Kings remain the sovereigns. No matter how powerful a user may be, they can only frolic upon the surface of the sea. Rest assured, Beers will guide your companions away from the calm belt. After your meeting with the Elder, we will return you to your comrades. Do not worry, I will not devour them. Beers, the Toad Sea King, assured. Very well. What is your name? Call me Bertha. Bertha, I will bid farewell to my companions and then follow you. Please wait a moment. Understood. The exchange of emotions was akin to the swift transfer of thoughts. To Luffy and the others, it appeared as though Lonway merely flew over to touch Bertha's forehead. After which all the Sea Kings began frantically slapping the surface of the sea, only to abruptly cease moments later, and Lonway returned to the ship. What happened? What on earth is going on? Nami rushed forward to inquire. Are we going to die? What do they plan to do with us? I hope it's not a barbecue. Usopp lamented, brimming with negativity. Before he could finish, Bertha, standing atop the Going Merry, began to sink, returning the ship to the tranquil surface of the sea as Beers. A massive figure loomed toward them. So, we are indeed going to be treated as food. Usopp collapsed in despair. Nami clutched Abe eyes tightly. Her face as pale as a ghost. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy braced themselves, for surrender was not their style. However, as Beers approached the bow of the ship, he halted, raising his enormous flipper as if contemplating the best course of action. This is it. He must be deciding whom to eat. Please, do not let it be me. Take Luffy instead. He is a rubber man, very chewy. Usopp's negativity surged anew. Luffy retorted, I don't want to be eaten. Look at my strength, rubber. Loni, observing from the sidelines, felt exasperated. Was there no one interested in why he could communicate with the Sea Kings? He yearned for Bertha to swallow these raucous individuals whole. In the midst of the commotion, Loni turned away, feeling quite helpless. He soared back to Bertha, who said, Loni, you are a devil fruit user, correct? Please enter my mouth. The elder resides in the depths of the calm belt. You might. All right. No, that will not be necessary. I can simply dive into the water. I have a way to separate the seawater. The location is 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Are you certain? I gently reconfirm. 10,000 meters. Isn't that roughly equivalent to the distance of Fishman Island? In that case, no, you should descend first. I have a plan. Upon hearing the depth of 10,000 meters, Loni furrowed his brows yet resolved to enter Bertha's mouth. After all, he had originally intended to utilize a repulsive force shield for protection against the seawater. However, in such high-pressure depths, one might fear that vitality would be swiftly depleted. Yet, upon further reflection, an intriguing idea sparked in his mind. From his deck, Loni drew his soul red card, the water-repelling pearl, equipping it, a fist-sized, luminous jade orb now floated above his head. Bertha, inherently gentle in nature, confirmed for the second time that Loni was unharmed before commencing her descent. By the time Loni was prepared, they had already submerged into the ocean, moving at a slow pace while attentively monitoring Loni's condition, ready to ascend at the first sign of trouble. Strangely, a 3-meter radius of water around Loni appeared to mysteriously part, creating a dry area resembling a large bubble. Your methods are truly remarkable, Bertha sincerely praised. The other Sea Kings accompanying them expressed their astonishment and admiration. Loni responded with a few smiles, soon captivated by the surrounding environment, which Bertha kindly introduced. In both his past and present lives, it was his first time diving into the sea. Due to the calm winds, this marine area lacked small fish and shrimp, instead hosting fish larger than 10 meters, serving as sustenance for the Sea Kings. The minimum standard for a Sea King was 100 meters. Bertha spoke knowledgeably of these fish, detailing which were tender, which reproduced quickly, and which had a growth cycle that allowed them to reach 20 meters in just a few weeks. It was evident that Bertha was also a carnivorous Sea King. However, her intelligence seemed notably high. Perhaps, as Sea Kings grew in size, their intellect likewise expanded. Bertha introduced herself as being in her juvenile phase, measuring only over 300 meters in length. Once she surpassed 1,000 meters, she could even learn the human language. Notably, Bertha's mother was the elder whom Loni was about to meet. Observing the bizarre scenery around him, Loni's eyes sparkled with wonder, while his understanding of the ocean's terrifying depths became ever clearer. This is merely the doldrums, a region where even the formidable Sea Kings possess means to evade danger, such as embedding sea prism stone beneath their vessels. However, once one ventures into the vast ocean, particularly upon the Grand Line, the capricious weather, treacherous currents, and the desolation of human presence become truly terrifying aspects of navigation. At least for now, the mere recollection of Blue Night adrift alone at sea brings him considerable distress. As he descended to a depth of 5,000 meters, the surrounding light dimmed to a state akin to night, allowing him only a vague discernment of objects within a 5-meter radius. Moreover, as he continued to plunge deeper, visibility waned further until he found himself utterly blind, unable to perceive anything at all. This state persisted for quite some time, and gradually, light began to return. Loni, astonished, peered down from above Bertha's head and was surprised to catch a glimpse of a faintly glowing radiance. The light was not particularly bright, resembling the gentle softness of moonlight. It was a source of illumination belonging to our kind, known as the tree lanterns, which possess the ability to store lunar energy. As Bertha aptly explained, is it also an invention of the Great Kingdom? Loni instinctively inquired. Yes, according to my mother, Bertha replied. Bertha, you mentioned you were still in your juvenile phase. May I ask how old you are now? I am 131. May I inquire about your mother, the elder I am to meet? How old is she now? Counting this year, she has reached 851. 8. Loni stammered. Does that mean your mother has lived from the time of the Great Kingdom until now? Indeed, she has. Surely, she must have more than one descendant? Yes, in fact, this entire region is predominantly populated by my mother's progeny. And what of your father? Father? Although the Sea Kings are divided into male and female, reproduction does not necessitate the presence of the opposite gender. Upon hearing this, Loni's curiosity about the once prosperous era of the Great Kingdom deepened. Perhaps, in the elder of the Sea Kings he was about to meet, he could unveil the grandeur of that flourishing age. As he drew nearer, Loni finally caught a glimpse of a corner of the Sea King's lair. Magnificent! This was his initial impression. Awe-inspiring. It was a genuine sentiment that followed. Then came an uncontrollable tremor, not from fear or anything else, but from ecstatic exhilaration. The tree lanterns above emitted a gentle moonlight, illuminating a scene that had never been revealed to the world, a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the surface. Before his eyes, there were not many structures. Instead, he beheld a multitude of Sea Kings, both in number and size, exceeding what his eyes could fully comprehend. Bertha's 300-meter-long form had already been the largest creature Loni had encountered thus far, a size that was quite rare even upon the windless sea surface. Yet now, before Loni, not a single one was below 1,000 meters in length. As he gazed across the expanse, he counted a terrifying multitude of over 100. And that was merely the limit of what Loni's vision could encompass. Countless would be an inadequate description. These colossal sea monarchs are only lazily swimming in small numbers, while the vast majority lie beneath the ocean floor, a staggering 10,000 meters deep, in tranquil slumber. Bertha gently elucidates that these are medium-sized sea monarchs, whose penchant is to indulge in a hearty meal before entering a deep sleep. Essentially, those reaching a length of 1,000 meters exhibit this behavior, only surfacing for a brief moment when necessary, which is a rarity, as only in the depths of the ocean is there an abundance of sustenance to satiate their hunger. This is merely the medium-sized? Loni felt a slight dizziness from the lack of oxygen. Yes, there are also large, giant, and elder types of sea monarchs, which are even larger. How large? Do you see where they are resting? Do you know what that is? Is it not the seabed? Wait a moment. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Blue Knight. Could it be? Yes, that is our mother. Boom. A thunderclap reverberated in Blue Knight's mind. The sheer enormity of the sea monarchs, stretching thousands of meters, had already left him astounded. And now you tell me that the floor upon which these behemoths repose belongs to your maternal figure? How immense this must be. It is worth noting that from the vantage point where Blue Knight currently resides, the horizon stretches to a staggering limit of at least 10,000 meters. Yet, even at such an elevation, the view remains dominated by the pitch-black earth. In terms of linear distance alone, there are indeed numerous colossal sea creatures, amounting to more than a dozen. Thus, does this imply that your mother exists at a depth of at least 10,000 meters? It is akin to standing on a certain island in a past life, where someone informs you that beneath your feet lies a colossal terrestrial island turtle, an immense creature capable of sustaining the lives of over 100 million souls. Although the elder of the Sea Kings before me may not be as exaggerated, it is indeed sufficient for a small kingdom to thrive upon its back. After a considerable time, Blue Knight finally emerged from his profound astonishment as Bertha had brought him from the skies to the slumbering congregation of Sea Kings. Bertha, with a length exceeding 300 meters, appeared as a mere child among these dormant giants, most of whom were not even a quarter of her size. It is no wonder Bertha referred to herself as still in her juvenile stage. In comparison to these formidable beings, it is indeed the case. By the way, Bertha, what is your mother's name? Our mother is named Doris. We commonly refer to her as Mother or Elder. You may call her the Sixth Elder. The Sixth Elder? Blue Knight's eyes widened. Is your mother the only elder among the Sea Kings? Indeed, there are a total of 12 elders in the Calm Belt. My mother is the Sixth Elder, the sixth oldest among the Sea Kings. Gulp. A fossilized behemoth who has lived for 851 years is merely the sixth in rank. Good heavens. Bertha, how old is your grandelder? I do not know. Mother has not disclosed that information. However, to my knowledge, the Grand Elder was nurtured by the first generation of the Great Kingdom. Blue Knight gasped. The first generation of Sea Kings. Does that not imply an intimate understanding of the prosperous era created by the former Great Kingdom? Is your Grand Elder present here? Blue Knight inquired eagerly. No, each elder's range of activity does not overlap. The Calm Belt has been divided into 12 sections, a regulation maintained since my birth. Oh, then where does the Grand Elder operate? Her domain is in the first region, namely Laugh-Tail. Blue Knight shuddered. Laugh-Tail, the terminus of the Grand Line, known in English as Rough-Tail, translates to the Hard-Tail. It is the endpoint of the Grand Line and the hiding place of One Piece, a destination long yearned for by all pirates. In a previous life, that location was referred to as the unrefined legend, the very essence of historical truth. 800 years ago, during the century of blankness, the truth of the Great Kingdom, the truth concealed by the world government, Could it be that the so-called historical truth is not the original account, but rather the insights of the venerable Grand Elder Sea King, who witnessed this history? Moreover, do the legends from that blank century align with the various tales from my past life? With a myriad of questions reverberating in his mind, Blue Knight's eagerness to engage in an earnest conversation with the Sixth Elder intensified. Just then, Bertha arrived at the land where numerous medium-sized sea kings lay in slumber, perhaps near the back or waist of the Sixth Elder. By the way, Bertha, how are the sea kings classified? Blue Knight suddenly remembered to ask. Bertha was more than willing to answer, albeit her response was somewhat vague. Blue Knight attempted to organize the information himself. 500 meters, small sea kings. 1,000 meters, medium sea kings. 3,000 meters, large sea kings. 7,000 meters, giant sea kings. 10,000 meters, elder sea kings. This meant that the creature beneath his feet was a terrifying life form measuring at least 10,000 meters. Was it not true that even a single strand of its nostril hair exceeded his own length by several folds? As Blue Knight pondered this, Bertha emitted a deep and resonant roar reminiscent of a whale. It was a simple roar, devoid of any other emotion. Following this roar, Blue Knight felt as if his entire world was shaking, and the surrounding mountains, standing at a height of 1,000 meters, began to tremble, shedding the seaweed, fish, and shells clinging to them. One by one, they awakened from their slumber, producing a cacophony of varied sounds. This group of marine creatures, although diverse in form, predominantly comprises fish. Their calls are reminiscent of those made by dolphins and whales, other marine mammals. In an instant, Blue Knight felt not only the entire world swaying around him, but also a cacophony of countless distinct tones echoing in his mind. This state persisted for approximately a minute before a terrifying tremor akin to an 18th-degree earthquake suddenly erupted beneath his feet. Caught entirely off guard, he was flung away, fortunately. Bertha had anticipated this and managed to catch him. Had he fallen into the midst of those marine leviathans? A mere unconscious swipe of their tails could have reduced him to a mere pulp. Simultaneously, a voice resonated explosively within his mind. Children, what is it that you seek from me? It is, the Sixth Elder has awakened. Peering out from Bertha's mind, what he beheld was a vast expanse of brown that filled his entire field of vision. Just as Loni pondered when this had occurred, a wave of black, where he had previously stood, slowly washed over the brown, only to recede again, revealing an area reminiscent of a forest that also shifted in tandem. Gulp. Loni swallowed once more. No matter how he examined it, he felt that the movement just now resembled a blink. At that moment of uncertainty, the expanse of brown seemed to shift slightly, and Loni was struck by the sensation of being scrutinized by a terrifying presence. Merely a glance weighed upon him like a heavy burden. Is this existence merely a creation of biological entities? For the first time, Loni felt a profound fear and longing for the once mighty kingdom that had existed. How he yearned for himself to be the one to recreate that grand realm in the future. Captured by the gaze of the Six Elders, Loni felt an immense pressure, intensifying his desire for the ancient dominion of the Creator. Surrounding him, numerous sea dwellers continued to chirp, expressing their joyous emotions as they encircled the colossal figure of the Six Elders, so immense that Loni could scarcely perceive its entirety. I remember, your name is Bertha, isn't it? The voice of the Six Elders resonated powerfully. Although Loni could not comprehend the language of the sea dwellers, he could certainly read the emotions emanating from them. Indeed, my dear mother, the last time I saw you was at my birth. I am so glad you still remember my name, Bertha exclaimed with evident delight. My child, what is the matter with the human on your back? She inquired with a tone of indulgence. My apologies, dear mother, for taking the liberty of awakening you. Bertha quickly shifted from her joy to an apology, explaining. This human can comprehend my dialogue with the Fifth Elder, Beers, and can communicate with us. I believed he might possess the great title of Sea King, hence. Forgive me. Bertha, Loni interjected suddenly, the title of Sea King was bestowed upon the mermaid princess by the Grand Kingdom. Considering the passage of time, it has been 800 years since the last appearance of a Sea King. The current Sea King must have already been born, but it is not within me. For I am but a human. Ah, Bertha exclaimed, slightly flustered. Why did you not mention this earlier? Have I not disturbed? Enough, Bertha. No need to panic. The Six Elders spoke with a gentler tone than Bertha. Since this human is so forthright, it seems you must have matters to discuss with me? Indeed, esteemed Six Elders. Loni replied, patting Bertha on the forehead before soaring into the air, striving to make eye contact with the Six Elders. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Arthur D. Loni, a descendant of the subjects of the once mighty kingdom. Our family has tirelessly worked to restore the glory of that grand realm. However, After 8 centuries, the remnants of the information about that great kingdom have become fragmented. I am fortunate to encounter you today, and hope you can impart your wisdom. The name Arthur D. Loni was one he had just conceived, and his identity was crafted with a specific logic. Although he felt remorse for deceiving them, his intention to revive the glory of the once great kingdom was sincere. He had even devised a name for this aspiration, the Huaxia Empire. He intended to bring the culture of his magnificent homeland from that world to this distorted realm, perhaps even astonishing fellow compatriots in the future. Due to the direct emotional exchange, the 6 elders could palpably feel Lanye's fervent desire for the restoration of his homeland. Along with his confusion regarding ancestral teachings and his fragmented understanding of the once mighty kingdom. Ultimately, his request for guidance was indeed earnest. Thus, the 6 elders genuinely believed him. Regardless of the circumstances, emotions cannot be deceived. But how can you communicate with us? Is it a power bestowed by the devil fruit? The 6 elders shifted the topic, eager to learn more about Lonyi. After all, the former glory of the great kingdom was significant information. Its prosperous realm of equality was capable of overturning this era. Surely, you are aware that the devil fruit was created by the great kingdom for civilian use. Lonyi cautiously articulated the most credible speculation circulated in past discussions, observing that the 6 elders displayed no significant emotional upheaval, indicating that this theory held merit. Allowing him to continue. The devil fruit, intended for civilian use, aimed to benefit the subjects of the great kingdom, liberating labor and enabling humanity to enjoy life more comfortably. According to ancestral records, the devil fruit was under the unified control of the heavenly king. To create a more prosperous era, it was essential to strengthen the connections between the islands, thereby imbuing each island with a magnetic field. Utilizing record pointers, vessels would not lose their way. The great kingdom even sought the merfolk, offering them the chance to migrate to the surface and bask in the true sunlight as a condition. Bestowing the mermaid princess with the title of sea king to communicate with the sea dwellers, thus creating a windless zone to nurture them. The true purpose of nurturing you was, forgive me, though this may sound disrespectful, the mission you were bred for was to facilitate faster and larger-scale transportation of materials. Upon reaching this point, Lonyi paused, noting that while the 6 elders' emotions fluctuated slightly, they showed no signs of skepticism, prompting him to utter his final statement. As for the creation of the Sea King, our ancestors once participated and used themselves as experiments. Thus, I surmise that I may have inherited a fragment of the Sea King's abilities, albeit not fully, which allows me to comprehend simple emotions from all beings, yet only communicate with sentient life. With this, Lonyi finally elucidated the origin of his abilities. His reasoning was clear and coherent, and the information he revealed, as perceived through the 6 elders' emotions, appeared to align accurately. This indicated that the speculations once shared in discussions were indeed correct. After a long silence, the 6 elders spoke. You have also consumed a devil fruit, have you not? What is your ability? She remained somewhat hesitant. Lonyi refrained from elaborating, summoning 10 magical cards with a wave of his hand. He then activated a repulsive force, forcefully propelling them out of the range of the water barrier, realizing that leaving the barrier would instantly subject him to the immense water pressure, compressing him into a spherical shape. The water pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters could crush ordinary iron or into a small cake. My devil fruit ability is to control attraction and repulsion. The ability to summon cards and converse with you derives from techniques passed down through my ancestors, originating from the Great Kingdom. After another lengthy silence, the 6 elders suddenly dismissed all the surrounding sea dwellers, including Bertha, and then kindly addressed Lonyi. Ask your questions. Descendant of the Creator, if I possess the knowledge, I shall gladly provide you with answers. The truth concealed for a century awaits revelation. The 6th elder adopted a humble demeanor, perhaps due to the connection with Blue Knight, who might be a descendant of the Great Kingdom. In terms of relationships, the Sea Kings ultimately served merely as a means of transportation for the Great Kingdom, akin to the vehicles of the real world, while in the pirate realm, they represented the vessels. As a scion of the Great Kingdom, Blue Knight, in theory, resembled the progeny of a vehicle owner or the offspring of a ship's captain, possessing the right of inheritance. Thus, in a certain sense, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that Blue Knight was the master of the 6th elder at that moment. However, without solid evidence, no matter how logical Blue Knight's assertions might be, the Sea Kings would not heed his commands. Their sole commander, as per agreement, remained the mermaid princess who possessed the Sea Kings. The attitude of the 6th elder stemmed more from gratitude towards the former creator. Fortunately, Blue Knight was acutely aware of his own position, and he was cautious not to be overly arrogant. As his claim of being a descendant of the Great Kingdom was a mere fabrication, he initially sought clarification from the 6th elder on several matters. For instance, whether the Pluto was indeed a colossal weaponized vessel or took on another form. The sixth elder's response was rather vague, as she, out of respect, the feminine pronoun is used, had never witnessed Pluto's true visage. After all, at that time, she was merely one among many ordinary laborers. As for the existence of the celestial king, whose purpose was to control the powers of the devil fruits, or serve as the central controller within the civilian link of all devil fruits, what its true form might be remained a mystery. Regrettably, the sixth elder remained unaware. It seemed that such matters were beyond the reach of the sea kings, as they pertained to the realm of the land. However, not all was in vain. According to the sixth elder, the means by which the celestial king regulated the distribution of devil fruit abilities across various locations was through sea stone pipelines. For instance, consider Luffy's rubber fruit, originally intended for rubber production, which aimed to liberate the labor force needed for rubber manufacturing. Since only one devil fruit could exist at any given time, what if another location required a substantial amount of rubber? It would be impractical to produce it and then transport it, as that would be exceedingly cumbersome. At this juncture, the colossal kingdom would exert control over the celestial monarch, facilitating the transportation of the rubber fruit's abilities from point A to point B via a canal constructed from sea prism stone, thereby enabling direct production of rubber at the site of demand. To ensure that the rubber fruit's properties do not dissipate during transit, the sea prism stone crafted by the colossal kingdom would effectively confine the rubber fruit within its confines. However, with the myriad abilities of the devil fruits, such as ice, fire, magma, and slicing, one must ponder whether the sea prism stone could withstand such a multitude of powers. The most straightforward solution would be to create a material capable of nullifying the effects of the devil fruits, particularly as the transport conduits must be deeply embedded beneath the ocean, thereby necessitating a hardness that surpasses that of steel. All of this sounds remarkably natural. Yet the technology embedded within is unimaginably advanced. The ability to produce devil fruits, granting living beings an array of extraordinary abilities, is akin to a groundbreaking discovery in our world, where researchers devise potions that bestow supernatural powers upon individuals. Furthermore, there exists the sea prism stone that restrains these devil fruits, the magnetic fields between islands, the technology to create colossal beings that generate sea kings, and the capability to fabricate windless zones devoid of ocean currents. These technological marvels unequivocally illustrate the immense power of a once great kingdom. Regrettably, the inhabitants, hailing from the moon, were devoid of the human penchant for intrigue and rivalry. Despite wielding an abundance of advanced technology, they ultimately succumbed to the complexities of human nature and were vanquished by the combined forces of two nations. The monumental kingdom indeed undertook commendable endeavors benefiting both the state and its populace. However, the ideals they propagated, equality, prosperity, development, and economic advancement, were those of a peaceful era. This concept in itself is not flawed and is yearned for by the vast majority. However, this ideology emerged in a monarchical feudal state, and it was inherently flawed. It dismantled the sovereign power of kings who ruled over their subjects. In the long term, these kingdoms were destined to crumble, ultimately leading to the nobility becoming indistinguishable from the masses. How could those who once wielded power so freely ever relinquish it? Thus, the 19 kingdoms conspired together to seize control of the celestial sovereign, directing its wrath upon the great kingdom, obliterating it entirely, with only a small fraction landing upon the moon, while the rest vanished into the vastness of space. The great kingdom left behind three treasures: the central control unit, the celestial sovereign, the master of transportation, the oceanic sovereign, and the mining expert, the underworld sovereign. The nobility possessing only the celestial sovereign found themselves utterly defenseless against the furious oceanic sovereign. They were on the brink of reaping the consequences of their hubris, destined to be buried beneath the waves by the oceanic beings. However, Alabasta, which held the underworld sovereign, represented humanity. At the moment of the nobility's impending doom, the king of Alabasta chose to stand with humanity, leading to the merger of the celestial and oceanic sovereigns, ultimately defeating the oceanic princess. Following that battle, the once numerous first-generation oceanic beings dwindled to a mere 12, becoming the present-day 12 elders, each thriving in their respective domains within the doldrums. In the aftermath, the 19 kingdoms established the Holy Land of Mariewa upon the ruins of the former Great Kingdom, naming themselves the Celestial Dragons, thereby claiming their status as the nobility of the world. They extended an invitation to the king of Alabasta, yet the king, burdened by guilt towards his allies, declined, evading any discussion regarding the existence of the underworld sovereign. This is the concealed history of the blank century that transpired 8 centuries ago. At last, The narrative surrounding that obscured century has been completed. The night deepened into silence. The celestial dragons, who arrogantly deemed themselves as creators, fail to realize that they are. In fact, the executioners of a new era, a cohort of selfish individuals unwilling to relinquish their power, who have ruthlessly obliterated a magnificent kingdom that once brought prosperity to the entire world, while continuing to revel in their opulence, wielding their authority as they please. This is akin to the Qing dynasty's policy of seclusion, causing the world of One Piece to regress into a bygone feudal era. Countless commoners struggle for survival in the lower echelons of society, uncertain of the day when a colossal kingdom or another technologically advanced nation may breach the gates of isolation, leading to yet another series of events reminiscent of the Eight-Nation Alliance, the burning of the Summer Palace, and the invasions of the island nation. Ultimately, the celestial dragons, having reveled in all their opulence, will meet their end without regret, while the world bears the scars of devastation. The more I ponder, the deeper my anger swells within me. These parasites of the world. By the heavens, I, Blue Knight, vow that if I do not eradicate you in this lifetime, then what purpose do I have in this world? The gift of the Sixth Elder and the generation of cards regarding the century-long history that has been obscured. The Sixth Elder's knowledge is also far from comprehensive. This rendered her recollections disjointed and painfully slow. Through the meticulous summaries of numerous pirate enthusiasts from previous lives, supplemented by critical insights from the Sixth Elder, Loni was able to reconstruct the general narrative of that century. It entailed a vast kingdom with scarce resources on the moon arriving in the world of pirates, instigating a technological revolution, establishing the Heavenly King system, creating the Great Route through the Windless Zone, and enveloping islands in magnetic fields, alongside the emergence of the Underworld King and Sea Kings. Subsequently, they faced betrayal and annihilation, with the treacherous royalty proclaiming themselves as the Sky People, self-styled creators. By the time all these thoughts crystallized in Lanya's mind, 2 full days had elapsed. Deep beneath the ocean, at a depth of 10,000 meters, with the luminescent trees above providing light, he remained blissfully unaware of the passage of time, diligently organizing the events of that century in his memory. His intuition urged him that this historical narrative would prove invaluable in the future. The Sixth Elder, being considerate, refrained from interrupting Lanya's contemplation, and with a multitude of Sea Kings surrounding him, there were no other disturbances to disrupt his focus. After meticulously clarifying the entirety of the events, another 5 hours had slipped by, and his foremost sensation was hunger, coupled with the earlier hours. He had gone approximately 60 hours without sustenance. It was time to seek out Luffy and the others. Instinctively, Loni chose to disregard the notion of requesting the Sea Kings to ferry him directly into the Grand Line. Thank you, Sixth Elder, for your insights. They have been immensely beneficial to me. Sixth Elder? Are you still awake? Asleep, Loni sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, yet he found himself unable to rouse the Sixth Elder. If her immense form was not focused on him, his conveyed emotions would simply be overlooked. Resorting to force, however, could lead to chaos. Fortunately, Bertha remained, quietly awaiting her moment to guide the Sea Kings in a harmonious call, awakening the drowsy Sixth Elder. My apologies. In old age, one tends to doze off. The Sixth Elder expressed regret. No, there is no need for apologies. I must thank you instead. This history is crucial for my future endeavors to overthrow the celestial dragons. Gathering such historical records on my own could take a lifetime. Loni hastily gestured. As a descendant of the Creator, it is your right to learn this history. I hope that one day I will witness the Sea Kings fulfill our mission once more. Fulfill our mission again? Loni pondered. Was this newfound freedom not desirable? But our destined purpose is to serve the Creator, the Sixth Elder lamented, her voice laced with concern. She wondered if they would ever see the glory of you again, fearing that if the 12 of them reached the end of their lives, the next generation might struggle to inherit this mission, complicating their efforts to realize the world promised by the Creator. Loni fell into silence. The once mighty kingdom seemed to have made wise choices and allies. They had chosen the merfolk, who vowed revenge, and the Sea Kings, who remained dutifully committed for over 8 centuries. Their sole misstep perhaps lay in underestimating human greed. Human hearts are unfathomable. Even one's own kind cannot fully discern another's thoughts and feelings. After a prolonged pause, Loni suddenly leaped from Bertha's head, soaring towards the Sixth Elder's brow, where he produced a magical card and lightly traced it across his palm, allowing blood to flow from the wound. He pressed his bloodied hand upon the Sixth Elder's forehead, his expression solemn as he declared, Doris, although I cannot guarantee my success, I assure you that one day, perhaps you and I will have turned to dust. Yet our descendants shall undoubtedly revive the splendor of the past, flourishing even more. His words resonated with the powerful confidence of a bygone era, rooted in the indomitable spirit of his ancestors who valiantly defended their homeland and liberated the old world, a testament to his own potential for growth. This formidable confidence, transformed into resolute emotional signals through the druid's listening, radiated outward. It was not only the sixth elder Doris who sensed it, even the surrounding Bertha, as well as the more distant medium, large, and colossal sea kings, felt it distinctly. A low and resonant call from Bertha echoed once more. But this time it was not to awaken her mother or for any other reason. Rather, it stemmed from a fervent passion within her that demanded expression. The sounds of mooing, howling, roaring, and hissing filled the air until, at last, an ancient cry resonated, causing Blue Knight's entire being to tremble, as though he were under the assault of sound waves, on the verge of disintegration. Were it not for the fact that this abyssal expanse of 10,000 meters belonged to the Sea Kings. The sheer force of that cry alone could have caused lesser sea creatures to burst apart. It was the sixth elder, led by Bertha. A cacophony of roars emanated from the surrounding Sea Kings, intertwining and converging into a singular resonance. In the end, Blue Knight could hear no other sounds. Only the fervent blood coursing through his veins. Were they responding in support of him? It must be so. All along, Blue Knight had harbored a one-sided yearning regarding his involvement with the Revolutionary Army, aspiring to overturn the world government and eradicate the malignant celestial dragons. He had always contemplated these thoughts silently, never daring to voice them. He was unaware of his own capacity for such actions, nor did he know whether it was indeed the right path. Yet now, he was certain. The establishment of the envisioned era of Huaxia was undeniably the most fitting dynasty for this world. His initial supporters were none other than the Sea Kings of the 6th District, aligned with the Sixth Elder's faction. With this affirmation of his beliefs, Blue Knight's resolve strengthened significantly. After what felt like an eternity, the harmonious chorus finally ceased. Blue Knight, place your hand once more upon my forehead, the Sixth Elder said gently. Trusting him implicitly, Blue Knight pressed his right hand, still stained with fresh blood, against the Elder's brow. In the next moment, he felt something new in his palm. Instinctively lifting his hand to examine it, he discovered a piece of exquisite jade, pure as porcelain. The jade was hollow, approximately 5 centimeters long, with a small circular hole at its center, resembling a bone whistle. This whistle was crafted from the pinky of the first Sea King, the Mermaid Princess. Should you ever encounter difficulties with other Sea Kings, blow this whistle. Upon hearing its call, coupled with your ability to communicate with the Sea Kings, they will surely not trouble you. What a magnificent gift this is. As Loni gazed intently at the bone whistle in his hand, poised to express his gratitude to Elder Lu, an unforeseen event caused his eyes to widen in astonishment, fixating on the bone whistle as if fearing the slightest detail might elude him. From within the whistle, a faint green glow began to emanate, swiftly coalescing above into a green card. Card, Spirit Summoning Technique Rank, Green Category, Skill Card Effect, Create a Spirit Contract. Allowing the summoner to call forth the contracted being using blood as a spatial coordinate after signing the contract with a non-human entity. Note: while health points can substitute for chakra consumption, please refrain from attempting to summon too many spirit beasts at once, for you may suffer excessive blood loss. Loni mused. This note is quite absurd. Aside from the humorous annotation regarding the potency of this skill, how to articulate it? Having observed Naruto, he recognized that the spirit summoning technique occupies a space between being feeble and overwhelmingly powerful, its strength entirely dependent on the summoned beast. For instance, Kakashi's pack of canine companions, while adept in tracking, merely frolicked during battles. In stark contrast, the summons of the legendary Sannin and their disciples are nothing short of extraordinary, existing almost as a game-breaking element. Naruto's summoning of Gamabunta was capable of overpowering even the tailed beast Gaara. As he absorbed the implications of the spirit summoning technique, he contemplated whom he might forge a contract with in the future. Chopper, perhaps? Having an adorable pet would be delightful, a warm companion during cold times. As for battles, that might be another story. Would Frankie, that eccentric individual, qualify as a non-human entity? This skill left Lan Yi in a state of deep contemplation. What troubles you, Lan Yi? Your mother is still speaking to you. Bertha roused the dazed Lan Yi. With a sharp slap to his forehead, Lan Yu realized his head was rather muddled. Before him lay a plethora of Sea Kings, ranging from over 100 meters to less than 10,000. How could he still be preoccupied with finding a spirit beast? In the world of One Piece, were there any non-human entities more formidable than the Sea Kings? Even if there were, they had yet to make an appearance in the anime. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lan Yu gathered his thoughts and began to speak. Elder 8 centuries have passed. Although our ancestors possessed little knowledge regarding the celestial and underworld kings, They extensively researched the Sea Kings that originated from our very essence, ultimately leading to the creation of a new technological advancement. I believe this technology could significantly aid in the restoration of our glory, and I hope you will assist in its experimentation. Oh? The sixth elder's emotions flickered slightly. What is this technology? It is a form of spatial technology capable of summoning Sea Kings from afar. Of course. This requires that the summoned Sea Kings provide us with their blood as a coordinate for positioning, and they must not resist the summon at the time of calling. Only under these conditions can success be achieved. Upon finishing his explanation, Loni anxiously gazed at the sixth elder, whose piercing eyes seemed to scrutinize the diminutive figure before him, his expression filled with earnest supplication. The prospect of overthrowing the world government's dominion, with the support of the Sea Kings, would not only bolster their combat strength but also serve as a crucial testament to the history lost over the past century. This evidence would become their most potent weapon against the ideals of peace and the establishment of a prosperous and equitable society, principles that instilled fear in the world government and the celestial dragons alike. As time silently slipped away amid Lonia's anxious anticipation, the sixth elder remained seemingly asleep, offering no response whatsoever. This left Blue Knight feeling quite anxious. Yet he could not voice his concerns. After a considerable pause, it was Bertha who broke the silence. Mother, I am not well versed in our past history, but through this brief interaction, I have developed a profound affinity for Blue Knight. If it comes to fighting for him, I am willing. The sixth elder's eyes shifted slightly as she fixated on Bertha's unwavering resolve, letting out a soft sigh. According to our previous agreement, we, the Sea Kings, can only heed the commands of the Sea King, although you are a descendant of the Great Kingdom and the very source of the Sea King's lineage. Fighting for you would still contravene the pact we signed long ago. The refusal in the sixth elder's words was unmistakable, leaving Blue Knight to sigh in resignation. The Sea Kings, their loyalty both a strength and a weakness. I understand your insistence. Perhaps it is precisely why our ancestors chose you. I must take my leave now to find my companions. I am deeply grateful for your bone whistle. I sense it will prove immensely beneficial in the future. Reluctantly relinquishing the might of the Pirate King, Blue Knight gently stroked Bertha's forehead, urging her to return him to the Going Merry. However, Bertha did not depart. Instead, she stubbornly continued her dialogue with the sixth elder, much like a rebellious child. Mother, it was you 12 elders who signed the contract. Though we are your descendants, we are not bound by its obligations. In principle, we should indeed respect your elder wisdom, but as a mother, I implore you to honor your child's convictions. We do not wish to spend our lives aging and perishing in this small, windless Zone 6. While I am uncertain of the Creator's intentions in bringing us into existence, I believe they would not desire us to be merely mindless executors of a contract, ignorant of adaptation. What difference would that make from ordinary fish? Your words. Echoing like a machine gun, Bertha bombarded her mother with her thoughts, her tone passionate yet measured, her arguments coherent and compelling. In essence, all her words coalesced into one. The 12 elders are bound by a contract and cannot act outside the Sea King's command, yet his offspring. They are not beholden to such constraints. After a lengthy discourse, Bertha began to call upon the surrounding Sea Kings, especially those of considerable size who had long been dormant. Akin to prisoners in their own realm, she inquired if they felt lonely, if they yearned for the outside world, if they wished to fight for the descendants of the Creator, if they harbored even a hint of a desire for freedom. Blue Knight observed in silence as Bertha rallied her siblings, evidently not a fleeting notion, but a long-held desire within her. Although the other Sea Kings had yet to express their stance, their hesitations hinted at a shared restlessness, a reluctance to remain isolated. Yet their loyalty rendered them unable to defy their mother's will. Ultimately, the decision lay with their mother, the sixth elder. Would they remain steadfast in tradition, awaiting the Sea King's summons, or adapt their thinking to overturn the dynasty that had betrayed their creator and offer aid in their time of need? Under the fervent insistence led by Bertha, the sixth elder finally spoke. She did not exhibit anger nor did she silence her children's fervor. Instead, she gazed deeply at Blue Knight, who had remained silent out of respect, recognizing it as a family matter where his input was unwarranted. Blue Knight, can you ensure their safety? The sixth elder asked. No, I cannot, Blue Knight replied earnestly, not overstepping his bounds. Typically, if I summon them, it is due to encountering formidable or numerous foes, and it may not solely occur upon the sea. Therefore, I cannot guarantee their absolute safety. Each summon carries the risk of injury and even the possibility of death. What I can assure is that I will never call upon them in a situation where death is inevitable, and they are free to dismiss the summoning at any time they deem necessary. His words were resolute, devoid of hesitation, and left no room for doubt. The sole silver lining was that as summoned beasts, they could return at will, Yet should they be caught unawares, the outcome would be self-evident. To this, the sixth elder expressed satisfaction. Before she could speak further, Bertha interjected, "Mother, battle inevitably brings casualties, as you have always taught us. 800 years ago, you fought for the Sea King. 800 years hence, we wish to fight for our future, and Blue Knight may very well be the key to that future. We desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, even in death." Clearly, Bertha was not entirely ignorant of the history of the once great kingdom. The sixth elder fell silent again. Initially, she intended to echo Blue Knight's sentiment to refuse, yet Bertha's passionate plea left her uncertain. Moreover, witnessing her offspring united in purpose was rare. Bertha's ability to evoke the emotions of all Sea Kings was indeed a remarkable feat. She might very well be the sovereign of the Sea Kings that had been awaited for 8 centuries, capable of commanding the others just as she once could. A true ruler is forged not in the safety of a greenhouse, but through the crucible of conflict, rising anew from the ashes to stand atop the pyramid. After a prolonged internal struggle, the sixth elder finally sighed deeply. "Very well, I am weary. I only hope that you will protect Bertha." With that, the sixth elder's immense eyes slowly closed, resembling a lifeless entity devoid of any sign of vitality. "Mother," Bertha's heart ached. Having detected the weariness in her mother's tone, she felt a pang of sorrow. Blue Knight quietly perched atop Bertha's head, gently stroking her forehead, offering silent companionship. Strangely, the previously restless Sea Kings around them fell into a hushed stillness, seemingly waiting alongside Bertha. The peculiarities of the Azure Knight perplexed Loni. Unbeknownst to him, the final admonition from the sixth elder to protect Bertha was not solely directed at him, but rather addressed to all the members of the Sea Kings. This bore a resemblance to the royal proclamation of a firstborn heir. The so-called monarch of the Sea Kings was likely a structure that had organically evolved during the 8 centuries of the Sea King's absence, of which Loni was utterly unaware. Presently, Bertha occupied the esteemed position of the Grand Princess and the unwavering loyalty of the Sea Kings. Devoid of any complex sentiments such as age discrimination, was solely devoted to honoring their mother's will, placing Bertha at the forefront during her slumber. This duration could very well be measured in years. After an indeterminate passage of time, Bertha finally regained her composure and gently inquired of Loni, "Is there anything I need to assist you with regarding your technique?" "Let me think." Loni had long been prepared. "I require a piece of skin, approximately, at least over 1,000 meters in length. It may be pieced together, but it must be smooth and uniform." "Understood," Bertha replied, turning to emit a soft hum towards the other Sea Kings. In response to her call, several hundred medium-sized Sea Kings swayed their elongated bodies, measuring thousands of meters, as they navigated past the sixth elder and delved deeper into the abyssal darkness. Loni could not help but ask, "Isn't 10,000 meters the deepest part of the ocean?" "Not quite," Bertha replied, her tone still gentle. 10,000 meters is merely the most suitable depth for our growth, which is why our mother hovers here. The larger Sea Kings remain in slumber, while the vast majority of the colossal and elder Sea Kings reside in even deeper recesses of the ocean floor. Are the elder Sea Kings represented solely by your mother? Any creature exceeding 10,000 meters in length qualifies as an elder, while my mother surpasses 100,000 meters. The specifics remain unclear to us. 100,000. 100,000 meters? Loni was astounded. He had previously assumed the depth to be merely 10,000 meters. Yet his imagination had proven woefully inadequate. Shaking off his shock, Loni glanced at the seemingly endless sixth elder before continuing his inquiry. "What purpose do they serve?" With a playful chuckle, Bertha teased, "They are going to fetch a blanket for the giant Sea Kings." "A blanket?" Loni pondered, perplexed. "Is it an enormous seaweed?" The usually obedient Bertha fell silent, deliberately toying with Loni and leaving him in anxious anticipation. An entire hour passed, and just as the Blue Knight was on the verge of succumbing to hunger, the colossal Sea Kings returned at last. Each of them clutched a corner of an enormous object in their mouths, collectively dragging it forth. Its immense size was sufficient to envelop several giant Sea Kings, each over 1,000 meters long, and it appeared to measure at least 10,000 meters. Such magnitude was indeed suitable for the massive elder Sea Kings, whose dimensions often reached thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. However, the dark hue of this behemoth did not resemble that of woven seaweed. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to the skin tone of the sixth elder. A spark of inspiration flashed through Blue Knight's mind. "Bertha, do you shed your skin?" "Hee. You caught me," Bertha replied playfully. "Yes, mother sheds her skin every 10 years. This is the cast from 6 years ago. What do you think? Is it sufficient?" "Quite enough, indeed." Blue Knight's face twitched slightly. though it might be a tad too large. What could he possibly need such a hide for? Certainly not for transport. The art of summoning originated from the world of ninjas. Although vitality replaced chakra in its practice, the process remained unchanged. One must create a summoning scroll, inscribing their blood pact upon it. Other beings wishing to engage in the summoning merely needed to apply their own blood. Naturally, a hide suitable for the Sea Kings could not be too small, given their average height measured in kilometers, where a single drop of blood could suffice for a bath. To be frank, a 1,000-meter hide was still somewhat diminutive. However, with an entire hide spanning tens of thousands of meters, engraving the summoning array would likely take several days. Yet, the silver lining was that if such a colossal summoning scroll could be successfully crafted, it could be left for the Sea Kings to sign on their own, eliminating the need for Blue Knight to collect blood drops individually. Overall, this would lighten the workload considerably. Reluctantly, Blue Knight sighed, preparing to find something to quell his hunger before commencing his tasks. Unexpectedly, a surprising piece of news compelled him to temporarily abandon the monumental scroll-esque creation. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple shells bombarded the Golden Mary, the surging waves crashing against the fleeing vessel, causing Luffy and his companions to struggle for balance, while Nami barely avoided being thrown overboard. Damn it, why did a naval warship suddenly emerge from the comm belt? Nami gritted her teeth, lamenting that they had almost escaped, only to collide head-on with a naval fleet. Behind the Golden Mary, a fleet of more than 20 medium-sized warships opened fire. Naval ships were classified into 4 categories: small, medium, large, and colossal. The demon-slaying fleet consisted of 10 fully crewed colossal warships. This scale is comparable to that of a formal fleet from the naval headquarters. Zoro and Sanji were tirelessly striving to fend off cannonballs that might directly strike the hull, while Luffy was on the makeshift raft, providing defense for a green-feathered, bald avian creature, the Millennium Dragon Lord, who had been fortuitously rescued by ABIs. As the Going Merry faced obstacles from cannon fire, hindering its swift escape, the warships drew closer, poised to engage in boarding combat. Suddenly, several medium-sized Sea Kings, measuring over 1,000 meters, burst forth from the depths, positioning themselves between the fleet and the Going Merry. With a single sweep of their tails, they generated towering waves that left the naval vessels in disarray, abandoning any thought of pursuing a pirate crew whose bounty barely exceeded 100 million. Meanwhile, under Bursa's escort, Blue Knight successfully boarded the Going Merry, seizing the opportunity to set sail. Shortly thereafter, the Sea Kings vanished beneath the waves like ephemeral blossoms, leaving no trace behind. The Straw Hat Pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. This time, it was truly a miraculous escape. Lan Yi, indifferent to the chaos, sat slumped against the ship's railing, embodying a state of utter exhaustion. Hey, Lan Yi, you're not on the brink of death, are you? Usopp's negative energy was palpable. Oh no, he must have made some unspeakable pact with the Sea Kings to save us. Thud. Nami's iron fist struck Usopp's head, allowing him to cry out in pain while she cautiously inspected the defenseless Lan Yi, her brow furrowed in concern. As the sole member of the crew possessing a modicum of nautical knowledge, she found herself unable to discern the ailment plaguing Lan Yi. What is wrong with him, Nami? Zoro inquired, edging closer. Did he sustain an injury? Shall I prepare a nutritious meal? Sanji suggested. Lan Yi must be starving. Sanji, prepare one for me as well. Luffy interjected, saliva pooling in his mouth. ISNT at you who is hungry. Sanji retorted, his brow twitching. Well, regardless, feeding him some meat should surely remedy the situation. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sharp knocks echoed as Luffy, alongside Usopp, joined in the chorus of pain. What? Are you hitting me? I just need to eat some meat. Luffy exclaimed. I was merely expressing concern. Zoro replied. Miss Nami, your beautiful stance while delivering those punches is truly captivating. Sanji added. Lan Yi, meanwhile, emitted a low, rumbling sound from his stomach, prompting Nami to deliver yet another sharp blow to Luffy. At this moment, you still think about food? Hurry and steer towards the nearest island for a doctor. It's not my stomach. Thud. Another strike landed on Luffy, whose protests were drowned out by the pain, his head now resembling a small pyramid of meat. Finally, amidst the lingering shock, the timid ABI spoke up. Nami, it seems. Lan Yi's stomach is growling? Nami. Luffy. Zoro. Sanji. Lan Yi. Grumble. After consuming an astonishing amount of food, over 3 times his usual intake, Lan Yi finally released Luffy, who he had pinned against the wall. He had no choice. If he didn't restrain Luffy, he might very well starve. Recalling the earlier antics of Nami and the others, he couldn't help but chuckle. Though he was utterly famished and weak, they had all assumed he was afflicted with some terminal illness. What a farce. Having finally satiated his hunger, Loni engaged Nami in conversation to learn what had transpired during his absence. Following Loni and Bursa's departure, the Going Merry was escorted to Battleship Island by Billis. It goes without saying that Luffy had promised Dragon to assist in locating the Lost Island. One could argue that Luffy and his crew were indeed unlucky. After successfully using a makeshift raft to escape the Navy's pursuit from Battleship Island and plunging into the sea, they fortuitously ran headlong into a Navy fleet emerging from the calm belt. The pirate flag fluttering defiantly in the breeze left little room for doubt. Cannon fire ensued. The Going Merry was sent careening across the ocean in chaos. Billis, who had been trailing the Going Merry, went to report to Bursa. After all, he, as a young sea king, was ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable naval force. Consequently, a ravenous Loni found himself compelled to request Bursa's assistance in reaching the Going Merry, ensuring he brought along a few large sea kings for reinforcement. Little did he expect the absurdity that would unfold once aboard. After learning the details, Loni was left in bewilderment. In his recollection, this sequence of events had not occurred. Could it be that his intervention had triggered a butterfly effect? Surprisingly, it was indeed connected to him. The calm belt, a habitat for sea kings, was under constant surveillance by the Navy, who could not afford to disregard it. Previous disturbances caused by the sea kings, coupled with a thunderous roar from Elder 6, had even drawn the Navy's attention from a depth of 10,000 meters. Thus, they dispatched a vanguard to investigate and prevent a potential uprising of the Sea Kings. Ironically, while patrolling went smoothly, they stumbled upon the fleeing Straw Hat pirates. What unfortunate luck. However, Loni would remain oblivious to these developments. In his state of confusion, he decided to cease pondering and asked Nami their destination for this voyage. Having been chased by the Navy fleet, I'm currently unaware of our location. But since the Lost Island is already shrouded in mystery, let us sail according to the wind for the time being. Sailing with the wind? Oh dear, is this truly the manner in which a navigator should speak? What about your professional code? Just as the silent Blue Knight pondered this, Luffy, seated in his prime position, suddenly erupted with laughter. Ha! How magnificent! Come quickly. I have discovered something amusing. Instinctively following Luffy's voice, Blue Knight glanced over and was astounded to see only half of Luffy's body visible. In a moment of surprise, he took a closer look and slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed, it is the protagonist's halo. Even while being chased, he manages to locate the Lost Island. Before the bow of the Going Merry, there lay a mirror-like surface that could be traversed. It was a true marvel of craftsmanship. While Nami and her companions were awestruck by the astonishing sight, Blue Knight keenly noticed a red glow flickering on the mirror not far away. With a gravitational pull, the red card leapt into his grasp. Card, Clone Technique Rank, Red Category, Skill Card Effect, creates a non-substantial illusion that vanishes upon being attacked. Note: do not entertain thoughts of mistreating your clone. Such notions are entirely futile. Blue Knight, where is the scoundrel responsible for writing these notes? Come forth, I assure you I will not harm you. As Blue Knight lamented the peculiar note, the Going Merry finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the Navy from behind. This enchanting scene left the pursuing Navy wide-eyed, their astonishment evident. All ships halt, commanded the officer captain. Remain on standby until I issue new orders. Just as the signalman was about to comply, a bespectacled man, the only one not clad in Navy uniform, interjected, continue onward. Who knows what lies ahead in the waters? The captain clearly disapproved of this suggestion, deeming it too reckless. The bespectacled man smirked dismissively and turned toward the ship's railing. Prepare a small boat for me, cowardly captain. You. The captain seethed, glaring at the man's retreating figure, ultimately declaring, I will grant you a small boat, but we shall remain here for 3 hours. If you do not return by then, we shall set sail back. Huh? Are you fleeing like a rat scurrying from a street? You. What? Do you wish to fight? Upon hearing the man's taunt, the captain immediately faltered, biting back the humiliation, while some Navy soldiers turned red with anger. Most wore expressions of fear, seemingly unwilling to engage with the man before them. After all, this man was Eric, a wielder of the Scythe Fruit's powers. Noticing the silence, Eric scoffed and leaped off the warship, rowing alone towards the vanished Golden Merry. Meanwhile, the Golden Merry was besieged by a terrifying storm. as it crossed the mirror-like barrier. The previously clear skies transformed instantaneously. Opaque clouds, raging winds, and rain the size of soybeans battered the vessel, while the waves pounded against its hull, crashing onto the deck. Not a single element was absent from this tempest. In the face of nature's fury, the Golden Mary seemed like a mere leaf upon the waves, perilously close to destruction. Fortunately, Blue Knight had honed his mastery over the repulsion fruit in the dueling arena, significantly enhancing his abilities. He now hovered above the Golden Mary. Numerous delicate gravitational ropes extending from him, firmly anchoring the ship. On either side, two repulsive forces pushed against the surface of the sea, serving as stabilizers that kept the Golden Mary securely afloat, swaying only gently with the tumultuous waves, showing no signs of capsizing. Especially after Nami lowered the sails, the Golden Mary became even more stable, with only minor difficulties in maintaining balance. This storm is merely a trivial challenge, Blue Knight taunted dismissively. However, as if fate had conspired against him, disaster struck. The rope tethering the wooden raft of Lord Dragon loosened. ABI's was the first to notice, momentarily frozen in confusion before recklessly lunging to grasp the rope. But the swiftly sliding rope proved too elusive. Instantly, her small hands were scraped raw, blood staining the brown rope like paint. The pain of skin tearing was intolerable, even for an adult. Yet ABI's gritted her teeth, refusing to relinquish her grip. Despite her determination, the rope continued to slip, and being just a little girl, her efforts were painfully limited. Thankfully, Zoro arrived just in time. Among those on board, Zoro possessed the strongest grip, the monster who trained with 500-kilogram dumbbells as a daily routine. With Zoro's assistance, Sanji was also able to secure the other rope, preventing the raft from being swallowed by the waves. ABI's finally exhaled in relief. Although Zoro and Sanji struggled against the force, they managed to maintain control. At that moment, Lord Dragon looked up with murky eyes and conveyed an emotional wave. Let go. Allow me to forever slumber in these waters. Perhaps it is a form of liberation. What are you saying, Lord Dragon? ABI's exclaimed, clearly infuriated. How could you speak like that? We are. Just then, the rope tore, forcing ABI's to halt her words. Her small hands grasping at thin air as she helplessly watched the severed rope fall from sight into the depths of the sea. At this moment, only the hemp rope beneath Sanji's feet remained. But can he truly endure until they escape the tempest? No one could say. Observing the stable vessel under Nami's command, Blue Knight furrowed his brow and, after a brief contemplation, relinquished his support for the ship's stability and soared to Sanji's side. Sanji, can you devise a way to kick the Dragon Lord's raft high enough for me to slip underneath? I can ascend with the raft and soar beyond the storm's grasp. Despite Blue Knight's fearlessness of the sea, his swimming skills were not commendable. Should he fall into the water, he could not assure himself of the ability to lift the raft from the depths. This is feasible, but the rope. Sanji hesitated, glancing down at the rope beneath his feet. Damn it, have you forgotten me again? Zoro interjected, seizing the hemp rope and urging, get down now, you lecherous cook. What did you just call me, Mosshead? Do you wish to fight? Come on, do you think I fear you? Bring it on. Blue Knight, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, instinctively retrieving a water-repelling orb and handing it to Sanji. Then, with a forceful kick, he unceremoniously sent Sanji tumbling overboard. Damn you, Blue Knight. You can forget about dinner tonight. Sanji threatened. Quite the intimidation tactic, Blue Knight mused. Haha, splendidly executed. Zoro laughed heartily, ignoring the playful banter between the two friends. Blue Knight employed his aerial dance technique, hovering before the Dragon Lord. As the repulsion field expanded, he immediately dove beneath the raft upon sensing a formidable force attempting to propel it upward. Simultaneously, he established a layer of repulsive force above, firmly supporting the raft, lifting it off the ocean's surface. The sea below was dislodged, creating a trough over 10 meters wide and half a meter deep, revealing the considerable weight of the Dragon Lord coupled with the raft. Your little test subject has been delivered. Please sign here. At this moment, the effects of prolonged torment in the dueling arena became evident. Lan Yi exhibited remarkable ease in navigating the burdensome flight, skillfully utilizing a gravitational tether to firmly draw Sanji from the depths of the ocean behind him, thus propelling them both towards the outer edge of the storm circle. Sanji, clearly resistant to being dragged across the surface of the sea by his feet, found his protests disregarded amidst the tempest, as Lan Yi chose to selectively ignore his descent. After all, with the water avoidance pearl in play, There was no need to worry about this fickle companion succumbing to the allure of the ocean. Fortunately, the storm circle was not vast. Within 3 to 4 minutes, daylight would be restored. Loni hastily lowered the makeshift raft above him and steadied himself upon it, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Thank you," he expressed, feeling a friendly surge of emotion from the Dragon Lord. "No need for thanks." Loni responded with a polite smile, adding, "I possess the ability to read emotions. It's one of my skills. Once again, I appreciate your assistance. I just recalled that I indeed lived in this place." "Congratulations on that," Loni replied with a smile, not intending to elaborate further. The island, situated within the natural storm barrier, is not the fabled lost island or dragon's lair, but rather a sanctuary that has safeguarded humanity for millennia. One might expect to discover some remarkable cards here. As Blue Knight contemplated this, he cast a sweeping glance around Dragon Grandpa, eager to see if any cards might materialize. However, before he could observe for long, a powerful current surged from behind, breaking through his repulsion barrier. Instinctively, Blue Knight intensified the force, sending the intruding entity tumbling back into the sea. It was only then that he realized he might have inadvertently put Sanji in a precarious situation. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he turned to face Sanji, who was glaring at him with fiery indignation. "Ahem. I can explain." Blue Knight chuckled nervously. Sanji scoffed. "Go on, I'm listening." Well, how do you intend to be compensated?" Blue Knight lamented, feeling that the situation was decidedly unconventional. "Simple. Just give me that water-repelling orb," Sanji replied, shaking the bead in his hand before pocketing it, showing no intention of returning it to Blue Knight. Raising an eyebrow, Blue Knight was taken aback by the audacity of another using his equipment card. Initially, it had merely been an instinctive thought that the orb might prove useful. However, the notion of Sanji taking the water-repelling orb was unacceptable. After all, his deck boasted only this singular red card for show. He could not possibly part with it. Without argument, Blue Knight discreetly removed the water-repelling orb card from the Duel Disk's auxiliary slot, causing the orb in Sanji's pocket to vanish instantly. Sanji, of course, noticed this and disdainfully remarked, "Greedy." "Hey, let us be reasonable here," Blue Knight replied, exasperated. "This is something materialized from my abilities and cannot exist indefinitely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to utilize my other powers." "Okay, fine. Just remember to lend it to me when I need it next time," Sanji said with a grin. "Speaking of which, can you take care of dinner tonight? You'll get your share," Blue Knight proposed. "Deal." As the two reached an agreement, the Golden Mary emerged from the tempest. Upon spotting Dragon Grandpa unharmed, ABI's waved her little arms excitedly on the deck, jumping for joy. After securing the raft to the ship's stern, Sanji reboarded the Golden Mary, while Blue Knight took flight towards the nearby Lost Island. "I'm off to gather cards and see if there are any new finds. Call me if you need anything," Blue Knight announced. The crew remained somewhat oblivious to the nature of his card fruit abilities. Nonetheless, they understood his intentions and did not attempt to hinder him. Only Nami grumbled, "With such a convenient ability, I wish I had one too." "Hey Nami, would you like a devil fruit? I can make it even tastier for you," Sanji offered, his eyes sparkling with hearts. Is there a devil fruit as convenient as Blue Knight's? Nami pondered, intrigued. Well, Sanji's mind raced, contemplating a solution. What if we take down Blue Knight? And then, thud, a love-infused iron fist rendered Sanji unconscious, unbeknownst to Blue Knight, who was blissfully collecting mushrooms. Oh no, cards. On the island, Sanji's misguided plan had unfolded. The island was evidently once a human habitation, with collapsed buildings, sculpted statues, and intricately carved murals, all attesting to its past. This island has not been visited by anyone for a considerable period, resulting in a plethora of elements that remain in their pristine state, with numerous scattered cards adorning its surface. Remarkably, they are all of a singular type, known as the Millennium Dragon Guardian, depicted as crimson monster cards. This marks the second instance of a monster card classification that Blue Knight has encountered since the Demon Fruit card. Millennium Dragon Guardian rank, red category, monster card effect, summons a Millennium Dragon Guardian to battle for 5 minutes. Note, it is a female humanoid summoning beast. Feel free to engage in whatever you desire during this time. 5 minutes should suffice for you. Blue Knight. Goodness, why is this so-called note becoming increasingly frivolous? Furthermore, 5 minutes is hardly sufficient. I am a man capable of lasting the entire night. Ahem, I digress. Blue Knight was quite intrigued by this second type of monster card and tentatively summoned a Millennium Dragon Guardian. Ah, it is indeed a female. This setting is quite intriguing. After all, it is pleasing to the eyes, particularly in the feminine aspect. As if transported in an instant, a fully armed warrior abruptly materializes before Loni. Clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding a one-handed sword, the figure stands motionless, its face obscured by an iron mask, resembling a mere puppet. Attempts to issue commands are met with flawless responses. However, when the instructions become more intricate, such as removing the armor or the helmet, ahem. I merely wish to conduct a simple experiment with no ulterior motives. The result reveals that this so-called Millennium Dragon Guardian is merely a puppet-like combat entity. Characterized by rigid and clumsy attacks, possessing strength equivalent to that of an ordinary person. When subjected to excessive force, it crumbles into a heap of armor remnants. There is no one inside. It is simply an embodiment of feminine armor come to life. TCH, what a waste of my sentiments. For some reason, Loni feels a faint sense of disappointment lingering within. This lamentation is not born out of any malevolent intentions, but rather due to the absence of obedient minions. Although the Millennium Dragon Guardian may seem somewhat superfluous, Loni diligently scours the scattered cards across the Forsaken Islands. It is prudent to be prepared. After all, why not collect something that is free? Even if you were to later sell them as scrap metal, it would still prove beneficial. Suddenly, as Loni amassed 36 Millennium Dragon Guardian cards, a thunderous roar resonated from the mountaintop. This caused Loni to halt abruptly, surveying the desolate ruins before soaring towards the mountain summit. Ding, your laboratory mouse has been automatically delivered. Please acknowledge receipt. At the moment Loni arrived, the wooden raft piloted by Lord Longsword just beneath him. Had he not swiftly altered the trajectory of his repulsion? Both the dragon and the raft might have been thrust downwards. Casting a glance at Luffy and the others, who were departing aboard the Lord Long's raft, Loni comprehended that their efforts had yielded no results. This island was indeed once the dwelling of a millennium-old dragon, yet regrettably, the guardian of this ancient dragon had long since relocated to Battleship Island. For Battleship Island is the so-called Dragon's Lair, a peculiar site that reveals itself only once every 1,000 years during a receding tide. With Luffy and Sanji present, Blue Knight harbored no worries for the safety of the dragon. A mere glance was sufficient before he continued to dash toward the crumbling ruins atop the mountain. In the distance, he soon spied his target, the unmistakable, flamboyant purple hairstyle of Eric, the delivery man. If only Blue Knight possessed a sniper rifle, this would undoubtedly be his prime target. Such ostentation, however, as the wielder of the scythe fruit, he certainly earned the right to flaunt. It remained a mystery how Eric managed to traverse the stormy seas with but a small boat, yet that was of no concern to Blue Knight. He had come solely to conduct an experiment of his own design. Just as Blue Knight approached, Eric unleashed a scythe strike that forced Zoro to retreat, before turning back to pursue Luffy and the others. But he was actually chasing the millennium-old dragon. Hey, you think you can escape? Bang. Zoro's words were cut short as Blue Knight propelled Eric back with a blast of repulsion. Had it not been for Eric's seasoned reflexes, which allowed him to counter with another scythe strike to fend off Zoro's attempt to finish him off, this encounter could have swiftly concluded. Zoro, you couldn't even land a hit on an enemy charging at you? TSK, Blue Knight remarked with a leisurely demeanor. Enough of your prattling. If you think you're so capable, step up. Zoro retorted, his frustration evident. He hardly resembled a man who could withstand a slash from Hawkeye. The taunting continued. Enough. Silence. Zoro snapped, his teeth clenched around his sword as anger surged within him. Just watch me as I slay this. Hey, he is getting away. Blue Knight interjected. Damn it. Come back here. At that moment, while Blue Knight mocked Zoro, Eric stealthily maneuvered around the two, intent on continuing his pursuit of Luffy and the others through the main entrance. This certainly provoked Zoro, who immediately sought to pursue. Yet Blue Knight preemptively employed gravity to pull him back, colliding head-on with Zoro. Regrettably, the outcome remained the same, with Zoro being forced to retreat once again. TSK, a second time. How tedious. Cursed brat. Zoro was also exasperated. Well, I recall you were supposed to be 19, right? I am merely 17 this year. Not much younger than you. Blue Knight was displeased. A brat is still a brat. Infuriating. Brat, step aside and watch me slice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bickering duo evidently angered Eric, who swung his arms in a flurry, unleashing side slashes that compelled both to temporarily set aside their age dispute. How dare you belittle me, Lord Eric? Eric's voice was cold and menacing, I am a wielder of the scythe fruit's powers. Watch me dismember you two insolent fools." As he spoke, Eric's hands moved erratically in the air, and within Blue Knight's repulsion sensing sphere, invisible sharp pressure waves surged toward the two. The density of the pressure was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Blue Knight made a decisive choice, swiftly darting behind Zoro. All was well. "You scoundrel! You slippery little brat!" Zoro was evidently displeased with Blue Knight's maneuver but could only grit his teeth and endure Eric's scythe storm. Instantly, all attacks struck directly in front of Zoro, forcing him to tirelessly fend off each assault while unable to evade. Zoro prided himself on not being as heartless as Blue Knight. He was quite protective of his companions. It seemed that even Blue Knight had forgotten that he was not a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. To this day, he remained merely a passenger aboard the ship, one who had paid a fare of 9 million berries. "Hey, Zoro, do you want me to lend a hand? I have a splendid method for dealing with him," Blue Knight languidly suggested. "You dare," Zoro threatened fiercely. "This is my opponent. You stay over there and watch." It was evident that Zoro did not wish for anyone to interfere in his battle. "Oh, very well. Just remember not to kill him. I still need him for some experiments." "How tedious. Just stand there and watch." With a shrug, Blue Knight ceased to elaborate further. In terms of strength, it could only be said that Zoro had chosen the wrong approach to combat, insisting on a head-on clash. He believed that Eric, being a superhuman fruit user reliant on his devil fruit powers, had not honed his physical prowess well. As long as Zoro could close the distance, he could easily overpower his opponent. Although Zoro was somewhat directionally challenged, his battle instincts were highly acute. He naturally sensed Eric's weakness. However, he did not intend to exploit this flaw to hastily conclude the fight. Instead, he opted for a direct confrontation, using Eric as a sharpening stone to comprehend the elusive path of the swordsman. After all, not everyone has the convenience of a duel arena like Blue Knight's, where one can match against a slightly stronger opponent at any time. Generally, one would find themselves, like Zoro, waiting a long time for an evenly matched foe. Yawned. Bored. Blue Knight expressed that he was nearly falling asleep. One flailed about with empty hands, while the other wielded swords, biting down on one as they slashed at the air. Though the sounds of intense clashes echoed, the scene appeared as if two exceedingly dull individuals were competing in sheer absurdity. Eventually, Blue Knight found a spot to sit on the ground, leaning against a broken wall and dozing off, of course, with his repulsion protection sphere at the ready. It is worth mentioning that the repulsion sensing sphere and the repulsion protection sphere are significantly different. The repulsion sensing sphere emits a faint repulsive force from the body, utilizing the resistance feedback to discern the contours of objects it encounters, serving as a supplement to one's vision, consuming little energy and maintainable in a daily state. The repulsion protection sphere, however, builds upon the sensing sphere and requires a substantial expenditure of life force to accumulate repulsion. Generally, it maintains a weak output for normal sensing. But upon detecting significant resistance feedback approaching, it passively enhances the repulsion output, completely rejecting any encroachment, even potentially launching the assailant away. Even if the opponent could forcibly breach his repulsion protection sphere, Blue Knight could employ his skill, Dance of the Void, using repulsion as propulsion to push himself away. Rest assured, you would find it impossible to lay a finger on my garments, unless your agility exceeds my reaction speed or you employ attacks that cannot elicit repulsion feedback. Blue Knight would remain invulnerable until his life force was entirely depleted. This, however, is a defensive technique he has refined after perishing a staggering 542 times in the arena. On average, he faced death 300 times a day. He has grown so accustomed to it that he no longer fears death. Indeed, one might say that his understanding of mortality is profound. Clearly, Blue Knight's aptitude for combat leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise so frequently. Alas, the realm of battle is ill-suited for me. I am far more inclined to serve as a strategist, guiding the course of events. Although Blue Knight may lack talent in combat, he possesses a keen ability to wield tools expertly. Grasping the intricacies of repulsive force and protective barriers is arduous, yet his application of these concepts flows effortlessly. Observing that Zoran was making no headway, AI-like was suddenly overcome with the desire to retreat. He had come in pursuit of the Millennium Dragonbone, seeking immortality, not to engage in battle. Seizing an opportune moment, AI-like forced Zoran back a considerable distance and unleashed 3 scythe strikes towards the languidly dozing Lanya. Subsequently, he turned to cleave through the obstructing ruins, eager to escape Zoran's relentless pursuit. At this moment, Zoro was confronted with 2 choices: to rescue the seemingly defenseless Blue Knight or to disregard it and continue the pursuit of Eric. There is no need for selection at all. With a resounding clang, Zoro shattered the 3 side strikes aimed at Blue Knight. Upon witnessing this, Blue Knight descended from his levitating position and complained to Zoro, who stood protectively in front of him. "Hey, you're blocking my way. Don't get carried away, kid." A single character appeared on Zoro's forehead as he retorted, "If you don't move aside, the little white mouse will escape." How infuriating. Just wait. All right. Seeing that his threats had no effect on Blue Knight, Zoro reluctantly shifted aside, casting a glance at the sword, Watakamanji, in his mouth. He pondered. Since verbal taunts were ineffective, perhaps he could use the blade in his mouth to eliminate this loathsome individual. Yes, an excellent idea. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, Zoro harbored wicked thoughts. As Zoro stepped aside, Eric had already sprinted beyond a 50-meter range of attack. However, Blue Knight still had a target within arm's reach. Without a moment's hesitation, he performed a maneuver to adjust his position, ensuring that he, Zoro, and Eric formed a straight line. Under the pale threat of Zoro, all the repulsive force accumulated within the protective barrier was unleashed. With a dull thud, Zoro was propelled beyond the 50-meter range of his repulsive sensing circle. Blue Knight instinctively opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of twinkling stars. Oops, it seemed he had exerted too much force. Rubbing his head, he soared after the not-so-distant Eric, choosing not to attack, but merely hovering 30 meters behind him. It wouldn't do to send Zoro flying and then snatch his experience orb. After all, he was a man who didn't lack in such advantages. On the shores of Lost Island, the raft carrying Dragon and Luffy landed safely. They had securely retied the ropes at the stern, preparing to depart. Luffy turned to search for Zoro and Blue Knight. It was time to retreat. The method of retreat needed no elaboration. He merely had to extend his arm to bring them back. However, Luffy had not anticipated an unexpected calamity. Suddenly, a green mass descended, enveloping him entirely, landing perfectly and safely. But how infuriating! The green mass suddenly sprang from Luffy, who had been caught off guard, and without a second thought, dashed toward the island, shouting, "Blue Knight, I will definitely cut you down." With a resounding clap, a hand landed successfully on the unsuspecting Zoro's back, and then boom. This time, Zoro's flawless visage landed precariously upon the enigmatic mast of the Going Merry. It seemed he might be disfigured. Yet, how infuriating. "One day, I shall undoubtedly slay both of you." Zoro's feeble threat echoed. After 2 consecutive abnormal landings, he found himself wishing to eliminate yet another individual. This seems to be setting a flag that will likely never come to fruition. Luffy's resentment towards Zoro, aside from a mere apology, was dismissed without a hint of remorse, as he foolishly extended his cursed rubber hand towards the suspended Eric. Naturally, Blue Knight wholeheartedly refused, declaring that even if he flew to Battleship Island, he would not board this express train. The unwavering repulsion sent Eric flying, and Blue Knight, with his chin resting on his hand, mused that Zoro likely wouldn't have the energy to farm experience points from Eric anymore. He would take matters into his own hands. With that thought, Blue Knight accelerated to hover above Eric. Before Eric could react, a powerful repulsive force erupted from beneath, pinning him to the ground, causing his body to grind against the floor due to inertia. Yes, pressing him to the ground and grinding was indeed acceptable. In terms of abilities, Blue Knight truly had the upper hand over Eric's Scythe Fruit. The latter's attacks required physical movement to execute side slashes. However, if enveloped by Blue Knight's repulsive range, this seemingly indulgent fellow would be utterly incapable of lifting even a finger. A Devil Fruit user unable to utilize their powers is no different from an ordinary person, grasping 2 forces of gravity in his hands. Blue Knight gradually allowed the repulsion beneath him to decrease while ensuring that the gravitational forces remained firmly tethered to the massive boulders on either side, maintaining the pressure on Eric without diminishing it in the slightest. If the pressure increased too much, it would become unmanageable. Suspended 3 meters above Eric, Blue Knight finally spoke. "Hey, purple-haired weakling, do you wish to surrender?" Eric. Blue Knight. "Oh, still stubborn, are we? Let me show you something." He intensified the repulsion beneath him. Eric. Blue Knight. TSK, impressive spirit, I admire that. But I wonder if your bones are as tough." The repulsion surged again, and it seemed as if a cracking sound emanated from within Eric's body. Eric. Blue Knight. TSK, I do commend your resolve. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Blue Knight drew a magic card, aiming at Eric's back, yet hesitated inwardly. After all, he had never truly killed anyone. His first kill was a mermaid, which technically didn't count as a human, and both instances had been accidental. He had no intention of killing. In duels, he had never witnessed any gruesome scenes, as the victor would simply teleport back to reality. Thus, although he spoke of killing Eric, he was somewhat conflicted. While Blue Knight was in turmoil, Zoro, who had leapt from the ship and rushed over, disdainfully mocked, "Hey, kid. If you press him into the ground like that, he'll suffocate before he can answer your question." Blue Knight. "So, it's my fault then?" As Blue Knight released the repulsion from Eric's head, Eric gasped for air, his face turning a shade of purple akin to his hair. Had Zoro not arrived just in time, this fellow, thoroughly restrained by Blue Knight's powers, would have met his demise. After allowing Eric to catch his breath, Blue Knight inquired again, "Hey, purple-haired freak, do you wish to surrender?" "I surrender. I surrender." Eric hastily raised a white flag. "I was hired by the Navy Admiral to track the Millennium Dragon. If you seek vengeance, go after him." Blue Knight. "How come you were so tough before, but now you're so spineless?" However, since his opponent had surrendered, Blue Knight felt it inappropriate to press further. This granted him a justification for sparing a life. He floated away from Eric, scanning him for any signs of card generation, but found none. Was I mistaken? Was the method of generating cards not contingent upon defeating one's opponent, but entirely random? Furrowing his brow, Blue Knight initially intended to experiment with the card generation mechanism against a weak fruit user, wondering if defeating a boss would yield card drops, as in a game. As a scythe fruit user, Eric's strength surpassed that of an average human and even posed a threat to the protagonist, Luffy. Had it not been for Blue Knight's countering abilities, Eric would have been quite formidable. Regardless, even if he wasn't a minor boss, he was certainly an elite adversary. Yet, no cards had dropped. Could it be that it requires a kill to generate cards? Recalling the 2 cards from the evil dragon pirates, Blue Knight pondered that possibility. However, his moral compass prevented him from striking a fatal blow. This was not out of a sense of righteousness, but rather because Eric, in his memory, didn't he qualify as a heinous villain. He found no justification for taking his life. Perhaps it was best to let him go. After all, there would be ample opportunity for experimentation once they reached the Grand Line. As Blue Knight wrestled with the decision to release Eric, he failed to notice that Eric, having regained composure, was brimming with murderous intent beneath his sunglasses. Blue Knight, unaware of the danger, felt a shiver run down his spine, his body instinctively reacting to an imminent threat. Zoro, seasoned in battle, sensed the murderous aura and instinctively drew his sword. "Haha, you are far too naive." Eric suddenly sprang up from the ground, crossing his arms and striking downward towards Blue Knight. "You will die, brat." Clang. A glint of cold steel flashed as Eric's murderous intent faltered. His arms halted above Blue Knight's head, the scythe's blade barely severing a few strands of Blue Knight's hair, who remained utterly unresponsive. Before he could comprehend the situation, a bloodstain appeared on Eric's forehead, running down to his chin, and then, in a gruesome spectacle, he was cleaved in 2, blood and organs spilling onto the ground, the acrid scent of blood filling the air. It was only at that moment that Blue Knight's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He realized he had narrowly escaped being assassinated by Eric. The scythe fruit could slice through rock. Cutting a mere human would be a trivial task. The thought of the bloody heap beneath him potentially being his fate drained the color from Blue Knight's face, shifting from pale to a sickly blue, then to a deep purple. He retched again. Such a gruesome scene was beyond the capacity of someone who hesitated to even take a life. Someone who had been prepared to let a tiger return to the mountain. Meanwhile, Zoro, maintaining his stance with the drawn sword, merely scoffed at Blue Knight without mocking him further, instead scanning the surroundings and gathering some rubble to cover the gruesome scene left by Eric. Better not to leave a corpse exposed in the wilderness. In that moment, Blue Knight was utterly consumed by his own discomfort, retching violently until he expelled every ounce of bile from his body, an experience etched in his memory. Sanji, noticing Blue Knight's distress, applied a peculiar paste beneath his nose, which unleashed an indescribable spiciness that engulfed Blue Knight's lungs. In a desperate bid to alleviate his nausea, he hastily consumed the specially concocted soup prepared by Sanji, which brought him a modicum of relief. Gasping for fresh air, Blue Knight remarked that he had nearly expelled his stomach contents. "All right, it's time to set sail," Luffy declared at that moment. Nami, where are we headed? Did we not already discuss this?" According to the mural's guidance, the Dragon's Cave is likely located near Battleship Island. We must return there first, Nami sighed in resignation. "Haha, understood." Luffy grinned widely. "All right then, our destination is Battleship Island. Let us set sail." Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro immediately began preparations to hoist the anchor and unfurl the sails, collectively choosing to disregard Blue Knight's presence. At this moment, it is best not to mention the matter. Lanya did not ponder too deeply. He staggered his way up to the observation platform, his gaze vacant as he stared into an unknown distance, lost in a reverie. Just moments ago, he had come perilously close to death. Had it not been for Zoro's vigilance and strength, he would have met the same fate as Eric, perhaps even a more dire one. The mere thought of Eric caused a subtle turmoil in Lanya's stomach. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the urge to vomit and strived to recall the horrific scene from earlier. This recent incident has illuminated for him the harsh truth that this cannibalistic world knows no mercy, aside from the companions who can be trusted with one's back. The remainder consists solely of adversaries wielding swords and daggers. After a prolonged moment, Lan Yi's complexion turned an ashen hue. His mind entangled in a chaotic web of despair, ultimately compelling him to relinquish thoughts of that unbearable scene. Rome was not built in a day. He could only gradually acclimatize to the unfolding days ahead. Simultaneously, his heart burned with an intensified yearning to overthrow this morbid world, not for any other reason, but for the sake of his future descendants, that they might enjoy a peaceful and joyful childhood. He must strive towards the goal nestled within his heart. Even if he cannot achieve it himself, he must at the very least grow strong enough, powerful enough to instill fear in the hearts of the wicked, much like Whitebeard, whose mere reputation can deter the base from any transgression. Lost in a tumult of thoughts, Lan Yi eventually regained his composure. Alas, pondering further is futile. The primary focus must remain on becoming stronger. Clutched in his hand is a card. This is precisely what Zoro obtained after defeating Eric. Zoro and Sanji formed a united front as the Going Merry surged into the tempestuous waters. With her initial experience, Nami skillfully directed the ship, which, despite its violent rocking, was no longer in danger of capsizing, truly deserving of her title as a genius navigator. Observing that there was nothing for him to do, Lanya took out the card dropped by Zoro after vanquishing Eric. Card, Wonton rank, orange category, skill card effect, accelerates the convergence of surrounding air currents for a brief period and compresses them slightly. Note, this skill is a defective version of the wind control ability. Please exercise caution as explosions may occur after the compression of air currents. A flawed version of an extraordinary ability, its origin unknown, perhaps from a film or anime. The orange-level skill card was comprehended by Lanya in merely a minute. He grasped the essence of it and fully mastered this new skill with a brief reflection. How shall I put it? The so-called extraordinary abilities are indeed flawed. Their effects, as described, merely provide a slight enhancement when you gather ambient air currents, provided that you possess the means to do so. For instance, through breathing, one can intake a greater volume of gas within a given time frame. In the case of the air bullet, the gravitational barrel, when drawing in air, previously required about 1 second to accumulate, but now only necessitates approximately 0.7 seconds, thus improving efficiency by 30. However, if your sole intention is to gather air currents, I regret to inform you that this ability does not possess such functionality. It is merely a passive skill that enhances air gathering without any initiative of its own. No wonder it has been rated as orange. Is it because it wasn't achieved through personal effort that its grade has diminished? I did consider reducing the air accumulation time for the air bullet and air blast. Although somewhat ineffectual, it indeed lessens the gathering time for the air bullet. It cannot be entirely dismissed as useless, but rather deemed moderately beneficial. During the experiment with the Blue Knight skills, the Going Merry, under Nami's command, successfully navigated through the stormy zone, traversing the peculiar mirror to reach the calm sea level. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the Going Merry surfaced, it was immediately met with a barrage of cannon fire. Blue Knight was taken aback. What is happening? Why are we being attacked as soon as we emerge? Soaring from the deck into the open skies, a sweeping glance revealed that the Going Merry was encircled by more than 30 warships, effectively blocking their escape. Ah, we're doomed. Usopp, clutching a spyglass, suddenly cried out. Their ships were linked by iron chains. We are surrounded. We must retreat. Bang. Nami delivered a sharp blow to Usopp's head. What kind of defeatist talk is that? Retreating would lead to the same encirclement. Then, what should we do now? We will all perish. What else can we do but jump onto their ships, defeat them, and cut the chains? Sanji suggested, blowing out a smoke ring. Well, this time, the cook's proposal isn't half bad. Who are you calling a cook, Mosshead? Of course, I'm referring to you. You want to fight? Who is afraid of you? Come on, come on. As Blue Knight descended from the sky, he observed Zoro and Sanji, their faces inches apart, bickering once more, while their carefree captain, Luffy, simply laughed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Hey, there are over 30 warships firing upon us. Nami is earnestly maneuvering the ship to evade cannonballs, and even Usopp is nervously returning fire. Is it truly appropriate for you three main fighters to be squabbling like this? What relationship did these adversaries share in their past life? They cannot endure a single day without bickering. I suggested, let us engage in battle. How about a competition to see who can defeat more naval foes? Blue Knight proposed helplessly. Oh, is it a contest? Count me in. Luffy was the first to respond. Sanji, lifting his leg, and Zoro, drawing his sword, nodded in agreement, only to resume their quarrel over who could vanquish more enemies. At that moment, both Blue Knight and ABIs received a summons from Dragon. They are targeting me. You will be safe if you let me go. There is no need for your argument. However, Dragon, who did not comprehend human language, mistakenly believed that Zoro and Sanji's dispute revolved around their commitment to protect him. Just as Blue Knight was about to clarify, ABIs dashed to the ship's stern, leaping over the railing and sliding down the rope to comfort Dragon. Observing this, Blue Knight chose to remain silent. Nami, not only a master navigator but also an adept helmsman, skillfully evaded all incoming cannon fire, gradually closing in on the enemy's stronghold. You four, stop watching the show. Nami exclaimed in frustration. Hurry and open the front passage. Hey, Miss Nami. TSK, so nagging, Blue Knight retorted, wishing to shirk responsibility. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. We are all comrades, Luffy said, feigning an attempt to rest his hand on Blue Knight's shoulder. Then unexpectedly wrapped around him a few times before his rubbery arm launched, securely grasping the enigmatic mast of a warship. Nami, go ahead and charge, do not stop. Trust us. Hey, what are you doing? Blue Knight exclaimed in alarm. I can handle this myself. Oh, before he could finish his sentence, Luffy had inadvertently hurled Blue Knight into an unorthodox bungee jump, providing him with an unexpectedly free-flying experience. Of course, in the spirit of camaraderie. Blue Knight's gravitational ropes firmly grasped both Zoro and Sanji, and the four were collectively flung toward the warship. Blue Knight managed to narrowly avoid the mast with a dance in mid-air, while Luffy, being a rubber man, had no qualms about being stuck against it. As for the other two, oh dear, the mast had sustained cracks from the impact, suggesting a rather severe collision. Damn it, Luffy. I will definitely cut him down. Zoro fumed. It seems it was Blue Knight who was holding us? Sanji added in disbelief. Let us cut him down together, Zoro declared. Agreed, Sanji responded. This pair of adversaries unexpectedly found themselves united on the same front. Although it was certainly not the alignment Blue Knight had anticipated, the wager held unforeseen potency. Blue Knight remained oblivious to the alliance between Zoro and Sanji. At this moment, he soared above the fleet of warships, his objective clear as he breached the blockade, making a beeline for another colossal warship that was not arranged in the chain formation. This particular vessel was notably larger than the others, adorned with a green design resembling a millennia-old dragon, with the bow fashioned in the likeness of a dragon's head. These observations are insufficient for Loni to ascertain that the so-called admiral is indeed aboard this vessel. What solidifies his conviction is the presence of an enormous, corpulent pirate on the deck, requiring the exertion of 8 trained sailors to lift him. The pirate world is truly peculiar. Even a rotund individual can reach an astonishing height of 3 meters and a width of 2 meters, resembling a cylindrical figure topped with a sphere. In response to Loni's audacious actions, the sailors, naturally, would not allow any harm to befall their commander and swiftly raised their firearms to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him. Unfortunately, conventional weaponry proved ineffective against him. The repulsive protective barrier activated, rendering all bullets incapable of approaching within half a meter of his vicinity, serving only to deplete a fraction of his vitality without any significant impact. I suppose I can now consider myself a minor superhero, haha. A glance at the projectiles in this realm reveals their spherical nature, just as I expected. Bullets of this caliber lack the capacity for significant range. They possess some lethality at close quarters, yet their effectiveness diminishes exponentially beyond a mere 10 meters. While the Navy's attention was fixated on Blue Knight, Luffy and his companions wreaked havoc within the confines of a chain formation, sending numerous naval soldiers plummeting into the sea. In terms of long-range attacks, the bullets proved utterly ineffective against the trio, and cannon fire was rendered impossible as their own warship was teeming with naval personnel. Fire, commanded an admiral, urging the ship to bombard their own vessel. But Admiral, there are our men aboard. Enough of your prattle, the admiral retorted, his voice tinged with frustration. They are sacrificing themselves for justice. It is the highest honor, their destined fate. Open fire immediately. After all, he was an admiral. His rank dictated his thoughts, and he was adept at uttering lofty sentiments to sway the hearts of men. Alas, this excuse is utterly feeble. The entire fleet is acutely aware that this mission revolves around the ancient dragon bones, essentially a quest for your admiral's immortality. Thus, where lies the notion of justice? Caught in the struggle between the innate obedience to orders and the humanity towards their comrades' lives, the messenger soldiers are in turmoil. Alas, these are merely a fraction of the messengers. Each warship is equipped with a messenger, and not all of them prioritize humanity. A small number are driven by power and wealth. Power and money are synonymous in their eyes. Consequently, in their eagerness to curry favor with the admiral, they may harbor reluctance, yet they hesitate not in relaying the admiral's orders to bombard the enemy-occupied friendly vessels. The hierarchy of authority crushes dissent. Among the naval soldiers who received the order to attack their allies, some, as previously mentioned, executed the command without a second thought for their own gain. It is not my desire to slay you, but these pirates are overwhelmingly formidable, possessing the powers of the devil fruit, even without opening fire. You would face annihilation, it's merely a matter of time. They reassure themselves. Subsequently, Zoro and his companions finally endured some measure of threatening assaults. Regrettably, these attacks proved futile. For Luffy, cannonballs could effortlessly be deflected, Zoro sliced through them with ease, and Sanji kicked them back as if playing a game. Can you believe it? As this continued for a while, the gunners realized that direct attacks were ineffectual and saw no need for further commands from the admiral. Some self-serving individuals began to target the hulls of the warships directly. With one initiating the assault, others, under pressure, followed suit. As a barrage of cannonballs rained down, the warship where Luffy and his companions resided began to suffer severe damage, with water gushing in through the breached hull. Their fate of sinking into the depths of the sea was now inevitable. This compelled the three to abandon ship and flee. As the task of clearing a path for the Golden Mary proceeded without pause or diversion, the chain, along with the warship, sank into the depths of the sea, resembling an insurmountable reef, utterly impeding passage. Infuriating. Just one more chain would suffice. Zoro was filled with resentment. Useless, Ma said. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. How tedious. Zoro, in a fit of anger, struck a naval soldier aside with the back of his sword, bellowing, I have defeated 131 Marines. Surely you have vanquished fewer. Upon hearing this, Sanji unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending two naval soldiers flying, utilizing them as projectiles to strike against the throng, forcing more Marines to retreat, many of whom tumbled into the sea. My apologies, but with the recent count, I have surpassed you by 1. No way. I just sent 3 flying. I surpassed you by 2. Oh, with these 6 added, I surpassed you by 4. Darn it, one sword style. These two adversaries have utterly forgotten that their purpose aboard the warship is to establish a route for the Golden Mary. In a display of rivalry, they have commenced a relentless onslaught against the advancing naval soldiers. Of course, they have refrained from lethal measures. Nevertheless, even so, a mere brush with the attacks of these two formidable beings would likely result in the unfortunate soldier spending a fortnight in bed to recuperate. As for Luffy, he too enthusiastically joined this competition of hunting naval soldiers. However, his rather limited mental capacity proved insufficient, leading him to abandon any semblance of counting and instead unleash chaos all around. This was clearly unforeseen by Nami. In the original narrative, there was no such contest. Instead, Zoro's objective was distinctly to sever the chains. However, now, well, it was Blue Knight who suggested the competition. On board the Going Mary, Nami observed the considerable commotion but noticed that no passage had yet opened. Frantically, she felt the pressure mounting as they neared the naval fleet, with only herself and Usopp aboard, leaving them utterly incapable of halting the swiftly advancing ship, let alone maneuvering it to evade the barrage of cannon fire. Given the current trajectory, it seemed likely that the Going Mary would collide directly with the massive chains. And while it may not lead to utter destruction, they would certainly be trapped like fish in a barrel. All they could do was yell desperately, attempting to communicate with Luffy and the others, yet the cacophony of explosions rendered their voices utterly inaudible. Usopp had turned ashen, muttering despondently about how the great warrior of the seas was destined to perish here, exuding negativity. Nami, too, paled, resolutely deciding to steer hard left to evade the fleet. Just at that moment, however, a turn of fate occurred. As Nami prepared to veer away, all the cannon fire abruptly ceased. The Navy had called for a ceasefire. This left Nami momentarily stunned. In the next instant, directly ahead of the Thousand Sunny, the interlinked chains connecting the warships were deftly unfastened by the naval soldiers themselves, even allowing the vessels to thoughtfully create a bit of distance, facilitating Nami's navigation through the passage. This unusual behavior aroused Nami's suspicions. Just as she hesitated, the fully revived Usopp suddenly shouted, "It's Blue Knight. Look at the bow of that warship. It's Blue Knight, the one standing on a giant fat man, following Usopp's direction. Nami glanced over and spotted Blue Knight waving at her from atop a mound of flesh, his thumb raised high, which instantly reassured her. Thank goodness there was a reliable ally. She resolved to recruit Blue Knight into their pirate crew, for otherwise, the days ahead would be fraught with anxiety. Unbeknownst to Blue Knight, his dependable nature had already caught Nami's attention. He was oblivious to the temporary chaos among Luffy and the others. Having been preoccupied with the task of securing the large mass beneath him, the unnamed admiral, fearing for his life, commanded a ship full of Navy soldiers and cannons. And Blue Knight initially struggled against the relentless barrage of cannon fire that depleted his health rapidly. If the situation continued in such a stalemate, he could very well be worn down. However, Blue Knight was no passive victim. He elevated his stature to evade the majority of the cannon fire. And withstanding the few cannons that could reach him, he set up his own artillery to take precise shots. Fixed targets were no challenge. The explosive rounds found their mark effortlessly, resulting in devastating explosions. Once he had neutralized all the artillery, the remaining few posed no threat. Descending directly above the admiral, Blue Knight refrained from conversation and unleashed a barrage of strikes. Afterward, the quivering mass of flesh promptly raised a white flag. Before Blue Knight could utter a word, the admiral, recognizing the situation, picked up a transponder snail and commanded all Navy soldiers to cease fire, instructing the blockade ships to break the chains and allow the Going Merry to pass. This spared Blue Knight the trouble of negotiation, confirming that a good beating was all it took to bring the cowardly admiral to heel. Of course, Blue Knight would not be foolish enough to release the admiral so easily. He laboriously lifted the man and flew him toward the passage leading to the Going Merry, waving to Nami to signal that all was safe. It was only then that he noticed Sanji and Zoro not far away, bickering over who had defeated more Navy soldiers. While Luffy's attempts to join the conversation went completely unnoticed, Blue Knight pondered, could someone explain this situation to me? The admiral tentatively interjected, you must long for immortality, right? If you help me obtain the Millennium Dragon Bone, I can craft a version for you as well. Additionally, I can provide you with vast treasures. I have the authority to allocate Navy funds with a swift motion of his right hand. Blue Knight delivered a forceful punch to the admiral's face. Although the impact was not great, the pampered man immediately rolled his eyes back and fainted. Damn it, the blood and sweat of the people have nourished this parasite. Blue Knight scoffed, disdainfully stepping on the admiral's corpulent chest to ensure his unconsciousness before dismissively curling his lip. He had intended to treat the admiral well. Yet the man had expired so abruptly. At that moment, the Going Merry cruised past, and Blue Knight leaped onto the lookout, stretching and preparing to take a nap. Hey, Blue Knight, Usopp shouted from the lookout. Where are Luffy and the others? Aren't they with you? He had been so focused on freeing the chains that he had noticed the ongoing dispute among Luffy and the others. Blue Knight replied, realistically. I've opened the passage, targeting the enemy's leader to ensure the Going Merry's safe departure. Did you not notice it was time to return to the ship? He stood and gazed at the retreating fleet, expressing his disinterest in flying back to serve as a messenger. Let them fend for themselves. The one who would ultimately suffer would be that so-called admiral. Seeing Blue Knight's lack of movement, Usopp grew increasingly uneasy. Just as he was about to speak again, Blue Knight suddenly vanished from sight, leaving him with no choice but to fall silent. Blue Knight, feeling unsatisfied, sought amusement in the duel arena. Unfortunately, he encountered a fox fruit user, the last type of opponent he desired, a master of agility. After barely withstanding a minute of combat, he was swiftly dispatched, his heart plucked out in a single strike. Thus, he found no amusement, but rather a burgeoning frustration. This is utterly intolerable. Just as he appeared on the observation deck, Lanya immediately activated the matching system and vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, he seemed to hear Usopp's cries echoing in the air. Once I step outside, I shall inquire about what transpired. Regrettably, Lanya neglected to consult the almanac today, which was not conducive to entering the duel arena. To his dismay, he had been matched against a user of a superhuman-type devil fruit. This is indeed the first time. After a brief encounter, it is fortunate that the other party's abilities do not constitute any form of super speed. In fact, their speed is merely a little more than double that of Blue Knight. One could say that their physical prowess is even inferior to that of Usopp, and as for speed, being just slightly faster than Usopp barely places them on par with him. After all, Usopp is renowned for his exceptional ability to flee. However, Blue Knight has uncovered a rather disheartening issue. This is a copper man who has consumed the copper fruit. Even when faced with the formidable air bomb attack from the Blue Knight, he merely staggered a few steps back. He stood there, allowing any assault without retaliation, rendering the effort utterly futile. Thus, the scene fell into a stalemate. The Blue Knight's attacks failed to breach the defenses of this Copper Man, while the Copper Man had no means to counter the airborne Blue Knight, resorting only to futile weapon throws. If it had ended there, a half-hour delay resulting in a draw would have been acceptable. However, the peculiar nature of this Copper Man revealed itself. He was quite the chatterbox. From the moment he entered, his incessant prattle had not ceased, bombarding the Blue Knight with an array of questions, never allowing a moment for response. A full half-hour of auditory bombardment. After the half-hour mark prompted the declaration of the duel space, the Blue Knight had completely forgotten about any notions of Usopp. His eyes ablaze as he clicked for another match. Tragically, this time his opponent was a user of the rabbit fruit, a figure with remarkably developed leg muscles. Not only was he infuriatingly swift, but his leaping ability allowed him to soar to heights of 50 meters. After enduring for 15 minutes, the Blue Knight ultimately succumbed to a crushing kick to the chest, resulting in a shattered sternum and his untimely demise. How can one endure such a stifling battle? The dueling arena beckons once more. Regrettably, the fourth combatant turns out to be yet another ability user. This one wields the powers of the superhuman shield fruit, capable of enveloping objects it touches as shields surrounding its bearer. While it may not possess the comprehensive defense of the previous copper fruit, the plethora of weaponry available in the dueling arena proves overwhelming. Thus, the encounter culminates in a 30-minute stalemate. Captain Usopp, the valiant warrior of the seas, finds himself ensnared in the Blue Knight, lost in a haze of futile distractions, unable to extricate himself from the arena. While external circumstances unfold that threaten to shatter Usopp's composure, given his current timid disposition, this predicament is hardly surprising. Now, let us rewind to the moment Blue Knight first entered the dueling arena. Hey, Blue Knight, could you fetch Luffy and the others? Whoosh. Blue Knight vanished from sight in an instant, leaving Usopp utterly flabbergasted. Hey, hold on, my friend. We're still in the midst of battle here. And there are more than 30 warships lurking behind us, ready to pounce. You can't just abandon us like this. Unfortunately, the crew's understanding of Blue Knight's actions in the dueling arena is limited. At such a moment, seeking him out can only be a matter of waiting. Suppressing his mounting frustration, Usopp mustered his courage to ascend the lookout tower, positioning himself on the eerie mast outside, employing his single telescope to scout for the whereabouts of Luffy and the others. The outcome, as expected, was dishearteningly negative. Amidst the vast array of warships, each one far exceeding the size of the Golden Mary, it was nearly impossible to discern any one vessel. Yet, the peculiar nature of this fleet was evident. There was no chaos aboard. Rather, they methodically retracted the chains that had previously bound them and set sail in pursuit of the Golden Mary, as if Luffy and his companions were absent from the ships altogether. At that moment, Blue Knight returned to reality. Usopp was immediately struck with terror, exclaiming, Blue Knight, those warships are chasing us again. They must be here to kill us. In a flurry of panic, Usopp dashed to Nami, who was the sole navigator on board, and clung to her leg, wailing, Nami, we're doomed. The fleet is upon us. Get off. Usopp, you're soaking me with your tears, Nami retorted, disdain evident in her voice. If you continue to hang on like this, it will cost you 1,000,000 berries per second. Startled, Usopp released his grip. What should we do now? We're all going to die? Is that all you can do? Cry like a child? Nami sighed in exasperation. Where are Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji? They're not back yet. They must have perished at the hands of the Navy. Blue Knight has also activated his ghost mode and isn't even on the ship. We are finished. Luffy and the others would not meet such a simple fate, but regarding Blue Knight, he was not yet a member of their crew and had no obligation to oppose the Navy. After this ordeal, they must find a way to recruit him into their ranks. Should we go back for Luffy and the others? Let's not, shall we? Nami responded, unimpressed. We're doomed. Even if they are absent, we are on a swift triangular-sailed ship. The cumbersome warships cannot possibly catch us. But they have cannons. We will still perish. In a moment of despair, Usopp collapsed in defeat. Curse it, I'm tired of crying. Nami's frustration flared. Where are those cannonballs coming from? Get to the lookout and keep watch. Lying helplessly, Usopp gulped nervously, hastily retreating to the lookout, determined to suppress any further negativity. Nami's wrath was formidable. Under Nami's intimidating presence, Usopp finally steadied his cowardly heart and began to survey the surroundings, wary of a sudden Navy ambush. Upon closer observation, Usopp realized something was amiss. Although a multitude of warships pursued the Golden Mary, as Nami had pointed out, their speed could not match that of the triangular-sailed ship. In fact, the distance between them was growing wider, the silhouettes of the warships appearing smaller by the moment. That was close. Under the leadership of the great sea warrior Captain Usopp, the Mary has once again evaded the treacherous navy. Please, do not idolize me too much. It is merely the duty of a captain. Ha ha ha. Just as Usopp basked in his self-adulation, 3 individuals aboard the warships were filled with dismay. What on earth are Usopp and the others doing? They left without us. Luffy scratched his head, perplexed. Humph, it's that green-haired idiot who delayed our boarding. Hey, you culinary pervert, say that again. What? Calling you green-haired? Before Sanji could finish his retort, Zoro had already drawn his sword, and naturally, Sanji was not one to back down, countering with a kick to block Zoro's strike. While the two clashed, Luffy gazed longingly at the now distant Golden Mary, troubled. Why is the ship so far away when I'm still here as captain? Luffy had forgotten that before he had pulled Blue Knight toward the warships, he had instructed Nami not to stop the ship, but to keep pressing forward. Without the captain's orders, the pirate ship could not be set in motion. However, the absence of such orders was a different matter altogether. Ultimately, it was Luffy's own fault for being engrossed in the wager. Stop fighting, Luffy shouted. Is there any way to make the Golden Mary stop? We can hardly see it now. At Luffy's words, the bickering Sanji and Zoro showed no signs of ceasing. Instead, Sanji took the opportunity to step on the back of the fallen Usopp's hand. As Usopp howled in pain, Zoro hastily interjected. Hurry and tell the warships to accelerate and catch up, or I'll chop off your hand. Are you brainless, green-haired? How could those clumsy warships possibly catch up? Sanji seized the moment to taunt him. Curse you. I'll kill you. Zoro retorted angrily, and once again, they resumed their brawl. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Usopp cradled his bruised hand. Overwhelmed with despair, you know the warships can't catch us. Why step on my hand? Powerless against the circumstances, Usopp could only endure in silence. Thus, the 3 of them shamelessly commandeered a navy vessel to pursue their own ship. How amusing it was for them. Yet, aboard the Golden Mary, it could only be described as a tragic human drama. On the Golden Mary, within the lookout tower, Nami and Usopp were squeezed into a cramped space, deliberately leaving room for one more person. Below, ABIs watched eagerly. Suddenly, Blue Knight appeared in the space vacated by Nami and Usopp. With eyes wide in disbelief, Nami lunged towards Blue Knight, but only she managed to tackle him. Usopp, on the other hand, found his nose painfully wedged against a repulsive wall, likely fractured once more. Why once more? This marked the 5th time in 6 days. Ah, Blue Knight, please, just cook something for us. Nami clung tightly to Blue Knight's right arm, pressing it against her ample bosom. Otherwise, we'll have to endure Usopp's cooking, which is akin to swine feed. Usopp, muffling his protest while holding his nose, grumbled. I can't cook well to begin with, and do you really want to eat what ABIs prepares? At the mention of ABIs, Nami's face turned pale, her grip on Blue Knight tightening. Overwhelmed by Nami's charm, Blue Knight ultimately succumbed to her beauty and abandoned his intention to engage in a duel, rising to head to the kitchen instead. The origin of it all lies in Sanji, who was taken away by Luffy. He is indeed the sole chef aboard the ship. The world of One Piece is an authentic realm, with a map that is vast enough to surpass the size of the Earth in a previous life by several folds. Previously, due to the need to evade naval vessels, the Going Merry sailed in the opposite direction of Battleship Island, resulting in a significant increase in the time required to return to Battleship Island while avoiding the potential pursuit of the fleet. This resulted in an entire 6 days passing while Loni and his companions drifted aimlessly upon the vast sea. Fortunately, Nami, the skilled navigator, remained aboard the ship, alleviating any concerns of losing their way. The sole predicament lay in their sustenance. To be frank, Lanya's culinary skills were rather unremarkable, merely of average caliber. However, among the trio on board, Abi's disastrous cooking could be lethal, and Usopp's haphazard stews resembled swine fare. As for Nami, she possessed some culinary prowess. Yet according to her own words, she could not allow her exquisite complexion to be marred by smoke. Consequently, the responsibility of the chef fell upon Lan Yi, who, unable to stomach Usopp's unsavory concoctions, took it upon himself to prepare a simple fried rice. Naturally, Lan Yi was reluctant, for he could have spent that time engaging in several duels. Yet, he was no match for Nami's charming tactics. At mealtime, she would sweetly approach him, showering him with affection and even offering him some of her food. This is utterly impossible to refuse. However, the enthralling allure of the dueling arena makes it so that Blue Knight remains oblivious to the passage of time. Thus, Nami and the others vigilantly occupy the watchtower at mealtime. Naturally, Blue Knight is reluctant to engage in close contact with Usopp, a grown man. Yet, for reasons unknown, Usopp repeatedly lunges toward Blue Knight. Perhaps he seeks to connect with the only reliable individual aboard the ship, hoping to infuse his courageous spirit with renewed vigor. After all, should a naval warship pursue them, their reliance would undoubtedly fall upon Blue Knight. After preparing a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, the 4 indulge heartily. And then it is time for Usopp to showcase his culinary creations. Alas, Dragon Lord must partake in Usopp's endeavors, as his appetite is insatiable, leaving Blue Knight with little time to squander. Fortunately, due to his advanced age, Dragon Lord has developed a preference for softer foods, making him somewhat amenable to Usopp's haphazard stew. Aside from the lackluster flavor, everything else is tolerable. At the very least, it is infinitely better than the charred concoction once served by ABIs. Having satisfied their hunger, Blue Knight turns to return to the watchtower, only to be halted by Nami. Well, given your ample and soft assets, we can temporarily set aside the matter of accumulating battle experience. Nami, if you have something to say, please do so without clinging to, my arm. It is rather inappropriate, Blue Knight replies, his cheeks flushed. After all, he is still a 17-year-old high school student. Hiki, you're blushing. Nami, unfazed, insists, if I don't do this, you'll surely run away again. I don't mind. What are you afraid of? As she speaks, Nami tightens her grip on his arm, pulling him deeper into her embrace. Gulp. Usopp, who is stirring the large pot, stares wide-eyed, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, completely unaware that the salt shaker in his hand has tumbled into the pot. A moment of silence for Dragon Lord. With Nami's insistence, Blue Knight refrains from further protest, bending slightly to conceal his youthful embarrassment, his body tense, fearful of any unintended movements that may lead to unforeseen consequences. Nami merely smiles, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, signaling a triumphant yes gesture toward Usopp in the corner where Blue Knight cannot see. This, however, seemed to be premeditated. Hiki, Blue Knight, by the way, are you from the East Sea? Nami initiated the conversation. Oh, no. I'm not from the East Sea. Blue Knight struggled to articulate his words clearly, yet all his efforts proved futile. Oh, so you are not from the East Sea? Nami tilted her head, having heard Sanji mention that you fell from the sky. Why did you fall from the sky? In response to Nami, there was a prolonged silence. The enigmatic Blue Knight defies explanation. Surely one cannot claim he hails from another time? Setting aside Nami's potential disbelief, the peculiar manner of his arrival, tripping over his own feet, remains a matter too absurd for him to broach. Ultimately, in the presence of alluring women, Blue Knight yearns to present himself in the best light. The astute Nami has evidently discerned his reluctance to address this quandary. While she too is eager for answers, she chooses to defer this inquiry for the sake of their impending plans. Blue Knight, could you share tales of your homeland? Nami deftly shifts the conversation. My homeland. Blue Knight had anticipated this query. It lies not along the coast, but within an expansive expanse of land. During his time there, whispers of the Pirate King reached his ears. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to the precise waters where such tales unfold. The so-called news, naturally, pertains to the lengthy updates of the anime concerning the Pirate King. His words bore no deceit, yet they were sufficient to mislead others in the absence of knowledge about other worlds. Which sea do you come from? Nami inquired, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she added, did your parents never mention it? The mere mention of parents caused a noticeable tremor in Nami's embrace as the muscles within tightened. She realized she may have tumbled into an error. In her haste to redirect the conversation, Blue Knight's voice deepened as he began to recount his past. He spoke of a once happy family, modest, yet free from want. All of this changed when he turned 13. At that time, he was enrolled in a semi-military academy requiring boarding. Shortly after his arrival, tragedy struck. Their home was invaded by robbers who not only stole their possessions but also sought to harm his mother. In the ensuing chaos, his father was murdered while bravely resisting, and tragically, his mother met a similar fate. The idyllic family life was shattered. Though the perpetrators were swiftly apprehended, they received merely a life sentence, escaping the death penalty due to the influence of one robber's politically connected father. The loss of his parents plunged Blue Knight into a deep depression, from which he was gradually pulled by the unwavering support of his aunt, his mother's elder sister. From that point onward, Blue Knight relied on the inheritance left by his parents to fund his education and accommodation, while during breaks, he sought various jobs to sustain himself. Being young, he faced numerous challenges: hauling bricks, washing dishes, cleaning toilets, distributing flyers, and serving tables, he undertook every task that required no formal education. This has cultivated Loni's habit of independence and self-reliance. He possesses strong opinions and, over the years, the hardships he has endured have led him to trust others less. He has inadvertently developed a fondness for extreme sports, which stimulate his nerves. Subsequently, through a minor blunder of tripping over his own feet, he found himself in the world of One Piece. Of course, Loni would often obscure certain elements that did not align with this world. Yet the overall introduction remained unchanged. His past experiences were fitting for the pirate-infested realm, after all. Once he finished speaking, Nami had unknowingly released her grip on Loni's arm and instead pressed his head into the softness of her bosom. Usopp looked on with a mixture of envy and sorrow. He could empathize with some of Loni's pain. Recalling his own father who pursued dreams and his mother who had passed away, at least he still had a glimmer of hope. But Loni's eyes had already dissolved into tears, for she was still a sensitive little girl. After a long moment, it was Loni who first emerged from the depths of his negative emotions, breaking free from Nami's embrace and forcing a smile. Well, let's not dwell on such sorrowful matters any longer. Enough, Loni. Nami interjected seriously. Although a man should not cry, expressing one's feelings when no one is watching can be a form of release. Loni paused. He had shed silent tears countless nights, but had always pretended to be strong in front of others. Indeed, while Nami was an orphan, the loss of Belmare must have affected her deeply. Perhaps not less than his own suffering. She could understand his feelings. Usopp, ABIs, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Robin, even Frankie and Brook had all lost something precious. Perhaps joining this crew would. Just as Loni pondered this, Nami pressed him once more against her chest, her face radiating a maternal glow, pulling Loni from his previous thoughts. Goodness, am I actually contemplating joining the Straw Hat Pirates? He thought. What is so appealing about it? It's merely a gathering of youths with solitary issues, yet I feel an inexplicable urge to be part of it. No, I must find the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts soon. Or perhaps seize the opportunity to hop on another ship and leave this talented group behind. That would be the prudent course of action. Yes, that is the plan. But before that, isn't Nami still just a D-cup? Once we enter the Grand Line, she might upgrade to an E-cup. I wonder if I'll get another chance to be enveloped in such a way. Embracing the notion of making the most of his circumstances, Loni succumbed to the allure of her gentle embrace, becoming hopelessly entranced. Meanwhile, Nami, enveloped in her sacred maternal glow, remained oblivious to any oddities until she sensed something warm flowing from her chest. Only then did she realize that, at some point, Loni had blissfully fainted, blood streaming from his nose. Hey, what is going on? Why is Usopp suddenly bleeding? Nami questioned, feigning ignorance. Well, if I were in his position, I'd be bleeding too, Usopp replied, a mixture of envy and disdain on his face. Nami, my mother also passed away, you see. Thud. What are you thinking? Nami retorted in fury. I sacrificed for Loni to join our crew, and you dare entertain such lewd thoughts. It's utterly intolerable. Ugh. Groan. Usopp lamented as he lay there. Since that day, after being subjected to 2 consecutive headlocks that nearly caused him to bleed out, Loni found himself ensnared in a state of relentless challenge and duel, neglecting even his meals. Even when Nami attempted to employ her charms again, she was repelled by Loni's protective barrier, leaving her with no opportunity whatsoever. This is because Blue Knight is evading. He is afraid. The fainting incident that day was a result of his own self-induced shock, for if, in that moment, Nami were to unexpectedly propose that he join the Straw Hat Pirates, he would find it utterly impossible to refuse. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently opened his heart to Nami, revealing the childhood secrets he had never dared to share before. This is a terrifying omen. It signifies that deep within Blue Knight's heart, he has at least come to believe in the charming girl, Nami, and subconsciously hesitates to reject her. Yet, as he grapples with the choice between revolutionary ideals and the allure of piracy, it is evident that his heart leans towards the former rather than the latter. Adventure may be the passionate dream of every man, but revolution holds the power to spare countless families from enduring tragedies akin to his own. The distinction between the two is one that Blue Knight, with his strong convictions, can discern. Thus, fully aware of the difficulty in denying Nami's request, he resolutely shuts her out, depriving her of even the chance to voice her plea. Nami's spirit is in shambles. Without Blue Knight at the helm, she has been on the verge of starvation these past few days, her vision clouded by hunger. Meanwhile, Usopp's haphazard cooking has led to an ever-increasing array of ingredients, ultimately depleting their supplies, leaving them to survive solely by fishing. The days felt interminable. And on the third day of Blue Knight's refusal to take charge, coinciding with the 9th day of separation from Sanji, it finally came to an end. Oh, we have finally arrived at Battleship Island. Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger that played tricks on her mind. For Nami could have sworn she heard Sanji's voice calling out to her, and she faintly caught a whiff of delectable cuisine. Only Blue Knight understood that this was no mere illusion. For directly ahead of the Going Merry, the battleships that should have been left behind had all anchored about a kilometer off Battleship Island, their cannons ominously aimed at them. Meanwhile, Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro stood on the bow of the large warship where they had earlier captured the admiral, waving at their companions. The situation was shrouded in uncertainty. Ah, Nami-san, it has been far too long. You remain as enchanting as ever. As soon as the Going Merry docked, Sanji sprang forward to present his affection, offering her a specially prepared bento filled with love. You must have scarcely eaten these past few days. Please, indulge in this token of my affection. Before he could finish, Nami, embodying a carefree elegance, snatched the bento from his hands and devoured it ravenously. The long-lost aroma of delicious food made Usopp swallow hard. Casting a pitiful glance at Sanji, yours is waiting in the kitchen at Abi's house. Feel free to help yourself. Usopp, his eyes gleaming with hunger, dashed off towards Abi's home without a hint of complaint about the perceived favoritism. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro finally boarded the ship. Luffy had attempted to launch himself onto the vessel using his rubber elasticity, but unfortunately, he had chosen an incorrect landing spot and was forcefully knocked away by Blue Knight. As this fellow descended, it seemed he could not find solace unless he used a body as a cushion. Previously, it had been Zoro, but now, inexplicably, it had changed to Blue Knight. How infuriating. Blue Knight, why have you flung me away once more? I am clearly the captain. Luffy approached, seeking retribution. I am not your crew member. I am merely a transient passenger. Blue Knight shrugged nonchalantly and proceeded toward the town, adding, and please refrain from smearing my face with your antics, lest you find yourself propelled even further next time. Luffy, unwilling to relent, seized Zoro, imploring him to speak on his behalf. However, as Zoro was the usual landing point for Luffy, he naturally sided with Blue Knight at this moment. What is this? Zoro, how could you assist Blue Knight and not me? Luffy lamented. Cease your incessant whining. If you do not amend this habit, I shall inevitably resort to severing you. Amidst Luffy and Zoro's complaints, Blue Knight, however, noticed the warship nearby had set sail, seemingly preparing for a collective retreat. The Azure Knight stirred within him an inconceivable question. Hey, Luffy, you haven't left that admiral untied, have you? Huh? What as an admiral? Can it be eaten? Luffy replied with a bewildered expression. Fortunately, Zoro understood. Oh, you mean that portly fellow. After Luffy promised to reunite with the Going Merry, he let the admiral return to his ship. After a brief pause, seeing no further developments, the Azure Knight reluctantly inquired, is that all? That's it, Luffy confirmed. I suspect that Admiral must have promised you to relinquish the Millennium Dragon Bone, right? Huh? How do you know that? Blue Knight. Sanji must have told you. There was no doubt that Luffy, with his rubbery intellect, had been easily misled. Perhaps even to the point of being utterly bewildered. Although Zoro remained silent, his expression of exasperation indicated that he had advised Luffy, who had clearly not heeded the warning. Gazing at the fleet of warships slowly departing from the naval base, the Azure Knight was certain that the so-called admiral had no intention of relinquishing the Millennium Dragon Bone. He might very well be plotting to increase the distance and bombard the naval base directly. With this thought, the Azure Knight felt the urgency swell within him. Hastening back to the shore to call for ABI's, who was still with Dragon, intending to move him to a safer location. However, he soon realized he was already too late. The fleet had arranged itself, forming a line 500 meters off the coast of the naval base. Their cannons aimed directly at the island. The sailors on deck were bustling about like ants, loading shells into the cannons. Although the cannons had a precise range of only 1,000 meters, if they sacrificed accuracy in favor of area bombardment, their maximum range could extend to 3,000 meters, sufficient to cover a significant portion of the naval base in cannon fire. In the next moment, a barrage of shells rained down upon the naval base. A relentless assault that was nothing short of a catastrophe for its inhabitants. Dragon found himself in the crosshairs of this bombardment. As shells fell thick and fast, he struggled to unfurl his wings, shielding ABI's beneath him. The explosions roared, but the anticipated devastation did not descend upon Dragon. Rather, it was the surrounding waters and shoreline that bore the brunt of the cannon fire. As Dragon lowered his wings, Blue Knight's silhouette came into view. "Thank you, young human." Dragon conveyed an emotion. "I am old and do not deserve your efforts. Could you please take ABIs to safety on the island? They are targeting me. And if I go, they will cease their fire." "Do not speak such foolishness, Dragon," ABIs cried out, pushing aside the wing that sheltered her. Her youthful voice admonishing him. "I promise to help you find the lost island and the dragon's lair. We have located the island, and according to the information we have, the clues to the lair are likely on the naval base. Just endure a little longer, and I will surely help you regain your youth." "Foolish child. I am old and do not merit such protection," Dragon replied. "No, Dragon. Once you reach the dragon's lair, you will regain your youth. At that point, these wretched foes will stand no chance against you." As ABIs persistently attempted to dissuade Dragon from his thoughts of self-sacrifice, Blue Knight's brow remained furrowed in concern. It was evident that the Admiral was seething with rage, and he was venting his fury on all the villagers of the naval base, indiscriminately firing upon the crowd. Even with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji striving to shield the townsfolk from the onslaught, the area being bombarded was far too vast, leaving them to protect only a small portion of the town. Luffy's expression was no longer that of carefree amusement. His face was ashen, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented fury as he surveyed the hellish scene around him. Yet, even in his rage, he found himself powerless. Behind him were over 100 villagers, and should he abandon his position, their fates would be sealed. Though he was known for his reckless nature, he could not simply disregard the lives of these people. "Damn it, aren't they the Navy? Why are they firing on civilians?" Luffy seethed. Sanji and Zoro shared his sentiment. The lives of Nami, Usopp, and the villagers tethered them to this spot. Amidst the chaos, the frightened villagers fled towards the opposite side of the island, desperate to escape the barrage of cannon fire, forcing Luffy and his companions to retreat further from the fleet. "Where is Blue Knight? Have you seen him?" Nami suddenly shouted. "Was he with you?" Luffy paused, having been too engrossed in his argument with Zoro to notice Blue Knight's absence. He must have returned to the shore. Anticipating the Navy's actions to protect Dragon and ABIs, Zoro replied reliably, "Damn it, I'm going back to help him." Without a second thought, Luffy turned to rush back, only to have a cannonball pierce through their defensive perimeter, obliterating an unsuspecting villager in its path, leaving nothing but a gruesome scene behind. With gritted teeth, Luffy was forced to retreat, his mind set on evacuating the villagers from the bombardment zone before returning to fight alongside Blue Knight. "Blue Knight, you must hold on." As one of the three closest to the fleet, Blue Knight was currently the most likely candidate to break the stalemate. Yet, much like Luffy and his companions, the two burdens behind him rendered him immobile. 500 meters was simply too far to inflict any meaningful damage upon the formidable hulls of the warships. Moreover, as a prime target, Blue Knight's pressure was even greater than that of Luffy and the others, as he struggled to maintain a protective barrier with a diameter of 20 meters. His vitality rapidly depleting at a rate of 20 points per second. He could only sustain this for a mere 7 minutes. "This won't do. We cannot remain on the defensive, or we shall perish." His mind raced, seeking a breakthrough in the current deadlock, for otherwise, he would have no choice but to flee with ABIs. After all, his connection to Dragon was merely circumstantial. He was not like Luffy, who would recklessly charge into danger for a fleeting emotion. "You have done enough, young human. Please take ABIs and leave," Dragon implored. "No," ABIs interrupted, her voice trembling with tears. "I will not leave you, Dragon. I promise to help you regain your youth. I will not abandon you." Blue Knight felt a headache coming on. From an emotional standpoint, he could not bear to leave Dragon behind. Yet, from a rational perspective, he had no choice but to do so, unless, "Damn it, death may come, but I refuse to yield to you lot." Gritting his teeth, Blue Knight leaped to the front of the raft, his shield raised, thrusting his hands forward as the raft surged toward the fleet. The Admiral, who had been observing from the warship, erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing that Lon Yi intended to surrender with the millennia-old dragon. "Huh, surrender? First, seize the ancient dragon's bones, and then execute this pirate on the spot," he mused cunningly. Abyss also seemed to misunderstand the situation and was about to reprimand Lon Yi, only to be gently pressed down by Lord Dragon's wing, completely enveloping her form. "Trust him, he will be unharmed," Lord Dragon assured confidently. "Humph. Then why have you completely covered me?" Abyss pouted. "You must hide beneath my wing. Otherwise, if you get hurt, Lord Dragon will be distressed," came the kind excuse. "Even so, I will not forgive you for what you said earlier," she retorted. "Haha, hold tight. We are about to experience a tumultuous upheaval. At Lord Dragon's warning, Abyss instinctively grasped the feathers on his body, and soon after, a violent shaking ensued, as if their small raft were caught in a fierce storm. In truth, the Navy, realizing that their frontal assault posed no threat to Loni, abandoned their plans to bombard the raft directly. Instead, they focused on shelling the waters surrounding the raft, causing explosive waves that tossed the raft precariously, as if it might capsize at any moment. However, this level of turbulence was minor compared to the stormy regions outside Lost Island. Loni once again established a triangular stance, firmly anchoring himself to the raft, and pressed his hands against the water on either side. No matter how violently the waves crashed, the raft merely drifted along, appearing perilous yet remaining quite safe. Indeed, Loni was able to maneuver the raft forward, navigating through the area covered by cannon fire until he neared the warship, entering the blind spot of the artillery. Haha, little brat, do you think you can escape into the blind spot of the cannon fire? Do you not know there is such a thing as a gun? The admiral mocked, clearly underestimating him. He is a devil fruit user. Be cautious. What is there to fear? It's just this little raft. Keep firing to contain him. We will jump overboard and overturn the raft. Yes, devil fruit users are all landlubbers. Let us drown him. The Navy laughed derisively at Loni's audacity. And upon realizing that bullets posed no threat to Loni's repulsion shield, a multitude of sailors leapt into the sea like dumplings, swimming beneath the surface towards Loni's raft, intent on capsizing it to send him into the water. This presents an excellent opportunity for advancement and wealth. Regrettably, this approach was flawed from the outset, as Loni possessed no such weakness to seawater. Moreover, he was equipped with a water-repelling pearl. While he himself harbored no fear of the ocean, his companion, ABI's on the raft, was indeed apprehensive, and Dragon Lord's constitution was not particularly robust, unable to withstand the chilling embrace of the sea. Consequently, Loni had no intention of permitting this cadre of naval soldiers to approach his raft. Eschewing the relatively costly air bullets, Loni unleashed a flurry of magical cards, a strategic choice given their remarkable efficacy of 10 cards per single point of life. Especially advantageous when faced with a multitude of lowly foes such as these naval soldiers. Having endured multiple trials previously, coupled with the naval force's unhesitating bombardment of defenseless villagers, Loni felt a pang of pity for the soldiers who clamored to capture him and seize the Millennium Dragon bones, yet his resolve remained unyielding. The magic cards, capable of dismembering sea creatures, though lacking in lethality against armed opponents, proved more than sufficient against these soldiers, who were blinded by greed and willing to forsake their weapons in pursuit of glory, propelled by a repulsive force. A multitude of magic cards surged forth toward the avaricious naval soldiers, most of whom dismissed these seemingly innocuous pieces of paper, with only a handful attempting to evade them. Though their efforts were in vain, the cards effortlessly sliced through the soldiers' garments, hair, fingers, and muscles, with some ill-fated individuals having the cards embed directly into their skulls, windpipes, and arteries. In a mere moment, the waters before Loni were stained crimson as lifeless corpses floated upon the surface. All those naval soldiers who had leapt into the sea in a bid for glory were utterly vanquished. This nightmarish scene, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, left the naval soldiers, who had momentarily faltered, utterly horrified. In an instant, they awakened from their profit-driven stupor and turned to flee desperately from the crimson waters surrounding them. However, Lunite chose not to pursue the retreating naval soldiers to their demise. Once he confirmed that no one was approaching, he directed his palm towards the hull of the nearest warship. After a 5-second build-up, he unleashed an air explosion, aiming to create a substantial breach. To his surprise, the naval vessel proved remarkably resilient, sustaining only a web of cracks without being breached. Undeterred, he resolved to launch another assault, targeting the same spot. He unleashed another air explosion. Ultimately, the wooden structure of the warship succumbed, resulting in a gaping hole through which torrents of seawater surged in. The sailors aboard the warship immediately set about discarding a substantial quantity of cargo. Moreover, the vessel's hull was compartmentalized, allowing for the lowering of bulkheads to isolate the damaged areas. Thus, despite losing some buoyancy, the ship would not succumb to the depths, provided the corresponding weight was jettisoned. Although Loni was not fully cognizant of the intricacies involved, this did not hinder his resolve. After creating 2 significant breaches in the ship's structure, this finely crafted warship finally succumbed, gradually sinking before Loni's eyes. Numerous soldiers leaped into the sea in a desperate attempt to survive. Yet many were ensnared by the whirlpool generated by the ship's demise, drastically reducing their chances of survival. Under Loni's interference, the fleet's admiral ultimately ceased bombardment of the island, instead commanding the cannons to bear down upon Loni, intent on obliterating him entirely. Loni, of course, noticed the movements of the warships and could easily surmise their intentions. However, he found himself perilously close to the sinking vessel, firmly ensnared in the whirlpool and utterly unable to extricate himself. He could only watch helplessly as the fleet adjusted their cannon muzzles, with artillery raining down from all directions. Even if Loni could defend against it, how long could he endure? Even Loni could not restrain himself from suggesting once more, "You have done more than enough for me. Abandon this endeavor and escape to the island with the BC." Yet, was it truly enough? Loni pondered. For a mere acquaintance, it might indeed suffice. However, today was different. The solitude of his previous life had forged Loni into a resilient and self-sufficient individual, imparting numerous insights. Every endeavor has its inception, and once a precedent is established, it may well foster a habitual inclination. Once one begins to indulge in slothful mornings, the likelihood of forsaking early rising increases. Once one neglects breakfast, the path to abandoning health becomes all too easy. Such instances, Blue Knight had encountered far too many in his past life, and he had endured far too much. He profoundly understood a crucial truth. If one does not wish to become the very person they despise, they must first recognize what kind of person that is, and then distance themselves from all actions associated with them. Otherwise, one day, they may inevitably become the very individual they loathe. Thus, if today Blue Knight faltered and turned to flee with ABIs, would he also escape if it were his companions, loved ones, or even children behind him? The answer is an unequivocal no. Therefore, Blue Knight resolutely stood upon the raft, striving to prevent it from being engulfed by the whirlpool, while simultaneously fending off the dense bullets and occasional cannon fire from the repulsive force field. The cost of this struggle was that his life points were plummeting at a terrifying rate of 100 points per second. He feared that within half a minute, his life points would be entirely depleted, rendering him a mere lamb to the slaughter. Naturally, Blue Knight had recognized this predicament. He gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to entertain any thoughts of retreat. Life is a journey of progress. How could one allow themselves to falter? At long last, Blue Knight persevered until the whirlpool dissipated. He immediately generated a gravitational point at the edge of the raft beneath him, drawing a nearby warship closer. The repulsive force could not possibly lift such a massive vessel, but it was entirely feasible to use the ship as a shield while drawing the raft nearer to it. Remaining life points, 2451. He could momentarily rest. ABIs, cautiously peeking out, gasped, "The waves are too strong. They're making me a bit dizzy." In response, Blue Knight smiled noncommittally, sitting down to restore his energy. In the arena of combat, he had acquired not only battle experience but also a profound understanding of the dual disk affixed to his being. Life points were, in essence, a reflection of his physical condition. When they dropped below a certain threshold, his body would manifest varying degrees of fatigue, weakness, lethargy, and an inability to concentrate. Indeed, if his life points fell below 1, he would lose consciousness, regardless of any physical injuries. If there were wounds with persistent bleeding, his life points would continue to dwindle. In simpler terms, life points represented the quantification of his vitality. While Blue Knight seized the opportunity to rest, Luffy and his companions finally escorted the villagers to the other side of the island. In a bid to save time, Luffy once again employed his slingshot flight model, propelling himself along with the sprinting Sanji and Zoro into the skies, heading directly for the fleet of warships at the shore. Echoing in the air was Zoro's feeble threat to sever his captain. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Navy found themselves embroiled in an internal struggle between self-interest and humanity. The moment Blue Knight took cover behind the warship to evade the cannon fire of other vessels, the admiral unhesitatingly ordered the ship serving as a shield to fall within the range of attack. Ironically, this very warship, which Blue Knight had summoned for protection, had been the first to fire upon Allied vessels days prior. Yet, the Navy soldiers hesitated at the admiral's command to open fire. Previously, their bombardment of Allied ships had been justified due to the undeniable presence of formidable enemy forces aboard, allowing them to find some semblance of excuse for their actions. But now there were no enemies on the warship. If artillery were to be fired, it would be tantamount to the willful massacre of our own forces. Apart from a small fraction of those with ulterior motives, the majority who join the Navy do so to uphold a sense of justice within their hearts, whether it be to defend their homeland, eradicate evil, or protect the vulnerable. Regardless of their motivations, they initially possess a fervent spirit, Only when swayed by self-interest does the resolve of some waver, leading them astray into malevolence, ultimately becoming a malignancy within the Navy, exemplified by the current admiral. When the upper echelons are corrupt, it is inevitable that the ranks below will also harbor individuals with tainted intentions, predominantly among the officer class. The artillery, however, lies in the hands of the Navy soldiers. It is the unscrupulous officials who would never dirty their hands with such labor. This group of fervent grassroots soldiers, despite a few showing signs of moral decay, could not bring themselves to fire upon their unsuspecting comrades. Even when executing the orders of the admiral, they were acutely aware that they would ultimately face accountability from the naval headquarters, potentially ending up imprisoned in the infamous underwater prison akin to that of pirates. Thus, even though a handful of loyal supporters relayed the order for bombardment, not a single naval soldier tasked with execution dared to act. It was not until the admiral, through the ship's communication system, dangled a tantalizing promise before all naval personnel, a hollow pledge that killing pirates would yield a mythical 1,000-year dragon bone, a promotion in rank, a bounty of 5 million berries, and a gift of an elixir of immortality. The prospect of a promotion held immense allure for the grassroots naval soldiers, signifying the commencement of their career advancement, along with the resources to follow suit. The bounty of 5 million berries was a clear temptation, a sum unattainable for a lifetime of service as a naval soldier. And who could genuinely resist the allure of an elixir of immortality? Under the triple seduction of power, wealth, and illusion, when the first soldier succumbed to temptation and ignited the cannon fuse, the majority of the still hesitant naval soldiers rushed forth to open fire upon their former allies. What became of justice? What of camaraderie? What of fervor? What of principles? All were cast aside in the face of overwhelming temptation as each soldier, with eyes ablaze, aspired to be the first to present the coveted dragon bone. The formation of the fleet was adjusted into a U-shape, with the ship that Blue Knight had found as cover positioned at the base of the U. Right in the center, the nearby ships could easily pivot their cannons to target the raft where Blue Knight was situated, but for those further away, reason no longer held sway. The blinded soldiers turned their cannon fire towards the ships still occupied by their comrades who had not yet abandoned ship. And they unleashed a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Long before Blue Knight could catch a moment's respite after the Admiral's broadcast, he had soared to the raft's vicinity, ready for the impending assault, thus evading the initial wave of attacks. Yet, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Before him, the once mighty warship was reduced to wreckage by a concentrated onslaught of cannon fire, with countless sailors who had not managed to escape meeting their doom alongside the vessel. Amidst this fratricidal chaos, Blue Knight faced yet another dilemma, a choice that was absurd yet grave. It was the realization that they had arrived too late. As an experienced messenger nearing 30, Taichi Miura possessed profound insight into the character of his commanding admiral. This is a heartless individual willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Once, he possessed fervor, but after enduring the prolonged brutality of the admiral, his conception of justice gradually became obscured, ultimately transforming him into a person of the same ilk as the admiral. Consequently, he remained and became a trusted confidant of the admiral. In the initial order to bombard his own allies, Taichi Miura was the first to relay the command. Without a trace of hesitation, he believed that such unwavering loyalty would be rewarded, yet what he received was nothing but callous abandonment. For the ship he served on was precisely the shield chosen by the admiral. Thus, at the moment the admiral commanded the bombardment, Taichi Miura found himself momentarily stunned. He then silently exited the communications room, sprinting to the storage area to retrieve a life buoy, becoming the first to leap into the sea to escape. His jump was notably strategic, occurring less than 30 meters to the right of the Admiral's vessel. While close to the Admiral, he was out of reach of the nearby ship's cannons. He timed his leap perfectly, coinciding with the moment the Admiral had issued an empty promise. The Admiral's focus was redirected towards reconstructing defenses, leaving little regard for a mere sailor. His leap was executed with precision, clad only in a flimsy pair of shorts, clearly unable to conceal any weaponry, which dissuaded the Admiral from the impulse to eliminate him. A shrewd individual indeed. After the Admiral withstood the initial wave of bombardment and utilized airburst shells to obliterate the nearby ship's artillery, Taichi Miura not only refrained from fleeing the battlefield, but instead swam towards the Admiral's raft. His decision proved to be unequivocally correct. The recent sinking of the preceding ship was still vivid in his memory. That terrifying vortex was beyond his capacity to escape. The only glimmer of hope lay in the Admiral's raft. It was only when the Admiral noticed this sailor drawing near that the realization of the other's intentions dawned upon him. The hesitant Blue Knight contemplated whether to allow the other to board his raft, uncertain if this individual had been the one directing artillery fire upon him moments prior. It was evident that Miura Taichi perceived this hesitation, halting a considerable distance away from the raft, and shouted, "I am a logistical sailor, a chef. Any previous attacks were not my doing. Please, save me. I will remain quietly on the raft. I only wish to survive." Upon hearing Miura Taichi's desperate plea, Blue Knight's brow furrowed even more tightly, revealing his indecision. As Miura Taichi cautiously approached the raft, Blue Knight hesitated briefly before raising his right hand, palm facing Miura Taichi from afar. "No, please do not kill me." Boom. Before Miura Taichi could finish his desperate words, Blue Knight unleashed his repulsion. Deflecting a projectile aimed at Miura Taichi, the shell exploded mere meters behind him, sending waves that propelled him towards the raft. Just as his head was about to collide violently with the raft, Blue Knight, frowning, used his gravitational pull to lift him from the water and unceremoniously deposited him onto the raft's edge. "Lie still and do not move, remember, while I can save you. I can just as easily end your life." With that terse admonition, Blue Knight's gaze swept over Miura Taichi's two small mustaches before he turned his attention back to fending off the incoming shells and bullets. Occasionally, he dispatched several magic cards from his hand to detonate some of the projectiles at a distance. The energy expended in rebounding shells with repulsion exceeded that of utilizing magic cards by approximately threefold. With his health dwindling, he needed to conserve his resources judiciously. This is something he could never learn in the arena of duels, where adversaries are always singular, and one cannot truly experience the sensation of being besieged in battle. If only there existed a fruit that could create clones, then perhaps that possibility might arise. With a solid foundation built from countless days of dying in the dueling grounds, Blue Knight quickly adapted to the rhythm of being surrounded, contracting his repulsion barrier to a mere 3 meters around him. This allowed cannonballs to explode directly at this proximity, and the resulting shockwaves propelled the raft across the sea, evading other incoming shells. Thus, the raft became increasingly elusive, leaving the gunners utterly perplexed in their attempts to track Blue Knight's movements. Ultimately, they resorted to firing cannonballs into a general vicinity, hoping to invoke the favor of Lady Luck. Clearly, Lady Luck was smiling upon Blue Knight, just as he began to acclimate to the onslaught. 3 figures soared down from Battleship Island, landing right where Blue Knight was precariously hovering. Blue Knight. No need to ask. The incoming figures could only be Luffy, along with the reluctant Sanji and Zoro. "Hey Blue Knight, we're here to help," Luffy exclaimed cheerfully, waving at him. "TCH. They actually aimed this time," Zoro scoffed. "Well, Blue Knight, just send us over there," Sanji instructed, pointing at the massive Admiral's battleship. In this fortuitous encounter, Luffy and his companions assumed that Blue Knight would effortlessly catch them and, with his repulsion, propel them directly to their destination, the Admiral's ship. However, Blue Knight glanced at his remaining 1,400 health points, calculated the momentum of Luffy and his companions, and estimated that sending them a full 1,000 meters to that cowardly Admiral's ship would cost him over 500 health points. Ideally, it would have been best with full health. But presently, Blue Knight turned away, whistling as he spent 5 health points to slightly shift his position, perfectly gliding past Luffy and the others. Luffy? Huh? Zoro? Sanji? Splash, splash, splash. With a flurry of confusion, the trio plummeted into the ocean, and poor Luffy, with his mouth agape, swallowed several gulps of seawater, feeling utterly weak as Sanji and Zoro tossed him back onto the raft. "Hey, Blue Knight, why didn't you catch us?" Zoro demanded angrily. "My cigarette went out. What in the world are you? Hey, what are you doing? Wait for me." Before Zoro could finish his tirade, Blue Knight seized him and hurled him toward a warship 100 meters away. In midair, with no leverage to push against, Zoro resolved that one day he would certainly chop his captain and vice-captain to bits. Sanji glanced around, suppressing his desire to voice his grievances. As Zoro was launched toward a battleship, he stepped on Luffy's stomach, prompting Luffy to expel a small fountain of seawater before shakily standing up. The ocean was indeed a formidable adversary to those with devil fruit abilities. Once he regained his composure, Luffy, like Zoro, was ready to confront Blue Knight. "Why didn't you catch us? Enough, Luffy." Sanji interrupted. "Look around. We arrived too late." 49. The kind heart remains. The blade of justice begins to show itself. "We arrived too late." Sanji's words rendered Luffy momentarily speechless, prompting him to instinctively survey the area. The surrounding waters were entirely engulfed in crimson, and the battleship that had served as their cover lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments from the rapid bombardment. The ship had sunk so swiftly that the air trapped within erupted from beneath the waves, churning the waters and generating a massive whirlpool. Had Blue Knight not maintained equilibrium above the raft, it would have been consumed in an instant. Just under 100 meters away, another smaller whirlpool still swirled, devouring the few unfortunate Navy soldiers who had narrowly escaped their allies' cannon fire. Within view, the battleship facing the raft unleashed a barrage of cannonballs, which Blue Knight expertly shattered with his magical cards. Throughout this ordeal, Long and ABI's remained untouched, having not sustained a single injury. During Luffy and his friend's descent, Blue Knight had ensured that not a single bullet came within a meter of them. Now understanding the dire situation Blue Knight had faced earlier, Luffy comprehended why he hadn't caught them. In such an onslaught, this was the utmost limit of Blue Knight's capabilities. Silently observing Blue Knight as he continued to fend off the cannon fire, Luffy grasped the corner of Sanji's clothing, who was still eyeing the cowering Taichi Miura, and extended his rubber arm toward a battleship 100 meters away, pulling Sanji along without uttering a word. 10 seconds later, the cannons of that ship were entirely dismantled by Luffy and Sanji, while Zoro, having similarly destroyed all cannons on another vessel, leapt toward the next ship. A minute later, every battleship capable of targeting Blue Knight's raft ceased fire. After a brief pause of vigilance to ensure no further assaults would come, Blue Knight finally descended, collapsing onto Long's wings. Remaining health points, 274. It was clear that had Luffy and his companions arrived just 3 seconds later, Blue Knight would have succumbed to the relentless bombardment, forever buried beneath these waters. Breathing heavily, Blue Knight found himself unable to maintain his repulsion barrier any longer. ABI's crawled out from beneath Long's wings, silently using her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, ABI's. Don't mention it. I hardly did anything," ABI's pouted. Blue Knight smiled faintly, refraining from further comment. Though the battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The weariness of the body paled in comparison. His health was gradually recovering. What truly exhausted him was the prolonged state of heightened concentration, constantly monitoring the feedback from his repulsion barrier and processing it. When a barrage of cannonballs came rushing in, releasing an all-encompassing repulsion shield was indeed the most effortless way to manage it, yet it drained health points at an alarming rate. In his isolated condition, he had to allocate his limited health wisely. In simpler terms, this mage needed to manage his resources. Otherwise, with an empty health bar, even a single Navy soldier could easily dispatch him. In that peculiar state, he had hardly felt the impact. But now, with his mental guard lowered, exhaustion crashed upon him like a tidal wave, making him long to simply close his eyes and drift into slumber. However, such indulgence was clearly impossible. He remained at the heart of the battlefield, and there was no way he could allow himself to succumb to sleep just yet. Struggling to keep himself awake, Loni, in a daze, failed to notice that Taichi Miura, curled up at the rear of the wooden raft, was peering anxiously around, although shells occasionally landed nearby. They were remarkably off-target, and the waves they generated were pitifully weak, clearly fired blindly from an immense distance. Cautiously climbing to another corner of the raft, his gaze fell upon the back of ABI's, who was diligently wiping the sweat from Loni, who lay limp upon Long Yi's wings. At that moment, Loni, weakened to the point where he could no longer expand his repulsive force field, was completely defenseless. The black-hearted Navy officer, having confirmed that Loni was indeed unguarded, finally revealed his menacing fangs. He reached into his groin and drew forth a dagger, no longer than his fingertip, which had been his last resort, strapped tightly to the inner thigh. Now, it had become the most threatening weapon on the raft. Fortune favors me. Taichi Miura's heart surged with exhilaration. Once he eliminated this devil fruit user and the girl, he could take an entire Millennium Dragon to the Admiral and claim credit. And promotion to Sergeant would be within easy reach, wouldn't it? No, he should take the Millennium Dragon to Rogue Town. He had heard that the colonel there came from the Navy headquarters. Through him, he could potentially connect with the higher-ups of the Navy, and surely securing a position as an officer would be effortless. And he must keep a piece of the Millennium Dragon's bones for himself, immortality. Who would have thought that Taichi Miura could also attain eternal life? Filled with overwhelming desire, Taichi Miura forgot that it was Loni who had saved his life. Raising the dagger high, he aimed to stab it into Abi's back. Blinded by greed, he failed to notice the glimmer of light reflecting off the raised dagger, which flashed into Loni's eyes. Though still in a hazy state, the brightness jolted Loni back to some semblance of awareness, and he caught sight of Taichi Miura's dagger and the defenseless ABI's wiping his sweat out of the corner of his eye. Due to Abi's obstruction, Loni could not directly repel the greedy Taichi Miura, and weakened as he was, his control over his powers lacked precision. Almost instinctively, he pushed ABI's away from him, narrowly evading the dagger's plunge, but suffering a wound as the blade grazed his arm. The pain from the injury invigorated Loni's spirit just enough for him to muster a bit of strength. Disregarding the menacing Taichi Miura who sought to stab him again, and plunged headlong into the sea. ABI's was indeed a bona fide devil fruit user, a complete landlubber. If he did not intervene, her fate was sealed. Yet, before diving in, Loni concentrated, gathering a small sphere of explosive air in his palm, which he did not release. With a final surge of his life force, he unleashed the last of his repulsive energy to propel himself fiercely towards the sinking ABI's, wrapping her in his arms before activating the water shield. A 3-meter diameter aperture opened, and with no time for further action, Loni fainted as his life force plummeted to 80. As Loni lost consciousness, the air bomb in his palm, now without a wielder, dissipated into oxygen for ABI's, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. Once she regained her composure, ABI's took several deep breaths and began to survey her surroundings. She mistakenly attributed the miraculous ability of the water shield to Loni's repulsive powers. It was at this moment that ABI's noticed that, in his haste to embrace her, one of Loni's hands had inadvertently grasped her left breast. This made ABI's instinctively struggle shyly for a moment, yet even in his unconscious state, the arms of Loni remained firmly clasped around her, showing no intention of loosening their grip. Calling out to Loni shyly yielded no response, leaving ABI's with no choice but to accept her predicament. At that moment, their descent finally ceased. They had reached the ocean floor. Strangely, due to the activation of the water-evading pearl, their descent had not been swift enough to warrant such a rapid arrival at the seabed. ABI's, filled with curiosity, gazed around, and through the faint sunlight filtering from the surface, she beheld shadowy figures resembling ancient dragons. A wave of confusion washed over her. Could it be that the Dragon Lord had come to rescue them? Yet, why were there so many Dragon Lords? As Loni plunged into the sea, Taichi Miura, poised to deliver the final blow, was momentarily taken aback, soon overwhelmed by a surge of elation. Setting aside ABI's for the moment, it was certain that Loni was a user of a devil fruit, undoubtedly a poor swimmer. His leap into the ocean, regardless of intent, was tantamount to self-destruction. Perhaps it was a matter of a so-called strong person's pride, choosing death over defeat. Muttering indifferently, Taichi Miura gazed greedily at the Dragon Lord, who was still in shock. Stealthily approaching his side, aiming to plunge his dagger into the crown of the Dragon Lord's head. His intention was to penetrate the brain, stirring it just enough to destroy the Dragon Lord's cerebral tissue, thereby claiming the entire ancient dragon carcass for himself. Unfortunately, his excitement caused his aim to deviate, and the dagger struck a swollen tumor atop the Dragon Lord's head. Though it caused the Dragon Lord a momentary pang, it did not inflict any serious harm. Instead, it triggered an involuntary shudder, causing the raft to sway precariously. Sensing the precarious situation, Taichi Miura intended to strike again but was thrown off balance by the sudden motion, forcing him to crouch down to avoid falling into the sea. After a struggle, as the raft finally steadied, he rose to find himself face to face with the massive head of the Dragon Lord, whose furious gaze made his legs tremble. It was evident that the Dragon Lord had discovered the absence of ABI's and Loni on the raft, and from the scent on Taichi Miura's dagger, he recognized Loni's essence. The genuine care ABI's had shown without guile, along with Loni's steadfast protection, had earned the Dragon Lord's acknowledgement of these two humans. Yet now, one of them had been harmed by a human in his very presence. He understood that the devil fruit users were cursed by the sea, and both ABI's and Loni were indeed users of such powers. This provoked a profound fury within Lord Long. In the throes of his seething wrath, he struggled to rise from the raft, akin to a phoenix reborn, and unleashed a roar that reverberated through the air, his fiery gaze seemingly capable of incinerating Taichi Miura. That, I can explain. Taichi Miura stammered, trembling in voice and countenance. They accidentally fell into the sea. Yes, it was an accident. And it has nothing to do with me. With a swift motion of his wings, Lord Long delivered a devastating blow, sending Taichi Miura hurtling through the air. His sternum shattered and vital organs crushed, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his innards. Before even reaching the water, he had drawn his last breath midair. This exemplified the sheer terror of Lord Long's wrathful strike. Yet, the demise of a mere minion could scarcely quell his fury. He flapped his mighty wings with ferocity, stirring a tempest that rendered the already tumultuous sea even more chaotic. Under this immense force, Lord Long gradually lifted off the raft, soaring skyward and charged directly towards the Admiral's warship. From the whispers of abyss in his ear, Lord Long comprehended that the commander aboard that vessel was the true architect of all calamities. The commotion he caused inevitably drew the Admiral's attention, and the imminent threat of mutual destruction made the usually pampered commander falter. In a panic, he issued commands for the entire fleet to unleash their firepower upon Lord Long. With the disappearance of the Blue Knight, many naval gunners had already aimed at Lord Long. Thus, upon the Admiral's command, cannon fire erupted in response. Although Lord Long had aged, the momentary resurgence of his strength allowed him to fly with great effort, yet his altitude did not render him invulnerable to the warship's cannons. Moreover, being airborne meant that all the ships had a clear line of sight, while some cannons on nearby ships had been disabled by Luffy and his companions. Those further away remained intact. Even as cannonballs struck his form, Lord Long resolutely continued to flap his wings, determined to achieve something for Abyss and the Blue Knight in their final moments. This rendered its flight trajectory significantly easier to discern, coupled with its colossal size. The naval gunners, even from a considerable distance, were able to precisely lock onto their target, causing a barrage of shells to rain down upon its massive form. In less than 10 seconds, the aging Lord Dragon was struck from the sky, blood spilling from its mouth as it plummeted into the ocean. Its outspread wings allowed it to float upon the surface of the sea, the already faintly crimson waters now becoming even more vividly stained. The turn of events unfolded with startling rapidity, merely a span of half a minute, leaving Luffy and his companions powerless to intervene in time. They could only watch in helpless horror as Dragon was engulfed by cannon fire and plummeted into the depths of the sea. Luffy, positioned nearby, launched himself from the warship and landed atop Dragon. Observing the half-lidded gaze of Dragon, who appeared on the verge of slipping into slumber, Luffy's expression grew tense. Dragon, muster your strength. Do you not yet wish to return to the dragon's nest? Luffy's desperate calls elicited no response from Dragon, whose eyes slowly drifted downward, straining to gaze into the abyss below, as if yearning for something to emerge from the depths. Dragon, you must fight to survive. Luffy grasped the feathers atop Dragon's head, attempting to lift him from the water's surface. Dragon, heed my words. I will ensure you reach the dragon's nest. Suddenly, Luffy released his grip on Dragon's hand, his pupils constricting to the size of pinholes. In that fleeting moment, he sensed from Dragon's emotions that ABI's and Lanya had already been entombed beneath the waves for over a minute. As both were possessors of devil fruit abilities, Luffy understood all too well that a minute could very well seal their fate. The sudden news left Luffy momentarily frozen, his expression one of disbelief. Sanji and Zoro, engaged in battle aboard the warship, were already distracted by the situation unfolding before them. Upon seeing Luffy's sudden stupor, their brows furrowed in concern, fearing that their beloved dragon had passed away, prompting them to intensify their assault. In an instant, the Navy personnel aboard the two warships found themselves in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, on the ship where the Admiral resided, he was drenched in cold sweat, commanding his subordinates to launch harpoons in an attempt to secure Dragon and prevent him from sinking beyond retrieval. Whether intentional or not, the sharp harpoons were aimed directly at the silent Luffy, poised to pierce both him and Dragon. However, without lifting his gaze, Luffy grasped one of the harpoons firmly with a single hand, halting its fierce advance. Consumed by rage at the news of his companion's demise, Luffy disregarded everything else and hurled the harpoon back towards the Admiral's ship. Though it missed the corpulent figure, the sheer force of the throw nearly sent the Admiral tumbling from his chair. Fire! Focus on that straw hat brat. The Admiral barked, his fury palpable. Blast the ancient dragon to smithereens. We can collect the bones later. At that moment, as Dragon hovered on the brink of death, he suddenly perceived a vast shadow looming beneath the sea. This shadow breathed new life into Dragon's dwindling existence, his gaze filled with a desperate yearning, yet shadowed by an irretrievable sorrow. Kill him, to honor Dragon, echoed the command. The Navy gunners, having received their orders, ignited their cannons, prepared to fire. Yet, unexpectedly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, causing the ships to tilt ominously. This directly resulted in a shift of the cannon's aim, causing a significant number of shells to veer away from Luffy and Dragon. After tracing an arc through the air, the majority of the projectiles ultimately struck the larger warships instead. A few unfortunate Navy soldiers met their demise amidst this barrage. In the next moment, Any hopes the gunners had of adjusting their aim were dashed, for their vessel had run aground. The currents beneath them receded like a tide, revealing a vibrant expanse of greenery, dotted with the diverse fossils of ancient dragons. All the warships lay askew upon this newfound land, rendering it impossible to aim at any target, let alone move even a fraction. Only the ship commanded by the admiral remained unaffected, as it was situated further away from the landmass. The shells were aimed directly at Dragon, but Luffy would not stand idly by. He deflected every projectile aimed at Dragon with remarkable agility. The unforeseen turn of events suddenly breathed new life into the previously desolate Dragon Lord. It reopened its once closed eyelids, lifted its head high, and a roar that pierced the heavens erupted from its throat, resonating throughout the world, cascading into every corner of existence. The meaning behind that roar caused Luffy, who stood atop the Dragon Lord's head, to momentarily relax his anger. He gazed toward the horizon, and as the Dragon Lord's continuous roar reverberated, dark specks began to converge from the distant skies. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they were all ancient dragons, young, mature, and aged, gathering from all corners of the globe. Just as the onlookers marveled at this once-in-a-millennium spectacle, a sudden cry from ABI's pierced the air. Everyone, hurry and save Brother Lanya. He seems to have fainted. Zoro and Sanji were momentarily taken aback, quickly rushing from the grounded warship toward the source of the shout. Luffy was also about to rise, but unexpectedly, the Dragon Lord beneath him ceased its roar. It flapped its weary wings, and upon realizing its exhausted body could no longer carry it aloft, it resolved to take trembling steps toward Abiz's location, each footfall deliberate and steady. However, Abiz's call was not only heard by allies, but also by the opposing navy forces. They hastily abandoned their cumbersome warships, surging toward the position where ABI's had cried out. Closer navy soldiers even raised their weapons, aiming directly at the unconscious Lanya, their target. The terrifying feat of Lanya withstanding the barrage of warships without sustaining any injury had instilled a sense of fear in them. They were determined to eliminate this threat at once. As the onlookers found themselves in a moment of impending crisis, Lanya abruptly stood up from the ground. His sharp gaze swept over the navy soldiers aiming their guns. He sprang into the air, appearing ready to unleash a formidable attack. The navy soldiers instinctively focused their fire on the rising figure, only to realize too late that this was a grievous error. They believed the bullets would bounce harmlessly off, just as before, becoming tools for Lanya's counterattack. It was worth noting that many navy soldiers had previously fallen victim to the very cannonballs rebounding off Lanya. Thus, upon recognizing that they were shooting at the conscious Lanya, they turned and fled without hesitation, fearing they might share the fate of their fallen comrades. However, the anticipated storm of rebounding projectiles did not materialize. A few audacious souls, while fleeing, glanced back at the sky, only to find nothing but emptiness. Where had that harbinger of doom vanished? As time dragged on, Zoro, who was closest, arrived first at the spot where Lanya lay motionless on the ground. Lanya, struggling to open his eyes, appeared utterly exhausted. The previously sharp aura he exuded now a mere mirage. "Oh, is this a new ability?" Zoro inquired, his gaze scanning the surroundings with caution while he maintained a casual tone. Cough. Just a little trick, a shadow clone technique. I can teach you when the time comes, Lanya replied, his voice low and faint, revealing his weakened state. Indeed. The figure that had soared into the sky was merely a shadow created by Lanya's technique, which consumed little energy, only 1 life point per second. The impression Lanya had left on the navy soldiers was indelibly etched in their minds. Standing alone against nearly 30 warships without a scratch had made them highly tense, rendering them oblivious to the fact that beneath the soaring illusion, Lanya still lay on the ground. Coincidentally, Lanya's position was within a low depression, easily overlooked without careful inspection. After Zoro's arrival, Lanya finally relaxed, relieved that Abiz's call had also roused him. Sensing the situation was dire, he instinctively utilized the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, he might have been riddled with bullets by now. This is all thanks to the trials of the dueling arena and the recent courage displayed in single-handedly resisting the Navy. Otherwise, he might not have been able to react so swiftly. As he pondered under the Blue Night Pine, Lord Long finally managed to drag his battered body over. Upon seeing Lord Long in such a feeble state, ABI's was immediately overcome with tears, yearning to embrace his wings and pour out her sorrows. Yet fearing she might inadvertently press against his wounds, she stood frozen in place, shedding large, sorrowful tears. "Child, do not weep. I am immensely grateful to you all. I have successfully located the dragon's lair. Thank you for escorting me home, Lord Long gently reassured ABI's. The dragon's lair? ABI's paused in her efforts to wipe away her tears, and then, with a smile breaking through her grief, she inquired, does this mean you can restore your youth? Lord Long, does it mean you need not face death? Thank you, ABI's, and thank you, Blue Knight. Lord Long did not directly answer Abby's question. Instead, after emitting a faint aura of emotion, he slowly closed his serene eyes, never to open them again. The smile on Abby's face froze, and she cautiously nudged Lord Long's head, repeatedly calling his name, hoping that he might awaken once more. However, that was an impossibility. For Loni keenly sensed that all the emotional fluctuations belonging to Lord Long had vanished the moment he had seen the two of them safe and sound. This implied that Lord Long had already departed from this world. Lon Yu even observed faint green lights drifting from Lord Long's body, gradually weaving together above his head into the semblance of a card. It was a green card. Yet, within his heart, there was not a shred of joy. The truth was, Lord Long would never awaken again. This is the final tribute from Lord Long to Lon Yi, expressing gratitude for the unwavering efforts made to return him to the dragon's lair. As the mournful cries of a BC echoed in his ears, Lon Yi found himself lost in thought, his mind drifting to distant realms, reminiscing about his parents. Did he, too, weep as poignantly as a BC did back then? Amidst the collective sorrow, Luffy, who had been crouching beside Lord Long, gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze far ahead, fixated on the warship occupied by the Admiral. Luffy, Lon Yu suddenly called out. Yes, Luffy replied. Kill him, in honor of Lord Long. Of course. Come, let us have a serious conversation. With determination, Luffy lowered his straw hat and, with one hand reaching skyward, seized the neck of a flying Millennium Dragon, propelling himself to a height of 100 meters. With a swift kick of his right leg, his rubber foot extended towards the Admiral's warship, swiftly entering the strike zone. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy summoned every ounce of strength, driving down with a force akin to a whip. His elongated rubber leg struck the warship with tremendous ferocity, accompanied by a resounding roar of wind, cleaving the vessel in two with unstoppable momentum. Rubber battle axe. Now, Luffy's most formidable technique had carved a path to the underworld for the Admiral. Having accomplished his mission, Luffy stood atop the Millennium Dragon, only to realize that these majestic creatures did not descend immediately but circled around Lord Long, emitting mournful roars of lamentation. Among these cries, several aged Millennium Dragons gently landed at the entrance of the dragon's lair, quietly curling up, lying on their sides, or standing still, slowly and resolutely closing their eyes, thereafter remaining motionless as their life essence gradually ebbed away. In a realm visible only to Lon Yi, these willingly aging Millennium Dragons released faint glimmers from within. Their colors not uniform, comprising shades of red, orange, yellow, and green. These luminous specks converged upon the green card already woven above Lord Long's head, merging into it. As the glimmers continued to flow in, the previously completed green card suddenly began to shatter, its radiance intensifying. At the moment of its most brilliant explosion, a hint of green at the edges transformed into a delicate azure hue. The verdant hue transformed into a signal, as other green luminescent points gradually shifted to a cerulean shade. The once emerald card swiftly morphed before Blue Knight's eyes into a turquoise card. This left Lon Yi wide-eyed. Is such a thing possible? Aren't the ranks of the cards fixed? Could it be that a certain quantity of cards can be upgraded to a higher rank? A multitude of thoughts swirled within Lon Yi's mind. Finally, he slowly rose from the ground, laboriously lifting his aching arm to caress the cheek of Lord Long, silently expressing his gratitude. This time, fortune smiled upon him. Just as the ancient dragons collectively chose to embrace their twilight years, the Dragon Lord, filled with gratitude towards himself, manifested a card. The mysterious energy from the passing of his fellow millennial dragons was absorbed, ultimately elevating the tier of the card by a level. It was truly a delightful surprise. He did not immediately seize the card hovering above the Dragon Lord's head, as the luminous particles continued to merge sporadically. While it seemed unlikely for further advancement, there remained potential for enhancement. He gazed upward at the swirling congregation of millennial dragons as Lon Yi, Solon, and others ambled through this fabled dragon's lair, which appeared only once every millennium, a veritable lost island. The island was breathtaking, shrouded in ethereal mist that emerged from the waters, resembling a celestial realm. Most striking were the myriad forms of millennial dragon fossils, the very shadows observed by a BC beneath the sea. These remnants belonged to dragons that had chosen to depart in previous cycles, transformed over a millennium into minerals, fossils, Among these ancient remains, a variety of cards lay scattered, with a majority in orange, a smaller fraction in red, and only a scant few in green. Yet, the sheer quantity was undeniable. The millennia-old dragon fossils in this dragon's lair number in the thousands. Loni gazed at them with a hint of envy, yet showed no inclination to claim them. These cards are embedded within the fossils of the millennia-old dragons. To procure the cards, one must first shatter these ancient fossils, an act tantamount to disturbing the resting place of the ancestral dragons, which he cannot bring himself to do. A gentleman values wealth but acquires it through righteous means, discerning what is appropriate and what is not. Such despicable behavior raises questions not only about the indifference of the dragonkin, but also weighs heavily on his own conscience. Strangely enough, the ancient dragons seem capable of distinguishing between virtue and vice, as Loni and his companion strolled through the dragon lair. Even when closely interacting with the fossils, none of the dragons reacted. However, any greedy naval soldier attempting to approach the fossils would swiftly find themselves snatched up by a dragon in a sudden dive, experiencing a perilous descent without a parachute. It seems that virtue is indeed rewarded. As he wandered among the fossils, Loni ultimately relinquished his desire to extract the cards. In that fleeting moment of resignation, as if sensing Loni's goodwill, the seemingly lifeless fossils began to emanate a faint, gentle wave of emotion. Remarkably, the cards within transformed into luminous specks, drifting towards the azure card hovering above the Dragon Lord's head. Could it be that they could ascend once more? Loni was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him and quickly calculated in his mind. Given the ratio of pure gold cards, red at 1 million berries and orange at 10 million berries, a blue card equates to 10 green cards, 100 red cards, and 1,000 orange cards. Based on his earlier observations, the total number of red and green cards in the lair approximated to 86 green cards. Thus, if there were 1 for 100 orange cards, 1 blue card could indeed be synthesized. But does he truly possess 1 for 100 orange cards? Loni was uncertain. Yet even if it fell short, the amalgamation of so many card fragments should yield a potent blue card, perhaps even enabling the summoning of a dragon for battle. Thoughts of anticipation gradually replaced his sorrow as he pondered the nature of the gift the Dragon Lord might bestow upon him. With this in mind, he ceased his aimless wandering, recognizing that all card fragments were gravitating towards the Dragon Lord, and that there were no other rewards to seek. It would be prudent to return and await the outcome. Upon returning to the Dragon Lord's side, he found Abi still cradling the dragon while conversing, though she had ceased her weeping under Nami's comforting presence. Luffy and Usopp, in their usual curious manner, were exploring their surroundings, with Luffy even greeting a dying millennia dragon with his signature grin as a farewell gesture. Sanji and Zoro maintained a more composed demeanor. If Sanji's heart was racing due to Nami's presence, he certainly seemed unfazed otherwise. Glancing at the cards above the Dragon Lord, Loni noted that they were still not coalescing within a short time frame, prompting him to sit down and recuperate his vitality. However, as he settled, he noticed the light around him dimming, accompanied by a strong gust of wind sweeping over him. Instinctively looking up, he beheld a colossal millennia dragon, its wingspan exceeding 30 meters, descending towards him. Clearly, this dragon was of elder status and likely had matters to discuss with him. Loni felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it be that they had discovered his covert disturbance of their ancestral resting ground and were seeking to confront him? Regarding the imposing dragon that appeared to oversee matters, Loni felt a twinge of guilt. Although he had not orchestrated these events, he was undoubtedly the beneficiary. To mask his unease, he interjected, "Ahem, esteemed millennia dragons. May I inquire what brings you here?" You speak the dragon tongue?" The elder dragon was taken aback, only to shake its head in denial. "No, it is not the dragon tongue. It must be the ability bestowed by a devil fruit, akin to that little girl. Indeed, I possess the abilities of a devil fruit, but not in that regard. My capacity to communicate has been inherited from a bygone kingdom." Loni decided to adopt this narrative moving forward. "A bygone kingdom? Are you a descendant of the great kingdom?" The elder dragon pondered, a spark of recognition illuminating its expression. "You know of the great kingdom?" Loni exclaimed in astonishment. "That is a memory from long ago. When the great kingdom arrived in this realm, my father was among the first to encounter them. I was merely 15 at the time," the dragon reminisced with a tinge of nostalgia. "Long ago. May I ask how old you are?" "How old?" The dragon looked perplexed. "I mean to inquire your age." "Oh, I see. What a curious little fellow you are. I am now 927 years old. This cycle has not yet reached its limit. It seems I am destined to remain awake in the dragon lair," it sighed. As the dragon lamented, Loni found himself swallowing hard. What is happening lately? Every being he encounters seems to possess remarkable longevity. Of course, being a millennia dragon, it is expected that they could live for a millennium, and the fall of the Great Kingdom occurred merely 8 centuries ago. It makes sense that they would have knowledge of it. Moreover, judging by the dragon's words, it could very well be a witness to the rise and fall of the Great Kingdom. As he organized his thoughts, a flicker of inspiration ignited within Loni. This ancient dragon, having existed for a millennium, may very well become one of the trump cards in my future endeavors. Now, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The Azure Knight spoke with piercing eyes. Let me think. My age has caused me to forget. The venerable dragon, with its anthropomorphic wings, scratched its head, and after a moment of contemplation, suddenly smacked its forehead. Ah, yes. I remember now. My old companion expressed immense gratitude before his passing for your assistance in locating the dragon's lair. He was the guardian of our sacred abode. And had you not promptly found the lair to summon us, many of our elder kin would have missed their peaceful slumber in this cycle of reincarnation. Without their corporeal essence to nurture the next generation, the survival of our fledglings would have been gravely diminished. Truly, your aid has been invaluable. The venerable elder, the Millennium Dragon, proved to be remarkably forthright, candidly divulging a multitude of matters. The information embedded within was not insignificant. Ahem. Well, when encountering injustice, one must rise to the occasion. There is no need for gratitude. That is simply my nature, so do not think of offering me gifts. Blue Knight remarked with a hint of implication. By the way, mere verbal thanks are insufficient. What is it that you desire? Let me clarify. Our dragon bones do not confer immortality, and the elder Millennium Dragon easily fell into the trap. So effortlessly was he ensnared that Blue Knight felt no sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, this simplicity would facilitate matters going forward. What do you wish for? Blue Knight feigned deep contemplation. Showing no sign of the earlier refusal, I truly cannot recall at this moment. Otherwise, could you inform me where I might find you in the future? When I think of something, I would like to seek you out. To Blue Knight's suggestion, the elder Millennium Dragon nodded without hesitation. I am the next guardian of the dragon's lair, and I will remain with my descendants to protect the vicinity of the lair. You may come here to find me then. Oh, is that so? In that case, I have a proposal. Please follow me. Blue Knight's eyes sparkled as he addressed the elder with newfound respect, leading him to the side of Lord Dragon. Odyssey was still caressing the feathers on Lord Dragon's wings, her small face glistening with dew that had yet to dry, tear tracks still evident. Odyssey, allow me to introduce you. This is, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Blue Knight felt a tad awkward, still unaware of the elder Millennium Dragon's name. Esteemed surname? Just call me Sakazaki. Very well, Elder Sakazaki. Let me introduce you to this little girl named Odyssey, who was the first to encounter Lord Dragon. Were it not for her earnest plea, we would not have come to assist Lord Dragon in seeking the dragon's lair. Thus, she deserves the utmost credit. While introducing Sakazaki, Blue Knight gently restrained Odyssey, whispering in her ear, "You must long to protect the Millennium Dragon, given that your ancestry consists of its guardians. Do not speak. Allow me to assist you." Upon hearing this, Odyssey's expression shifted as she touched the now lifeless body of Lord Dragon, suddenly revealing a smile. "Greetings, Elder Sakazaki. My name is Odyssey, and I hope for your guidance in the future." "Hello there, little one." Sensing Odyssey's affection for Lord Dragon, Sakazaki's demeanor softened considerably compared to his interaction with Blue Knight. "Elder Sakazaki, as you will be guarding the dragon's lair, you will inevitably interact with the residents dwelling there. Odyssey possesses the Whisper Fruit, enabling her to communicate with you. You may converse with her about any matters in the future. Her ancestors were once the guardians of the Millennium Dragon, but over time, they lost that mission. Might you grant her the opportunity to inherit her ancestors' legacy? Indeed, I request that you give me a chance, Elder Sakazaki. I will take good care of you." Odyssey's eyes widened with sincerity, sparkling with longing. In response, Sakazaki's reply was as straightforward as ever. "Of course, that will not be a problem." "Splendid." Odyssey cheered, exuberantly hugging Sakazaki's wings. Her affection for the Millennium Dragon was genuine. Blue Knight smiled from the side, his peripheral vision catching sight of the card atop Lord Dragon's head. It was only then that he noticed the card had ceased absorbing light, yet its hue remained green, not transforming into blue. Had he failed? Alas! Blue was indeed not so easily obtained. With a sigh, Blue Knight reached to equip the green card. Just then, a boisterous shout interrupted his actions. "Ha! With so many Millennium Dragons, it seems the heavens have granted me immortality. 54, corruption, and then streaking ha! With so many Millennium Dragons, it seems the heavens have granted me immortality." Upon hearing this raucous proclamation, Blue Knight instinctively abandoned the green card and turned toward the source of the voice. It was that admiral, who harbored delusions of crafting an elixir of immortality from the Millennium Dragon Bones. Blue Knight was left speechless. Is this fellow a fool? With so many ancient dragons, your soldiers have all fled, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Perhaps you are weary of life. Since you seem to embrace your demise, allow me to assist in your farewell. With a thunderous roar, I halted the restless movements of Luffy and the others. My right hand, which had intended to grasp the azure card, was raised, palm directed towards the admiral's corpulent figure. A substantial amount of air began to converge in my palm, and soon, an air explosive was formed. Without hesitation, I launched it directly. Bang! The air explosive struck squarely against the admiral's protruding belly, and the compressed air detonated violently, akin to a cannon's blast, sending the hefty naval officer's remains soaring into the sky. The shockwave propelled them far out into the ocean, leaving not a trace behind in the dragon's lair. Such a filthy creature. Even a single strand of hair left in the dragon's lair constitutes a form of pollution. After enduring this brief trial over the past few days, despite the admiral's death being far more horrific than that of Eric, he still managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He was accustomed to retching. Pausing momentarily to alleviate the discomfort brought on by the gruesome scene, he was about to turn around when a flicker of crimson light caught his eye from a distance. Without a doubt, this light was emanating from the red card generated by that corpulent admiral. It was unexpected. So many physically capable naval soldiers had failed to produce cards. Yet this despicable creature succeeded. With a sigh of exasperation, Loni suddenly sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, cards should manifest at the sight of death. So why was it drifting back? Just as he pondered this, the crimson light glided past the admiral's obliterated remains, crossed over Loni, and merged into the azure card above Dragon Lord's head. Then, to Loni's immense disappointment, the azure card did not transform into a blue card. However, this seemed to signal that the red cards produced by the deceased naval soldiers from the earlier battle began to dissolve and converge toward the azure card above Dragon Lord. Previously, due to the intensity of the battle, he had intended to collect these cards later, but he never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Though dragons are of a shared origin, and he could comprehend the absorption process, the current situation was perplexing. Rubbing his head, Loni found himself increasingly bewildered by the rules governing card generation. The cards contributed by the naval soldiers were scarce and exclusively red. Soon, as the last point of crimson light merged into the azure card, this card, having absorbed numerous light points, finally showed signs of activity. At the corners of the card, a faint blue glow, scarcely noticeable amidst the azure, yet undeniably present, emerged. As this blue point appeared, the blue luminescence spread like a domino effect, transforming the azure card before Loni's eyes into a blue card. This was the highest-ranked blue card he had acquired thus far. Its original rank had been a humble green, 2 tiers below blue. Perhaps this was the reward for virtue? With a respectful demeanor, Loni removed his glasses and placed his right hand atop Dragon Lord's head, thereby naturally incorporating the blue card into his Duel Disk stack. Card: Dragon rank, blue category, monster card effect. The dragon possesses a robust physique and great potential, exhibiting formidable yet fleeting combat prowess. Note: the dragon's lifespan is closely tied to its strength. Remember to exercise diligently. Caution: this does not refer to a one-handed piston motion. To his astonishment, it was indeed a monster card. Taking a deep breath, Loni drew the dragon card from his deck and summoned it into the second monster slot, the first being occupied by a fruit of repulsion. In the moment of summoning the monster card, a thought struck him. Would this truly conjure a dragon to serve as his pet? If so, he hoped it would be a Chinese dragon rather than the black Western dragon depicted on the card. Lost in his reverie, a sudden, intense pain surged from deep within his body, causing Loni's mind to blank. A heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips, and he involuntarily dropped his glasses to the ground, collapsing to his knees and pounding the earth before Dragon Lord with such force that he created 2 small craters. Such an outburst had previously been beyond Loni's physical capabilities. The commotion instantly drew the attention of every creature present, with the nearest ABIs rushing over to investigate what was amiss with Loni. Noah, don't come over. Everyone, for the love of all that is holy, stay back. Gritting his teeth, Loni struggled to articulate these words, prompting Saki to instinctively unfurl his dragon wings to prevent ABIs from approaching. In the very next moment, a torrent of uncontrollable energy surged within him. Just as he was on the verge of a complete meltdown, Luffy, heedless of the danger, dashed to Loni's side. Hey, Loni, what's wrong? Are you hungry? I can get you. Get me out. Now. Loni forced each word through clenched teeth, urgency lacing his tone. Leave? Where to? Luffy's prolonged reflexes failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Boom. Suddenly, the energy within him surged once more, the pain escalating in tandem. As Loni's strikes against the ground grew increasingly ferocious, each blow sending tremors rippling through the surroundings. The force exerted was such that even Zoro widened his eyes in disbelief. Usopp caught a glimpse of the faint gray diamond-shaped object subtly protruding from the exposed skin of Blue Knight. Should Blue Knight continue this onslaught, the consequences could be dire. It was Sanji who reacted first, shouting, Luffy, grab Blue Knight with one hand and give me the other. Don't ask why, just do it. Now. Quickly. Oh. Got it. Luffy replied, somewhat dazed. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the command, he never doubted his comrades. He wrapped his left arm around Blue Knight's body several times, while his right hand shot towards Sanji, only to be caught by Zoro, who had been reminded by Sanji. I'm not following your orders. I was going to do this anyway, Zoro retorted defiantly. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. Sanji, clearly reluctant to collaborate with Zoro, delivered a powerful kick to the back of Zoro's sword, causing Zoro to soar into the air. Simultaneously, he tensed his right arm, forcefully pulling on Luffy's arm to throw him. Retract your arm. Sanji shouted at Luffy. Hurry, retract your arm. Instinctively, Luffy pulled back his rubber arm, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the combined force of his own pull and Zoro and Sanji's throw, he launched Blue Knight, who was on the verge of breaking point, directly into the sky. Let go, Luffy. Remember to release Blue Knight. Sanji's late reminder was evidently lost on Luffy. Consequently, Blue Knight was successfully hurled from Dragon's Cave Island, soaring into the open sea, with Luffy tightly gripping him and being swept along. Poor Zoro, held fast by Luffy, was also forced to fly into the unknown. Fortunately, their airborne journey was brief. Just under 100 meters from leaving the cave, the overwhelming power within Blue Knight, which he had struggled to suppress for so long, erupted uncontrollably. A visible wave of energy radiated outward from Blue Knight, sweeping in all directions. Luffy was the first to collide with this energy wave, his body being propelled backward, followed closely by Zoro, who crashed into Luffy, both hurtling away into the distance. This tremendous force propelled the two individuals over 100 meters away from the Blue Knight before it finally diminished slightly. The residual shockwave, accompanied by the expelled air, surged above the heads of Sanji and the others, relentlessly traversing the Battleship Island before descending into the vast ocean on the opposite side of the isle. Gulp. All present could not help but swallow hard. Had this surge of power erupted at the very center of the crowd, it would have undoubtedly resulted in either death or severe injury, leaving one bedridden for a year and a half. Blue Knight remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. After the explosive force within him threatened to shatter his very being, he found himself suspended in midair. The agony coursing through his body intensified once more. What had initially felt like a prickling pain at the cellular level had now escalated to an excruciating torment, as though his muscular tissues were being torn apart inch by inch. He felt as if he were no longer a complete entity, but rather a collection of fragmented pieces. This compelled Loni to unleash an agonized roar that resonated with such intensity that it brought tears streaming down Obisi's cheeks. The sound pierced the heart with profound sorrow. What had transpired with Loni? Meanwhile, the ancient dragon Chinch out-tilted its head in bewilderment, sensing what seemed to be a trace of kinship emanating from Loni, a notion that struck it as peculiar. Just as it pondered this, its sharp gaze widened in astonishment, for it beheld Loni's bare form, where the previously indistinct pale gray diamond-shaped scales began to emerge from beneath the skin, revealing their true nature. These scales, each measuring a mere millimeter, proliferated densely across Loni's entire body, leaving no part of him untouched, not even the young Loni. Once the black diamond-shaped scales enveloped Loni completely, a second layer of scales intertwined and meticulously covered the junctions of the first, concealing every last gap. As the second layer of black diamond-shaped scales finished its encasement, they began to weave together upon Loni's back, cascading from the base of his shoulder blades outward, ultimately forming two magnificent wings that spanned nearly 2 meters. The wings are entirely composed of black diamond-like scales, exhibiting a dexterity and strength reminiscent of a pterosaur. And the faint metallic sheen that glimmers upon them attests to their resilience, far surpassing the frailty of mere flesh. After a series of transformations, a stillness has finally settled in. The protagonist, Loni, who has endured these extraordinary changes, does not feel fatigued. Rather, he is imbued with an unprecedented vitality. Previously consumed by excruciating pain that clouded his mind, he now perceives an inexhaustible reservoir of strength surging within him. Though he has not employed any force to perform aerial maneuvers, he effortlessly floats in midair, as if traversing solid ground. In fact, he finds that with a mere thought, he can soar in any direction he desires. This sensation is utterly enchanting. It feels instinctual, as if flying is an inherent ability. As he gracefully navigates through the air, Loni gradually acclimatizes to his newfound state. Simultaneously, he is acutely aware of the source of these transformations. Undoubtedly, it is the blue card dragon that has caused such a tumultuous upheaval. This card, a synthesis of the entire dragon's lair and the contributions of naval soldiers, manifests as a blue monster card. Unlike the Millennium Dragon Guardians that summon individual allies for combat, this card bestows upon Blue Knight an inherent ability akin to the power of repelling fruit, fundamentally enhancing his capabilities. It can serve sustenance, as one might expect from a dragon, which surely possesses a substantial appetite. With Luffy already aboard, a voracious eater in his own right, the ship might soon find itself at risk of being consumed. The most immediate manifestation of this enhancement is the dazzling dragon scales adorning his body. According to the card's information, there are precisely 10,000 scales, each requiring 10 points of life energy for generation, layered in 2 tiers for complete coverage, offering unparalleled defense, surpassing even that of metal. This is classified as Combat Posture 1. The dragon wings on his back are also comprised of 10,000 scales, 5,000 on each side, granting Blue Knight an instinctive ability to soar, with a life energy expenditure of 1 point for every 10 meters of altitude gained, allowing him to fly at a speed equal to his running speed on the ground. This is recognized as Combat Posture 2. Lastly, his physique has undergone a transformative metamorphosis from within, the specifics of which remain unknown to him. All he can perceive is an exhilarating surge of power. This transformation encompasses various aspects such as strength, reflexes, vision, and speed, resulting in a complete rebirth. If he so desires, he can unleash a multiplicative burst of strength in a short span. This is known as Combat Posture 3. When all 3 elements are fully revealed, they present his current combat stance. Previously, Blue Knight demonstrated a force capable of shaking the ground beneath him, and now he feels as if he could effortlessly lift a mountain. Of course, this perception stems from an exaggerated sense of strength due to his newfound powers, and he is not truly invincible. However, as he gazes down at his now darkened little brother, the dragon wings shield him from the past glories as he plunges into the Golden Mary. He hastens to find an outfit, for he is no enthusiast of running about in the nude. Upon arriving at the Golden Mary, Blue Knight retrieves a dapper suit from Sanji, intending to change. The dragon scales on his body can be concealed beneath the skin's surface. Poking at them reveals the usual softness. They only emerge at his mental command or when subjected to substantial external force. He believes that with time and training, he could achieve localized dragon scale coverage, allowing for remarkable agility. Once the scales retract, Blue Knight is astonished by his new physique. He has acquired the coveted 8-pack abs. Despite his previous workouts yielding a well-defined 6-pack, he could never attain the elusive 8-pack, which is not developed through exercise but rather is an inherent trait. Now, as he gazes at his body, he is nearly drooling. The muscle definition is not exaggerated but consists of distinctly arranged blocks, presenting an aesthetically pleasing golden ratio. This physique embodies explosive power without compromising balance, agility, or speed. Typically, fitness enthusiasts might display a disproportionate physique, broad and muscular above, yet with slender legs below, creating an unbalanced appearance. In contrast, Blue Knight's muscles form a cohesive whole, seamlessly integrated without any single area drawing undue attention. It is a natural harmony. This must be the so-called golden ratio. Forget the inverted triangle chest or bulging muscles, they pale in comparison. Yet, after this self-indulgent reflection, Blue Knight finds himself troubled. He may soon have to say farewell to the notion of normal clothing. The issue arises from the dragon wings on his back. The scales have occupied all available space beneath his skin, leaving no room for an additional 10,000 scales. Thus, these wings cannot be concealed. While he could choose to remove them, regenerating them would require a substantial sacrifice of life energy, specifically 10 points for each scale. In total, recreating a pair of wings necessitates an astonishing 100,000 points of life energy. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he would still fall short. Even with the dragon card now granting him 12,000 life points, it merely suffices for a fifth of the requirement. The battle has yet to commence. and he risks draining himself dry. Isn't this utter nonsense? Moreover, once he loses those dragon wings, his innate ability to fly will also vanish. Faced with the choice between convenience and combat prowess, it was only natural for Loni to opt for the latter. However, with those dragon wings unfurling to nearly 5 meters, transforming them into a close-fitting garment meant he could no longer don any other attire, giving him an almost exposed feeling. Helplessly, he decided to cut 2 10-centimeter slits at the shoulder blade area behind his white shirt and small suit, allowing the dragon wings to retract and pass through these openings. Once he had dressed, the wings spread out majestically, resembling a flowing black cloak draped across his back. Not only does it exude an air of sophistication, but it also offers a modicum of defense. Perfect. Alas, the clothing felt somewhat snug. It seemed he had grown a tad taller, perhaps reaching a height of nearly 8 meters. He would need to have several tailored outfits made once he reached the Grand Line. Having resolved the issue with his attire, Loni stepped out of the cabin, coincidentally encountering Nami, Sanji, and Usopp, who were hurrying towards him. Loni, what on earth is happening? Are you all right? Nami expressed her concern. I'm perfectly fine. Sanji, do lend me an outfit to wear, as my previous ones are now unwearable, he remarked, approaching Sanji. No worries, I'll get you a change of clothes later. Huh? Loni, weren't you significantly shorter than me before? Sanji exclaimed in surprise. As he drew closer, Sanji keenly noticed that Loni, who had once been slightly shorter than him, now stood nearly at the same height. It had only been 10 minutes, surely. No one could undergo such rapid growth. Indeed, it's the ability of my card that absorbs some of the ancient dragon's physical enhancements. I never anticipated the transformation would be so pronounced, Loni explained, glancing around before inquiring, where are Luffy and Zoro? Oh, you mean the green-haired one and the foolish captain? They were just blasted to the other side of the island by you. I doubt they'll return any time soon, Sanji replied, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Loni, when did this happen? I have no knowledge of it whatsoever. Is it possible that I won't take the blame for this pot? At that moment, Loni was overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching agony, hardly paying attention to the details. Yet, reflecting upon it, it hardly mattered. Luffy would merely grumble a few times at most. As for Zoro, one could only wonder if he could still manage to wield his sword. With such thoughts in mind, Lanya's expression brightened as he approached a corner of the ship where Zoro's weights were kept. There lay 3 sets of barbells, one weighing 100 kilograms, another 500 kilograms, and the last a staggering 1,000 kilograms with 5 of each. Without utilizing any abilities, relying solely on his physical strength, Loni effortlessly lifted the 100-kilogram barbell, which he previously could only manage with utmost effort. An overwhelming sense of disbelief and joy surged within him. It felt incredibly light. Gone was the familiar heaviness. And he could even toss it around playfully 2 more, and he could juggle 3. Nami and the others, who had followed out of curiosity, were utterly astonished. After more than a month of camaraderie, they were well aware of Lanya's physique, and they could hardly fathom such a dramatic improvement. Is this a trick? Usopp questioned, instinctively reaching out to touch the barbell in Lanya's grasp. Hearing this, Loni, with a mischievous grin, extended the barbell toward Usopp. Unprepared, Usopp grasped it, only for Loni to release it. Bang! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Usopp cried, cradling his injured hand, now swollen from the weight. Clearly, Lanya's significant surge in strength was no mere illusion. It was a tangible enhancement. Driven by the desire to test his limits, Loni first lifted the 500-kilogram barbell. Realizing he still had reserves of strength, he then turned to the 1,000-kilogram barbell, gripping it with one hand. With a powerful thrust of his shoulder, he managed to raise it slightly before it tumbled to the ground with a dull thud. This was promising. Lanya's eyes sparkled as he switched to a 2-handed grip on the 1,000-kilogram barbell. Adopting a stable stance, he steadied his breath and summoned his strength. To his astonishment, the once seemingly immovable mass was now lifted above his head, holding the 1,000-kilogram barbell aloft. Loni felt as if he was lifting the 100-kilogram barbell from days gone by. This weight is already perilously close to his limit of strength. In other words, his physical condition has improved a staggering tenfold during this extraordinary transformation. At that moment, Loni could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I just want to ask, there is." Oh no. In his moment of triumph, Loni momentarily forgot the 1,000-kilogram barbell he was holding above his head. His laughter caused a significant loss of strength, and his hands weakened, resulting in the barbell crashing down. Nami and the others beside him were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Damn it. If this were to strike his head, it would undoubtedly be fatal. 56. Dragon Meat. I crave dragon meat. Haha. I must ask and, oh my, bang, under the horrified gazes of Nami and her companions. The 1,000-kilogram barbell that Blue Knight had lifted came crashing down upon his forehead, only to be kicked away by Sanji's belated intervention. This incident illustrates that for Sanji and Zoro, a weight of 1,000 kilograms is merely a part of their regular training regimen. However, Blue Knight was not in the mood to ponder the limits of Sanji and Zoro at that moment. He numbly touched the cold sensation on his forehead, only to discover that the anticipated outcome of a split head had not materialized. Overcome with euphoria, Blue Knight did not register the impending impact until it was too late. He had no time to react, and he was struck squarely on the forehead by the 1,000-kilogram dumbbell. The sensation he experienced was akin to a gentle nibble on his forehead. Nothing more. Blue Knight could not be certain, but aside from a few remnants of dragon scales that had yet to fade, there appeared to be no further changes. Even the expected concussion was absent. This left him utterly astonished. Soon after, he realized that the dragon scales concealed beneath his skin had sensed the formidable external pressure of the attack and instinctively manifested to provide defense. Incredible. This passive ability is truly remarkable. As Blue Knight marveled at his dragon scale defense, Nami and Usopp were left in a petrified state, wide-eyed and gaping, unable to comprehend the situation. This is quite alarming. However, Sanji, being the oldest man present and having witnessed much in the floating restaurant, did not exhibit a significant reaction. Is this a new ability you have developed, Blue Knight? Sanji inquired as he circled behind Blue Knight. Huh. Oh, yes. It's a new ability gifted to me by Lord Long, Blue Knight instinctively replied. Would you like to test the limits of your defense? Sanji asked with an eager tone. Test? Sure, but how do we? Before Blue Knight could finish his sentence, Sanji had already launched a powerful kick directly at Blue Knight's backside, executing it with remarkable precision and an air of menace. Ever since the rare alliance with Zoro, Sanji had been yearning for the opportunity to unleash such a decisive kick, and now that the moment had arrived, he saw no reason to hold back. Unless I send this little brat flying, I shall consider myself defeated, Sanji thought to himself with determination before striking. In the next instant, however, he was met with an unexpected consequence. In his attempt to avoid injuring Blue Knight, Sanji had circled around him, yet as his foot made contact, the sensation was far from delightful. It felt akin to kicking a solid wall, an iron wall, no less. The ordeal is far from over. Previously, due to an incident involving a barbell, Blue Knight had activated the repulsive force sensing field. When Sanji launched a sudden assault, an object swiftly pierced through the air within the sensing field. Almost instinctively, he gathered the repulsive force to retaliate. However, Sanji was too close. Just as Blue Knight reacted and countered, he was struck. The kick landed on the dragon wing cloak behind him. The repulsion and impact perfectly neutralized each other, leaving Blue Knight's body unperturbed. This is precisely why Sanji feels as though he is kicking against an iron wall. The repulsion counteracts the impact, rendering him immovable as a mountain. The cloak, transformed from dragon wings, is fundamentally composed of dragon scales, and even a collision of 1,000 kilograms previously inflicted no harm upon him. Until this moment, Blue Knight remains oblivious to the fact that this is Sanji's retaliatory test. He believes it to be an unrelenting naval ambush. Therefore, after neutralizing the enemy's attack, he instinctively amplifies the repulsion output, employing the maximum repulsive force within a unit of time to counterattack. In the past, within a fleeting moment, approximately 0.36 seconds, he could only exert 5 points of life force, sufficient to push aside an unsuspecting strong man. But now, in a mere instant, he managed to input a staggering 50 points of life force. This tenfold increase in attack power results in Sanji, caught off guard and bewildered by the failed ambush, being forcefully knocked off the deck and plunging into the sea. Blue Knight, Nami, Usopp. Thus, could you not have informed me prior to the test? Observing the enraged Sanji, thoroughly drenched, Blue Knight expresses his helplessness. Aware of his own culpability, Sanji grits his teeth, ultimately having to face the consequences of his actions. Noticing the seething anger within Sanji, Blue Knight intends to lower his defenses, allowing Sanji to vent his frustrations, as he too wishes to experiment with the limits of the Dragon Scale's defense. Unexpectedly, within the perception sphere of repulsion, an attack rapidly breaches from over 100 meters away. Judging by its trajectory, this assault is poised to strike at his current position. An air raid, a naval cannonball. The speed of the incoming attack is alarmingly swift, and before Blue Knight can turn to assess the situation, the attack could very well be hovering above him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Blue Knight releases all the accumulated repulsion, transforming it into a concentrated repulsive blast that strikes the incoming threat with immense force. The entire sequence of actions transpires within a single second. And just after the repulsive blast is released, a voice emerges that leaves Blue Knight in an awkward predicament. Ah ha ha ha, I'm back. Blue Knight. Why did you launch me again? As he turns, he witnesses Luffy soaring backward. Blue Knight. So, Luffy, why do you insist on bouncing over instead of taking the path available, always using me as a landing coordinate? Who else would I bounce off of? On the Golden Mary, on the forward deck, gazing upon the trio of Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro, who are eyeing him intently, Blue Knight swallows nervously. Haha, everything has been explained, and I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Seeking an excuse, Blue Knight attempts to take flight, but Sanji and the others form a triangle, surrounding him completely, with one person gripping his shoulder and another tugging at his dragon wing cloak, showing no intention of letting him escape. Nami and Usopp, meanwhile, are quietly chuckling to themselves, having brought over chairs to sit down, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Blue Knight, remember our agreement to assist you with the test? Look, Zoro and Luffy have returned just in time. Let's proceed together. Sanji's eyes glimmer with determination. Exactly. Let's see whether my blade is sharper or your dragon scales are sturdier. Zoro's tone carries a hint of menace. Well, Blue Knight, do you qualify as a dragon now? If so, could you perhaps spare me a small piece of meat? Just a tiny morsel. I would love to taste dragon meat. Luffy, drooling, exclaims. Blue Knight. Zoro. Sanji. Nami. Usopp. What the heck, Luffy? How did this turn into a market for meat in the midst of revenge? Experiment, you say? Wait a moment while I prepare. I'll be ready shortly. Blue Knight quickly agrees to Sanji and Zoro's request, using repulsion to immobilize Luffy, who is drooling and eager to take a bite, pressing him down onto the deck, and then begins to remove his clothing. Yes, he is taking off his clothes. With his current strength, any exaggerated motion would result in his entire outfit being shredded. Pervert. Nami, recovering from her petrified state, lets out a sharp scream, yet her gaze scanning Blue Knight is devoid of even a hint of bashfulness. Blue Knight. Fine, you win. I can't be shy now. Slightly turning away, Blue Knight slowly unbuttons his shirt, but due to a miscalculation in strength, he inadvertently sends a button flying. What a ridiculous situation. Not one to back down, Blue Knight seizes his shirt with both hands and performs a dramatic chest expansion, resulting in a tearing sound as he rips the shirt apart and discards the two halves onto the ground. Black dragon scales rapidly emerge from beneath his skin, soon enveloping his upper body entirely. To be honest, at first glance, this appearance resembles the armed color of hockey. Wow, looking good there. Nami teases, remarking on his devil fruit ability. Ahem. Hello, Miss Nami, I have abs too. Shall we move to the cabin? Bang. Sanji, knocked out. Casting a glance at Sanji, who lies unconscious on the floor after being struck on the forehead, Blue Knight can only awkwardly cough to mask his embarrassment. Nami, you weren't this fierce before. You've changed. In response, Nami beams with delight, showing no sign of restraint whatsoever. This caused the blushing of the inexperienced young man, Loni, to deepen even further. Fortunately, his face was covered with a layer of dragon scales, rendering him impervious to detection. Well then, let us hasten the test. It's a bit chilly with our upper bodies exposed. Loni swiftly shifted the topic, eager to conclude the matter and make his escape. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Zoro immediately drew his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, of course positioning the back of the blade towards Loni. Hey, you culinary artist. If you lie down again, you may not encounter such an opportunity for a long time. With a swift motion, Sanji was fully revived. His eyes ignited with an intense flame of jealousy. Clearly, he was quite irked by Nami's praise for another man apart from himself. Observing the eager stances of Sanji and Zoro, Loni felt a sudden stiffness in his body, sensing an inevitable misunderstanding among them. If I am in the wrong, I am willing to apologize. Faced with the eager anticipation of Sanji and Zoro, Lonya's only thought, aside from regret, was to take a pill. Nami, noticing this, smiled and took a few steps back, moving closer to Usopp, who had already curled up in response to the ominous atmosphere, thereby granting Loni and the others some space. Hey, Nami, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Usopp whispered. On purpose? If you mean provoking Sanji, then yes. Nami candidly admitted. I knew it. Allowing them to connect emotionally and understand the strength of our pirate crew will aid in bringing Loni into our ranks in the future. However, I do not believe Sanji's murderous intent to be feigned. It's no big deal, no big deal. These are trivial matters, Usopp remarked, feeling that Nami was retaliating for the previous failed invitation to Loni. The deck of the Going Merry was not expansive, with Nami and her companions being merely 3 meters away from Loni and the others. Enhanced by the dragon card, Loni's hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to overhear every word spoken by Nami and Usopp, despite their attempts to lower their voices. This left Loni at a loss for words. He had incited his crew to engage in a mixed doubles against him alone, and yet still hoped to entice him aboard? Surely, he must be a fool. Even a beauty scheme would be far more effective than this plan. With a furrowed brow, while worrying about Nami's intellect, Loni seemed undeterred, brimming with determination to teach Zoro and the others a lesson. He soared towards Dragon Cave Island, his dragon wings unfurling, while using his gravitational ropes to assist Zoro and Sanji, lifting them towards the lair. Zoro exclaimed, "Damn it, let me go? I can walk on my own." Sanji added, "Indeed, I absolutely cannot hold back later." Observing the trio take flight, Usopp, still crouched in place, twitched his lips and remarked to Nami, "This was your doing, wasn't it?" Nami shrugged, her smile resembling that of an innocent kitten who knows. After carrying Zoro and Sanji away from the Going Merry, the first thing Loni did upon landing was to approach the remains of Dragon Lord and retrieve his black-framed glasses from ABI's. The moment he donned the glasses, his previously agitated emotions seemed to dissipate significantly, his expression clearing. Gone was the fervor of someone ready to engage in a fierce duel. Zoro and Sanji, keenly sensing this transformation, exchanged surprised glances at Loni's glasses, deep in thought. "Apologies for my earlier outburst," Loni said with a faint smile. "Now, shall we commence the test? Who will go first?" His demeanor was now calm and collected, a stark contrast to the earlier impulsiveness. Zoro and Sanji shared a glance, both recognizing a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. The difference between Loni with and without his glasses was striking, as if he transformed from a scholar into a warrior. Though surprised, they refrained from questioning him. After a brief exchange of looks, Sanji stepped forward, cigarette in hand. "Then allow me to take the first shot. Please, go easy on me. Rest assured, I won't hold back." As Sanji's words fell, he delivered a light kick to Loni's abdomen, a mere test of speed and strength. Loni, sensing the force within his repulsion field, did not evade, taking the probing kick squarely. Bam! That tickles. He remained steady, not even swaying. "Oh, not bad at all." Sanji retracted his foot, inhaling a puff of smoke. "Now I shall commence in earnest. This will be troublesome." Instead of launching an immediate attack, Sanji exhaled a long stream of smoke, flicking the cigarette from his hand towards the air above Loni. With a swift motion, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Loni's shoulder. The force exerted this time was unparalleled, causing Loni's body to involuntarily sway, yet that was the extent of it. Upon witnessing this, Sanji finally felt a sense of relief, ceasing his probing, and a serious expression emerged in his eyes. "Be cautious, I shall commence." Sanji uttered a warning, executing a mid-air turn before launching a powerful kick from Loni's shoulder directly towards his ribcage. The intensity of this assault had increased exponentially, surpassing threefold compared to before. Back meat, saddle meat, chest meat, leg meat, shoulder tenderloin meat. Following a series of foundational kicking techniques, Sanji executed a total of 14 strikes, targeting the vulnerable muscle points from Loni's cheek to his calves with remarkable ferocity. Although he did not exert his full strength, it was still a demonstration of 70% of his power. Loni absorbed the blows entirely, while each attack caused a few dragon scales to shed. His body merely swayed slightly, resulting in no substantial harm. As for being knocked back, with the innate flying ability of dragon wings combined with repulsive force, that seemed quite a challenge to achieve. After witnessing the completion of the foundational kicking technique set, Loni stood firmly, as if rooted to the ground, prompting Sanji to focus intently and further intensify his assault, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Loni's abdomen. And now, the final abdominal strike. Shoot! A resounding thud echoed. And at last, Loni could no longer maintain his steadfast stance, involuntarily taking a small step back. A dull ache radiated from his abdomen as the outer layer of dragon scales began to flake away, revealing the inner layer beneath. This kick was indeed delivered with remarkable force. In truth, Sanji regretted executing it the moment it was unleashed. The move aptly named Shoot represents his most formidable strike to conclude a battle. It is not an exaggeration to refer to it as a finishing technique, for its power exceeds that of his usual kicks by at least double. This was already an assault at 8/10 of his strength. Yet, unexpectedly, Blue Knight was unable to fully withstand it. The force merely caused him to retreat half a step. The cigarette he had flicked away had long since fallen to the ground. Initially, Sanji had contemplated resolving matters with Blue Knight before the cigarette touched the ground, intending to catch the unfinished smoke and pose impressively under Nami's watchful gaze. After all, while Blue Knight's devil fruit ability was formidable, subtly countering everyone present, it faltered in close combat. Alas, his attempt at bravado had backfired. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji silently moved to the side, conceding the stage to Zoro and Blue Knight. TCH. Did you skip meals today? Your strength is so lacking. Zoro seized the opportunity to taunt. Remarkably, Sanji refrained from retorting, the glowing tip of his cigarette flickering in the shadows. Noticing Sanji puffing away without acknowledging him, Zoro ceased his banter and turned his serious attention to Blue Knight. After exchanging blows with Sanji for so long, he had a clear understanding of his opponent's capabilities. Regardless of Sanji's concessions, the final kick retained its full potency. Should he have been struck directly, it would have taken him a while to recover. Yet, Blue Knight had only slightly retreated, not even bending his back. The leap in defense and strength was truly astonishing. It was indeed a peculiar devil fruit ability, Sanji remarked. Zoro, for once, nodded in agreement, refraining from immediate attack and quietly observing Blue Knight as he processed the results of his earlier experiment. At that moment, Blue Knight felt an exhilarating surge within. Just moments ago, he had bravely endured a series of relentless strikes from Sanji. He was, after all, the third in command of the Straw Hat Pirates. His scales, akin to dragon hide, rendered him nearly immune to Sanji's ordinary kicks. Even the final finishing blow merely left him with a faint ache, not enough to breach his defenses. Though many outer scales had been stripped away, throughout the exchange, aside from utilizing his own abilities and expending 900 life points to restore his scales, Sanji had failed to inflict any significant direct damage upon him. This formidable defense renders bullets nearly inconsequential. Even artillery shells pose little threat, provided they do not strike directly. Alas, such remarkable resilience comes at the cost of vulnerability, yet it sparks hope for a potential 50 consecutive victories in the dueling arena. After concluding his thoughts, Loni turned his gaze towards the languid Zoro, offering a casual expression of gratitude. Zoro, eschewing any frivolous banter, grasped the hilt of his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, and his nonchalance dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sharp, menacing aura directed at Loni. With a swift draw, a flash of brilliance erupted. In times past, Loni would have been struck before he could even react. This time, however, it was different. With enhanced dynamic vision, a faint glimmer revealed the impending strike of the character, Hiwani. Cautiously, he refrained from recklessly extending his hand to intercept it, instead swiftly embracing the momentum with his dragon wings. A resounding clang echoed as the dragon wing barely managed to parry Zoro's formidable slash. The blade's back forcefully penetrated the dragon wing scales, sending dozens of scales flying in all directions, causing the silhouette of Loni to subtly descend. There was truly no hint of hesitation. It was an all-out assault from the very beginning. A full-force horizontal slash devoid of sword techniques. Quite impressive, Zoro remarked with appreciation, subsequently sheathing his sword and ceasing further attack. This took Loni by surprise. Is that all there is to it? Hey, isn't that a bit too dismissive? Sanji has indeed put forth considerable effort, kicking numerous times. Your response seems rather perfunctory, don't you think? Sensing Blue Knight's bewilderment, Zoro spoke up. I employed 8/10 of my strength in that last strike. Although I used the back of my blade, it appears that even with the edge, it would be quite challenging to breach your defenses unless I resorted to a powerful sword technique. However, my blade is never directed at my comrades. Upon hearing this explanation, Blue Knight recalled that apart from his rather reckless friend Sanji, Zoro had never raised his sword against any other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Not even in the manner he just did. Scratching his head, Blue Knight felt quite helpless. Thus far, apart from a few dozen shattered dragon scales, nothing of significance had been tested. This merely tested the defensive capabilities of the dragon scales. The assessments of the dragon's essence and wings, which pertain to power and speed, remain uncompleted. It is no wonder that in the anime, Zoro relentlessly seeks a worthy opponent. Such suitable adversaries are indeed rare. With a sigh, Blue Knight abandoned the notion of further testing. Instead of wasting time, he could engage in mortal combat in the dueling arena, where experience would surely be gained. Contemplating this, Blue Knight stored away the dragon scales, revealing the well-defined musculature beneath. He decided against borrowing clothing from Sanji and instead enveloped his upper body with dragon wings, slightly adjusting the arrangement of the scales, resulting in a completed black checkered t-shirt. It was not only fashionable but also boasted formidable defense. However, prior to this, Blue Knight retrieved the bone whistle gifted by the sixth elder. He now faced a dilemma. He needed to dedicate several days to crafting an enormous summoning scroll. He pondered whether Luffy and the others could wait for 10 days. If they could, it would be a joyous occasion for all, but if not, he would have to rely on the Sea Kings to traverse the calm belt into the Grand Line. Reflecting on Luffy, who had been flung away to an unknown location, Blue Knight mused that being alone was not so bad after all. Well, it should be fine, right? Wait, are we leaving first? Luffy's loud voice broke through. Hey, a captain shouldn't abandon his crew to set sail. Stop saying such foolishness. The Straw Hat Pirates reacted variably to Blue Knight's intention to disembark, but uniformly expressed their desire to understand his reasons. Upon learning that Blue Knight needed to establish some sort of contract with the Sea Kings, which would take considerable time, Luffy, as captain, decisively declared, "All right, let's give everyone a break before we enter the Grand Line." "Well, then I shall indulge in a good feast," declared the drinking enthusiast Zoro. "Grandpa's pork buns are quite delicious. Last time, that rascal Luffy devoured them all, leaving us none," Sanji lamented. The Mary needs some repairs," Usopp grumbled. "What? I'm not a shipwright." Nami stretched luxuriously, relishing the pleasant weather for sunbathing. Listening to their evidently unreasonable excuses, Blue Knight opened his mouth, but ultimately could not refuse their goodwill. This led him to inadvertently neglect to emphasize and reiterate Luffy's assertion that a captain should never abandon their comrades. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had already acknowledged this identity. According to their prior agreement, Blue Knight arrived at the doldrums and blew the bone whistle, while Bertha, accompanied by other medium-sized Sea Kings, brought forth the 10,000-meter-long skin from beneath the waves. The skin shed by the sixth elder is not a complete expanse, but rather a segment belonging to the belly area, divided among the Sea Kings. Even so, it stretches over 10,000 meters, revealing the sheer enormity of the sixth elder's actual length. As Luffy and others awaited, Blue Knight did not proceed to inscribe the array leisurely as previously envisioned. Under the pretext of training, Blue Knight enlisted the help of Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji to assist him. Naturally, a scroll could not be fashioned from irregularly shaped skins. Zoro's slashes proved most suitable for achieving a pristine and luminous cut. The pigments for inscribing the array could only be derived from a mixture of blood and chakra, with life force serving as a substitute for chakra. As for the blood, it was solely sourced from the Sea Kings, for a mere human would not produce enough even if drained entirely to inscribe a single symbol. As a chef, Sanji possessed the optimal bloodletting skills, ensuring that each Sea King yielded healthy blood without excessive loss that might impair their well-being, and importantly, the Sea Kings felt no pain, significantly alleviating Bertha's need for reassurance. Regarding Luffy, Blue Knight was, after all, a novice in array inscription, though his mind brimmed with experience. The risk of error loomed. In such instances, an eraser could resolve many dilemmas. Even with the assistance of Luffy and the others, Blue Knight dedicated a full 10 days to completing the inscription of the summoning scroll. The scroll measures an impressive 10,000 meters in length for 1,000 meters in height, and nearly 100 meters in thickness, with its shaft formed from the vertebrae of colossal serpentine Sea Kings. It boasts a deep black hue, and upon unfurling, dark red array patterns envelop the entire scroll. Intriguingly, the front of the scroll is adorned with an ancient yellow hue, contrasting with the black of its reverse side. This is a plant dye brought by Bertha, reputed to be everlasting. At last, the preliminary creation of the summoning scroll is complete. Loni, with a grave demeanor, inscribes his name with the blood he has accumulated over the past 10 days. Unlike in the world of Naruto, where the primary contractor of a summoning beast should be its elder, facilitating the signing of contracts with ninjas, this version crafted by Loni positions himself as the primary contractor, while the Sea Kings serve as the contracted entities. This arrangement is considerably more complex, as each Sea King must willingly shed blood for the contract to be finalized. However, for Loni, the process is considerably simplified. After all, in the world of One Piece, he is the sole practitioner of the summoning technique. Thus, there is no need to allocate contract positions for others. Once the summoning scroll is prepared, He can have Bertha lead the other Sea Kings willing to fight for him to gradually sign the contracts, ensuring a one-time effort suffices. After all, Elder Six has made it clear that he will neither cooperate nor interfere. Subsequently, Bertha becomes the first summoned beast to sign a contract with Loni. The process is straightforward. She simply needs to inscribe her name in her own blood on the summoning contract. The words are inconsequential. What matters is the ritual itself. Upon Bertha's successful signing, a peculiar connection forms between her and Loni. An enigmatic sensation akin to a faintly luminous morning star in the dark expanse of the night sky. Lon, it seems I can sense your presence, Bertha exclaims, her emotions surging. What a wondrous technology, as incredible as the devil fruits. The summoning technique, as Loni describes, is a secondary technology of the Sea Kings, one of the defensive measures employed to protect the mermaid princess. Regrettably, it was left unfinished when the Grand Kingdom fell. Now, it is utilized by Loni. Bertha, would you like to test the effects of summoning? Loni proposes. Yes, certainly. How shall we experiment? Bertha replies eagerly. Just stay where you are. I will summon you shortly. Do not resist. All right, I understand. With Bertha's consent, Loni makes no further movements, but instead leaps swiftly over the ocean, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. The transformation of his dragon wings into a T-shirt merely alters their form. The innate ability to fly remains intact. Should he employ repulsion for acceleration, his speed would increase even further. After soaring for about 1,000 meters, Loni halts, gently biting his thumb. The dragon scales manifest automatically for defense, nearly causing him to chip a tooth. With a mental command, the scales dissipate, and Loni, despite the pain, bites down. It seems I must keep a vial of blood handy. Otherwise, biting my fingers each time will inevitably lead to infection. Muttering to himself, Loni flicks his left index finger, causing a piece of dragon scale to extend horizontally from between his fingers, which he then lightly slices with his right palm. Instantly, blood flows forth, though it merely seeps a small amount before ceasing, thanks to his formidable physique that includes self-healing capabilities. While the wound may not close immediately, the bleeding stops efficiently. A mere trace of blood suffices. As his intent flows along the blood in his hand, the tenuous connection with Bertha intensifies. With the desire to summon her rising within him, streams of green energy begin to emanate from Loni's palm, merging into the blood and emitting a subtly distorted green light. Almost instinctively, Loni slaps his hand against the ocean's surface. The sensation is not that of striking water, but rather as if he has made contact with a solid object. Simultaneously, a multitude of runes spreads out from his palm upon striking the sea, rapidly forming a magical array over 300 meters in length. He recognized the rune, which was indeed the summoning rune from Naruto. Once the summoning formation was completed, it was not a puff of white smoke that concealed the summoning process, but rather the spotted Bertha, as if traversing through time and space, leaped forth from the summoning array, lifting Blue Night onto her forehead and soaring into the sky. The inaugural trial of the summoning technique was a resounding success. 60. There you are, the summoning technique has succeeded. This did not come as a surprise to Loni. After all, the cards in this duel were remarkably resilient. However, he had not anticipated the significant disparity between this summoning technique and that depicted in Naruto. There was no need for hand seals, no billowing smoke during the summoning, and the consumption of energy was not as terrifying as he had imagined. To satisfy the curiosity of Luffy and the others, Loni conducted several experiments, gradually uncovering certain patterns. Perhaps due to the involvement of spatial elements, the distance of the summoned creatures was not an issue. The sole criterion for the energy required for summoning was the size of the summoned entity. The ratio appeared to be approximately 10 life points for every meter of body length. For instance, summoning Bursa required around 3,470 life points. However, this was not a constant. Similarly, for a sea creature of roughly 350 meters in length, the cost exceeded that of Bursa by an additional 700 life points, despite the comparable lengths. This was likely due to the fact that sea creatures, unlike Bursa, lacked necks and thus possessed a significantly larger volume. Overall, the summoning technique determined energy consumption based on size. The larger the creature, the greater the destructive potential, and consequently, the higher the energy expenditure. The only positive aspect was that once summoned, Loni would not incur further energy costs, and if the summoned creature wished to return to its original state, it could do so effortlessly with just a thought. This skill could be deemed as advantageous as acquiring an additional fruit ability. After all, in the world of One Piece, over 90% comprises the vast sea. Thus, Loni no longer needed to fear the ocean in the event of a maritime disaster. Summoning a Sea King would provide a perfect solution. Of course, Sea Kings were not vessels, and their presence would entail various inconveniences, thus serving only as a temporary emergency measure. After spending an entire day comprehending the nuances of the summoning technique, the Straw Hat Pirates bid farewell to ABI's and her crew, and an eager Captain Luffy commanded the sails to be raised once more. Their destination, the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Indeed, this world is genuinely vast. Despite the seemingly minuscule distance between Battleship Island and the entrance to Reverse Mountain, as per Abi's grandfather's account, the actual journey would require around 3 days. Even aboard the Golden Mary, a swift triangular sailboat, the voyage would take no less than 2 days. Such a lengthy duration naturally necessitated finding something to occupy their time. Nami, as the navigator, had to remain vigilant regarding the ship's course. Fortunately, she found joy in her task, occasionally enjoying Sanji's attentive culinary preparations, sketching nautical charts, basking in the sun, and leading a leisurely life. Sanji, of course, devoted himself to Nami, meticulously balancing the nutritional content of the meals, crafting delightful desserts, and refreshing beverages, all of which provided a culinary advantage to Luffy and the others. Zoro, as expected, focused on training, sleeping, and eating, having relocated his usual spot from the lookout tower, now occupied by Loni, to the deck, a position that was easily prone to being accidentally injured by Luffy. Luffy and Usopp teamed up for fishing, engaging in a friendly competition to see who could catch the largest fish. As of now, Usopp seemed to be in the lead, but Luffy insisted that Usopp's catch was disqualified due to an excess of bones and a lack of meat, prompting him to try again. The match is shrouded in mystery. Among the participants, the one most occupied is undoubtedly Lanya. After diligently attending to matters concerning the spirit communication scroll, Lanya did not immediately throw himself into the fray of the duel arena. Rather, he devoted 3 hours to reflecting upon the transformations he had undergone. The most conspicuous change in his physique is embodied by the Dragon card, which has conferred upon him a remarkable 12,000 life points. When combined with his original 8,000 life points, his total now stands at an impressive 20,000, an increase of 2.5 times from before. Although Lanya is uncertain of the calculations behind this life total, he surmises it is intricately linked to his physical condition, as his recent training and battles have contributed to his own increase of, 17 life points. Thus, he now possesses a total of 20,017 life points. The original 8,000 points were established after utilizing the repulsion fruit, a card of which Lanya remains unaware of the specific life benefits it provided. He speculates that it could not solely account for the entirety of the 8,000 points. At least a fraction must originate from his foundational life points. After employing the repulsion fruit, Lanya did not experience a significant enhancement. He merely sensed a newfound ability within him, which he estimates to be equivalent to about 4,000 life points. This pertains to the calculation of soul levels, which also falls within the realm of life value statistics. Thus, the life value provided by the dragon exceeds 3 times that of the repulsive fruit. This is quite terrifying. Blue Knight speculates that the fundamental reason the dragon has significantly increased his vitality is due to the immense enhancement of his physical form, fundamentally empowering him. Remarkably, with this newfound strength, the range of his repulsive force has also been greatly augmented, increasing from an initial 50 meters to an impressive 100 meters. The amount of vitality that can be consumed within a given time frame has likewise seen a substantial increase, signifying a linear enhancement of power. Based on previous information from anime, it is not difficult to deduce that the foundation of the devil fruit is, in fact, physical prowess. Upon comprehending his current power system, Blue Knight devoted an hour to acclimatizing himself to the new range of his repulsion, fully immersing himself in the development of his newfound abilities. It can be described as a painful yet joyous experience. The transformation into a dragon is the term Blue Knight uses to denote the bestowal of all abilities from the monster card dragon. In order to swiftly excavate the potential of this transformation, Blue Knight exclusively utilized the 3 powers of dragon transformation in the dueling arena, suppressing all other repulsion fruit abilities and skills. Fortunately, his draconic scales provided ample defense, although they might shed under exceedingly forceful impacts. The ratio of vitality consumed per scale generated 10 points, was sufficient to sustain him for approximately half an hour while solely relying on the defensive adaptation of his scales. However, After experimenting with the capabilities of Dragon Soul and Dragon Wings, Blue Knight discovered a severe depletion of his vitality. Indeed, it was even lower than before. This was likely due to the exorbitant consumption associated with Dragon Soul and Dragon Wings, which was nothing short of inhumane. The ability of Dragon Soul is straightforward. Once activated, it can exponentially enhance one's physical form, including the strength of the scales, physical power, recovery rate, explosive strength, and the maximum capacity of muscle endurance, among other attributes. Dragon Wings, on the other hand, exponentially amplify speed. Blue Knight has aptly named these abilities Dragon Power and Dragon Speed. Currently, the upper limit he has been able to test is a staggering 10-fold increase in strength, which he refers to as 10 Dragon Power. What concept is this? Currently, the strength of Loni's arms is approximately 1,100 kilograms, equivalent to 1 tons. If you were to fully unleash the power of 10 dragons, that would amount to 11 tons. A single punch would inflict over 5 tons of damage. Moreover, the strength of a normal person's legs is at least 3 times greater than that of their arms. Thus, should Lon Yi unleash the power of 10 dragons with a kick, the impact would be a staggering 15 tons. This formidable power is sufficient to send a small warship flying with a single kick, provided the vessel is not penetrated. However, there lies an awkward predicament. Blue Knight is incapable of engaging in battle utilizing this ability. The reason being, the consumption of energy is exceedingly exorbitant. Maintaining the minimum of 2 dragon strength demands a staggering 100 health points per second, while the peak 10 dragon strength requires a terrifying 15,000 health points per second. Given Blue Knight's health pool of 20,000 points, he can sustain this expenditure for merely 3 seconds before rendering himself unconscious, leaving no room for combat. As for the existence of the 11 dragon strength, Blue Knight remains oblivious. His health limit is insufficient to undertake such an experiment. Moreover, this discussion solely pertains to the explosive consumption of dragon essence. There exists another considerable consumer, the Dragon Wings. The capability of the Dragon Wings is not as multifaceted as that of the dragon essence. It serves a singular purpose, enhancing bodily speed. The consumption rate mirrors that of dragon essence, with the minimum 2 dragon speed requiring 100 health points per second and the maximum 10 dragon speed also demanding a staggering 15,000 health points per second. Should one aspire to unleash the pinnacle abilities of both Dragon Essence and Dragon Wings simultaneously, an alarming total of 30,000 health points per second is required. The relentless demands seem insatiable, leaving Blue Knight feeling utterly drained. Despite having increased his life force by 5 times, he finds himself grappling with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Regrettably, the powers of Dragon Wings and Dragon Soul must be reserved for pivotal moments. However, he now possesses 2 aces up his sleeve. As Blue Knight gradually comprehends the overarching capabilities of his dragon transformation, 2.5 days have quietly elapsed. He halts the frenzied matchmaking in the duel arena, opting instead to leisurely recline on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze with Nami and sipping on a drink, all while receiving Sanji's furious glares as warnings. The next step is to officially embark upon the Grand Line, a veritable stronghold of formidable warriors. In moments like these, one must experience them personally to avoid any regrets. However, as the silhouette of Reverse Mountain loomed ever closer, the Going Merry came to a halt at the insistence of Blue Knight. What on earth, Blue Knight, why have we stopped? Luffy grumbled in discontent. We're so close to entering the Grand Line. It's the Grand Line. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Blue Knight sighed, rubbing his temples. What did you say? In an instant, the crew was enveloped in an aura of confusion. So you didn't understand anything, yet you gave the order to halt? I must ask, are you foolish? Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Luffy simply scratched his head and said, well, Blue Knight asked us to stop. So I let us stop. He must have his reasons. Blue Knight, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him, replied, since you have such trust in me. What more can I say? It seems you are fortunate to have such capable crew members. Otherwise, you might not even reach Logue Town. To this, Luffy chuckled heartily. Well, that's because I have all of you. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted into laughter, embodying Luffy's carefree spirit, while only Blue Knight wore a disgruntled expression. Whether you're a captain or not, ignorance is still ignorance. It's as if you think we exist solely to prove your worth, Blue Knight thought. Though the crew seemed to find Luffy's reasoning rather amusing. Just as he was about to reiterate his explanation, Blue Knight paused, his ears perked up as a low, haunting roar echoed through the air. To Blue Knight, this sound carried a different meaning. broke from the Rumbar pirates. The repetition of those words resonated with an indescribable sorrow and longing. Luffy, who had been making a ruckus moments before, fell silent, his expression grave as he listened intently to the mournful cry. Luffy possessed a unique ability to sense the emotions of most living beings, akin to Blue Knight's druidic listening. Both of them understood the essence of the roar, while the others remained perplexed. Even Usopp, whose alertness was lacking, asked curiously what was happening with Luffy and Blue Knight. That voice, it seems very sorrowful, Luffy noted, his usual exuberance dimmed. Can you comprehend the emotion it conveys? Blue Knight inquired. The meaning? Luffy shook his head. No, I don't know. All I know is it feels very sad, as if it has been abandoned by its companions. Blue Knight gazed incredulously at Luffy, astonished that he could perceive such depth of feeling. Truly remarkable. Hey, what are you two talking about? Usopp interjected, feeling left out. Glancing at Usopp, Blue Knight was about to explain when the mournful roar suddenly ceased. The impact with the red line had evidently subdued Laboon once again, courtesy of Crocus's tranquilizers. Now's our chance. Quickly, Luffy, let us set sail. Blue Knight urged. Okay, let us go. Destination, Reverse Mountain. Luffy declared, taking command as captain. Thus, the crew busied themselves hoisting the sails for departure, while Usopp, now reduced to a monochrome silhouette, remained largely ignored. Or rather, it seemed they could not afford to ignore him. Stop sulking. Why are you crying? Nami exclaimed, delivering a sharp smack to Usopp's head. Get back to work. Ow, ow, ow. Usopp yelped, clutching his head. Blue Knight, why don't you defend me? Upon hearing this, Nami glanced at the immovable Blue Knight, whose robust physique was a stark reminder of his strength. It seemed he had a knack for managing the nuances of their journey through Reverse Mountain. Thus, bang. Another smack landed, and Usopp had no complaints left. He hurried off to do the labor. I'm so exhausted. I wish I could abandon ship. Having witnessed Nami asserting her authority, Blue Knight relished the opportunity to relax, leaning against the ship's railing, gazing out at the sea. Before long, the Going Merry entered the currents leading to Reverse Mountain. The well-defined waters acted like an invisible track, propelling the Merry swiftly toward the mountain. At this point, even contemplating a retreat was futile. There were only two outcomes: a successful entrance into Reverse Mountain or a catastrophic collision that would shatter them to pieces. Hey, Sanji, come help. Usopp shouted from below deck. I can't steer the ship. Sanji rushed to assist, but to their dismay, the two of them still struggled to move the wheel. This is indeed not good news. The helm, as a crucial instrument for steering the vessel, becomes a source of great concern if it loses its functionality, rendering the ship exceedingly difficult to control. The repercussions are akin to the harrowing experience of a steering wheel suddenly detaching on a high-speed road. Seeing the two at a loss, Sanji promptly called upon the ship's robust warrior, Zoro, for assistance. Blue Knight, observing the situation, cautioned, you would do well to refrain from exerting such brute force on the helm. The current is exceedingly strong, and using sheer strength may lead to its breakage. Nami, taken aback by his words, hurriedly approached the ship's edge, peering into the waters, and was met with the sight of the relentless current flowing in the same direction. Her complexion paling instantly. As an adept navigator of the East Blue, she comprehended the implications of such a formidable current with clarity. Zoro, remain by the helm. Usopp, ascend to the lookout and keep me informed of our distance from Reverse Mountain. Sanji, lower the sails, and Luffy, prepare to utilize Gum Gum Balloon as a buffer. As for you, Blue Knight, handle yourself as you see fit. Nami, true to her exceptional skills as a navigator, despite her ashen face, commanded with remarkable composure. Zoro, being the strongest man present, was the most appropriate choice to stay at the helm. Usopp, possessing the keenest eyesight among them, was ideally suited for the lookout. Sanji, with his agility, could swiftly lower the sails on his own. Luffy, as a rubber man, would be wasted if not employed as a cushion. As for Blue Knight, having been the first to perceive and alert them, Nami recognized that it was better to allow him the freedom to act rather than assigning him a specific task. This entire arrangement was determined in an instant by Nami upon observing the ocean currents, illustrating her remarkable ability to adapt swiftly. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. Zoro is, after all, an utter novice when it comes to direction. At that moment, Nami was commanding Zoro to slightly adjust the helm to the left. Although a significant turn was not feasible, minor adjustments were permissible. Zoro, true to the expectations of Loni, gracefully steered to the right. Fortunately, Loni had anticipated this. reminding Zoro to adjust in the opposite direction just in time. Otherwise, such a slight miscalculation could have led to catastrophic consequences for the ship and its crew. Damn it! How could I have forgotten that? Nami's face turned pale. However, she quickly devised a solution, to speak in reverse. When a left turn was needed, she would say right. And when a right turn was required, she would say left, perfectly exploiting Zoro's inability to distinguish left from right and his tendency to choose incorrectly. This was indeed a clever improvisation. With Lanya's prior reminder, Nami methodically adjusted the course of the Going Merry, successfully navigating the perilous current to ascend Reverse Mountain without requiring Luffy's intervention for a forceful entry. Once they entered the current's channel, however, there would be no turning back. Even if one wished to alter their course, the powerful current could easily disrupt their efforts, rendering any movement impossible. This meant they had temporarily entered a safe zone. Nami quickly grasped this point and called everyone to the bow of the ship to marvel at this rare spectacle. After all, a current capable of ascending mountains was an extraordinary sight for everyone present. Even on Earth, in Lanya's previous life, such a miraculous waterway did not exist. Alas, it was a pity there was no camera. Otherwise, they could have captured the moment for posterity. Loni sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. As the sole entry point to the Grand Line's first half, Reverse Mountain was shaped like an X, with 4 entrances converging at a single exit leading into the downstream routes of the Grand Line. This raised a pressing question. If, simultaneously, other vessels were to ascend Reverse Mountain from the 3 remaining seas, what would occur when 2 ships met under the propulsion of such a formidable current? Contemplating this, Loni shared his thoughts with the others, and instantly, the lightheartedness that had filled the air dissipated entirely. Witnessing the tense expressions on their faces, Loni couldn't help but turn away and stifle a laugh. Such matters are rarely so absurdly precise. Moreover, even if they were, he could easily utilize it as a driving force to propel the Going Merry, allowing the vessel to veer off course and glide past the other ships effortlessly. A group of utterly ignorant fools indeed. As Blue Knight chuckled, Nami suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, "Blue Knight, are you just trying to scare us?" Coughing lightly, he replied, "I was merely expressing a conjecture." Blue Knight couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, you are quite mischievous," Nami remarked with an expression that confirmed her suspicion. Coughing again, she added, "Hee." Her teasing left Blue Knight speechless, as he keenly sensed an intense gaze of anger directed at him from behind. Without question, it was Sanji's lecherous stare. Just as Blue Knight braced for Sanji to make a move, the ship, which had been steadily ascending, suddenly halted, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. They had reached the fork in the river. The anticipated encounter that the simple-minded Luffy and the timid Usopp had worried about was, of course, non-existent. The Going Merry had safely arrived at the sea current, rushing towards the Twin Cape on the Grand Line. The entrance was nearly within reach. Just as everyone's eyes sparkled in eager anticipation of passing through the exit of Reverse Mountain, Blue Knight perceptively noticed a small issue. "Hey, I say, do you all not feel the walls are rather close?" Blue Knight shouted in warning. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to the side and was immediately startled. Unbeknownst to them, the Going Merry, which had originally been in the center of the river, had drifted off course and was now slowly approaching the left riverbank. With less than 3 meters separating the two, at such a speed, even a mere graze could result in the ship's wooden body being severely damaged, let alone the potential for steel to be ground down. If it were an ordinary pirate ship, they would be at a loss. However, the Golden Mary was a different matter. As captain, Luffy instinctively utilized his rubber balloon ability to shield the vessel from the perilous confines between the riverbank and the ship's hull. His simplistic mind failed to consider the possibility of being wedged in between, which could have resulted in a grievous injury. Fortunately, Blue Knight had anticipated this scenario and intervened before Luffy became a sandwich, positioned between Luffy and the riverbank. He supported Luffy with his back and extended his hands towards the wall, creating an invisible repulsive force that acted as a barrier. This ethereal repulsion, devoid of any tangible form, could withstand any friction. If it were to falter, he would concede defeat. Upon contact, the stone wall of the river immediately bore a gash over a meter deep. Had Blue Knight not swiftly expanded the repulsive field, he might have been pinned against the wall, enduring a relentless grind. He shuddered at the thought of testing the limits of his dragon scales under such conditions. To be sure, maintaining this state consumed a substantial amount of energy, 300 life points per second, equivalent to the toll from being bombarded by over 20 warships. Most of this expenditure was due to the friction against the riverbank. Had it not been for Luffy acting as a cushion, he would have needed to establish an additional repulsive layer to support the Golden Mary, further escalating his energy drain. Despite the considerable consumption, after a mere 10 seconds, they successfully traversed the exit of the upside-down mountain and entered the waters of the Grand Line. The depletion of over 4,000 life points was no trivial matter. It could be considered moderately significant. Grabbing Luffy, he caught up with the Golden Mary, casually tossing him onto the deck, only to be met with a fragrant gust as Nami's ample bosom collided with his face. Ah, what an overwhelming encounter, leaving no room for any escape. This is fantastic. Thank goodness for you, Blue Knight, or we would have been doomed, Nami exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, we must recruit you into our crew to ensure my safety. Usopp, observing from the side, nodded in deep agreement, his envy barely concealed. Though Nami was bold, she was discerning in her affections. Usopp, aside from enduring a few blows from Nami, had never experienced any form of intimate contact with her. As the fortunate recipient of Nami's embrace, Blue Knight was caught in a whirlwind of pain and pleasure. The joy was undeniable, yet the intensity of Nami's grip rendered him nearly breathless, his vision engulfed in darkness. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to push her away. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Fortunately, a decisive intervention arrived. You scoundrel! Release Miss Nami at once. Sanji's furious voice thundered. Behold my diable jam. Blue Knight was taken aback. Good grief, diable jam? That was one of Sanji's signature techniques. Was it truly appropriate to unleash such a formidable skill upon a comrade? Due to Nami's obstruction, a third of Blue Knight's repulsive field was rendered blind, preventing him from sensing whether Sanji was genuinely enraged enough to strike him down. However, as a precaution, Blue Knight transformed his dragon wings into a protective t-shirt and enveloped both himself and Nami within, swiftly retreating. The outcome was rather anticlimactic. Although Sanji shouted diable jam, it appeared he merely wanted to vent his frustration without intent to harm. Yet, the unfortunate consequence befell Blue Knight, who, blinded and retreating too hastily, collided forcefully with the ship's helm. Under the current circumstances, he could not discern what it was, but he knew that nothing aboard, save for Zoro's swords, could rival the hardness of his dragon scales. With his survival at stake, he had no thought of evasion. The diable jam was not to be trifled with. It was one of Sanji's most potent kicks in the first half of the Grand Line. Avoiding it would mean inviting disaster. Thus, the poor helm was brutally dismantled by Blue Knight's reckless retreat. Luffy, Sanji. Zoro, I suppose I can take a nap for a while. Usopp, this. How do I fix such a clean break? Nami, Blue Knight. With the helm broken, the ship's navigation could only be halted, leaving the severed helm for Usopp to fret over. Blue Knight and the others made their way to the nearby landing point, the Twin Cape Lighthouse. The lighthouse keeper, Crocus, was absent, likely attending to Laboon. Ready to administer a sedative, Blue Knight refrained from making any comments. As the sun began to set, it became evident that the helm could not be repaired that day, and the group decided to spend the night at Twin Cape. With solid ground beneath them, it was far more secure than staying aboard, leaving Usopp to labor alone on the helm. Poor Usopp was left in tears, struggling to fix the helm aboard the ship. With the night still young, the others busied themselves with various tasks. Zoro leapt into the sea, claiming he would swim a commemorative 10,000 meters in the Grand Line, prompting Blue Knight to express skepticism about his ability to return to Twin Cape. In response, Zoro indignantly declared he would merely swim around Twin Cape. There was nothing else to do but let him be. Meanwhile, Nami discovered a treasure trove of nautical books within the lighthouse, immersing herself in literature to enhance her knowledge. Luffy, on the other hand, was pestering Sanji to prepare the elephant tuna, a delicacy he had long yearned for. Sanji, however, was reluctant to cook such a precious ingredient at the moment, preferring to wait for a more fitting atmosphere. Luffy, being entirely unreasonable, clung to Sanji without relent. Amused by the spectacle for a moment, Blue Knight soon found it tedious. With nothing else to occupy his time, he initiated a duel arena matchmaking. In recent days, he has amassed an impressive 31 consecutive victories, steadily approaching the coveted milestone of 50 wins. The reward for achieving 50 consecutive victories includes the addition of a rare red card. Among the red cards that Blue Knight has encountered thus far, the Water Avoidance Pearl stands out for its exceptional utility, heightening his anticipation for the other red cards yet to be discovered. Fortuitously, his first match turned out to be against an ordinary individual, devoid of any devil fruit powers, haki, or extraordinary lineage. Even though the opponent proclaimed himself the tyrant of the West Sea, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million, the encounter proved to be rather trivial. Without even resorting to his abilities, Blue Knight was able to dominate his adversary purely through his physical prowess, delivering a thorough beating without any sense of achievement. If the opponent's claims were indeed truthful, he was likely just a notorious pirate posing a significant threat to the Navy, thus justifying his hefty bounty. Alternatively, he could be an individual entirely reliant on some external force, summoned to the dueling arena without suitable weaponry, thus succumbing to a lopsided defeat. Blue Knight surmised that the latter scenario was more plausible, given that the opponents matched by the dueling arena typically fluctuated slightly around his own level of strength. After 3 or 4 minutes of combat, Blue Knight unleashed a repulsive blast that pierced through his opponent's heart, successfully returning to the realm of reality. To his surprise, he found Luffy still entangled with Sanji. The power of a glutton can indeed be formidable at times. As he initiated the next round of matchmaking, Blue Knight silently prayed, having encountered such a weak opponent today, may the subsequent matches also be similarly feeble, so that I can achieve 50 consecutive victories. Seemingly in response to his fervent wish, his form abruptly vanished from the spot. Astonishingly, Sanji, who had been ensnared by Luffy, also vanished without a trace. Hey, Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Where did everyone go? They were just here a moment ago, in the dueling arena. Blue Knight gazed in bewilderment at the opponent before him. He was a young man with golden hair, clad in a black suit, his melancholic gaze surveying his surroundings. The distinctive arched eyebrows undeniably revealed his true identity. What a surprise, Sanji. How could it be you? Exclaimed Blue Knight. Sanji did not respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled a long plume of smoke before casually remarking, "Shouldn't that be a question for you, Blue Knight?" Well, I find myself at a loss for words. The world was so vast, yet it had paired him with such an exhilarating opponent. This implied that, in the context of the duel arena's matchmaking criteria, he was indeed on the same level as Sanji. Noticing Blue Knight's silence, Sanji, feeling quite at ease, found a kitchen knife at the edge of the duel arena. As he weighed it in his hand, he inquired, "Is this the reason for your long-standing mysterious disappearance?" "Indeed, this is the duel arena, a unique space separate from the real world. Here, I can sustain any injury, even death, and return to reality unscathed." "Oh," Sanji's eyes gleamed with excitement. "So, you're saying I can kill you here without consequence?" Blue Knight. Hey, what's with that gleaming gaze of yours? And why on earth would you want to kill me? Is it because of Nami? Are you still hung up on that?" Sanji's intense gaze was terrifying, causing Blue Knight to involuntarily leap into the air, trembling in fear, unable to approach. However, Sanji paid no heed. Since Blue Knight had declared that death was inconsequential, why hold back? This was the perfect opportunity to vent any grievances. "You think being able to fly makes you special?" Sanji sheathed the kitchen knife and drew a dagger, swiftly kicking it away with such speed that it created a sharp whooshing sound as the air was rapidly displaced. Fortunately, Blue Knight's force field was active, allowing him to catch the dagger without it rebounding. While it was true that he feared no death in this space, he was uncertain whether his opponent would resurrect if slain. Though Sanji's eyes were filled with fury, he retained his composure. Upon realizing that he had kicked away a dozen weapons without Blue Knight retaliating, he began to speculate. "Hey, Blue Knight, does this space only provide protection for you?" "I have no idea," Blue Knight shrugged. "As of now, I haven't encountered any opponents matched against me, let alone those I've killed. Among those you've slain, were there any women?" "Funny you should ask, they're all rugged brutes." He lamented. "Well, that's a relief. You're not beyond redemption. Then I suppose I shall conduct an experiment." "Experiment? What kind of experiment?" "Please, don't do anything reckless." While Blue Knight was still pondering Sanji's intentions, Sanji had already retrieved a small dagger from the weapon wall and, astonishingly, pressed it against his own neck. This truly terrified Lanwei. If Sanji were to perish in the real world, how could he possibly cope? He would likely carry that guilt for a lifetime. Thus, disregarding everything, Lanwei shot forward like an arrow towards Sanji. Damn it! Why did he have to run so far before? He had already exceeded the effective range of 100 meters. Despite exerting all his strength to fly, Lanwei was still a moment too late. Sanji had already. 64, the treacherous Sanji. Even with all his haste, Loni was still a step behind because Sanji had lowered the dagger from his neck. Loni was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he had been tricked. Gazing at the furious Loni, Sanji erupted into hearty laughter, causing the cigarette in his hand to fall to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes in sheer joy. Not only was Loni's face darkened with anger, but he also felt an overwhelming urge to deal with Sanji. After laughing for half a minute, Sanji finally subdued his mirth under Loni's almost murderous glare. To prevent Loni from using this as an excuse for revenge, Sanji first cut a small piece from the edge of his clothing with the dagger, then gently made a shallow incision on his right arm. The wound was minor. With a little ointment afterward, it would leave no scar. Having completed this, Sanji casually tossed aside the dagger and turned to Loni with a serious expression. "Is there a time limit?" Sanji inquired. "Yes, 30 minutes, Loni replied. "Over 20 minutes left. That should be sufficient. Shall we engage in a serious bout?" Sanji suggested. "Of course. As long as I don't kill you, giving you a good beating is definitely on the table," Loni declared with conviction. With that, the conversation came to an end, and Sanji lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick from above. This is to prevent Blue Knight from soaring into the sky. However, Blue Knight harbored no intention of flight. He had firmly resolved to confront Sanji head-on from the very beginning. "Come now, let us engage in a brawl. I fear not, for I possess dragon scales." Without raising a hand in defense, his left dragon wing shielded him from Sanji's powerful kick, while his hands deftly seized Sanji's heel. With a twist of his waist, he wielded Sanji as though he were a club, forcefully smashing him into the ground. Even without activating the dragon soul, this strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Sanji reacted swiftly, his free right foot firmly planting itself on the ground, his body tensed like a spring. And after gathering his strength, he explosively propelled himself upward, lifting Blue Knight, who had a firm grip on his left foot, overhead, and then delivering a crushing kick to the ground. Boom. Under Sanji's control, Blue Knight landed perfectly on his back. Although the protective dragon wings mitigated the direct impact, the tremendous shockwave still left him gasping for breath. This caused his grip to loosen momentarily, allowing Sanji to swiftly extract his left foot. Sensing the external threat, the dragon scales concealed beneath Blue Knight's skin emerged without summons, sprouting forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, enveloping him securely in a robust layer of draconic defense. Before Blue Knight could contemplate his next move, Sanji had already leapt into the air above him, his body spinning rapidly like a solitary chicken standing on one leg, akin to a drill aimed directly at Blue Knight's head. Kick technique, skewers. The unmistakable aura of lethal intent was evident, as if he intended to pierce through Blue Knight with a single kick. Blue Knight's pupils constricted, and his body suddenly shifted sideways, narrowly evading Sanji's kick, which grazed his scalp and continued with relentless force, embedding itself into the ground of the dueling arena, creating a gaping hole the size of an adult's fist. Gulp. As Blue Knight regained his footing, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly, the hardness of the dueling ground, even after sustaining an air explosion from himself, merely resulted in a hole large enough to embrace a person, while Sanji's kick had carved out such a substantial cavity. Its power was astonishingly lethal. Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me for retaliating fiercely. It is not in Blue Knight's nature to suffer losses. The notion of a gentleman taking his time for revenge is irrelevant now, as he is intent on repaying Sanji immediately, without resorting to his more adept repulsive force. Blue Knight activated the amplitude of Dragon Soul and Dragon Wings, 2 dragon powers, 2 dragon speeds. The dual enhancement of his physique and velocity led Sanji to miscalculate. Before he could prepare for his next kick, Blue Knight had already launched a powerful kick towards his rear. Sanji swiftly altered his right foot's trajectory to block Blue Knight's strike, yet the amplified force of Blue Knight once again caught Sanji off guard. In his haste to counter, he was inevitably propelled into the air by Blue Knight's kick. This is not a favorable development. Suspended in midair, lacking any means of aerial movement signifies that one is utterly vulnerable before the impending descent. Almost instinctively, Sanji presumed that Blue Knight would exploit this fleeting moment to amass an air explosive, delivering a fierce blow before he could land, thus enabling a swift escape from his original position. However, to his astonishment, Blue Knight had no intention of employing repulsive force. Instead, he launched a direct and unrefined assault with both fists. Was my judgment flawed? No, that cannot be. He intends to rely solely on this new power in combat? How infuriating to underestimate me. In an instant, Sanji comprehended Blue Knight's strategy. Unaware of the terrifying potential of dragon transformation, he was engulfed in a surge of indignation at being belittled. Thus, Sanji resolved not to retreat, but to pivot mid-air, unleashing a series of rapid kicks aimed at Blue Knight's fists. Triple Meat Grinder. This is Sanji's formidable kicking technique, a perfect amalgamation of speed and power, entirely forsaking finesse. Given the strength and velocity that Blue Knight had previously exhibited, Sanji felt that this level was more than sufficient. Regrettably, he once again underestimated Blue Knight's strength. For it was the power of the three dragons. The original force, doubled, surged instantaneously to triple its might. Thus, this strike amounted to a staggering 300 kilograms. Or 3 tons. When Sanji's third-level meat grinder collided with Blue Knight's thrice-enhanced punch, a flicker of astonishment momentarily crossed Sanji's eyes. Once again misjudging. This time he had no ground beneath him to dissipate the force, and he was propelled away as if shot from a cannon. Fortunately, the distance he flew was ample, allowing Sanji to precariously adjust his posture mid-air, narrowly landing on his feet. Oh, my handsome visage was nearly ruined. Sanji exhaled in relief, only to erupt in furious indignation. Hey, Blue Knight, how can you strike so ruthlessly? What will become of Miss Nami if my handsome face is destroyed? So it's my fault then? You get to hit me, and I can't retaliate? You're not going to die? Sanji retorted with bold defiance. Blue Knight, rendered speechless, could only stare in disbelief. As he deactivated his enhanced state, Blue Knight cast a glance around. Strangely enough, although their battle lasted but a mere 10 seconds, he had expended over 3,000 points of vitality. While his assault was fierce as a tiger, the toll was equally ferocious. Before Blue Knight could reflect further, Sanji charged at him once again. Instinctively, Sanji sought to activate his dragon transformation to amplify his power, but with a cunning shout, he bellowed, I'm helping you with your experiment. Momentarily hesitating, Blue Knight was then sent flying by a kick from Sanji. Indeed, dragon scales littered the ground, confirming that Sanji's kick was merciless. Blue Knight, brimming with fury from being deceived, unleashed his second dragon power and charged forward. After half an hour in the real world, Blue Knight and Sanji returned simultaneously. Blue Knight, unchanged as ever, assessed Sanji with a hint of delight in the corner of his eye. As for Sanji, well, there were no alterations. He remained completely unscathed. It was precisely due to this lack of change that Blue Knight felt joy. This indicates that those who entered the arena, disregarding the deceased for the moment, at least those who were injured and those who fought to a standstill are still alive. Moreover, from Sanji's expression of bewilderment as he fumbled through his clothes, it is evident that he retains a vivid recollection of the memories within the arena. The two had indeed engaged in a fierce battle within the arena. Sanji, with a clear intention of settling personal scores under the guise of an experiment, unleashed a relentless onslaught upon Blue Knight. However, Blue Knight was not one to be easily vanquished. Unable to outright kill him, Sanji resorted to incapacitating him, as long as he refrained from attacking the hands that cooked. Thus, the two commenced a tragic melee. It seems that Sanji bore the brunt of the suffering, as Blue Knight possessed dragon scales. No matter how forcefully Sanji struck, he could only strip away the first layer of scales, while the second layer remained intact. Conversely, Blue Knight's attacks were fully absorbed by Sanji. Blue Knight targeted Sanji's lower half with unrelenting force, ultimately reducing Sanji's trousers, below the calves along with his shoes, to mere remnants. Even the remnants of his trousers hung like tattered rags, clinging to what had been transformed into shorts. His upper body, however, remained relatively unchanged aside from its disheveled state, as Blue Knight had deliberately evaded those strikes. The entire combat lasted merely a few minutes, after which Blue Knight unilaterally declared a ceasefire. Despite his efforts to conserve energy, 2,000 health points had dwindled away like a cascading waterfall, and within merely 3 minutes, he was left with just over 1,000 health points. This merely represents the consumption required to maintain a dual dragon power, without activating the enhancement of the dragon wings. It is evident how substantial the expenditure of the dragon transformation ability truly is. As Blue Knight pondered this, Sanji approached him, subtly nodding with a raised arm. The damage to his clothing and his wounds had completely vanished. This strongly suggests that those whom Blue Knight had previously slain were not genuinely dead, and they likely retained the memory of having been inexplicably killed by Blue Knight. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Blue Knight, I must admit, your ability is indeed peculiar. Sanji, still astonished, remarked, it's called the card fruit. ismt it? It can extend into such a multitude of abilities that it makes me want to try a devil fruit myself. With our capabilities, obtaining a devil fruit is certainly within the realm of possibility. It's merely a question of what type of power you desire. Blue Knight, however, remained indifferent. Sanji was already quite formidable. Whether or not he consumed a devil fruit was not of great concern, though it would introduce a vulnerability to seawater. Yet, that too was not insurmountable. Perhaps in the future, he would find a way to mitigate that weakness. In response to Blue Knight's thoughts, Sanji smiled noncommittally, and before he could utter another word, he was once again ensnared by the elusive Luffy. This fellow remains preoccupied with thoughts of the elephant tuna. It is quite remarkable that he did not seize the opportunity during Sanji's 30-minute absence to devour the entire elephant tuna himself. Blue Knight surmises that, despite Luffy's simplistic nature, he likely understands that any ingredient, when prepared by Sanji, becomes infinitely more delectable. Ignoring Sanji's desperate gaze for help, Blue Knight vanished once more from the scene. The prospect of achieving 50 consecutive victories was tantalizingly close. With a little more effort, perhaps the coveted red card reward would be his by day's end. After triumphing over 2 more opponents with animal fruit abilities, an exasperated Sanji finally relented, preparing a special barbecue feast for Luffy, filling his mouth with copious amounts of meat. Although it was not the coveted elephant tuna, Luffy showed no resistance to any form of meat, thus indulging heartily. During the meal, Blue Knight noticed that Zoro had indeed lost his way yet again. Even while meandering around Twin Cape, this fellow mysteriously managed to disappear. To this end, Blue Knight took the time to scour a kilometer radius, yet still found no trace of him. Who knows where he has swum off to? Fortunately, Zoro had taken snow with him at Blue Knight's behest, so there was no concern of him meeting a watery demise. Ultimately, Blue Knight ceased his search, uncorking a bottle of wine and placing it on the shore, hoping to entice a drunkard to surface. This is akin to using meat to fish for Luffy. As expected, while everyone was enjoying their dinner, Nami, having read a book, began to share information about the island's magnetic field and the log pose. At that moment, Zoro returned, casually tossing a man and a woman onto the shore, both motionless, presumably unconscious. If they were dead, Zoro would not have brought them along. Ah, the aroma of fine wine wafted from afar. Gurgle, gurgle. Huh, what exquisite wine. Usopp, did you really catch something? Zoro, that far away must mean several thousand meters, right? Although it was known that Zoro had a taste for fine wine, its utility had not been previously recognized. Oh, Mosshead, you didn't drown at sea after all. A typical jab from Sanji. Naturally, Zoro would not back down, and the two engaged in their usual banter. Of course, Zoro did not delay in indulging in food, for if he did, it would all be devoured by Luffy. Having already consumed a substantial amount, Loni set aside his meal and approached the man and woman that Zoro had carelessly discarded. They were 2 young individuals. The male wore a golden crown and had hair of a similar orange hue to Nami's, with a tattoo of the number 9 on the exposed part of his cheek. Upon seeing him, Loni immediately shifted his gaze to the female youth. She lay face down on the ground, her long, water blue hair cascading down to her waist, concealing her graceful figure. Although her face was not visible, Loni instantly recognized her identity. The girl is Miss Wednesday from the Baroque Works, who is also Princess Vivi of Alabasta. The young man beside her is her companion, Mr. 9, a rather weak individual who nonetheless values his comrades. Blue Knight was quite taken aback to encounter these two in such a manner. Crouching down, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding against reaching for Vivi, opting instead to search Mr. 9. Before long, a recording pointer was unearthed. Alas, how unfortunate that it should be found on him. With a wistful shake of his head, Blue Knight tucked the recording pointer away and cast a glance at Vivi. Should he also search her? Perhaps she might possess something of value? It certainly seems plausible. To search or not to search? What a dilemma. In the end, Blue Knight refrained from taking any action against Vivi. This is also a pitiable child, toiling tirelessly for her nation, a princess who has taken on the guise of an ordinary citizen for the sake of her people. Surely, she is destined to become a queen who fervently loves her country and its citizens. Should we search the queen? The more I think about it, the more it seems prudent to conduct a thorough search now. With a keen interest, I glanced over Vivi, and then Blue Knight rose to depart. At that moment, he collided with Nami, who wore an assessing expression. Nami, what are you doing? Blue Knight inquired. Well done. We were just discussing matters regarding our upcoming voyage. Come along, Nami complimented Blue Knight with a smile before turning to lead the way. Following closely behind her, Blue Knight quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had nearly taken action. Had it not been for the proximity alert detecting someone approaching, he might have acted impulsively. Initially, he had assumed it would be Sanji. And had he proceeded, it would have been a confrontation to the death. Little did he know it was Nami. Had he been caught in the act, a severe reprimand would have been inevitable. He had narrowly escaped a predicament. As for the compass malfunctioning during the Grand Line voyage, Nami had already explained the situation to everyone. Well, only Sanji and Usopp seemed to grasp it, while Zoro expressed indifference and Luffy was utterly perplexed. Nami had devised a solution, a recording pointer. The dilemma, however, was that she had scoured Twin Cape without discovering a recording pointer, which meant they currently faced two options: to wait in place or to embark blindly. If this were an ordinary pirate crew, they would blindly charge forward into the unknown, left with two fateful choices: to await their demise or to seek it out themselves. However, the protagonists, Luffy and his companions, defy such grim fates. Blue Knight, cradling the log pose, had no intention of revealing it, for he anticipated the arrival of a new log. The lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, Kurokus, possessed a log pose once wielded by the pirate king, Roger, which he believed would resonate more with Luffy's adventurous spirit. Thus, when Nami inquired about the course of action, Blue Knight replied, "The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. The Mary has yet to be repaired, and we can decide then." Consequently, the matter was temporarily settled. Dinner concluded, and Luffy, as expected, succumbed to slumber once more. Sanji had enlisted Zoro to assist with the dishes, a testament to their tumultuous yet affectionate camaraderie. Usopp was laboring through the night, urgently tending to the ship's helm, encasing it in iron and securing it with nails. As for Nami, she busied herself with reading, delving into a plethora of nautical literature. Before departing, Nami took Vivi with her, which left Blue Knight with a rather forlorn expression as he contemplated certain plans of his own. Thus, only Blue Knight and Mr. Nine remained in place. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Mr. Nine, one could only imagine the severity of Zoro's earlier actions, leaving him in such a state. With no one of interest in sight, Blue Knight resumed his dueling practice. Perhaps due to entering the Grand Line, he had initially encountered a notoriously unworthy pirate, but subsequently faced a succession of formidable opponents. True, resilient adversaries. It seemed as though Blue Knight's recent inclination to fight using his dragon transformation had attracted a cadre of melee fighters. Blades, firearms, clubs, axes, and various weapons were wielded with remarkable finesse. Among 10 opponents, 7 were Zoan fruit users, while the remaining 3 were Paramecia users, specializing in defense or hand-to-hand combat. Not a single non-fruit user was included. For Blue Knight, who was acclimating to his dragon transformation, these challengers were perfectly suited as honing stones. Yet, he found himself narrowly victorious each time. Starting with ample vitality, he could hold his own against each opponent, but after a mere 50 seconds, his health would begin to dwindle perilously. At this juncture, in order to maintain his winning streak, Blue Knight must seek an opportunity to unleash a sudden surge of dragon power or dragon speed, catching his opponent off guard to swiftly conclude the battle. Currently, he does not lack methods to achieve kills. Rather, he finds himself deprived of endurance. If only he could charge like an OP mobile phone, recharging in 5 minutes to fight for 3 hours, he would be immensely satisfied. Blue Knight indulges in such fanciful dreams, yet they remain mere illusions. The battles unfold with unparalleled intensity. Through numerous life and death trials, Blue Knight has honed his mastery over his dragon transformation, refining his control to a greater degree. The duration of these confrontations has evolved from an initial average of 50 seconds to a stable 50 seconds, and this time continues to gradually increase. Occasionally, when faced with particularly formidable opponents, victories seem almost fortuitous, prompting Blue Knight to pause and reflect deeply. Only after absorbing the lessons of his shortcomings and flaws does he venture forth into the arena once more. Given the limitation on significantly enhancing his health points, Blue Knight can only deactivate his dragon transformation during brief intervals within battles to conserve unnecessary expenditure. With this round, Loni played until after 2 o'clock in the morning. Naturally, the goal of achieving 50 consecutive victories before midnight was not accomplished, yet he was quite close, having secured an impressive streak of 47 wins. Just a few more rounds would suffice. As he prepared to return to reality after yet another victory and was about to initiate another match, he suddenly felt a tremendous tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by a resounding crash of a colossal object colliding. The Azure Knight compelled Loni to pause his relentless pursuit. There it was, to cultivate until such a late hour, Was it not solely to await the emergence of this colossal entity? He leaped onto the surface of the tumultuous sea, which roared even more fiercely than during the day, as if agitated by the legendary Sun Wukong himself. The Golden Mary docked at the shore, swayed vigorously with the waves, and even Zoro, who stood guard aboard the ship, was flung out of the cabin. Had it not been for Lanya's quick reflexes, employing his gravitational abilities to catch the man, Zoro would surely have met a soggy demise. Lanya? What is the matter? Zoro inquired, his voice thick with sleep, still dazed from slumber. However, Loni had pressing matters to attend to and paid little mind to Zoro. He casually tossed him towards the shore, leaving Zoro's safety to his own instincts. Ignoring Zoro's fate. The cacophony of crashing waves filled Lanya's ears as he scanned the turbulent surface of the sea. After a fruitless search, he donned a water-repellent orb and plunged into the depths. On the shore, Zoro, having landed unceremoniously, was poised to roar in protest. Yet, witnessing Lanya's reckless act, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sprinted towards the water's edge, instinctively leaping in to rescue him. No one yet knew that Lanya was unafraid of the sea. But some, like Sanji, were aware of his means to navigate it without fear. Just as Zoro's feet left the ground, Sanji arrived and grabbed his arm, causing Zoro's face to collide painfully with the wall of the Red Earth continent, a sight that was agonizing to behold. "You lecherous chef. I will slay you." Zoro's furious declaration echoed through the air. Diving into the water, Lanya found himself enveloped in darkness. The dim moonlight offered scant visibility, particularly in the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, the rumbling sounds acted as a beacon, guiding him toward his intended target. Swimming was slightly slower than flying, and it took Lanya over 3 minutes of exploration before he discerned a larger mass of darkness amidst the shadows. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal silhouette battering against the Red Earth continent, its movements resolute and unyielding, embodying an unmistakable determination to persevere. This individual is none other than Laboon, the island brought to the Grand Line by the notorious Rummer pirates. Although Blue Knight had yet to approach, a sense of perplexity enveloped him. Why had Kuroka's not yet administered the sedative to Laboon? Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, and if the tranquilizer were not administered soon, the foolish whale might persist in its relentless crashing. Though the specifics of the intervening events remained shrouded in mystery, Lanya felt an urgent need to intervene and bring the colossal creature to a halt. The unwavering loyalty displayed by Laba towards its companions resonated deeply within Lanya, stirring a profound sense of empathy reminiscent of his past life. Attempting to convey a semblance of friendly sentiments, he endeavored to soothe the beast. However, Labu's frenzied emotions were impervious to such subtle gestures, and even if they were acknowledged, the obstinate creature would likely disregard his attempts. In a bid to penetrate Labu's turmoil, Lanya infused his thoughts with references to the Rummer pirates, Brook, and the enchanting Binks Sake, yet Labu continued to batter the Red Soul continent with unyielding force. This left Blue Knight in a state of utter helplessness, his brow knitted in confusion as he pondered a solution. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, Blue Knight soared above the ocean's surface, surveying his surroundings. To his surprise, Luffy and the others had been roused by the commotion, standing on the shore, watching intently. Oh! For some reason, Sanji and Zoro were engaged in a fierce brawl, their fighting brutal and unrelenting. Blue Knight descended to the shore, positioning himself between Sanji and Zoro. There were matters at hand that required their assistance. Now was not the time for quarrels. "Hey, Blue Knight," Luffy called out cheerfully. "Do you know what's happening beneath the sea?" The sorrowful voice echoed once more. "Yes, it is colliding with the Red Line, and if we do not intervene, it may perish. I have a plan." "That cannot be," Luffy exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. "We must stop it. Its voice is so sorrowful, surely. There are people it wishes to see. Blue Knight, you." Bang. A vein throbbed on Blue Knight's forehead as he delivered a sharp reprimand, cutting off Luffy's impending words. "Could you not be a little quieter? Surely everyone knows the song Binks Sake? Hiss, that hurts." Luffy protested. "Of course, all pirates know that song. It was the first song my father taught me," Usopp reminisced, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "How tiresome. I hear pirates sing it every day at the tavern." "I've learned it too," remarked a certain bounty hunter. "Indeed, the pirates at the restaurant sometimes sing it when they've had too much to drink. It's rather delightful. I've learned it as well," a chef chimed in. "Yes, I know it. What is the matter?" Nami inquired, the only one puzzled. Hearing that everyone was familiar with the song, Blue Knight let out a sigh of relief. Sensing that the tremors beneath his feet had diminished slightly from the initial intensity, a troubling omen. "There is no time to explain. Quickly, we must. No, wait. Join me in singing this song. I will elaborate later. As he spoke, Blue Knight activated a crimson card, summoning a grand piano out of thin air. This is one of the 10 cards collected in Rogue Town, and I never anticipated it would prove useful today. Oh, Blue Knight, are you a musician? Luffy immediately erupted with excitement. It has been his fervent wish since embarking on this journey to recruit a musician aboard. Without responding to Luffy, Blue Knight faced the sea, deftly flexing his fingers. After experimenting with a few tones, his fingertips sprang to life, and the melodious sound of the piano resonated throughout the surroundings. The melody, undoubtedly, is the exquisite tune of Bink Sake. As the notes danced, the crowd instinctively joined in, singing along with the rhythm. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Bring Bink Sake to your side. Like the sea breeze, we sail freely through the waves. On the distant shore, the sunset roars, while the birds sing, sketching circles in the sky. Farewell, silk homeland of the harbor. Let us sing a song, the song of departure. The golden waves and silver tides transform into splashes of water. We depart solely for the ocean, bringing Bink Sake to your side. We pirates cleave through the waves, resting upon the tides, our home aboard the ship, where the skull sails and flags flutter in the wind. As the song gently unfolded, the attentive Blue Knight could distinctly perceive that the rhythmic vibrations beneath his feet gradually subsided, soon vanishing entirely. Just as the melody reached its midpoint, a colossal shadow surged from the sea, enveloping the crowd in its immense presence. Unprepared, Luffy and his companions abruptly ceased their singing, on high alert for the sudden appearance of this behemoth. Yet, Blue Knight, devoid of anxiety, truly embraced the moment, resuming the carefree melody. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, bring Bink Sake to your side. Day after day, in the twilight of dreams, never again shall we witness the figure waving goodbye. Why the furrowed brows? The moonlight shall remain tomorrow. Bring Bink Sake to your side. Let us sing the song of the sea. It matters not who it is, for ultimately, we all turn to dust. An endless journey, devoid of purpose, merely a jest. The immense shadow that approached was undoubtedly Laboon. The vigilant Luffy and his companions noted that Laboon did not threaten them. Rather, it quietly observed Blue Knight as he played and sang. They softly chimed in with the melody, each call perfectly synchronized with the beat, indicating this was not their first time joining in the chorus. This was a creature attuned to the essence of music. As this thought blossomed in Luffy and his friends' minds, they felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, the song of Bink Sake finally reached its conclusion. Blue Knight, with a contented smile, put away the piano. In his previous life, it was this very song that inspired him to learn the piano, largely due to Laboon. Never did he dream that today he would be able to perform a piece for his friend. This sensation is truly magnificent. Rab, with its eyes far surpassing those of the Golden Mary, fixates on Blue Knight, emitting low sounds. However, the meaning of this in Blue Knight's perception is different. This is Brook's song. How do you know it? Are you a new member of the Rumbar Pirates? Upon hearing Rab's inquiry, Blue Knight falls into a brief silence, unsure of how to respond. Should he feign ignorance instead? Just as Blue Knight contemplates his answer, an unexpected visitor heightens his anxiety. The little boss is approaching. Be mindful of your ammunition. Kuroka's, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, is also the caretaker of Rab as entrusted by the Rumbar Pirates. Moreover, he once served as the ship's doctor for the pirate King Roger in his quest for the Rumbar Pirates, having reached the ultimate destination, Laughtail. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a little boss, for he carries vital information regarding Laughtail. Additionally, he is likely privy to the secrets of the great treasure. Most importantly, having been a crew member of Pirate King Roger. Kuroka's combat prowess is certainly not to be underestimated, even if he were to unleash haki that envelopes his entire being at any moment. Blue Knight would not be taken aback. Thus, upon encountering this elderly man clad in a white floral shirt, perched atop Rab's head, Blue Knight finds himself the most anxious in the vicinity. Kuroka's does not conceal his presence. He jumps down to the shore, surveying everyone with a scrutinizing gaze, particularly focusing on Blue Knight, who is responsible for the music. Though his gaze is that of an ordinary elder, Blue Knight becomes increasingly tense. After all, while this character may appear amiable in the manga, this is reality. Who knows if he might decide to strike at any moment. Hey, old man, is this your pet? Comes the greeting from the carefree Luffy. Blue Knight's expression twitches. Has Luffy's reckless charm resurfaced? Fortunately, Kuroka seems unfazed by Luffy's demeanor, responding with a smile. This is not my pet. I am merely taking care of it. Taking care of it? Is it sick? Inquires the curious Usopp. If it is sick, well, sort of, Kuroka's reflects, glancing at the still softly humming Rab, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. If it is sick, shouldn't it eat more meat? Luffy suggests. displaying his unique logic. "Oh, I can help with the cooking," exclaimed Sanji, the chef who has never encountered illness. "Idiot. When one is sick, they naturally need medicine to recover." Nami exclaims in exasperation, "Haven't any of you ever been ill? This is common sense." "Sick? Not at all." Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy respond in unison. "Nami, what kind of people are you?" Watching as the group begins to bicker again, Blue Knight's tension finally eases. Perhaps he was overreacting. Those who sailed with Roger, aside from Buggy's somewhat mischievous nature, are generally reasonable individuals, such as Shanks, Rayleigh, and the present Kurokas. What illness does it have? Usopp, the only one genuinely concerned about Rab's condition, wonders if there is anything they can do to help. Just as Kurokas smiles and prepares to respond, his expression suddenly shifts. Rab, which had been softly humming without receiving an answer, suddenly lets out a booming roar that causes everyone present to clutch their ears in pain, leaving a lingering sense of dizziness. Blue Knight can distinctly sense Rab's agitation. Due to Blue Knight's silence, Rab is anxious, desperately seeking an answer. Faced with this island whale possessing human emotions, Blue Knight feels utterly helpless. The only recourse is to offer some words of comfort to this creature before devising a further plan. With this thought in mind, Blue Knight generates a barrier of dragon scales in his ears, then leaps to Rab's forehead, placing his palm gently upon it, transmitting a faint wave of emotion. "Rab, quiet down, and I will share news of Brook with you." Blue Knight speaks as soothingly as possible. Like a spell, upon receiving this emotional transmission, Rab immediately calms down. Though its emotions still fluctuate intensely, at least its massive form ceases to cause chaos, accompanied by a series of low hums. Blue Knight engages in a simple dialogue with Rab. In light of Rab's human-like sentiments, Blue Knight is cautious, using his devil fruit abilities. Blue Knight informs Rab that the Straw Hat Pirates will soon encounter a musician named Brook, who possesses a wild, explosive hairstyle, a laugh reminiscent of Yo-ho-ho, and wields a swift sword that strikes before the enemy even perceives it. As this information converges, Rab finally becomes convinced that Brook is indeed alive. However, Rab is exceedingly anthropomorphized. Blue Knight even suspects this creature has consumed a human fruit, for despite his attempts to evade questions regarding the rum or pirates, Rab proactively inquires about their well-being. The Blue Knight stilled. The druid's listening was a form of emotional exchange, for emotions cannot be deceived. Whether he responded with ignorance or claimed that the Rumbar pirates were well, Laboon, with his intelligence, could sense the deception behind the words. Thus, Blue Knight hesitated, unable to respond to Laboon. Fortunately, the impulsive Luffy provided Blue Knight with an opportunity to evade the question. However, during Blue Knight's attempts to soothe and communicate with Laboon, Luffy and the others had already learned Laboon's story from Kurokas. A small creature drawn from the West Sea by the music of the Rumbar pirates had ventured into the Grand Line, a great being that had waited for 50 years, bound by a promise of reunion, only to find that Kurokas brought the heartbreaking news that they had long departed from the Grand Line, leaving him behind. From that day forth, Laboon began to strike against the Red Line, desperately trying to cross it in search of the Rumbar pirates he had awaited for so long. The loss of meaning in waiting was, to him, the most terrifying fate of all. Upon hearing such a poignant tale, Luffy, with his not particularly developed intellect, surprisingly conceived a rather clever alternative. However, in execution, he seemed to act without much forethought. In a bid to capture Laboon's attention, Luffy boldly yanked up the mainmast of the Going Merry and forcefully drove it into Laboon's previous wounds inflicted upon the Red Line. The pain, compounded by injury, jolted Laboon into a frenzy, momentarily distracting him from awaiting Blue Knight's answer as he thrashed about in the sea, releasing his pent-up anguish. Luffy, predictably, was flung away, crashing against the shore. Blue Knight watched, his expression flickering, yet he did not intervene. The promises he could offer were few. But with Luffy's bold act added to the mix, perhaps Laboon could find tranquility once more. Luffy, of course, was not one to passively endure. Skills like Rubber Bullet and Rubber Rocket were unleashed upon Laboon, and just as Laboon was about to crash into the shore with his massive form, Luffy suddenly called for a draw. Fortunately, Laboon possessed human-like emotions and remarkable intelligence, and the unexpected pronouncement left him momentarily stunned. Otherwise, a typical beast would hardly engage in conversation. Just moments ago, had Luffy not provoked him, the beast might have simply retaliated. Luffy, grinning with confidence, declared that they had yet to determine a victor and promised to return after they had circled the Grand Line, eager to see who would emerge stronger. Blue Knight understood Luffy's intention clearly. It was simple. Since Laboon had lost the reason to wait, Luffy would bestow upon him a new reason to hold on. The promise of returning after their journey profoundly touched Laboon's heart. His intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, He merely adhered rigidly to his beliefs, exhibiting a stubbornness of sorts. Yet today, he encountered someone even more obstinate than himself. This inevitably reminded him of the pact made with the Rummer pirates, as well as the familiar melody of Bink's sake. The essence of these memories lingered like a cherished aroma. Laboon tilted its head and howled, and even those like Usopp, who could not communicate with it, could distinctly sense the relief woven into its emotional tapestry. It had finally set aside its obsession, bestowing new significance upon its long wait. Yet, within the depths of Lanya's ears, this emotional tapestry bore an additional layer. Perhaps he would assist me in reuniting with Brook and the others. He surely would. It was a matter of trust, despite it being their first encounter, and the fact that he had even received a beating from Luffy. Why did he harbor such faith in Luffy's words? Loni observed from a distance as Luffy, holding a paint bucket, adorned Laboon's forehead with the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates. This can effectively prevent it from continuing to collide with the Red Soul continent in the future. Laboon displayed a remarkable willingness to cooperate, evidently acknowledging Luffy. The enigmatic Blue Knight deepened in mystery. After a prolonged contemplation, it finally dawned upon me that in addition to his death-defying aura at maximum capacity, Luffy must also possess an allure that is equally potent. Much like the legendary pirate King Roger, who had the ability to hear the whispers of all things, Luffy's empathetic nature allowed him to resonate with Laboon's profound solitude. His genuine goodwill radiated, making him all the more endearing. Coupled with Luffy's straightforward and earnest character, Laboon, who had become quite humanized, harbored no doubts about Luffy's words. Could this be considered a case of good deeds being rewarded? I could only sigh in resignation, observing Luffy as he completed the final stroke of the crooked pirate flag. What could I possibly say? He is the protagonist, after all, capable of wielding such extraordinary advantages. Luffy stood proudly before Laboon, admiring his handiwork, and exclaimed with a broad smile, "This is our promise from our battle. You must let this mark fade before we return here." Laboon joyfully responded with a hum. He had found a new companion, infusing his weight with renewed significance. As if he had been reborn, Kuroka's watched the interaction between Laboon and Luffy with a heart full of contentment. After 5 decades of companionship, he had come to regard Laboon as a true comrade. Witnessing Laboon no longer seeking his demise was worth more than anything. On the horizon, a crimson halo began its slow ascent. Unbeknownst to them, daybreak had arrived. Yash. Today is a day worthy of celebration, the perfect opportunity to serve the exquisite elephant tuna, Sanji announced as he presented the meticulously prepared breakfast. Luffy's eyes lit up with visions of roasted meat, as he bellowed his intent to devour both his and Usopp's portions. Hey, why must you eat my share? Usopp naturally protested. Because I've never tasted gluttonous fish. So I need to eat double. Luffy replied earnestly. I haven't had gluttonous fish either. Why can't you just give me yours? Usopp countered. No way, I want tea. Luffy bluntly refused. You're being too unreasonable, Luffy. Why must you always steal my food? Is it because I'm the easiest to bully? Usopp lamented. Indeed. Luffy nodded candidly. Usopp was rendered speechless. I said, it's elephant tuna, not gluttonous fish. Sanji interjected with his culinary fervor. You can't eat it all. I've prepared roasted sea beast meat for you, which is quite delightful as well. Hooray for Sanji. Usopp cheered, his mood brightening. But I want to eat gluttonous fish. Luffy sighed in disappointment. Thus, the farcical exchange concluded. The group gathered around a grand rock table, adorned with an array of delectable dishes that emitted an irresistible aroma. Kuroka's was naturally invited to partake in the breakfast. Without a hint of hesitation, I indulged in the sumptuous feast, employing the speed of a dragon to ensure that I could savor the flavors while maintaining a swift pace. It must be said, the elephant tuna truly lived up to its reputation as a dream ingredient. The meat was tender and succulent, and with Sanji's exceptional culinary skills, I nearly swallowed my own tongue in delight. Before I knew it, I had consumed 3 times my usual portion and still had room to spare. Since my transformation into a dragon, my appetite had significantly increased, and I found myself nearly on par with Luffy. This is an additional ability bestowed upon him after his transformation into a dragon. He possesses the capability to regulate his digestive system, enabling the rapid assimilation of sustenance within his body, thereby converting it into energy to swiftly restore lost vitality. Previously, he had to endure the slow natural recuperation of his health. With his current vitality of 20,000, it would take no less than 2 or 3 hours for complete recovery. However, now, as long as there is an ample supply of ingredients, a hearty feast suffices. The duration of recovery varies according to the energy content of the materials consumed. Naturally, the most superior source of energy comes from the flesh of Sea Kings. Yet, ever since Blue Knight forged a pact with the Sea Kings, the Straw Hat Pirates have tacitly agreed to refrain from consuming Sea King meat, primarily stockpiling the flesh of sea beasts instead. This proposal was initially put forth by Nami, and Blue Knight harbored deep skepticism, suspecting that it stemmed from the exorbitant prices of Sea Kings compared to the meat of sea beasts, especially since Luffy had an insatiable fondness for Sea King meat. Nami appeared to be merely taking advantage of the situation to save money. Nonetheless, the fact that Luffy could forego his beloved Sea King meat for her sake touched Blue Knight profoundly. For Luffy, relinquishing a meat option was akin to making a monumental life decision. The dining table undoubtedly served as the perfect venue for conversation, particularly for pirates. The atmosphere became even more congenial after Zoro brought out the reserves of alcohol aboard the ship. At long last, Nami seized the opportunity to inquire whether Kuroka's possessed a log pointer. "You can't tell me you ventured into the Grand Line without a log pointer prepared?" Kuroka's bore an expression that seemed to question her sanity. Haha. Nami scratched her head awkwardly. "I must apologize. It was only after reading the books in your lighthouse that I learned about the magnetic disturbances in the Grand Line, rendering ordinary compasses ineffective. Well, should I commend your audacity, or conclude you're simply courting disaster?" Kuroka's retorted mercilessly. "I am truly sorry." Nami, the navigator, felt exceedingly incompetent. Yet, despite Kuroka's harsh words, his heart remained soft. After a brief pause, he began to elucidate some fundamental information about the Grand Line. He explained the usage of log pointers, the varying duration of island magnetic records, the 4 established magnetic routes of the Grand Line, and how only the starting point at Twin Cape allowed for route selection. He elaborated on the unpredictable weather patterns of the Grand Line, as well as the cultural barriers brought about by difficult transportation. In meticulous detail, Kuroka's conveyed all the foundational knowledge he possessed. This is not documented in any book. It is merely a piece of invaluable experiential wisdom. Nami diligently held her notebook, meticulously recording every word spoken by Kuroka's. Blue Knight listened attentively, aligning what he heard with the memories in his mind, finding them largely consistent. As for the others, they were merely passive listeners. Upon the conclusion of Kuroka's discourse, Nami's expression morphed into one of profound despair. The more she learned about the Grand Line, the more she recognized the recklessness of herself and her companions as navigators. The absence of a log pose was infinitely more terrifying than being lost at sea in the 4 seas. At least in the 4 seas, one could rely on the stars, sunsets, and ocean currents to ascertain direction, but in the Grand Line, these were mere illusions. The only reliable guide was the log pose. Observing Nami's face, which seemed to hang low with dismay, Kuroka's burst into hearty laughter. "Considering your assistance to Laboon, I happen to have a spare log pose, and I shall gift it to you." "Oh, really?" Nami's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough." Kuroka simply smiled, turning to retrieve the log pose and handing it to her. Nami curiously examined the instrument in her hands. The log pose bore a wristband akin to a watch. Yet instead of a dial, it held a glass orb within which a magnetic needle swung. Most of the needle was blue, with a small red tip indicating direction. With that, breakfast concluded on a satisfactory note. Just as everyone prepared to embark on their journey, 2 unexpected visitors caused them to halt. 2 individuals tightly bound. Mr. 9 and Vivi had finally awakened from their stupor, resembling caterpillars as they approached. "Who are these 2? Luffy inquired, his expression a picture of confusion. "Huh? I don't know," Zoro replied, having completely forgotten. "Hey, wasn't it you who brought them back?" Usopp quietly reminded him. "Was it?" Zoro scratched his head, pondering, then shook it. "I don't remember." "Usopp, are you a fish? Is your memory only 7 seconds long?" The group did not recognize Vivi and Mr. 9. But as Laboon's guardian, Kuroka's held no fondness for those who repeatedly attempted to capture Laboon for sustenance. Vivi and her companion, clearly aware of their predicament, struggled to adopt a kneeling posture while sincerely beseeching Blue Knight. "Though it may seem abrupt, we implore you, Captain, to take us back to Whiskey Peak." Blue Knight, all right. Previously mistaken for the first mate, now the title of captain was directly conferred upon him. If his memory served him correctly, he had not yet officially joined this pirate crew, had he? "Hey, you too." Luffy, with his usual exuberance, expressed his discontent. "I am the captain." Vivi and Mr. 9 paused, comparing the 2 before them, and glancing at Zoro, who appeared utterly indifferent, they ultimately shook their heads in unison, regardless of how one looked at it. Blue Knight seemed far more composed, fitting to assume the role of captain. Mr. 9, forthright as ever. "Indeed," Vivi echoed in support. "Blue Knight." The others. Luffy, What are you all thinking? I am the captain. Please, do not jest. We have urgent matters that necessitate our return to Whiskey Peak. We earnestly request your assistance. Vivi and her companion persisted in their plea to Blue Knight. They misinterpreted his silence as tacit approval of Luffy's actions as a crew member, thereby redoubling their earnest entreaty to him in hopes of swaying his decision. Blue Knight, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and finally pointed at Luffy, but before he could speak, the eager Mr. Nine interjected, "Since you disdain conversing with us lowly individuals, we beseech this captain to grant us passage aboard your ship to Whiskey Peak." With that, both bowed sincerely to Luffy while their eyes remained fixed on Blue Knight. The acknowledgement that Loni is the captain has been established. Due to the angle, Luffy cannot see Vivi and Mr. Nine's subtle gestures, and mistakenly assumes that they are acknowledging his position as captain, ever the agreeable one. He promptly forgets the earlier unpleasantness and nods decisively, saying, "Well, of course not." Wait a moment. Just as Luffy is about to agree, Nami, who has been watching, cannot contain herself any longer. Luffy, at least ask them where they came from. Not everyone we bring aboard is as suitable a crewmate as Loni. Luffy looks momentarily puzzled, scratching his head, his face a canvas of confusion. Clearly, he did not comprehend Nami's words. Nami, exasperated, turns to Mr. Nine and Vivi, who are still glancing at Loni with suspicion, and directly inquires, "Your names?" "Mr. Nine." He replies, "Miss Wednesday." "And where is Whiskey Peak?" Nami asks. "Our town," Vivi responds. "What about your ship?" "It broke down." Mr. Nine interjects. "Such a strange name. Is it an organization?" Nami probes. "It's a company." Mr. Nine answers. "What company?" "We're very sorry, but the essence of our organization is mystery, so we cannot disclose that." Vivi's face displays distress. "Come on. You refuse to tell us who you are and expect us to take you back?" Usopp expresses disdain, wary of potential traps. "All right, that last part is truly how I feel. I am a king," Mr. Nine declares, revealing an identity. Cunning as she is, Nami is naturally skeptical. After all, where would a king venture to hunt for food? Realizing that continued questioning might reveal too much, Mr. Nine and Vivi quickly resort to their trump card. They bow deeply once more, casting sincere glances at Loni, saying, "We do not wish to act so furtively, but our company as principal is mystery, so we cannot speak. We came to request your help because we value your character. We will surely repay your kindness. We genuinely want to return to the town. We are truly begging you." The sincerity in Mr. Nine and Vivi's words is palpable, and everyone present can discern the degree of truthfulness. Oh, but wait. One person genuinely believes them, and he is the most crucial one. Amidst Nami's impatient demeanor, Luffy, who takes their words at face value, exclaims, "No problem. We'll take you home." The group collectively face-bombs, forgetting that such a Na'vi individual could be so easily deceived. With Luffy's promise, if the crew were to oppose, it would be tantamount to challenging the captain's authority, a grave taboo among pirates. Essentially, it serves as a declaration of defiance. Thus, despite their reluctance, they can only concede. After Luffy's agreement, Mr. Nine and Vivi do not immediately express their gratitude. Instead, upon seeing Lanya's lack of objection, they loudly thank Luffy. In their minds, Loni has already become the steadfast captain. Loni, witnessing this, chooses not to elaborate further. Nami's expression is darkened, although she cannot refuse the two from boarding. She is disinclined to let them off easily. With a resigned demeanor, Nami spreads her hands, saying, however, "We came from the East Blue without a log post. Do you have one?" "What? Mr. Nine stammers, cautiously inquiring, "Isn't the log pose on me what you took?" "Not at all." Nami shakes her head, turning to Zoro. "Did you see it?" "I don't know. I've never seen them before." Zoro responds indifferently. Thus, Nami can only shrug at Mr. Nine and Vivi. Oh no, the log pose is still resting in Lanya's possession. Mr. Nine and Vivi keenly observe Nami's demeanor, and seeing no signs of deceit, they instantly switch tactics. "How infuriating. We had been so humble with you." They snarl. "You don't even have a log pose. Do you expect us to accompany you to our doom?" Nami, seeing their true colors, turns away victoriously, revealing her left hand behind her back. However, Mr. Colokas did give us one. Both Mr. Nine and Vivi are taken aback, immediately resuming their humble bowing posture, exclaiming, "We believe you are good people, so please allow us aboard." Nami grins mischievously, playfully licking her lips, leaving Sanji utterly enamored. Loni and the others share a laugh, finding the scene quite amusing. As for Mr. Nine, bowing on the ground, no one pays attention to his feelings. Only one person remains unfazed, Coloccus, who has maintained a serious expression, finally speaks. Luffy, only the starting point of Twin Cape allows for route selection. Are you truly not reconsidering? You need not concern yourself with them. Yes, Luffy. They clearly aren't good people. There might be a trap waiting for us, Usopp timely advises. Let us not sweat the small stuff, Luffy replies nonchalantly. If we're dissatisfied, we can always take a detour on our way back. His unwavering confidence brings a slight smile to Coloccus's lips. What an incredible fellow. For some reason, he perceives a faint resemblance to a patient he treated in his youth, an infamous captain. Indeed. Well then, it's about time to set sail, Luffy declares. With their captain having spoken, the crew, albeit begrudgingly, prepares for departure. Zoro dutifully draws his sword to sever the ropes for Mr. 9 and Vivi. Vivi stretches her somewhat stiff body, casting a complicated glance at the seemingly unguarded Luffy, and cannot help but ask, who exactly are you? Me? Luffy beams his signature grin. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Coloccus, upon hearing this, gazes intently at Luffy, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Vivi and Mr. 9 share a glance, stifling laughter behind their hands, clearly skeptical. As the crew busies themselves with preparations for departure, the only one able to slack off, Loni, turns towards the waiting Laboon, gently stroking his chin. He can only reach this position unless he takes flight from the shore. Coloccus follows suit. Laboon seems to like you. Loni. Hiki, perhaps it's rare to find someone who can communicate with him. Devil fruit ability? Oh, no, it's something else. Are you suggesting that the communication you speak of is akin to? Coloccus hesitated. If you refer to the ability of Roger to listen to all things, that belongs to Luffy. My capacity differs. I can only connect with the emotions of animals. You are aware of Roger's ability? Coloccus exclaimed in astonishment. The knowledge of Roger's talent was scarce, primarily known to those closely associated with him, be they friends or foes, as well as the Navy. Naturally, given Loni's age, he could not belong to Roger's generation. He must be a descendant of someone who once knew Roger. Furthermore, Coloccus was acquainted with most individuals Roger had met during his time in the Grand Line. As Coloccus pondered the names of his old acquaintances with the surname Lon, he realized this was his first encounter with anyone bearing that name. After all, the surname Lon was exceedingly rare. If he had met someone with that name, it was unlikely he would forget. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Loni, what is your full name? Caught off guard while conversing with Laboon, Loni instinctively replied with the name he had adopted, Arthur D. Loni. From the D. clan, you say? Arthur? Upon hearing this, Coloccus's brow furrowed deeply, as a myriad of names flashed through his mind, only to vanish again. After a moment of contemplation, he indeed recalled someone. Yet the realization caused his expression to shift dramatically, his gaze growing serious as he fixed it upon Loni, who was engrossed in his communication with Laboon, remaining silent. Unaware of the mental turmoil Coloccus was experiencing, Loni completed his communication with Laboon. He then manifested his dragon wings in the form of a t-shirt, gently drawing a small wound on Laboon's chin to extract his blood, which he then mingled with his own blood drawn from his palm before dividing it into two, each portion merging into the bodies of Loni and Laboon. Spiritual contract established. If it were merely a one-on-one signing of the spiritual contract, there would be no need for a spiritual scroll. Once he finished these tasks, Coloccus spoke earnestly. Loni, your full name must not be disclosed to too many people, especially considering the extraordinary implications of the D. clan in the Grand Line. Do you understand? Faced with Coloccus's almost paternal warning, Loni found himself bewildered and could only nod in agreement. The old man, instead of reflecting on his actions towards Labu, uttered a series of perplexing remarks. Suddenly, the expression of the Blue Knight, turning away from Coloccus, shifted to one of astonishment. Hey, Blue Knight, it's time to depart, Nami's voice echoed, awakening Blue Knight from his reverie. Coming. Just a moment, he replied, suppressing the shock within, and turned to Coloccus with a look of bewilderment. It was evident that Coloccus had much more to convey. After a moment's hesitation, Coloccus finally said, forget it. The grievances of the previous generation have no bearing on the next. Remember my words from earlier. You may leave now. Blue Knight felt exasperated. I've prepared everything for you to reveal some explosive history, and this is what I get? With a furrowed brow, Blue Knight bid farewell to Labu and Coloccus, soaring after the Golden Mary, which had already begun to distance itself, as Labu's cheerful send-off resonated. The Golden Mary finally set sail for the first time from the Grand Line, its destination, Whiskey Peak. Following Blue Knight, two more passengers joined, Mr. 9 and Vivi. On board the Golden Mary, Blue Knight remained perched in the lookout. However, This time he did not hastily activate the duel arena. Instead, he curiously toyed with a card in his hand. Card, Dimensional Space Rank, Crimson Category, Equipment Card Effect, possesses an independent space of 1 cubic meter, where time stands absolutely still. Note: if you have an enemy that must be eliminated, please confine them within. Undoubtedly, this was the quintessential storage space for the protagonist. Previously, when forming a spiritual contract with Labu, Blue Knight had justified his usage by stating, "Should I encounter a member of the Rumbar Pirates, I can summon you immediately." Labu had readily agreed. Upon successfully establishing the spiritual contract, 2 crimson cards had emerged from Labu, this being one of them. In truth, a 1 cubic meter space seemed of little utility. Yet, if Blue Knight's forthcoming endeavors proved successful, it would be immensely advantageous. Equipping the Dimensional Space card, Blue Knight attempted to store some magic cards, Sanji's special beverages, and lively little fish from a water tank, retrieving each after 10 minutes. The magic cards remained unchanged, neatly stacked in a pile of 10. The temperature of Sanji's special beverage was consistent, with the ice cube showing no signs of melting. However, the little fish from the tank still appeared as they had when confined to the space, slowly turning their bodies and gradually rising to reveal their white bellies on the water's surface. It lies lifeless, having been instantaneously extinguished in its original position. Not a single trace of injury adorns its body, yet all signs of life have been irrevocably lost. One cannot help but wonder if it would be feasible to capture a person and cast them into this void. An enticing notion indeed. However, deep down, Blue Knight is acutely aware that the likelihood of such an endeavor is virtually non-existent. To retrieve an object into the dimensional space, it must be in physical contact with him and devoid of any will to resist. The tiny fish was successfully ensnared into the dimensional realm only after Blue Knight had rendered it unconscious with a drug. Thus concludes his experimentation with dimensional space. For the next trial, due to the inherent uncertainties, Blue Knight has resolved not to employ the dimensional space for experimentation. Having previously witnessed Lord Long's card evolve from green to blue, a thought began to stir within him. Could he manually elevate the status of his own cards? At long last, he finds a moment of solitude to meticulously explore the potential for card advancement. He produces 10 crimson gold cards, each bearing a denomination of 1,000,000 berries. Cradling the 10 cards, Blue Knight begins to tinker with them. Whispering incantations akin to mummy mummy hush proves utterly futile. He allows his blood to drip onto the 10 cards, one by one, as he attempts to incinerate the cards with flames, a notion as foolish as it is futile, given that they cannot be touched by others. After numerous trials, each ends in failure. Not only has he not achieved his experimental aims, but he cannot even inflict the slightest damage upon them. Frustration mounts as Blue Knight runs his fingers through his hair. It seems that realizing his ambition for card advancement will prove rather challenging. Must it truly require a special environment or the aid of a particular card? Musing over this, Blue Knight retrieves yet another card. This is another red card contributed by Labu, which previously astonished Blue Knight. Card, Fusion Rank, Red Category, Spell Card Effect. It allows multiple cards with compatible attributes to merge, creating an entirely new card. Note: the cards intended for fusion must meet a certain compatibility threshold. Otherwise, the fusion cannot be initiated. Fusion. It stands as one of the most extraordinary cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Once the corresponding monster cards are gathered, one can directly summon powerful fusion monsters. A quintessential example is the combination of Kybus Blue Eyes White Dragon Blue Eyes White Dragon Blue Eyes White Dragon fusion, resulting in the ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon. With an attack power that surpasses 4,000, it reaches a staggering 4,500. Thus, despite being classified as a red rank, Blue Knight's regard for fusion is currently of utmost importance. It is highly likely that this will serve as an opportunity for him to transcend his limitations once he reaches a bottleneck in his strength. With all his card slots and summoning positions fully occupied, furrowing his brow in contemplation, Blue Knight ultimately dismissed the notion of utilizing fusion to conduct an experiment for card advancement. Such an endeavor would be far too extravagant. With this thought in mind, Blue Knight returned the fusion cards to his deck, neatly stacking the 10 pure gold cards in the palm of his hand. As he reflected on the circumstances surrounding Lord Dragon's card advancement, his fingers absent-mindedly adjusted the edges of the 10 cards, ensuring they were arranged with even greater precision. This is a small habit of his when pondering problems. At that time, the evolution of the cards formed by the Dragon Master, the vast quantity of cards within the Millennium Dragon fossil in the Ancestral Dragon Cave, and ultimately the catalyst for the enmity between the Admiral and the Dragon Master, can all be deemed as pivotal factors. If given another chance, I cannot guarantee that I would flawlessly replicate the process. According to the card quantities at that time, the exchange ratio between card tiers was indeed approximately tenfold. This implies that the cards operate on a decimal arithmetic system. Thus, if we designate the evolved blue card as the outcome, environmental factors as X, and interpersonal relationships as Y, the correct formula would be. While Blue Knight was deeply engrossed in a whirlwind of imaginative thoughts, he failed to notice the faint crimson glow pulsating from the 10 cards he had meticulously arranged in his palm. This phenomenon has never been witnessed before. The cards indeed emit a luminous glow prior to being collected. However, once collected, they only radiate brilliance at the moment of activation. To activate these cards, one must utilize a duel disk. It is evident that the cards, firmly held in Blue Knight's grasp, cannot be activated through the duel disk. Thus, the peculiar manifestation of these cards becomes highly suspect. The crimson glow is faint, so much so that even beneath Blue Knight's eyelids, it went unnoticed. As Blue Knight instinctively adjusted his fingers, the frequency of the flickering light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a singular brilliance. The foremost crimson card even hinted at the possibility of disintegrating into luminous particles. This scene is strikingly reminiscent of the luminous orbs absorbed by the advancement cards. As the card at the apex was on the verge of disintegrating into scattered light, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ah! The unexpected cry startled Loni, causing him to fumble with the cards in his hands, disrupting the previously neat stack of 10 cards. Consequently, the previously unnoticed anomalies among the cards returned to their normal state. Oblivious to what he might have missed, Loni turned towards the source of the sound and, upon realizing it was Nami's startled shout, promptly concealed the 10 gilded cards within his deck. He thought to himself, "These treasures are akin to currency and must not be seen by Nami. If they were, exploitation would surely follow. Quick, Usopp, adjust the helm by 108 degrees. Nami urged anxiously. Why are we turning back? Luffy inquired, puzzled. The ship has turned around. We are heading back to Twin Cape. Nami replied incredulously. I was merely distracted for a moment while recording the compass. Upon hearing this, Loni finally comprehended that the Golden Mary was engulfed in a tempest, with waves crashing against the hull, causing it to sway violently. Previously, Loni had been floating comfortably, shielded by a repelling force that kept the rain and fierce winds at bay, thus remaining unaware of the bizarre weather conditions. Just as Usopp and the others adjusted the helm, the fierce storm vanished at an observable pace, replaced by a gentle flurry of snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers. This left Loni quite astonished. He deactivated the instinctive repulsive barrier of his body, allowing snowflakes to gently descend upon him, even extending his palm to catch them. As a quintessential southerner, it was indeed Loni's first encounter with snowfall. He felt a sense of novelty. While Luffy and the others found themselves in a rather difficult predicament, the snow fell with great urgency, and if left unattended, it would soon blanket the deck in a thick layer, thereby increasing the burden on the ship and slowing its pace. A decrease in speed signified a rise in the consumption of supplies. At sea, running out of provisions could lead to dire consequences. Although Nami was not well acquainted with the Grand Line, she possessed this fundamental knowledge and commanded everyone to shovel the snow. Due to the heavy snowfall, she even enlisted the help of Mr. Nine and Vivi as laborers. Before they could finish clearing the snow, an iceberg drifted menacingly toward the bow of the Mary, prompting Nami to urgently direct everyone to steer away from the impending collision. Following this, a series of unforeseen events unfolded, leaving Nami and her companions in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Blue Knight observed the frantic figures darting across the deck from the lookout, puzzled by the absence of any calls for him to assist. For reasons unknown, a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Zoro, Blue Knight shook his head and retreated to the duel arena to resume his training. Shortly after Blue Knight's departure, Nami, finally finding a brief moment of respite amid the chaos, noticed that despite the commotion, Zoro remained blissfully asleep. A surge of anger ignited within her as she delivered a sharp kick to him. Yet, Zoro continued to slumber undisturbed, his indifference rendering Nami's efforts futile. Ugh, this guy, she muttered. Then, a thought struck her. Blue Knight. She recalled the elusive Blue Knight, the one who rarely appeared during mealtimes. His skills and stamina would be invaluable at this moment. A quick glance confirmed her suspicion. The lookout was already deserted, and Blue Knight had vanished. How infuriating. Everyone is so adept at slacking off. Your allowances. Zoro's drinking money will be entirely deducted. Nami fumed, contemplating how to exact her revenge on both Blue Knight and Zoro. However, she soon remembered how well they had all gotten along recently. Realizing that she had forgotten that Blue Knight was not yet a member of their pirate crew, but merely a passenger aboard the ship, this caused Nami to furrow her brows. How on earth could she recruit Blue Knight into their ranks? While Nami and her companions were preoccupied with their tasks, Blue Knight found himself facing a formidable challenge. He had once again neglected to consult the auspicious calendar. In his very first match, he encountered an adversary wielding the powers of an ancient Zoan fruit, specifically the thorned armored dragon. The thick armor encasing the opponent's body boasted a defense comparable to his own dragon scales, supplemented by fine barbs. A single strike from him barely fazed the enemy, while he himself suffered the loss of several dragon scales to those prickly defenses. It was indeed a troublesome situation. Fortunately, the opponent's heavy defenses resulted in sluggishness, allowing Blue Knight to maneuver effortlessly with the speed of two dragons. Neither combatant could gain the upper hand, and conventional wisdom dictated that they would ultimately reach a stalemate. However, Blue Knight had other intentions. With an impressive streak of 48 consecutive victories, he was determined that defeating this foe would pave the way to his 50th win. Achieving this milestone for the first time would grant him a coveted reward, a red card. Currently, the highest tier card in his deck was the Red Water Avoidance Pearl. He had long anticipated this day and was resolute in not letting this target slip away. Indeed, while the opponent's defense proved formidable, their speed was their undeniable weakness. This led to the initiative of the battle resting firmly in the hands of Blue Knight. Unfortunately, Blue Knight possessed a hidden trump card. In recent skirmishes, he had seldom employed transformations exceeding the 3-dragon threshold, allowing him to maintain a low-consumption rhythm, adeptly adapting to the forthcoming war of attrition. In the realm of reality, one-on-one duels were a mere fantasy. As the clock ticked to 13 minutes, Blue Knight's health had dwindled to a precarious 7,000 points. He resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. It was time to conclude this encounter. One decisive strike would seal the fate of his opponent. With determination, Blue Knight stood before his adversary, raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. "What, have you finally surrendered?" The opponent scoffed. "You are quite the promising talent. Join our beast battle corps. You must know our king is renowned in the latter half of the Grand Line." Before the opponent could finish, Blue Knight suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing right in front of him. Before the adversary could react, a powerful straight punch landed squarely on his chest. This time, the straight punch pierced through his opponent's heart with relentless force, causing the heart to rupture and resulting in instantaneous death. In the duel arena, I demand a trade. Eliminate the enemy. Return to the realm of reality. Even though every return to the real world is fully restored, Loni still experiences a slight dizziness. Just moments ago, he had simultaneously overloaded two newly developed skills. One was the activation of the 7-dragon speed, which allowed him to achieve a velocity that transcended the limits of human dynamic perception in a mere instant, approximately 0.3 seconds. To the unenhanced eye, he appeared to teleport. However, in reality, he was merely traversing a straight distance at an extraordinary speed within a unit of time. This ability is termed Shunshin, consuming a total of 1,334 health points, equivalent to 1/3 of the 7 dragon powers 4,000 points per second. The punch that shattered previously impenetrable defenses was another skill, a newly developed force technique. Similar to Shunshin, it also unleashed the 7 dragon power within a unit of time, classified as a supplementary explosive technique. This ability is called Seiyunjio, also costing 1,334 health points. Again, 1/3 of the 7 dragon powers 4,000 points per second. Both abilities were conceived to conserve health points, ensuring that vitality is expended judiciously. While these powers may appear formidable, they harbor numerous flaws. Shunshin can only execute linear motion, and due to its velocity surpassing human perceptual limits, it also exceeds his own reaction capacity. A miscalculation could result in a collision with the target or even an impact with the opponent's weapon. Although Seiyunjio boasts immense explosive power, its extremely brief duration necessitates activation at the precise moment of attack, demanding exceptional timing and extensive combat experience. Ultimately, it boils down to reflexes. This is a recently discovered fatal flaw of Lanya. The dragon soul has significantly enhanced his physical constitution, resulting in a geometric increase in power upon utilizing his dragon transformation abilities. However, this instantaneous surge of strength has rendered his shortcomings glaringly apparent. These deficits lie in his precision control and reactive processing. Precision control pertains to the adept manipulation of his abilities amidst such rapid escalations in power and speed. His reflexive responses encompass dynamic vision, the discernment of information discrepancies, the transmission of signals through neurons, and the cerebral computational capacity that constitutes a complete reflex arc. The former is manageable. Excessive force may damage objects, or overwhelming speed could preclude leaving a means of retreat, but these do not constitute absolute weaknesses in combat. The latter, however, is troubling. Were it not for the Dragon Scale's formidable defensive capabilities, Loni would have met his demise countless times from colliding with walls during this period. Once he employs a dragon transformation exceeding the speed of 5 dragons, his bodily senses become a liability. The repulsive sensory layer proves far more effective than his eyesight. Yet, this sensory layer also falters at the speed of 6 dragons, as speeds beyond this threshold entirely surpass his reactive limits. It mirrors the prior instance when he eliminated the ancient species, the thorned armored dragon, where the swiftness of his movements rendered the opponent incapable of reacting in time. A situation not unlike Loni's own. He merely calculated the attack position in advance, activated his instantaneous movement and precise targeting, and in the blink of an eye, the adversary was vanquished. Should an unexpected event arise during this process, Loni finds himself utterly helpless. For instance, if a wall stands between the two combatants, he would simply crash through it. If it were merely a wall, that would be acceptable. However, what if he encounters a weapon or an attack capable of piercing the Dragon Scale's defenses? Consequently, Loni now finds himself in a state of distress, devoid of any solutions. He can only resign himself to the flow of fate, hoping that a card capable of resolving his reactive shortcomings will manifest in the future. Silently, Loni made a wish in his heart and then dismissed it from his mind. The match continues. Following his habitual belief in the power of his thoughts, he is certain that a solution will soon present itself. With eager anticipation, he pressed the matchmaking button. If he triumphs once more, then his remarkable achievement of 50 consecutive victories will be realized. The eagerly anticipated red card reward, I sincerely hope it does not disappoint me. Just thinking about it fills me with a sense of excitement. The match commenced with remarkable swiftness. As soon as Loni initiated the pairing, he found himself drawn into the arena. Standing 50 meters apart, he was taken aback to discover that his opponent was sprawled on the ground, feigning death. The large bubble on the opponent's nose indicated that he was in a deep, blissful slumber. To be honest, given the significance of this crucial 50-match winning streak, Loni was not inclined to adhere to any notions of chivalry. If his adversary remained in slumber, he would swiftly eliminate him, allowing the latter to return to his peaceful dreams. However, gazing at the sleeping figure before him, Loni found himself unable to strike. Hey, is there a chance I can exchange this duel for another opponent? Naturally, there was no response. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that this individual was aboard the Golden Mary. A sudden chill swept through the air, leaving Nami and the others shivering uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had basked in the scorching sun. The crew hastily retreated to the cabin, wrapping themselves in the cotton clothing they had just stowed away. Luffy, in a mischievous gesture, snatched Usopp's scarf, much to Usopp's exasperation. As a close companion of Zoro, Sanji had not forgotten him either. He dashed out with a coat in hand, eager to drape it over Zoro's shoulders. Though they often exchanged blows, their concern for each other shone through in critical moments. Humph, you dare ask me to fetch you a coat? I just happen to have selected a splendid green one. Perfect for you, Algae. Sanji's internal monologue abruptly halted. As he prepared to drape the green coat over Zoro, he was astonished to find that Zoro had vanished from right beneath his nose. After the initial shock, Sanji composed himself, setting the coat atop a nearby barrel and lighting a cigarette. This scene feels remarkably familiar. He himself had once experienced it firsthand. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Sanji's gaze unconsciously drifted into the distance, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Your strength has already caught up with that green-haired fellow." The update is delayed. As you may have observed, I was held up outside the hotel by the film crew for 3 days. The author's backlog requires a daily update of 2,000 words. Thus, I will ensure to provide you with a supplement upon my return. The arena of conflict is ablaze with ferocity. Time has already elapsed for more than 3 minutes. Gazing at the familiar green-haired figure before him, Blue Knight felt quite exasperated. How soundly does this fellow sleep? I have been shouting in his ear to the point of losing my voice, yet he remains utterly unperturbed. Goodness, even a pig cannot sleep as deeply as he does. Frustration aside, reality must be confronted. Strike. Zoro, who has been ambushed by Luffy's slumber on numerous occasions, possesses a vulnerability that cannot be trifled with. Kill. Who knows whether the resurrection feature of this duel arena will work on anyone but himself. Rising to my feet, I scanned the surroundings before obtaining a small round shield and a short-handled hammer. I positioned the shield beside Zoro's ear and began to strike it vigorously with the hammer. Bang! 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 After more than half a minute of relentless pounding, the shield lay shattered. Yet Zoro remained completely undisturbed, sleeping soundly on the ground. My lips twitched in disbelief. Is this fellow the reincarnation of Zhubeiji? It must be, right? With a clatter, he tossed aside his small round shield and short-handled hammer, extending his middle finger towards Zoro. The air stirred, the air bullet charged, yet Zoro, with the projectile pointed at his forehead, displayed no intention of moving. Blue Knight raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? Well, I must admit, I genuinely do lack that courage. Defeated by you. Helplessly, Blue Knight dissipated the air bullet and turned back to the dazzling array of weapons on the wall, seeking one that could deliver a resounding blow. To his delight, he found a remarkable weapon, the renowned embroidery needle of the Invincible East. Grasping the needle, Blue Knight scrutinized Zoro's physique from top to bottom, finally fixating on his thigh. This place is quite remarkable. It offers no risk of injury to impact combat, while simultaneously allowing one to experience the essence of pain. Just as Lon Yu was poised to take action, Zoro suddenly sat up. The boat has stopped rocking? Have we arrived at our destination so soon? Lon Yu responded with a scowl. I had already removed my trousers. No, I brought my weapons, and you choose this moment to awaken? He was on the verge of flipping the table in frustration. Lon Ye's dark expression startled the groggy Zoro momentarily, who then noticed the embroidered needle in Lon Ye's hand, causing him to furrow his brow. Lon Ye, what do you intend to do with that needle? Lon Ye chuckled. Do you believe me if I say it's for stabbing pigs? Zoro merely stared at him, maintaining silence with a smile. Perhaps you should take a look around? Lon Ye suggested, subtly shifting the focus. As expected, the somewhat oblivious Zoro finally recognized that his surroundings were rather peculiar. The terrain resembled a circular ancient Roman arena, with walls adorned with an array of dazzling weapons, blades, guns, and clubs in abundance. The solid ground beneath him promised a high-quality battle. Zoro cast a bewildered glance at Lon Ye, who nodded with a grin, confirming Zoro's suspicions. Zoro sought further confirmation, and Lon Ye continued to nod, affirming Zoro's audacious conjecture. Enlightened, Zoro rolled back onto the ground, muttering, so this is the lodging of the new island. How strange. Where's the alcohol? Lon Ye replied, honestly, it's quite normal for a room to lack alcohol. One should be more concerned about whether there are blankets for sleeping. What the hell? Zoro exclaimed, flipping the table. You've completely derailed my train of thought. How dense can you be to mistake a weapon-laden arena for a lodging? Just as Lon Ye was about to elucidate the existence of the arena, Zoro, once again, had drifted off into slumber. Lon Ye sighed, with an exasperated expression. He unhesitatingly drove the embroidered needle into the inner thigh of Zoro, narrowly missing the little Zoro. The exhilarating experience elicited a low, muffled grunt from Zoro, who instantly rolled over and drew his sword, his gaze darkly sweeping across the vast duel arena, ultimately settling on the only other living person, Blue Knight. He fixated on Blue Knight with unwavering intensity. You're staring a bit too much. Aren't you going to pull out the needle? Staring like that might give you tetanus. Is it stuck in the bone? I can use gravity to help pull it out. Come on, just take off your pants. Whoa, are you trying to ambush me? Before Blue Knight could finish his sentence, Zoro's sword's back came crashing down towards him. Fortunately, Blue Knight had anticipated the attack and evaded it, sliding out of the range of Wad Ikamanji's strike. Hey, it's not my fault. You were sleeping so soundly that no amount of calling could wake you. This was the only option left. By the way, you probably don't know what this duel arena is, do you? Should I explain it to you? When I first boarded the ship, I often vanished and reappeared, exuding a deathly aura. This was all within this duel arena. In fact, this arena is mine. So, even if you were to be killed here, you wouldn't die in reality, would you? Zoro finally spoke again, his voice laced with an uncontrollable murderous intent. Can I change my answer to no now? No. The murderous intent in Zoro's eyes was palpable as he turned Wat Ikamanji around, presenting the back of the blade to himself, while the sharp edge pointed menacingly at Blue Knight. In that instant, Blue Knight felt an intangible pressure locking onto him, causing his blood to race and the hairs on his body to stand on end. Blue Knight's expression hardened. It was the aura of murder. Recently, he had frequently found himself targeted by such killing intent, from initially being unable to adapt to it, to becoming accustomed to it. He now felt his heart race in response, craving the thrill of battle. His t-shirt transformed into dragon wings, black scales emerging from beneath his skin. enveloping Blue Knight in layers of protection. "Zoro, unleash your full strength and come at me with the resolve to kill," Blue Knight declared solemnly. "And you? Why can't I sense your resolve?" Zoro remarked, unable to detect any killing intent emanating from Blue Knight. "This duel arena. I still don't know if it can resurrect anyone other than myself." "Enough with the chatter," Zoro bellowed. "Do you look down on me? Do you think you can kill me? If you can, then even in death, I shall die with honor." Blue Knight fell silent, locking eyes with Zoro. He understood. As a swordsman, for Zoro, anyone the blade points at is a potential target. Yet, if he is not met with the same murderous intent, it would be a desecration of his spirit as a swordsman. Quietly, Blue Knight removed his black-framed glasses, stowing them away in a dimensional space. Around him, a tempestuous aura of rampant ferocity surged forth, causing Zoro, who faced him, to involuntarily narrow his eyes. He felt an overwhelming, almost tangible killing intent. This marks the second encounter he has had with Blue Knight, who has removed his glasses. Meanwhile, Blue Knight, with a voice rasping with intensity, declares ominously, "As you wish." On the Golden Mary, the sun shines brightly. Nami and her companions lay sprawled on the deck in a relaxed, almost languorous manner, basking in the warm sunlight that induces drowsiness. Sanji, with a physique that defies human limits, remains unperturbed by fatigue. Instead, he relishes the rare opportunity to lie beside the two enchanting beauties, Nami and Vivi. Yet, even while indulging in such pleasures, Sanji discreetly keeps an eye on a corner of the deck, the very spot where Zoro had previously dozed off. Within Sanji's peripheral vision, a flash of green suddenly appears. It is Zoro, returning from the duel. Sanji's expression remains one of infatuation, but internally he acknowledges the truth: Zoro's return is all that matters. In stark contrast, Zoro stands up, instinctively touching his right chest, his gaze fixed seriously on Blue Knight in the lookout, no longer bearing the previous air of nonchalance. This is a recognition of his opponent's strength. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Zoro shifts his gaze away, his eyes briefly sweeping over Blue Knight's black-framed glasses, the memories of their battle vividly replaying in his mind. Just moments ago, he had confirmed that Blue Knight indeed possesses, with a different mindset. Zoro's gaze lands on Nami and the others sprawled on the ground. He glances at the clear blue sky, the warm sunlight enveloping him, inducing a sense of drowsiness. "Even with such splendid weather, you all seem rather lethargic, don't you?" Zoro admonishes the slothful crew, perhaps still on their original course. Nami, Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, oblivious to the scowls on Nami and the others' faces, is instead surprised to see Mr. Nine and Vivi also languishing on the ground. And he inquires, "What are you two doing on the ship?" "Your realization comes rather late," Mr. Nine retorts. However, the ever-energetic Luffy explains that the Golden Mary is currently en route to their hometown, Whiskey Peak. "Oh, that matters little." Zoro squats in front of Vivi and Mr. Nine, narrowing his eyes. "What were your names again?" His scrutinizing gaze causes Vivi and Mr. Nine to tense up, nervously reiterating their names. "Ah, no wonder your names sounded somewhat familiar when I first heard them, as if I had encountered them before. If memory serves me correctly, I bang." Just as Zoro was engrossed in conversation, he failed to notice a menacing figure looming behind him, raising a hand to deliver a swift strike that sent him sprawling to the ground. "You, how could you vanish at the busiest of times?" Nami, furious, chastises him. "Pray tell, what justification do you have for reprimanding those who are diligently working?" Zoro rises and turns to glare at Nami. Mere moments prior, he had been in a life-or-death struggle on the battlefield, and the residual aura of menace still clung to him, making his gaze perilously intense, as if he might draw his sword at any moment. But who was Nami? The Queen of the Golden Mary, the supreme force of the Straw Hat Pirates. Can she be intimidated by Zoro? Without needing to halt the ship or call upon Sanji, Nami raises her hand and bang, 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 delivers a 5-hit combo, leaving Zoro's already swollen cheek even more grotesque, a veritable spectacle. Gone is Zoro's prior bravado. He now cowers on the deck, cradling his head and moaning. For a considerable time, he dares not meet Nami's gaze. In the following days, Zoro no longer indulges in lazy naps but instead joins Sanji and the others in their diligent labors. When mealtime arrives and Sanji faces inclement weather while cooking, Blue Knight is often summoned to assist. With his unique abilities of attraction, repulsion, and flight, he proves to be exceptionally gifted in maneuvering the ship. Standing still, he can accomplish the work of 3 or 4 men. If tasks become overly cumbersome, he simply takes to the air to forcibly redirect or relocate the vessel. Nami teasingly refers to him as the second helm of the Mary. Thus, They maintained this routine for 17 days until they finally encountered a thick fog. The weather has become exceedingly pleasant, requiring no special preparations, merely a watchful eye for any potential obstacles ahead. Yet, one must remain vigilant. Nami resolutely declared that she has finally come to comprehend the terrors of these waters, understanding why this expanse is dubbed the Grand Line, where even my navigational skills prove utterly ineffective. Such a candid admission indeed. Usopp remarked wryly. This is an error on my part as a navigator. What is there to deny? Nami dismissed the notion lightly, but at least I have begun to acclimate to this particular sea, as evidenced by the sight before us. The crew followed Nami's gaze, and through the mist, the outline of an island gradually emerged. This must be our destination, Whiskey Peak. Each member of the crew wore a distinct expression, yet all were unmistakably filled with excitement. Their inaugural voyage across the Grand Line was nearing its conclusion. As the destination drew near, Vivi and Mr. Nine simultaneously leapt onto the side of the ship, kneeling to face Usopp and the others. Mr. Nine, in that case, we bid you farewell. Vivi, we are truly grateful for your escort. Mr. Nine, may fate allow us to meet again. With that, the two executed a graceful backflip, completing a full 360 degrees before plunging into the sea. The pretentiousness displayed by this fellow was nothing short of commendable. It was mealtime, and Loni happened to be assisting on the deck. Upon witnessing the two in front of him flaunting their airs, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As for Vivi, she was a princess, indeed, a beautiful one with hair of the blue hue he adored. Her pretentiousness was simply part of her charm. But this insufferable youth, clad in a shade of forgiven green, dared to show off before him? Without a moment's hesitation, Loni unleashed a forceful push toward Mr. Nine. The latter, losing his balance, flailed his limbs helplessly in midair before crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, skidding across the water for a good 10 meters before finally submerging. Usopp, observing this spectacle, absent-mindedly touched his elongated nose, wincing at the thought of the pain Mr. Nine must be enduring. Surely, his face would be scraped raw. Seeing Mr. Nine disappear beneath the waves, Vivi swiftly dove into the water, her graceful form slicing through as she pursued him. He had yet to resurface. Could he have been knocked unconscious? A swift rescue was imperative. Just as Vivi reached the spot, Mr. Nine began to emerge from the depths, gasping for air, hurling a few threats before hastily retreating to the surface. Loni appeared ready to launch himself after him, but Mr. Nine wisely chose to flee, his bravado evaporating. As they neared Whiskey Peak, approximately 30 minutes away, Loni sought out Sanji, hoping he might prepare a meal during their transit. While preparing a bento was no small task, Sanji wondered why Loni wouldn't simply eat ashore once they arrived. Loni merely smiled enigmatically, offering no reply. Noticing Loni's mysterious demeanor, Sanji scoffed, but proceeded to complete a nutritious pirate bento within mere minutes, packed with all of Luffy's favorite meats. Without hesitation, Loni stored it in his dimensional space right before Sanji's eyes. Is that a new ability? Sanji inquired, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I collected it from Labone. Loni admitted, perhaps intentionally flaunting. Ah, the ability to store items. How I desire such a power. Sanji's eyes gleamed with envy. Unfortunately, it's not for sharing. Unlike the water-repelling orb, it's exclusively mine, and the space is limited to 1 cubic meter, not enough for your ingredients, Loni shrugged. What a pity, Sanji lamented. By the way, once we disembark, don't call for me. I have to head to the duel arena. Understood, Sanji replied, but hesitated, glancing around before lowering his voice. I've been meaning to ask about your battle with the green-haired one. It was a draw, Loni answered nonchalantly. Compared to my battle, who fared worse? Sanji pressed. It was probably him. Yes, definitely him. Upon hearing this, Sanji beamed, satisfied, and refrained from probing further. Knowing he had outperformed Zoro in battle was all that mattered to him. Sanji rushed to the ship's edge, laughing at Zoro, who was preparing to dock. Ha! You foolish swordsman, Loni has declared that I am stronger in the duel arena. Zoro frowned at the taunt, initially ready to retort, but something seemed to halt him. And instead, he asked, did you get dragged into it as well? Of course. And I performed far better than you, Sanji declared with pompous pride. Did Loni use his repulsion ability against you? Zoro inquired, his curiosity piqued. He used it against you? Sanji blinked, realizing he might have overlooked something significant. Fool. Zoro scoffed. So what? Loni has admitted I am stronger. In response to Sanji's boast, Zoro brandished his sword, ready for a duel. Let us settle this then. Are you afraid? Thus, the two friends began to bicker again just before docking. Observing this from the lookout, Loni pondered a curious thought. Hadn't he merely stated that Sanji was stronger than Zoro? Was he the question about who had suffered more in battle? Though his memory was somewhat hazy, he distinctly recalled that Zoro had nearly been at that moment. Loni, seated in the lookout, caught sight of countless shadowy figures moving amidst the fog of Whiskey Peak. Mere moments away, a faint smile graced his lips as he vanished from his spot. This is the entrance to the dueling space. At the very moment the Blue Knight vanished, Zoro and Sanji, engaged in a fierce battle on the deck, instinctively ceased their combat and exchanged a defiant glance. Aside from the ability to summon and that dragon-like form, there must be something else, right? Sanji inquired. Zoro's demeanor turned grave as he gazed at the empty lookout tower. Seemingly contemplating a matter serious enough to warrant his full attention, his sharp gaze exuding an almost tangible intensity. After a lengthy pause, Zoro finally articulated. If you ever see Blue Knight voluntarily remove his glasses, don't overthink it. Just take Nami and the others and flee as far as possible. Recognizing the gravity in Zoro's tone, Sanji furrowed his brow, poised to further inquire about the situation, when suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted nearby. Welcome to the Grand Line, pirates. Welcome to our little town. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Long live the heroes of the sea. The resounding welcome left the crew aboard the Mary in a state of bewilderment, especially Usopp. At first, this fellow speculated whether the islands along the Grand Line would be inhabited by monsters or vampires, and he even crafted crosses, garlic, and exorcism talismans. Little did he know that he would be greeted by an exuberant group of villagers. The stark contrast left him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Sanji, Nami, and Zoro wore expressions of intrigue, seriousness, and scrutiny, while Luffy, as the captain, wore an unmistakable look of excitement. Clearly, he was quite fond of the enthusiastic villagers. Urging to dock the Mary, Luffy could hardly contain his eagerness as he jumped ashore, raising his arms in celebration of landing on the first island of the Grand Line. The villagers joined in the cheer, their faces radiating joy. Concerned for Luffy, Nami and the others swiftly lowered the sails and anchored the Mary before disembarking. Hey, isn't Blue Knight coming? Usopp inquired, lagging behind. No, he seems to be in the midst of a breakthrough, so he has entered ghost mode again, Sanji explained. Ghost mode was the nickname for Blue Knight's duel arena aboard the Mary. Usopp expressed his unease at the absence of his reliable companion, leaning closer to Sanji, who shot him a disdainful glance but did not push him away. The two descended the Mary side by side. As they reached the shore, a man claiming to be the mayor arrived, introducing himself as Icolum, with his wavy, cream-colored hair and an oversized saxophone, resembling more of a musician than anything else. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, a charming town famous for its wine and music. It is our utmost pride to host you. Here, we have wines as beautiful as the sea, which we would like to exchange for your adventurous tales. Follow me to enjoy the feast. Icolum seemed to momentarily lose his voice, clearing his throat before resuming. Let us partake in a welcoming banquet filled with exquisite wines, lovely ladies, and storytellers. Sanji, Luffy, and Usopp burst into laughter, exclaiming their eagerness, while Nami and Zoro remained serious and unperturbed. Sanji, however, couldn't contain himself upon hearing about the beautiful women at the banquet and eagerly followed Icolum, love-struck. How long will it take for the island's magnetic force to stabilize? Nami called after Icolum. Let us set aside such trivial matters for now and alleviate our travel fatigue. Come, let us prepare for the banquet, Icolum exclaimed, casually draping an arm around Nami's shoulder, towering over her like a child. Despite the villagers' enthusiastic cheers and invitations, Nami reluctantly set aside her inquiries and quickened her pace to the gathering place, breaking free from Icolum's embrace. He paused momentarily, then laughed heartily and followed her, clearly amused by her shyness. Zoro, lagging behind, sighed and rubbed his ears, casting a fleeting glance at the deserted lookout before striding after them. Regardless, he would never refuse good wine. In an instant, the previously bustling shore fell silent as everyone surged toward the town square for an alfresco celebration. Luffy delighted in the abundant array of meats, boiled, fried, and roasted, while Zoro savored the countless varieties of liquor, from rum to whiskey. Sanji feasted his eyes on the enchanting ladies, overwhelmed by their beauty, and hastily consumed more to replenish his energy. Usopp enjoyed the rapt audience captivated by his tall tales, receiving exclamations of admiration. Nami, too, could not resist the allure of the exquisite wines and the enticing 100,000 berries prize for the drinking champion. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, dispelling any prior notions of her poor drinking capacity. To berries, let us raise our glasses. To ensure victory, Nami even dragged Zoro into the contest, who, having recently faced financial woes, was more than willing to join for the chance to enjoy fine liquor. In no time, the atmosphere grew exuberant. Ikelam laughed joyously, proclaiming, "What a delightful evening!" As the alcohol flowed, the lightweight Usopp was the first to succumb, followed closely by Sanji, who was overwhelmed by the ladies' relentless toasts. A satisfied Luffy soon drifted into slumber, and after triumphing as the champion, Nami also succumbed to fatigue. Eventually, Zoro too could not withstand the effects of the revelry and fell asleep. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates were entirely incapacitated. The once lively gathering fell abruptly silent, the smiles fading from the faces of the villagers. As the scene unfolded, the subordinates of Ikelam gathered the unconscious Straw Hat crew into a single room and locked the door. Ikelam himself approached the shore beneath the Golden Mary, where 3 individuals were disembarking. "Did you find another pirate?" Ikelam inquired. "No, there were no signs of life aboard, not even a mouse. Though a few sea doves have been flying about," one replied. "Indeed, we searched thoroughly, and there were no treasures, not even a single berry." Another grumbled. "Damn it. Are these wretches so poor they can't even earn back the cost of the drinks?" The third lamented. Ikelam frowned at their complaints, turning back to demand. "Didn't you say there was a powerful flying pirate? Where is he? Is this the best you brought?" Meanwhile, atop a nearby roof, Mr. Nine and Vivi remained calm in the face of Ikelam's interrogation. "Would we deceive you about such matters?" Mr. Nine scoffed. "Indeed. I have already reported the details to the unlucky duo." Mr. 8, "Did you discover any bounties on these pirates?" Vivi deftly shifted the topic. Before Ikelam could respond, a nun emerged from the wooden house, complaining about the need for caution and suggesting they simply sink the pirates' ship at the harbor, especially as they themselves were struggling for food. She also took a jab at Vivi for failing to bring back whale meat. This naturally infuriated Mr. Nine and Vivi, for they had indeed exerted considerable effort. The nun, however, paid them no mind, casually shedding her full body habit to reveal her alluring, well-defined muscles, far more robust than the average bodybuilder. Yet, she was clad in a dress, and the contrast was striking. "Enough, Miss Monday, let us not quarrel," Ikaram interjected, halting the 3 of them as he produced 2 bounty notices. It had been thoroughly investigated, and among them was a pirate with a bounty of 25 million, the one with the straw hat. As for their vice-captain, Blue Knight, he had mysteriously vanished, with a bounty of 10 million, not to be underestimated. "Wah, what?" Miss Monday exclaimed, her face drenched in cold sweat. That amounted to 35 million berries. Their strength was evidently formidable. Mr. Nine swallowed hard. So that fellow was truly not the captain, merely the vice-captain? Vivi was equally astonished, yet her concern lay with Blue Knight's identity. Ikaram shook his head at her words, admonishing, "Judging a pirate's strength by appearance is a poor habit, Miss Monday." "Apologies." Miss Monday scratched her head. "What should we do then?" "To eliminate them would result in a loss of 3 layers of bounty. We should capture them alive," Ikaram commanded. Miss Monday nodded, poised to act, when suddenly a voice interrupted. "I apologize for the intrusion, but could you allow them a good rest? After all, the recent voyage has been quite exhausting." Ikaram and the others were startled, turning towards the source of the voice to find Zoro standing with his sword atop a rooftop. Before they could respond, another voice echoed from the Golden Mary behind them. "Indeed, let them have a good sleep. I usually take it easy, but now it's time for me to stretch my legs." Ikaram and his companions were once again taken aback, turning in fear to see Blue Knight descending from the deck of the Golden Mary, panic evident on their faces. This was likely because Blue Knight was walking down from the air towards the shore, a display so impressive that even Zoro couldn't help but give him a perfect score of 101. Not a single point more, lest Blue Knight become arrogant. Time rewinded 30 minutes before the Golden Mary docked at Whiskey Peak. Blue Knight had commissioned Sanji to prepare a bento, estimating they would be ashore in about 10 minutes, and promptly dove into the duel space. Fortune smiled upon him. His opponent was a defensive-type Zoan fruit user, a mere plaything for the current Blue Knight. As time ticked to 29 minutes and 58 seconds, Blue Knight seized the initiative, executing a precise shot that obliterated his adversary, securing victory in this round. His 77th consecutive win. The 50 consecutive victories had been achieved days prior, and the reward of a red card did not disappoint. Card, anesthetic rank, red category, magic card effect, causes a target's nerve cells to lose vitality for 3 minutes. Note: please refrain from using this card on machines, as they possess no nerves to incapacitate. This card was nothing short of a game-breaking anomaly. It directly paralyzed the neurons of living beings, rendering them immobile, What did this imply? It meant that the opponent would be completely stripped of all capacity for action. Even those with Logia fruit abilities would find themselves utterly vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block, subject to slaughter. Of course, this presupposes that elemental transformation requires human intervention. If elementalization is instinctual, one would still need Haki or Sea Prism Stone weaponry to conclude the conflict. This will require further experimentation in the future. After all, thus far, the only natural fruit user that Blue Knight has encountered is Smoker, whose smoke fruit indeed poses a considerable challenge, as his tactics merely involve trickery and forcing others to jump into the sea, engaging in a battle of endurance. Oh, endurance has always been a source of inexplicable pain for Blue Knight. Aside from the substantial reward from his initial 50 consecutive victories, subsequent rewards have proven rather lackluster. Riding a broomstick from Harry Potter while grappling with a creature is hardly an enticing prospect. The memory bread from Doraemon is utterly repugnant, guaranteed to induce stomach troubles within 3 hours, rendering one completely forgetful. The Pokeball from Pokemon is a decent item, allowing one to carry a pet, yet it is utterly useless outside the realm of Pokemon. What a conundrum. The swordsmanship from the Legend of Sword and Fairy is indeed intriguing. But why on earth does mastering this skill require a specific sword cultivator's physique? What is that? Can it be consumed? Goodness gracious. It is merely a collection of visually appealing yet functionally worthless trinkets. And to make matters worse, the rewards are distributed at the stroke of midnight. Were it not for Blue Knight donning glasses to maintain his composure, one might believe he would lash out in madness even against himself. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand. After successfully delaying for 30 minutes, upon Blue Knight's return to the real world, the Mary had already docked, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any human presence, although distant sounds of revelry could be heard. Without haste to reveal himself, he utilized the druid's listening to convey emotions, reaching out to the several seagulls stationed on the ship, inquiring about events that transpired during his absence. The seagulls, lacking the intelligence of primates, conveyed their observations in a rather vague manner. From their fragmented accounts, Blue Knight deduced that Luffy and his companions had only recently been invited to disembark, and thus far, no one had boarded the ship. Upon receiving this information, Blue Knight produced a bento crafted by Sanji as a reward to feed the seagulls, instructing them to remain vigilant outside while he ascended into the second level of the ship's cabin. This is Nami's room. She primarily spends her time here creating nautical charts, resting, reading books, and storing all the treasures aboard the ship. The room is not particularly spacious, however. Blue Knight managed to find a small box hidden beneath Nami's bed. It was secured with a lock and remained unopened. Examining the box, which measured less than 1 meter on each side, he promptly stored it in his dimensional space. Do not misconstrue this. He was not engaging in theft. The treasures within could hardly exceed 10 million berries, which was modest compared to the pure gold cards he possessed. This was merely a precaution for the impending search, ensuring that nothing would be inadvertently pilfered. After securing the treasure chest, Blue Knight made no haste to leave. He settled onto Nami's soft bed, casually toying with 10 cards in his hands, while a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, his mind wandering. No, he was contemplating strategies for future encounters. The trail of the Revolutionary Army was elusive, and Blue Knight's only leads comprised 4 individuals. Luffy, the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was right beside him. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's sworn brother, was unlikely to be seen anytime soon, as he was currently suffering from amnesia. Zoro's mentor, Kushiro, also had an ambiguous connection to the Revolutionary Army. He might possess knowledge of how to contact them, but it would be imprudent to traverse the Calm Belt solely based on a possibility. It seems that the Calm Belt might be the least perilous route for Blue Knight. In the depths of Impel Down, specifically between the 5th and 6th levels, the Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov was present too, but he certainly could not surrender himself, could he? With a bounty of 10 million berries. He was not worthy of confinement in the Navy's highest prison. As for other information, he was aware that the Revolutionary Army's base was currently located on Baldigo Island. Although it would eventually be destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates, it still remained there for now. But who the devil knows how to reach that place? Setting aside the question of whether the island had magnetic properties, he lacked a permanent log post to navigate there. Searching by name? You must be jesting. If it were that simple, the Revolutionary Army would have long been eradicated by the Navy or the world government. rather than growing to become a thorn in the side of the world government. Thus, Blue Knight concluded that the most effective way to locate the Revolutionary Army was to remain close to Luffy and await opportunities. At the very least, he might encounter Ivankov and impel down, which was far preferable to aimlessly wandering the world alone. This is also the reason why Lanya has been clinging to Luffy's ship. As for whether there are other reasons, only he is aware of them. Clarifying the upcoming itinerary, Lanya tightened his grip on the card in his hand. This had always been his habit. When contemplating a problem, his hands could not remain idle, always grasping something. In the past, it was mostly pins and erasers. Now, with the convenience of cards, he naturally turned to them. The itinerary was already arranged, yet he faced a significant dilemma. He harbored no concerns about joining the Revolutionary Army. Simply being misidentified as Luffy's first mate and having rescued his son in front of Dragon in Rogue Town assured him of that. However, what vision of revolution resided in Dragon's mind? In essence, what plans did he have for the aftermath of a successful revolution? Would he proclaim himself king and become the new celestial dragon? Or would he dismantle authoritarianism, obliterate the aristocratic hierarchy, and forge a world of equality for all? Perhaps he would conquer the lands while delegating governance to others? Various possibilities swirled in Blue Knight's mind. Corresponding strategies were continuously devised within him. The extensive exercise of his mental faculties compelled Blue Knight to close his eyes, mentally simulating myriad scenarios. While pondering, his restless hands continued to move, meticulously organizing the 10 cards in his possession. He had been performing this action repeatedly of late, albeit with variations in the number of cards drawn since the last instance, which had involved 10 cards. Most subsequent occasions featured 8, 11, or 15 cards. Even when he drew 10 cards at once, they were never the same color or rank. Today marked the second occasion he drew 10 cards, and remarkably, all of them were red. As he neatly stacked the 10 cards, a peculiar radiance began to emanate from the topmost card, shimmering gently before gradually disintegrating into a multitude of crimson specks. At that moment, it seemed that a significant thought struck Blue Knight, causing him to pause his actions at a remarkable equilibrium. The uppermost card slowly decomposed into red motes of light, which then swiftly merged into the card below it, completing the process in a mere second. Intriguingly, even though the card had vanished from sight, the skin on Blue Knight's fingertips, previously compressed by the card, remained indented, indicating that the card still existed in essence. When the topmost card fully integrated with the second card, the latter illuminated with a faint red glow, transforming into motes of light that flowed into the next card, effectively the original third card. A second later, the second card too was absorbed, and the original third melded into the fourth. This sequence continued, and by the 10th second, all the cards seemed to meld into the bottommost one, reminiscent of Russian nesting dolls. Simultaneously, the skin that had been compressed by the 9 vanished cards gradually rebounded. In that instant, Blue Knight, still deep in contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just then, he realized that the card in his hand had significantly thinned. Looking down, he noticed that the remaining card had been enveloped by a layer of orange light, which flickered a few times before slowly fading, restoring the card to its original appearance. Blue Knight blinked in confusion. "Excuse me, my mind seems a bit muddled. What just transpired?" Before he could formulate a coherent thought, a stream of information flooded his mind. Card, time machine, unique reward, rank, orange category, trap card effect, revise in full state at the original location 24 hours postmortem. Effective only in the real world. Remarks. Congratulations on successfully discovering the random progression method for cards. Thus, you have been awarded an additional Spring Brother card. Gulp. Blue Knight involuntarily swallowed hard. His mind was in a state of turmoil. Setting aside the perplexities of the situation, the very notion of this Spring Brother card. No, the aspect of the time machine granting a full-state revival was tantamount to acquiring an extra life. After several deep breaths, Blue Knight gradually calmed his racing heart. Yet, a sense of regret soon followed. Alas, this being a trap card, it could only be used passively on oneself, triggered postmortem. If it were a resurrection spell card, it would have myriad applications, such as reviving Roger. The thought of Roger's revival was undeniably intriguing. Well, it was merely a thought. Would I really use a revival opportunity on someone else rather than myself? That would be truly nonsensical. After a lengthy pause, Blue Knight finally managed to settle the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The notes on the time machine indicated that he had stumbled upon the random progression method for cards, hence the reward of this orange card. The pressing question arose: what exactly constituted the random progression method? Analyzing and contemplating had always been his habit, and he had previously encountered similar states. Thus, he could dismiss that possibility. Was it perhaps due to sitting on Nami's bed while pondering? Nonsense. Or perhaps the lingering scent of Nami. Enough already. Focus on serious matters. Card progression was naturally related to the cards themselves. It was easy to deduce that it was linked to his usual hobbies, specifically the act of organizing cards he had just performed. However, he had engaged in card organization many times before, often for longer durations than today, making it improbable that time was the issue. Therefore, it must pertain to the cards themselves, either their quantity, quality, or perhaps both. Starting with quantity. The action of drawing cards had been instinctive. He could not recall the exact number, but based on the progressive value of pure gold cards, he assumed that 10 cards was a reasonable estimate. Regarding quality, he had no recollection of the colors or ranks of the drawn cards. Yet, lack of memory was inconsequential. Practice is the sole path to uncovering truth. He carefully placed the time card into the auxiliary slot and swiftly drew 10 red cards resembling naval sabers, arranging them in his palm. Following his instinctive actions while contemplating, Blue Knight methodically organized the cards. Before long, he observed the topmost card emitting a faint red glow, which then transformed into motes of light that merged into the subsequent card. 10 seconds later, yet another orange card materialized in Blue Knight's hand. Card, Samurai Saber rank, orange category, equipment card effect, acquires a samurai saber. Remarks: this is a finely crafted samurai saber. Since this orange card lacked the novelty of the initial exploration reward, it was indeed quite aligned with the standards of the orange rank, though it represented the lowest tier. Nevertheless, such trivialities mattered little. A glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in Blue Knight's eyes, as he appeared to have unearthed a subtle pattern. Yet, further experimentation was required. 79. Card synthesis patterns. Once again, he retrieved 10 red cards. This time, however, they comprised 5 equipment cards and 5 magic cards. He organized, fused, and upgraded. The resulting orange card was an equipment card, its attributes unremarkable, destined to languish in the storage until the next fusion. In the subsequent attempt, Blue Knight divided the 10 cards into 3 equipment cards, 3 magic cards, and 4 trap cards. He organized, fused, and upgraded. The recent orange card is a magical one. Quite the playful trickster. Card, endless laughter level, orange type, magical card effect. Causes the target to be unable to suppress laughter for 30 seconds. Note: do you know what it means to laugh oneself to death? Use this card 100 times on the same person, and you'll find out. Ah, not bad. I'll keep it for some mischief. After another experiment, the composition of the cards was changed to 4 equipment cards, 5 magical cards, and 1 trap card. After numerous trials, Blue Knight had squandered nearly half of his stored red cards and finally discerned the rules for card advancement. 10 cards of the same color and level. This is a strict requirement. Next comes the composition of card types. Each card type contributes a probability of 10 towards generating that specific type. For example, if among the 10 cards used for synthesis, 5 are equipment cards, then there exists a 50 chance that the resulting card will also be an equipment card. If all 10 cards belong to the same category, the resulting card will inevitably be of that category. The types generated during card advancement depend on the composition probabilities, yet their effects are entirely random. For instance, synthesizing 10 red naval sabers might yield not an orange naval saber, but rather an orange letter-opening knife, damaged and broken at that. The note claims it was used extensively during the Warring States period for opening confidential letters, thus inflating its value. Is the evaluation of ranks also influenced by celebrity effect? I can hardly believe it. Despite the losses endured while summarizing the rules for card advancement, Blue Knight showed no signs of stopping. He had another idea he wished to validate. Can a single card evolve in a targeted manner? By using other worthless red cards to evolve a 1 million berries red pure gold card into a 10 million berries orange pure gold card. Wouldn't that yield a profit of 9 million berries? If this were feasible, it would open up possibilities for the advancement of monster cards. With this thought, Blue Knight retrieved his last remaining orange pure gold card and another unnecessary orange card, preparing for the experiment. However, a wave of anxious emotions interrupted his actions. It was the lookout pigeon, alerting him that enemies were boarding the ship, already on deck and searching around. Blue Knight had to halt his actions, abandoning the continuation of his tests, and swiftly entered the dueling arena. It wasn't out of fear of these minor foes, but rather a need to adhere to the original storyline. After all, if Vivi did not seek help from Nami, they would be unable to head to Alabasta. That simply wouldn't do, as one who takes it upon himself to overturn the world government. Blue Knight felt it was his duty to eliminate a marine under the 7 warlords. It was certainly not because he coveted Crocodile's sand fruit. No, certainly not. Fortunately, the dueling arena matched him once again with a defensive-type Paramecia fruit user. Once more, it became a lesson in close combat techniques. Now, Blue Knight's close-quarter fighting relied not solely on brute strength but also on his repulsive force, combining it with his physical prowess. Even if you wish to flee, I will pull you back. As the timer reached 29 minutes and 58 seconds, Blue Knight delivered a decisive blow, eliminating his opponent. Returning to reality, he found Nami's once orderly chamber in utter disarray, akin to a mischievous dog wreaking havoc in a house alone. If it weren't for the fear of making too much noise and attracting the attention of Luffy and the others still at the party, the entire ship would likely have been demolished. He cautiously listened for any nearby life forms but sensed nothing. Only then did Blue Knight push the door open. Coincidentally, he overheard Zoro on the rooftop, boasting, "I apologize for interrupting, but could you let them sleep peacefully? They've been quite tired from our recent voyages. Acting grand in front of me? I cannot tolerate that." Blue Knight immediately retorted, "Indeed, let them have a good rest. I've been slacking off. Now it's time for me to get some exercise." With that, Blue Knight activated his flying ability, soaring into the air, and pretended to walk toward the shore step by step. If Zoro's appearance was surprising, Blue Knight's presence was downright terrifying, especially since mere moments ago, those searching the ship had just come down. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? You. Icolum stammered as he pointed at Blue Knight, his voice caught in his throat, rendering his inquiry about where Blue Knight had come from unuttered. What you? What Whiskey Peak? This place is called Cactus Island. Do you think I am unaware? Blue Knight retorted with disdain. How do you know? Mr. Nine exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it is indeed called that. Blue Knight scratched his head. Are you blind? Can't you see all the cacti on the island? Mr. Nine, your words hold such profound logic. I find myself at a loss for a response. Amidst the silence, a cacophony of footsteps approached from all directions. The villagers, who had previously greeted them with warmth, now wore expressions devoid of joy, fully armed as they surrounded Zoro and Blue Knight, guns aimed squarely at their heads. This bestowed upon Icolum and his companions a profound sense of security. With a multitude of followers, they believed they could not be easily challenged. Exhaustion would be their only adversary. Ah, quite impressive, Loni, you have indeed discovered it early on. Zoro, unbeknownst to anyone, had approached Lonya's side. He chuckled. Are you jesting? With the vigilance befitting a swordsman, my gaze is fixed upon the future. How could I possibly be so easily deceived? Loni, in a haughty manner, tilted her head back and adjusted her glasses. At this moment, one must adjust their glasses, allowing the lenses to reflect a dazzling glimmer, an air of sophistication indeed. However, this action by Loni caused Zoro to stiffen, quickly distancing himself from Loni. He drew forth his swords, Snow and Ghost Slash, a palpable sense of urgency emanating as he prepared himself for an arduous battle at any moment. This caused Loni to momentarily pause in his actions of adjusting his glasses, as Zoro's sudden movement diverted everyone's gaze away from him. Even if he radiated brilliance, nobody would take notice. It was akin to a blind person performing a striptease, utterly wasted. To put it simply, his attempt to show off had failed. With a resigned expression, Loni looked at Zoro, who still bore a tense countenance, and remarked, I merely wished to put on a display. Was such a grand gesture truly necessary? Upon hearing this, Zoro coughed awkwardly, a sheepish grin crossing his face. Well, I thought you were going to take off your glasses. Thankfully, that isn't the case. Oh, that would indeed be a swift resolution for dealing with the opponents. Loni mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Stop. There's no need for that. Zoro reacted vehemently. He insisted he could handle the bounty hunters alone without any unnecessary complications, urging Loni to simply observe from the sidelines. With that, Zoro plunged into the fray, his blade dancing amidst a flurry of strikes, creating a whirlwind of chaos. However, let's be honest, such dramatic imagery was unlikely to manifest. In reality, Zoro dispatched the so-called bounty hunters with ease, each strike akin to slicing through vegetables. Loni scratched his head in disbelief, astonished by Zoro's intense reaction. It was perplexing. What had transpired in the duel that made Zoro so averse to him removing his glasses? Unfortunately, Lonya's memories were hazy, eluding him entirely. Could it be something inappropriate? No, surely not. In that state, I would have felt no such desire. How revolting. I must engage in some physical activity to dispel this discomfort. As he pondered this, a group of bounty hunters, emboldened by Zoro's prowess, turned their attention toward Loni, aiming to target this seemingly easy prey. This was precisely what Loni desired, a chance to engage in combat. As for being an easy target, not at all. Loni moved through the crowd like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, his repulsion field sensing the surroundings as if he were endowed with a multitude of eyes. Countless duels and life-and-death battles had bestowed upon him an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, allowing him to slip through the throng like an eel, deftly avoiding numerous attacks. Even when a few attacks managed to breach his defenses, landing upon him, his impenetrable dragon scales rendered them mere nuisances. Moreover, when he truly found himself without space to evade, he carefully chose to withstand blows from weapons he recognized, exercising utmost caution. Thus, the bounty hunters, who had sought to crush this soft fruit, tragically discovered that they were the true soft targets. Loni weaved in and out of the fray, emerging unscathed. His dragon scales merely shedding a few layers, resulting in a paltry loss of health points. He refrained from utilizing his dragon spirit or dragon wings, relying solely on his repulsion field and the strength of his fists, reveling in the visceral satisfaction of each strike. The best part was the remarkably low energy expenditure. After over half an hour of combat, he had only depleted slightly more than 1,700 health points. While Loni fought with vigor, he remained acutely aware of the surrounding battlefield. Through the relentless efforts of the enemy, he and Zoro had been effectively separated into two distinct battlefields. He found himself cornered at the shore, while Zoro was lured into the town. It appeared they intended to conquer them one by one. Loni welcomed this division. Calculating the time, it seemed they were nearing the climax of their performance. He could not afford to miss such a spectacle. With this thought, he swiftly incapacitated several nearby foes, and, with intent focused on his chest, formed a circle of repulsion rings, gathering energy. As other bounty hunters raised their weapons to attack, Loni merely crossed his arms, awaiting the unfolding drama. Ah, this fellow has finally grown fatigued. Someone mistakenly assumed Loni was weakened. Seize the opportunity. Quickly overwhelm him. Yet the bounty hunters hesitated, realizing that any casualties would reduce their reward. This one is too troublesome. It is safer to eliminate him. Then let us proceed. Friends, slay him and indulge in feasting and revelry. Listening to the cacophony of battle cries around him, Loni raised an eyebrow. What grants you such misplaced confidence? Is it merely a fleeting illusion? With the nearest weapons nearly within his grasp, Loni resolved to act. The energy accumulated in his repulsion rings was released in an instant, an invisible force radiating outward in a circular wave. Repulsion barrier. This time, the aerial attack consumed a staggering 500 health points, its force rivaling that of a single devastating punch from Blue Knight. The surrounding foes were violently propelled backward by the repulsive force, crashing into their comrades behind them. Chaos ensued, with cries of anguish echoing throughout the scene. Within a 100-meter radius of Blue Knight, not a single soul remained standing. Even those who were fortunate enough to be outside the range of the assault lay on the ground, feigning death. Goodness! Such a malevolent force is not to be trifled with. They had wisely chosen to retreat, pleased with their prudence. Blue Knight nodded in approval and swiftly made his way toward the town. He could not afford to miss the unfolding spectacle. All the bounty hunters still conscious turned a blind eye, none daring to make a move. This is a result of being terrified. Indeed, they are nothing but a bunch of fools. It is worth noting that the dragon wings of the Blue Knight have not unfurled even once from the very beginning. At the age of 80, encountering one's first time, the figure descended, and Blue Knight stood gazing down at the ground, where the unknown bounty hunter lay lifeless. The bounty hunter, clad in a cowboy outfit and standing at approximately 6 feet tall, appeared imposing compared to the past incarnation of Blue Knight. Beside him lay the rifle that had once instilled a profound fear of death within him. Although the hunter's name remained unknown, Blue Knight could vividly recall his face. After all, one tends to remember their first experiences distinctly. The first love, the first trepidatious surgery, the first time skipping class to visit the arcade, the first intimate encounter. Cough. And this individual before him represented his inaugural victory in the dueling arena. At that time, Blue Knight was utterly ignorant of combat techniques. Despite possessing the power of repulsion, he found himself relentlessly pursued by this seemingly ordinary man, narrowly clinching victory in a perilous encounter. It was precisely because that initial triumph was so hard-won that it remained etched in his memory. Despite the overwhelming signs aligning with his recollections, Blue Knight firmly placed his foot on the bounty hunter's thigh, applying a gentle pressure that, even in its mildness, conveyed an excruciating sensation akin to a painful spiral twist. The unfortunate soul, momentarily dazed, gasped in pain, struggling to rise but was firmly held down by Blue Knight's repulsive force. There was no friction. He still had questions to pose. At that moment, the bounty hunter finally came to terms with his predicament, lying on the ground like a limp fish, ceasing his struggles. Satisfied, Blue Knight nodded and eased the pressure of his foot, shedding the dragon scales from his upper body. "Hey, do you still recognize me?" he inquired. But the bounty hunter merely tilted his head, showing no intention of turning to acknowledge the figure in blue. This left Loni momentarily taken aback. And he mused to himself, "Truly, he is the first man I have slain, and yet he displays such resilience." Though he harbored a slight admiration for the opponent, the latter's lack of cooperation was undeniably evident. He refrained from losing his temper, instead amplifying the repulsive force in his grasp, pressing the opponent's upper body further into the earth, revealing the contours of bone beneath the not-so-muscular flesh. With a bit more force, he feared he might shatter the very skeletal structure. "Are you still so defiant?" Loni inquired. The response was a disdainful grunt, seemingly emitted through clenched teeth, likely a product of pain. How remarkably tenacious you are," Loni remarked with a frown. Although he had nearly confirmed that this individual was indeed his first kill, the absence of a verbal acknowledgement left him with a lingering doubt, a nagging possibility of denial. What if he were a twin? Just as Loni's mind wandered through thoughts of suitable tortures, a nearby bounty hunter, who had been thoroughly beaten and now cowered in fear, timidly ventured, "May I say something?" Loni turned to the source of the voice and noticed the individual approaching hesitantly, their face brimming with an eagerness to please. This world, after all, is ruled by the strong. "Speak." Loni granted the other's request to converse. "I know, esteemed sir, that your wisdom and might are unparalleled, and you must have already perceived everything. However, I have a humble suggestion, and I hope you." The individual approached with utmost caution, so cautiously that Loni grew impatient and snapped, "Speak plainly." The person visibly trembled, clearly startled, and immediately spilled forth, "Sir, your power has rendered Xiang Tai incapable of uttering a word. Thus, he is not defying your will by remaining silent, but rather, he is utterly unable to respond to your inquiries." Loni glanced at Xiang Tai, the bounty hunter whose half-buried form was pressed into the earth by his own hand, and wore a rather displeased expression. "How infuriating. Once again, I have made such a blunder. The last time, it was that scythe fruit user, Eric, who was similarly subdued and questioned by his own hand. Ahem, well, you are quite impressive. What is your name?" Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, Lanwei released the repulsive force from his hands. In response to the esteemed lord, the individual respectfully replied, maintaining a bow, thus failing to notice Lanue's rather embarrassing demeanor. "One must admit, this person is quite adept at flattery." Cough, cough, ha. Having been freed by Lanwei, Xiang Tai gasped for air, seemingly exacerbating an injury in his effort, prompting a fit of intense coughing. Feeling quite embarrassed, Lanwei rubbed his nose and lowered his voice several decibels. "Xiang Tai, do you recognize me?" Upon being questioned, Xiang Tai raised his head and scrutinized Lanue's true form, now devoid of dragon scales. His face instantly paled, and in a flash, he rolled to the side, drawing his sniper rifle with remarkable speed, firing even as he continued to roll. Lanue's eyes sparkled. Such a strong reaction indicated he was indeed on the right track. Moreover, Xiang Tai's marksmanship had evidently improved significantly since their last encounter. As for the bullet aimed directly at his heart, the repulsive force field was operational throughout. Even at such close range, it posed no threat to Lanwei. What truly captured his attention, however, was something else. Just as his focus was drawn to Xiang Tai, the previously submissive Daju suddenly sprang forth, lunging towards Lanwei with a glinting dagger aimed menacingly at his unscaled temple. The bounty hunters observing the scene began to display smirks of derision. Indeed, youth is foolish. Merely because of a few flattering words, one has let down their guard against a sycophant. Daju's eyes gleamed with the light of impending victory. Soon, he would eliminate yet another individual he had previously flattered. How many had it been? He could not recall. All he knew was that killing this person would yield a substantial bounty, sufficient to indulge himself for quite some time. This filled him with exhilaration, causing the speed of the dagger he wielded to increase. However, having already suffered at the hands of the scythe-wielding demon, Eric, the seasoned veteran, Taichi Miura, how could Lan Yi possibly fall into the same pit twice? The dagger of the massive tree halted merely a centimeter from Lan Ye's temple, as if a formidable wall of repulsion had emerged, separating life from death. A repulsion projectile effortlessly penetrated the center of the tree's forehead, resulting in instant demise. The fleeting moments, though described in vivid detail, transpired in less than a second. Even the sinister expression on the tree's face had yet to dissipate. Throughout this ordeal, Loni never once looked back. At this moment, he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. He still held a reverence for life. However, for those who sought to take his life, the young master had an array of lethal options. Undoubtedly one would suit you. As if he had dispatched an inconsequential adversary, Loni casually beckoned to Ta, who was rolling away, pulling him back with a dismissive glance at the incredulous expression on his face. Then surveying the surrounding bounty hunters who stood in stunned silence, he smirked with disdain. So, can you answer my question now? Concerning the dueling arena's protective mechanisms. Ta felt no inclination to resist Loni's inquiry. In the exchange of questions and answers, he divulged all the information he possessed, without a trace of defiance. Oh, it seems I misjudged you, Loni sighed softly after posing several questions. Ta, naturally perplexed, harbored no intention of asking further. Now that the questions had concluded, he felt utterly devoid of value. Thus, whether his life was to be spared or extinguished rested entirely upon the whims of his captor. At this moment, Shota could only cower and hope that Loni would show mercy, refraining from any intentions of silencing him permanently. In truth, Loni harbored no such designs. He was not a cold-blooded killer. Although Shota had previously aimed a gun at him, it was Loni who had instigated the confrontation. And Shota's subsequent compliance left no justification for taking his life. Moreover, Shota was rather ineffectual. Even if released, he posed little threat. With a swift leap, Loni ventured deeper into the town. His pace was leisurely, exuding a relaxed demeanor. It became evident that Shota was indeed his first kill, and from Shota's account, it could be inferred that the duel arena operated under mutual protection. Those who exited the arena, like Loni, emerged unscathed. This indicated that the individuals he had previously slain, well, they simply did not recall their demise at his hands. Quite remarkable, wasn't it? Shota did not remember being killed. He only recalled their battle, after which he was sent back to the real world. Based on the time frame he described, Loni deduced that he had completely forgotten all events leading up to his death and the 10 seconds prior. However, everything before that moment was crystal clear in his memory. Loni sighed in relief. Fortunately, the duel arena's humane protective measure ensured that his victims would not retain memories of their deaths at his hands. Otherwise, even without actual fatalities, animosities would surely arise. As it stood, he had not yet slain 100 individuals, and none of them were formidable opponents, so it was hardly significant. Yet, what if his strength ascended to the level of the 4 emperors? Would he then attempt to confront each one? Setting aside the amiable Shanks, the unpredictable Charlotte Linlin, and the irascible Kaido were bound to erupt with wrath. Loni could only await the inevitable chase from these 2 emperors, let alone the others he had slain, who were once his equals in battle. Even if he advanced rapidly with the Duel Disk, his adversaries were not stagnant either. At that point, his pursuers would be astonishingly formidable. How convenient would suicide be? Why complicate matters by inviting others to take action? Thankfully, the safety measures alleviated many potential troubles. Having resolved a significant concern, Loni felt an immediate uplift in spirits, particularly as he anticipated the arrival of premium cards soon. Suddenly, a dark cloud billowed upwards. Loni's eyes brightened. Finally, the main event had arrived. With a swift motion, he darted towards the source of the cloud. Traversing the town might take a while, but the direct distance was short. He arrived in just 10 seconds. From his elevated vantage point, Loni surveyed the situation unfolding below. At this intersection, in the alleyway to the right, Vivi, Mr. 9, and Ikaram lay injured on the ground, accompanied by a large yellow-feathered duck, Vivi's swift steed. In the alley to the left of the intersection stood 2 figures, a man with black hair, dark skin, and a black cloak, idly picking his nose, alongside a woman in a floral dress shielding herself with an umbrella in the evening rain. Behind them, Nami stealthily crouched around a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, in the alley above the intersection, Zoro stood with an expression of exasperation before the slumbering Luffy, who lay sprawled with his belly protruding, seemingly contemplating how to manage this situation if not for the bottle of liquor in his hand. Blue Knight, cloaked in darkness and moving silently, went unnoticed, presenting a prime opportunity for an ambush. However, he chose not to act just yet, for the moment was not ripe. For now, he preferred to remain a mere observer. Below, Mr. 9 was elated at the appearance of the other 2, believing they were reinforcements. Trembling, he managed to rise and sighed with relief. Expressing gratitude, Thank you so much. With your help, these individuals will surely be no match for us. Please, defeat that swordsman and the dragon man quickly. The innocent Vivi stood by, while Ikaram, with a grave expression, remained prone on the ground, his gaze fixed intensely on Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, who had cornered the trio. A sense of foreboding loomed in the air. Stop with the trivial banter, scoffed Mr. Five, still unconcerned. We did not journey to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such trifles. This unusual demeanor caused Ikelam's heart to sink, and Vivi's expression suddenly grew grave. Only Mr. Nine remained utterly perplexed, inquiring about the unfolding situation. Do you still not comprehend? The individuals surrounding you are privy to the secrets of our employer. Although the nature of these secrets remains unknown, our company creed dictates an air of mystery. The origins of any personnel within our ranks are strictly off-limits for investigation. It is truly unexpected that a spy from the kingdom has infiltrated our company, and not just any spy, but a princess of the realm. Indeed, we are here under orders to terminate. Boom, boom, boom. As Mr. Five engaged in a lengthy monologue, Ikelam seized the opportunity to unleash his most formidable weapon, the curly hair machine gun, proclaiming, I stake the honor of the captain of the Alabasta Guard. I shall not permit you to harm a single strand of Princess Vivi's hair. His bravery was commendable, but as the wielder of the bomb fruit, Mr. Five had little to fear from artillery attacks, for their explosive power merely served to fuel his abilities. I am here on the orders of my employer to eliminate the traitors of our organization, Mr. Five resumed, having been interrupted. Ikelam remained unfazed by Mr. Five's compulsions. His curly hair machine gun continued to fire relentlessly, while it inflicted no harm upon Mr. Five. The sheer intensity of the firepower forced Miss Valentine to seek refuge behind him, as she had no means to withstand the onslaught of ammunition. For a moment, the scene reached a precarious stalemate. Above, Blue Knight was perplexed, pondering where Ikelam had sourced his ammunition, as it seemed to be perpetually replenished. Mr. Five was evidently aware of the reasons preventing his partner from retaliating, thus he braved Ikelam's barrage to, well, pick his nose. Blue Knight witnessed this in horror from above. It was utterly disgusting, especially when he extracted a sizable booger and flicked it towards Ikelam, summoning a dark cloud that erupted in a thunderous explosion. Blue Knight resolved to, this fellow must perish. Mr. Five must be the first to be eliminated. This loathsome individual cannot be allowed to persist. We must concentrate our efforts to vanquish him, otherwise his intentions will remain unimpeded. Did you not observe even the ever-ardent drinker? Zoro, relinquishing his bottle of spirits with a countenance of sheer discomfort? The imagery is simply too vivid. As Blue Knight and his companion marked Mr. Five's repulsive actions with a disapproving gesture, Miss Valentine leaped across a considerable distance, effectively obstructing Vivi's path. Even when the fallen Ikaram urged her to flee, she stubbornly brandished her weapon, resolute in her determination to fight to the bitter end. Alas, with her meager combat prowess, she was likely to deliver herself as a sacrifice. As the naive Vivi prepared to confront the minor antagonist, her partner, Mr. Nine, unexpectedly brandished his formidable weapon, joining the fray. Although the situation was utterly bewildering, I resolved to buy some time for you, given our long-standing partnership. Upon uttering these words, Mr. Nine brandished his oversized baseball bat and executed a spirited somersault, a move he claimed to be his signature technique. How absurdly lowbrow. Mr. Five remained utterly unperturbed, effortlessly dispatching his foe with another projectile of nasal origin. Meanwhile, Vivi, preoccupied with her cries of no, no, do not fall, could only watch helplessly as Mr. Nine was felled by Mr. Five's nasal assault. It was only at that moment that she recognized her dire predicament and hastily mounted her steed to escape. Mr. Five and his companion pursued her leisurely, occasionally launching a few more nasal projectiles, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Indeed, the moniker Vase Vivi is well-deserved, as Blue Knight finally bore witness to it. Instead of joining the pursuit of Vivi, Blue Knight descended beside Zoro, observing with keen interest the lumbering Ikaram approaching. Sensing Blue Knight's gaze, Ikaram hastily exclaimed, I have an unwelcome request. However, given the nature of this request, it was best left unspoken. Blue Knight's single remark effectively stifled Ikaram's forthcoming words. Zoro interjected, Ugh, my drink. Ha ha. Ikaram could only respond in silence. This statement is profoundly insightful, leaving me at a loss for words to continue. However, his initial intention was not to confront Lan Yi, but rather to beseech Zoro, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Grasping Zoro's foot, he implored, As both of us possess the powers of devil fruits, we find ourselves utterly helpless. I beseech you. Please, do not hold on to me. Who cares about you? You soulless wretch. Release me at once. Zoro, displaying a face full of disdain, retorted, I am merely an observer of this drama. I implore you to escort the princess to the distant eastern land of Alabasta. You shall be handsomely rewarded for your efforts. This time, Ram learned a lesson from his misstep, completely disregarding Zoro's refusal, and continued to express his thoughts unabashedly. Are you joking? Zoro's eyes were nearly devoid of color, recalling how just moments ago they had all intended to end their lives. You expect me to cut you again? Is the grand reward you mentioned real? Suddenly, Nami interjected, what if the reward I desire is 1 billion berries? 1 billion berries. Ram's voice faltered. Watching the unfolding drama with amusement, Lanya chuckled at the scene before him, realizing it was worth his time to stay. Regrettably, he lacked a camera to capture the moment. Weren't you asleep? Zoro inquired. How could I be? In this bizarre town that welcomes pirates, who would? Well, it's all an act. I can still drink. Nami initially intended to question who would fall for such a ruse, but upon seeing Luffy being poked in the belly by Lanya, and recalling Usopp and Sanji, she resigned herself to silence. Now, this gentleman, how about it? For 1 billion berries, we shall escort your princess back home. Ram, taken aback, dared not meet Nami's gaze and murmured, as a mere soldier, I cannot possibly agree to such a substantial sum. What? Is your princess not worth that amount? Nami crouched, revealing a cunning expression as she negotiated. Agree to it. Her tone was unmistakably menacing. Ram's face turned pale, while Lanya perked up. Crouched, Nami's figure was accentuated, drawing attention with her alluring curves. A loud gulp echoed. It was Zoro downing a hearty drink. Since you proposed a sum I cannot agree to, why not speak directly with Princess Vivi? She has the authority to accept such terms, Ram suggested earnestly. The implication was evident. Save her first, then negotiate. Nami was not easily deceived. She had never engaged in a losing bargain. Seeing Nami's sly smile, Ram added, while we negotiate, the princess's life. Ah, understood. Nami sighed. Then I shall rescue the princess. Just a moment. Lanya, who had been quietly observing, interjected. If escorting is the plan, I would like to join as well, but my condition is that I will select something from Alabasta in return. Ram blinked, puzzled. In his mind, Lanya was clearly the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, so was he suggesting a two-part payment for one task? Nami, however, clarified, Lanya has not officially joined our crew. He is merely a paying passenger aboard our ship. His strength is formidable. Ram was taken aback. Such an arrangement exists? Decide quickly, for your princess is in peril. Lanya kindly reminded. Then, may I inquire what you desire? Ram, being cautious, hesitated to agree outright. Something you currently have no use for, Lanya replied cryptically. Perhaps you should discuss it with the princess? After all, she is. Ram probed. Of course, I was merely informing you, Lanya replied nonchalantly. Ram. All right, let us temporarily reach an agreement. Nami declared, pointing towards Zoro, who was to pursue Vivi's escape route. It is settled, Zoro. You shall go? Who would go? You scoundrel. Zoro bellowed in fury. Why must I fulfill a task you agreed to? Are you a fool? While my possessions are my own. The contract I accepted represents us all, Nami asserted, showcasing her queenly logic. That reasoning is nonsensical. Zoro rejected vehemently. Come now. It merely requires you to swing your sword a couple of times, Nami dismissed. I detest being ordered around. I am not like that foolish cook you summoned. As their argument escalated, Lanya found it amusing and swiftly moved towards the direction where Vivi had fled. He needed to ensure that the plan did not falter due to unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, as Lanya departed, Zoro and Nami continued their heated dispute, as Ram grew increasingly anxious. Luffy, who had been soundly sleeping, staggered to his feet, announcing his need to relieve himself. The trio paid him no mind, and Lanya was oblivious to the potential chaos that could arise from Luffy's antics. Unfortunately, had Lanya been aware, he would have certainly secured Luffy to prevent any disruptions, even if it meant Luffy would have to endure some embarrassment. Alas, such considerations were not to be. Thus, Luffy stumbled upon the fallen bounty hunters. What happened here? He exclaimed in shock. High above, Lanya quickly spotted Vivi's location. Her predicament was, shall we say, reflective of her royal status, exuding an undeniable charm. Miss Monday, a muscular woman, stood valiantly before Mr. Five, choosing to protect her companion over her own safety, buying time for Vivi's escape. This time, Vivi had learned well. Despite her reluctance, she urged her friend to flee. With a thunderous explosion, Miss Monday was struck down by Mr. Five, causing Vivi to pause, unable to abandon her ally. As a user of the bomb fruit, Mr. Five could detonate his body at will, a power far beyond what Miss Monday could withstand. Not content with merely incapacitating Miss Monday, Miss Valentine leapt gracefully into the air, her weight-enhancing powers poised to crush Miss Monday with a staggering 10 tons. Just as her attack was about to land, Miss Monday launched herself towards Vivi, colliding with her and sending them both rolling away from the impending disaster. The ground shook with the force of the blast. A tremendous roar echoed as Miss Valentine's attack shattered the ground, sending debris flying in every direction, creating quite a spectacle. Unfortunately, despite its considerable destructive power, the assault landed in vain, achieving nothing. As the smoke dissipated, Miss Valentine emerged, her once cheerful demeanor now taut with tension. It was evident that she was displeased with her failed strike. Blue Knight, however, paid no heed to her irritation and gracefully descended before Vivi, who was entangled in an embrace with Miss Monday. Upon seeing that Vivi could still manage to stand, Blue Knight nodded in relief. Conversely, Vivi noticed Blue Knight's sudden change in expression and instinctively reached behind her, seemingly to retrieve a weapon. Wait, I have been entrusted by Icolum to rescue you. Do not recklessly brandish your weapon, Blue Knight interjected, halting Vivi's actions. This left Vivi momentarily stunned, her hands frozen behind her, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, she was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, lacking the battlefield reflexes one would expect. Shaking his head, Loni chose to disregard Miss Valentine's loud warnings from behind and continued, I will ensure your safety before you step foot in Alabasta. As compensation, I will select an item of my choice once we arrive. With that, Loni elegantly waved his hand, propelling a small black herb away, which, upon nearing Miss Valentine's head, detonated with a thunderous boom. Though his back was turned to the two, his repulsion field was always active. There was no way they could ambush him. However, it was indeed necessary to deal with these two bothersome individuals. And they would serve as perfect subjects for his experiment on whether eliminating a power user would yield a corresponding monster card. As for mercy, they had made their intentions clear. Loni was not one to be trifled with. He had always been one to settle scores. Wait, Vivi finally grasped the situation. She hadn't agreed to anything, and she had no idea what he intended to take. Did you think I was negotiating with you? Loni interrupted her without turning, his tone domineering. This is merely a notification. Furthermore, you will need to pay Nami an additional escort fee of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Vivi exclaimed in shock, the staggering number making her forget Loni's earlier demands. Oh, this isn't a hard requirement. But I trust you will willingly part with it when the time comes. After all, given that individual's personality, escorting you back will be far from simple. Loni's tone shifted, losing some of its previous arrogance, subtly infused with something akin to mockery. Vivi was uncertain. After all, how could a vice-captain mock their captain? However, she refrained from further argument. Time was of the essence. The current situation left her no choice. All she could do was silently endure. If she could indeed eliminate Mr. Five and his companion, then she could later clarify the identity of their true enemies, ensuring their retreat. Oh, the people of Alabasta. What must I do to save you? Oblivious to Vivi's inner turmoil, Loni, after a faint mockery of Luffy, focused intently on the attacks from Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Despite having simulated countless battle strategies against them in his mind, Loni remained cautious. Only those who were careful could survive until the end. Mr. Five's attacks were as repugnant as ever. Launching a booger projectile, he grandiosely named Nasal Blast. Were it not for the burden of protecting someone behind him, he might have recklessly rushed forward to confront the black man directly. Such repugnant individuals surely deserve a good thrashing. However, one must acknowledge the unavoidable predicament, as there exists a target, Vivi, to protect behind. Above, Miss Valentine has already leaped high, her body seemingly weightless as she gracefully floats through the air, heading towards Blue Knight's head. Once she reaches her destination, she will undoubtedly unleash a crushing force of 10,000 kilograms, reducing Blue Knight to a mere pancake. The impact of a full 10 tons would surely take a significant toll on him, even if struck directly. Faced with the dual onslaught, Blue Knight merely raises his head slightly. Miss Valentine has now drifted to his apex, her form suddenly descending. The unnatural velocity indicates her mass is rapidly increasing. Prior to this, Mr. Five's explosive nose had already arrived ahead of time. In that fleeting moment, Blue Knight's thoughts were, indeed, it is yellow. 84. Instant kill, an unforeseen twist. Indeed, it is yellow. What yellow, you may ask? When a reasonably attractive young woman in a miniskirt leaps above you. What is a normal male's first reaction? Although Blue Knight does not gaze upward, it is entirely natural to steal a glance. As for that explosive booger hovering perilously close, apologies, but I must decline that offer, fearing that sudden pressure might trigger an explosion. Blue Knight exerted a minuscule repulsive force on it as it was propelled away, until he completely negated its momentum, allowing it to hover steadily before him, restrained by both repulsive and gravitational forces in the air. This is a newly developed ability by Loni, utilizing a force of repulsion and attraction to create a tearing effect that allows one to grasp an object in midair. It has been aptly named mind control. However, this capability is rather unsettling, as Loni feels his own repulsive force becoming somewhat uncontrollable upon contact. It is truly disconcerting. Without hesitation, he launched an attack that collided with Mr. Four's projectile, resulting in a thunderous explosion. He then executed a backward leap, narrowly evading the crushing weight of Miss Valentine's 10,000-kilogram assault. Remarkably, the force of this attack was indeed formidable. Even a mere brush against it made Loni acutely aware of a pressure wave rushing towards him, before he could regain his balance. The ground beneath him erupted with violent tremors. The reverberations were akin to those of a magnitude 3 earthquake. Despite the apparent ferocity of the attack, Loni simply shook his head in disappointment. It was far too weak. The abilities of these two fruits are undeniably feeble. Although the bomb fruit can transform objects into explosives and possesses the ability to absorb the properties of detonated items, its potential is squandered in the hands of Mr. Four, rendering it merely a trivial nuisance. Even when considering its later applications, its capabilities amount to little more than a portable grenade. As for Miss Valentine's weight fruit, which can augment one's mass, it resembles an enhanced version of levitation combined with a heavy weight. Regardless of perspective, it fails to pique my interest. Thus, the abilities of these two fruits are not what I seek. Evading the residual shockwaves of the attack while bearing Vivi upon his shoulder, Blue Knight shook his head once more. His initial hesitation to strike preemptively stemmed from a desire to personally assess the capabilities of these fruits, contemplating whether they might be of use should they manifest later. Yet, it has become evident that they are as ineffectual as he had anticipated. Disregarding the illustrious blue-tier dragon cards, even the cyan-tier repulsion fruit, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, far surpasses the merits of these fruits. Hence, discarding them is the only logical course of action. Having arrived at this conclusion, the continued existence of these two individuals holds no further value. Their unhesitating demeanor in the face of violence clearly indicates their unsuitability. Eliminating them is a mere necessity. Blue Knight gently lowered Vivi from his shoulder, though the contact with her chest was entirely accidental. What? You wonder why I touched her bottom while carrying her? Was that truly a touch? It was merely an attempt to stabilize Vivi's form, a simple act of support. Vivi, having been set down, flushed slightly, yet recognized that had Blue Knight not rescued her, she might well have been struck by the debris propelled by Miss Valentine's enhanced weight. There is no denying that Blue Knight saved her, a fact she must reluctantly accept despite the circumstances. Noticing this, Blue Knight averted his gaze, feeling the lingering warmth in his hand. I must admit, the sensation was rather delightful. Despite harboring such impure thoughts, his expression remained composed and inscrutable, preventing Vivi from discerning his true intentions. After a brief delay, Mr. Four and his companion resumed their assault. Mr. Four executed his signature move, the nose-picking attack, while Miss Valentine's Day elevated her stance, showcasing Brooke's beloved chubby treat. The attacks were monotonously repetitive, with a raised eyebrow. Blue Knight's figure flickered and re-emerged 20 meters away in front of Mr. Four. With a swift motion, his right hand plunged into Mr. Four's left chest. In one swift extraction, a pulsating heart, alive with rhythm, was crushed in Blue Knight's grip, witnessed through Mr. Four's incredulous gaze. At that moment, the Blue Knight before Vivi dissipated like a mere illusion. Mr. Four collapsed, eyes wide open, failing to comprehend how Blue Knight had approached him so swiftly. When I say I will kill you, I mean it. After dispatching Mr. Four with lethal efficiency, Blue Knight casually flicked away the grotesque object in his hand to prevent the body from being left in disarray. He then cast a glance at Miss Valentine's Day, who was still searching for the suddenly vanished Blue Knight, oblivious to her surroundings. This is her trust in her companion, Mr. Four. If Blue Knight were to appear behind her, Mr. Four would surely alert her, assuming he were still alive. Confronted by the lingering presence of Miss Valentine's Day, the long and used python revolver leapt into her hand, a single bullet capable of shattering the handle of her umbrella. Deprived of the cushioning effect provided by the umbrella, Miss Valentine's Day could no longer remain suspended in midair, descending gracefully in a parabolic arc towards the ground. This indicates that her mass, while almost negligible, is not entirely zero, otherwise she would be floating indefinitely. Blue Knight did not rush to resolve the situation with Miss Valentine's Day, but instead cast a glance back at the unblinking Mr. 4, who remained poised as if to flick away a booger, a green card already forming at his fingertips. Green. Indeed, it is the ability of a fool. Blue Knight mused quietly before instantaneously moving to intercept Miss Valentine's Day as she approached the ground, silently appreciating Brooke's beloved fat eat. He was merely observing whether the enemy would exhibit any intent to retaliate, certainly harboring no ulterior motives. At this moment, Miss Valentine's Day had yet to process Mr. 4's demise, descending from the sky in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Thankfully, she was not entirely foolish. Within 5 meters of the ground, she unleashed her ultimate move, Yellow Fat Eat Slap to your face. Unfortunately, Blue Knight, who had been attentively monitoring her every action, was not so entranced by her display that he lost his composure. He calmly retreated a step, effortlessly evading Miss Valentine's Day's desperate struggle. Raising his left hand, the dark muzzle of the Python revolver aimed at the center of Miss Valentine's Day's forehead, and without hesitation, he sidestepped. At that moment, Vivi's cautious warning finally reached him. 85, the Straw Hat Pirate's supreme combat power, boom. Just as Blue Knight sidestepped, a fist came flying from behind him, striking Miss Valentine's Day squarely in the chest with such force that it sent her hurtling away. Instinctively, Blue Knight attempted to use gravity to pull her back, but the onslaught of attacks from behind forced him to furrow his brow in evasion. Such a frequency of assault, if struck, would render escape impossible. With a series of swift steps, Blue Knight glanced at Miss Valentine's Day, who continued her straight trajectory. It was evident that the individual had minimized her mass, allowing her to soar unerringly towards the horizon. As he prepared to pursue, relentless attacks from behind ensnared him, a rubber arm pressed against his insufficiently charged repulsion barrier, tightly wrapping around his waist, forcibly pulling him down from his ascent. At this point, Miss Valentine's Day was nearly out of sight. "What do you want from me?" Blue Knight turned and shouted angrily, "Let me go." Luffy. Indeed, it was Luffy who was thwarting Blue Knight's attempt to eliminate Miss Valentine's Day. He was currently using his left hand to unleash a barrage of rubber bullets to restrain Zoro, while his right arm coiled around Blue Knight's waist, preventing him from pursuing Miss Valentine's Day. In response to Blue Knight's furious outcry, Luffy's only reaction was to tighten the grip of the arm encircling Blue Knight's waist, pulling him back with all his strength to prevent the chase. Such a delay caused Miss Valentine's Day to vanish into the horizon, escaping from the grasp of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was immediately filled with fury, turning to glare at the equally glum Luffy, his dissatisfaction with this individual deepening. However, he did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he reached for the legs of his glasses, a habitual action that effectively helped him suppress his emotions. A customary gesture for regulating his feelings, much like how one might fidget with an object while deep in thought. Nevertheless, this habit sent a chill through Zoro, who was battling Luffy, causing his complexion to pale as he shouted in alarm. Hey, there's no need for you to be so angry, Blue Knight. I've explained to Luffy that these individuals are bounty hunters, our enemies. But Luffy, what kind of enemy gives you meat to eat? According to Luffy's logic, they had all informed him that it was you and Blue Knight who had toppled them to the ground. You ungrateful wretches, may you all perish. With that, Luffy launched his right foot high into the air, signaling the commencement of his grand move, Gum Gum Axe. This is truly a preparation to eliminate both of them. Blue Knight, how can you fail to articulate this clearly? Blue Knight, I will certainly teach Luffy a lesson, but you must not escape. Zoro sidestepped Luffy's rubber axe, still offering words of comfort to Blue Knight. It is indeed a pity for him. After all, Blue Knight had finally managed to suppress his anger, only to be amused by Zoro's anxious demeanor. Especially that plea of not escaping. What could he possibly say? What had he done to Zoro in the dual space that left such a profound impact, rendering it a subject shrouded in trepidation? Could it be that he truly? Blue Knight could not help but entertain this thought once more. This left him pale-faced. No, I must find an opportunity to inquire about the circumstances back then, otherwise, I will always harbor the unsettling illusion that I might be a homosexual. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Loni felt no trace of anger left. Instead, casting a disdainful glance at Zoro, cursing inwardly. Even if I were to be attracted to someone of the same sex, It could never be this insufferable figure clad in that ghastly shade of green. What absurd notions am I entertaining? Such a perilous notion should never be entertained. Blue Knight hastily shook his head, attempting to rid his mind of the malicious thought. This action caused Zoro to momentarily freeze, anxious that Blue Knight might inadvertently dislodge his glasses. Fortunately, such a mishap did not occur. The glasses remained securely perched upon Blue Knight's nose. This was unbearable. The situation was far too distressing. Zoro resolved to act swiftly and decisively. Sheathing his dual swords, he raised his hand to remove the scarf from his left arm and bound it upon his head. This, indeed, represents his unwavering determination to fight with all his might. Although Luffy is also fueled by anger, he does not hinder Zoro's actions. Instead, he retaliates with a rubber machine gun aimed at Blue Knight. Unfortunately, it proves utterly ineffective. With his preparations in place, Blue Knight merely needs to establish a repulsive barrier in front of him. No matter how fiercely you strike, Luffy, it will be in vain. The stronger your attack, the greater the repulsion I can exert. Unless one can reach the limits of his repulsive output, it is futile to think of breaching his barrier. The threshold of his repulsive force aligns with the pinnacle of his physical strength, which is 1,100 kilograms, or 1 tons. Luffy's area attack. The rubber machine gun currently does not possess the capability to deliver over a ton of force with each punch. While the concentrated attack of rubber bullet might achieve such power, the residual force after penetration would be minimal, rendering it ineffective. It can be said that, provided his vitality remains abundant, Blue Knight stands as Luffy's nemesis. However, this is contingent upon sufficient vitality, a fact unbeknownst to others. Nearby, Vivi, the injured Miss Monday, and the arriving Nami observe, while Zoro prepares for battle. To them, Blue Knight appears entirely at ease, arms crossed, watching Luffy fiercely assault the air without a hint of concern. He embodies the demeanor of a recluse, unaffected by the trivialities of the mundane world. In the eyes of women, particularly in the power-centric world of pirates, this undoubtedly exudes a captivating charm. Feeling the astonished and admiring gazes of Nami and Vivi, Lonway couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride, thinking to himself, hey, brother now possesses a modicum of combat prowess. However, Luffy was far from pleased. What does this blatant disdain mean? Do you look down upon me, the future Pirate King? He fumed. I can't let it slide like Shanks did. Instantly, Luffy prepared to unleash a powerful rubber axe, only to find Zoro already positioned in front of him. Since talking to you is futile, let's settle this with a victory. Damn it, move aside. I want to take down Lonway first, Luffy declared. You're simply not worthy. I will battle Lonway, he insisted. Enough with the chatter, defeat me first. Zoro retorted, unwilling to step aside, fearing Lonway might unleash his full power. Get out of my way. If you don't, I'll have to take you down first. That suits me just fine. The two continued to bicker. And as fists and blades were about to clash once more, a figure suddenly intruded upon their battleground, exuding an aura far more dangerous than either of them. Bang! Bang! Two resounding thuds echoed as Zoro and Luffy clutched their heads on the floor, wailing in agony. Such a familiar attack pattern could only be attributed to Nami, the formidable queen of the Straw Hat Pirates. What are you two doing? Weren't you supposed to protect that girl? Nami's tone was sharp, expressing her frustration at the duo. After dealing with them, she cast a smile towards Lonway, who responded with an exasperated sigh. What on earth is this reliable Lonway nonsense? Did your father not teach you? Did your mother not teach you? Did your adoptive mother not teach you? All right, I give up on asking. The thought of Nami having grown up freely rendered Lonway speechless. Undeterred by Lonway's displeasure, Nami playfully smiled and then glanced at Vivi, who was taking cover, nodding with satisfaction. Good, unscathed. It seems the billion berries won't be diminished at all. Yay, a billion berries. Vivi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief, wasn't it 100 million berries? She turned to Lonway, bewildered. Nami, hearing this, turned to Lonway with dissatisfaction, noting the glaring 900 million berry discrepancy. Lonway could only facepalm in resignation. A billion berries was clearly unattainable, if you asked for an exorbitant price. I would counter with a realistic offer of 100 million berries, which is quite reasonable. Nami, upon hearing Lonway's explanation, puffed her cheeks in annoyance but refrained from arguing, implicitly accepting the terms. At that moment, Luffy sprang back up, shouting about revenge, and in response to the unjust loss of 900 million berries, Nami unleashed a rapid three-hit combo, sending Luffy crashing back to the ground. The sheer ferocity of the attack left Zoro's scalp tingling, causing him to halt his movements and remain sprawled on the floor, feigning death. This was indeed amusing. To subdue Zoro, Luffy's companions, aside from those few they cared about, could only be Nami, the queen. Interestingly, after lifting both Luffy and Zoro by the scruff, Luffy, undeterred by Nami's formidable presence, threw a punch at Zoro. How could Zoro tolerate this? He immediately retaliated, and the two began exchanging blows once again. It was a display of sheer insensitivity from both. The outcome was predictably tragic. Nami delivered a triple smackdown to each, leaving them utterly incapacitated on the floor. Finally, silence ensued. Nami, digging in her ears, turned to Vivi and asked, "So, Princess Vivi, shall we establish a contract?" Vivi, looking at the motionless Luffy and Zoro, appeared pale. "Are you sure this contract is equitable? It seems rather one-sided." After Nami's vivid explanation, Luffy finally grasped the reality that the island's inhabitants were bounty hunters. "What? Zoro, you should have mentioned that earlier." Luffy chuckled. "I thought you chopped them up because they didn't have your favorite food. Don't lump me in with you, you fool." Zoro retorted, his eyes rolling in exasperation. All right, don't take it to heart. Damn it, just wait. Next time when Nami's not around, I'll definitely." Bam, bam. Another two resounding thuds rang out, restoring tranquility to the world. As the instigator of the chaos, Nami, after summarizing the noise, turned back to explain to Vivi the escort fee she had agreed upon with Igaram. Although the billion berries were no longer attainable, Nami was unwilling to settle for merely 100 million, boldly stating 500 million berries as her demand. Vivi's response was one of profound silence. "You have seen how strong they are. This deal is not a loss." Nami attempted to persuade, assuming Vivi was reluctant to part with her riches. "That is impossible." Vivi finally spoke, her refusal direct. "Why not?" Nami, clearly discontent, questioned. "You are a princess, right? Just 500 million berries. That shouldn't be an issue." Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression darkened, and Nami felt a pang of unease. Given that expression, there must be a story behind it. But regardless of the nature of that story, it seemed Nami's hopes for 500 million berries were dashed. Indeed, as Vivi began to recount her tale, Nami's ambitions to extort the wealthy were swiftly extinguished. Alabasta, a once prosperous nation, was now engulfed in turmoil. There had been incessant internal strife, with a rebel faction attempting to overthrow the current king, placing Vivi's position in jeopardy. The root of this unrest stemmed from the Baroque works, who instigated the populace to revolt. This organization was shrouded in mystery, leaving the kingdom with scant information. To uncover more, Vivi and her loyal minister Igaram infiltrated Baroque works, posing as members to investigate the mastermind behind the organization. Now that their cover was blown, they were on the verge of being silenced, only to be rescued by Loni and the others, inadvertently pulling them into the fray. "Oh, I see," Nami sighed. "Since there's a civil war, it's only natural that funds are scarce. What a pity." While Nami fretted over finances, Luffy was more intrigued, asking, "Hey, Vivi, have you found the mastermind behind this?" Vivi's face instantly paled, shaking her head vigorously. This is something I cannot disclose. He is an extremely dangerous individual. If you learn his name, you too will be placed on the hit list. In that case, it's best you remain silent," Nami firmly rejected. Recognizing that someone who sought to usurp a kingdom was undoubtedly formidable, it was wise to avoid such a perilous figure. In contrast to her curiosity, she cherishes her own life. Upon hearing this, Luffy wore a displeased expression. After all, he epitomized the notion that curiosity can lead to peril. How could one abandon the quest for the unknown merely due to a hint of danger? Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, they would ultimately prove incapable of overcoming him. Vivi, feeling despondent, was acutely aware that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as Crocodile, the sand alligator. Nami, winky face. Vivi, winky face. Zoro, Luffy. So, the name you just uttered was not mentioned in jest? 87. How absurd. Are you deceiving us? This is outrageous. After Vivi revealed Crocodile's name, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a long pause, Zoro broke the tension in the air, asking, "Who did you say?" In the next moment, both Vivi and Nami transformed into a state of utter disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. She had blurted it out so casually. Even Zoro appeared somewhat unnatural. Clearing his throat, the composed Blue Knight drew attention with a cough, pointing to the scene above them, feigning ignorance. "Vivi, what is the story behind that bald eagle and the sloth?" The group followed Blue Knight's gesture and were greeted with the sight of a sunglasses-clad sloth, leaping onto the back of another sunglasses-wearing bald eagle, soaring into the sky. "This is an ominous duo," tasked with delivering letters and disciplining members who violate the society's regulations. Their remarkable speed and evasion left Vivi utterly bewildered. As for those who managed to react, Blue Knight and Luffy, regrettably, they do not indulge in the habit of shooting down birds, unless absolutely necessary. It was only when the figures vanished from sight that Nami finally came to her senses. This peculiar duo, regardless of the circumstances, having appeared on this island and exhibiting such bizarre behavior, leaves Nami unconvinced that they are not members of the Baroque works mentioned by Vivi. Gripping Vivi's collar with fervor, Nami inquired, "What on earth is that pair? Have you reported this to some boss, intending to divulge secrets to us?" The only response Vivi could muster was a heartfelt apology. Meanwhile, Loni displayed no signs of concern. Instead, his gaze appeared somewhat dazed. With both Nami and Vivi possessing ample endowments, the vigorous shaking left one to wonder. Ahem, let us maintain decorum while observing. Could someone fetch me a camera? The carefree Luffy remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he expressed his eagerness to encounter that crocodile fellow. In his simplistic reasoning, facing such figures was an inevitable part of the journey to becoming the Pirate King. So why not confront them sooner rather than later? Truly, what a peculiar rationale. Strangely enough, Zoro shared a similar sentiment, longing for a formidable opponent to refine his swordsmanship. As for Loni, had he just embarked on his pirate journey, he would have likely sought to distance himself from Vivi, at the very least preventing her from uttering Crocodile's name to avoid further entanglements with Luffy and the others. Primarily, he aimed to shield himself from collateral damage. Yet now, having acquired some strength and after a period of acclimatization, he comprehended deeply. Unless he chose to hide in the shadows as an ordinary person, his fate would involve encountering significant tribulations, be it as a pirate, a member of the Revolutionary Army, or even establishing his own faction. Did Loni wish to languish aimlessly? Hardly. As a youth in the throes of rebellion, having faced death countless times, he would not cower. It was simply about action, no retreat. Given the choice, why not select a seasoned adversary as a sharpening stone? Although Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords, he was arguably the weakest among them. Even Luffy, having set sail not long ago, managed to defeat him. Fully aware of Crocodile's vulnerabilities, Loni felt confident that, with a well-thought-out plan, he could triumph over this sand crocodile. Moreover, he would also seize the accompanying treasure fraught with peril. Oh, how excessive, Nami lamented. We've only just entered the Grand Line and already attracted the attention of such a formidable figure. Why must my life be so ill-timed? Luffy interjected with unwarranted enthusiasm. Encountering a warlord is absolutely fantastic. His words, brimming with excitement, instantly ignited Nami's frustration. Bang! Luffy was once again knocked to the ground by a swift blow, accompanied by Nami's exasperated roar. Loni hurried to embrace the furious Nami, intent on mediating rather than causing further discord. After venting her frustrations, Nami regained a semblance of composure. Fortunately, the Baroque works are still unaware of my appearance. She pulled Loni along, saying, "Though our time together has been brief, I appreciate your support." Nami, what are you planning? Loni questioned, bewildered by the sudden pull. Naturally, we must escape while my identity remains concealed. She replied with an air of urgency. But why are you dragging me along? Although he voiced his confusion, Loni made no attempt to withdraw his arm from Nami's grasp. You are reliable, Lon, right? I cannot feel at ease without you by my side. Nami pouted. It wouldn't be proper for a lone beauty like me to be out here alone, would it? Come with me, and I promise there will be benefits for you. Her sultry tone and tempting offer made Loni raise an eyebrow, yet he chose not to respond. It was unnecessary. Before them, a sloth paused its artistic endeavor and presented sketches of Nami, Loni, Zoro, and Luffy. The artistry was remarkably nuanced, especially considering it was crafted by a sloth's hand. Nami instinctively clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "This is splendid." Yet, she quickly realized the implications, shouting in frustration. What do you mean we can't even escape now? The unfortunate duo, the ominous pair, took to the skies once more. Loni merely observed them depart, opting not to intervene, as he still required their assistance to obtain the eternal pointer to Alabasta from the little garden island. Now was not the time for violence. Sensing the world's pervasive malice, Nami tightened her embrace around herself, seeking warmth in this frigid reality. Loni, however, remained unfazed by her actions. Zoro, in contrast, appeared quite exhilarated, declaring, in any case, we are now on the Baroque works hit list, right? Strong opponents shall come our way. Luffy grinned broadly, ha ha ha. I'm so excited. What kind of opponents will we face? Unlike these two carefree souls, Vivi was far more pragmatic, attempting to comfort Nami. If my savings of 500,000 berries suffice, I would offer it all to you. Wah, Nami sobbed. Along with the Callum's 200,000 berries, it should total 700,000 berries. Wah, and my father's secret stash, which is about 50,000 berries, so you see. Upon hearing the final figure, Nami found herself at a loss for tears. How could her savings dwindle so drastically? A princess of a nation possessing only 500,000 berries? Very well, I'll accept that. A sword-wielding guard like a Callum having merely 200,000 berries? Fine, I can believe it, given his rough demeanor. But to claim that a king of royal lineage has only 50,000 berries? Preposterous. What a farce. The atmosphere descended into chaos. Well, it was primarily Nami who was in turmoil, while Vivi felt a twinge of guilt, and Loni, Luffy, and Zoro remained unflappable. Fear not, everyone. The Callum's voice suddenly echoed. Following the sound, he appeared, donned in attire reminiscent of Vivi's, albeit with exaggerated embellishments, cradling 4 dolls in his arms. No problem. I have a plan. Should the Baroque work send someone after us, I will disguise myself as you, Lady Vivi, to draw their attention while you take a hidden path to Alabasta. Are you certain? Vivi's expression turned serious. The pursuers would likely number over 1,000. For the sake of Princess Vivi, I am willing to sacrifice myself as bait. Ikaram replied without hesitation. Vivi's expression clearly reflected her uncertainty, yet before she could make a decision, Nami, who had been as listless as a fish out of water, interjected. Who told you that we intend to escort Princess Vivi back home? The contract has yet to be established, and you lack the capacity to compensate us. The implication was clear. Had Vivi and her companions possessed sufficient belly, Nami would have been quite willing to undertake this task. After all, they were already in the same boat. Earning a little extra would be beneficial. Escort the princess? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. It seemed this fellow had absorbed nothing from the conversation. Zoro had to explain it to Luffy once more. Oh, I see now. No problem. Luffy immediately agreed. This situation incited an unexpected fury in Nami, who usually calculated her moves carefully. However, this time, she refrained from delivering a sharp reprimand to Luffy. After all, he was her captain. Once a decision had been made by the captain, no matter how reluctant she felt, Nami had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, she could only weakly address Vivi. Is the 750,000 berries you mentioned still valid? Oh, if you need it, then yes, Vivi replied, blinking and nodding. All right then. It's settled at 750,000 berries. A contract is established. Nami declared with bravado, reasoning that even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. Little did she know. Her heart was shattered beyond repair. Not even the strongest adhesive could mend it. If only she had heeded Blue Knight's advice, 1,000,000 berries would have been quite acceptable. Regret gnawed at Nami as she tightened her embrace around her arms, feeling a persistent heaviness in her chest. After establishing a simple plan, the Callum set off on a single-masted wooden ship, accompanied by 4 puppets. The Baroque Works pursuers could arrive at any moment, and he needed to part ways with Vivi and the others quickly to ensure their safety. Along with them, he took Vivi's permanent log pose, a device that would always point towards Alabasta. With this log pose, Callum and his companions would sail directly to Alabasta, while Vivi, traveling with the Straw Hat Pirates, would reach Alabasta after visiting several islands along the normal route. Blue Knight was aware that the ship would soon be detonated by Mississippi Zero, also known as Robin. However, the kind-hearted Robin did not kill Callum. Since he would not face death anyway, Blue Knight refrained from intervening, opting instead to confuse Crocodile while alleviating the burden on the Mary. Callum's size was not insignificant. The group watched as Callum departed, only to witness the ship explode less than a kilometer away. Everyone present, except for Blue Knight, wore expressions of disbelief. The shockwaves from the explosion even knocking Luffy's straw hat off. Vivi felt her heart momentarily cease, standing frozen on the shore with vacant eyes. Luffy clenched his teeth and bent down to retrieve his hat, ultimately exclaiming in awe at Callum's actions. Blue Knight's pupils constricted slightly. Amidst the roaring flames, he seemed to see a hand tossing an object into the sea. Summoning immense willpower, Blue Knight extricated his arm from Nami's embrace, instructing. The log pose has been magnetically stored. Nami, take Vivi with you. Luffy, go find Sanji and Usopp. Don't wait for me. Set sail first. I'll check things out and follow shortly. With that, Blue Knight raised the log pose in his hand and, without waiting for a response, plunged into the sea. The surrounding currents parted 3 meters away as he sped underwater towards the still-burning ship. The Straw Hat crew was already aware of Blue Knight's possession of the water-repelling orb. Only then did Nami realize what was happening. She glanced at the log pose still on her wrist, relieved to see it intact before approaching Vivi. Faced with the dazed Vivi, Nami offered a comforting embrace and gently urged her away from the shoreline. Meanwhile, Luffy displayed no awareness of being directed by non-crew members. Sprinting toward the town with astonishing speed, he kicked open the wooden door of the room where Sanji and Usopp were staying, seizing Usopp's long nose and Sanji's lengthy leg as he raced onward. "Hey, who's tugging at my nose, you idiot?" Usopp protested, but before he could finish, he collided with the door frame and fainted. As for Sanji, being dragged face down, he had no time for words. How pitiful they were, one face down and being dragged, the other bearing the weight of his entire body on his nose, risking disfigurement. When Luffy arrived at the Mary, Zoro, Nami, and Vivi were already prepared to set sail, awaiting the return of Luffy and the others to unfurl the sails. Wait a moment. A somber Vivi suddenly remembered that a Callum was still on the island. "I need to go." "Hey," Zoro called out. "Are you talking about this guy?" Vivi turned to find that the swift runner had somehow made his way to the upper deck. "He arrived before you did, didn't you see him?" Zoro added with a hint of sarcasm. Vivi sighed, realizing how fast the runner truly was. "Hey, why are we setting sail already?" Usopp, still puzzled, protested against departing. "Yeah, let's stay for another night." Sanji, oblivious to the situation, also wholeheartedly rejected the idea of leaving. Indeed, there are so many story enthusiasts here. The boastful Brook loves it. And there are so many delightful young women. Sanji lamented his inability to depart. Zoro sighed in exasperation and turned to Nami, saying, "You should explain it to them." "I'll wait for Blue Knight to return." "No need. Let's set sail immediately," Nami responded, approaching Sanji and Usopp. "Blue Knight has a log pose. He can find us." "We should leave now." Zoro nodded in agreement and went to lift the anchor, setting sail shortly thereafter. Thanks to their prior preparations, this task was not difficult. In less than half a minute, Zoro completed it, only to find Nami still standing there. "Huh, weren't you supposed to explain things to them?" Zoro inquired, puzzled. "I already did. I just kept it brief," Nami shrugged. "Brief? How brief could that be?" Zoro remarked, peering over at Sanji and Usopp. "This situation is rather complicated. Even if you..." Upon this sight, Zoro felt a dull ache in his forehead, as if his muscles were recalling the nightmares once governed by a certain queen. At that moment, Sanji and Usopp were clutching their heads, crying out in agony over the 5 stacked meatballs atop their skulls. Utterly preoccupied with their own plight and oblivious to any thoughts of setting sail. Ah, indeed, a lengthy tale, succinctly conveyed. The young man, Blue Knight, dove from the depths of the sea towards a wooden vessel still engulfed in flames. The distance was not great. A few swift strokes brought him to his destination. As he soared through the underwater realm, he circled the vicinity and soon discovered one of his objectives, the Eternal Pointer, taken away by Ikaram. This is indeed a remarkable item. However, it is not the true purpose of Blue Knight's journey. Casually storing the Eternal Pointer in the dimensional space, Blue Knight soared above the ocean, ascending to a height of 100 meters. Surveying the surroundings, he soon discovered his actual target, a leisurely drifting sea turtle upon which rested a saddle, perfectly sized to accommodate a single individual. In fact, upon Blue Knight's arrival, there was indeed a person seated upon the saddle, a graceful and mature woman. Even in the face of Blue Knight's sudden appearance, she greeted him with a calm, smiling demeanor. Her heart could not be deemed small. Ah, and her bosom is quite ample, indeed. She is Mississippi Zero, the right hand of Crocodile. She is the child of the devil, the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, and the only archaeologist in the world capable of deciphering the ancient poneglyphs. She is Robin, poised to become a steadfast member of the Straw Hat Pirates. She embodies the essence of a goddess, once being Blue Knight's most cherished character from an animated series. With piercing gaze, Blue Knight was utterly captivated by her presence. His longing to meet the goddess now fulfilled, leaving him momentarily devoid of judgment. A simple tank top could hardly contain her voluptuous figure, while her denim shorts clung tightly. And a cowboy had added a rebellious flair that, while understated amidst her mature elegance, lent an intriguing depth to her appearance. Her dark complexion radiated sensuality and vitality, her long, straight black hair perfectly aligning with Eastern aesthetics. Her ebony eyes sparkled with an almost magical brightness and depth, inviting one to delve into the mysteries of her soul. For anyone who has indulged in anime, who does not have a beloved character? For Blue Knight, that character is unequivocally Robin. To call her a dream goddess would not be an exaggeration. If he were to choose a woman to accompany him through life in the world of pirates, Robin would undoubtedly be his first choice, provided, of course, that she reciprocated those sentiments. Even more astonishingly, Blue Knight discovered that Robin possessed two cards, one crimson, the other azure. The crimson card was nestled within her cowboy hat, positioned such that it appeared to be affixed to her hair, resembling a decorative hairpin. This is not difficult to obtain. What poses a challenge, however, is that another azure card is inexplicably lodged in Robin's posterior, and it appears to be wedged right in the middle. Ahem. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Blue Knight, even Robin's typically graceful and serene demeanor faltered, prompting a slight cough to awaken the audacious individual whose gaze wandered unabashedly. Coming to his senses, Blue Knight blinked, suddenly recalling his current disheveled appearance, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Oh no. This first impression is bound to be a disaster. Blue Knight lamented internally, yet he forced a nonchalant fa and greeted Robin with apparent ease. Hello, Robin. I am your most loyal servant. Oh, no, I am Blue Knight. You should know me. Really? You know me, Blue Knight? Robin inquired gently, a warm smile gracing her lips. Oh, we haven't met before, have we? Blue Knight stumbled over his words, flustered by the reality of encountering his dream goddess. Ahem, let us just consider it one of my abilities. Is it an ability of a devil fruit? Robin asked curiously. Your devil fruit must be quite rare. Then? It is a card fruit. My ability allows me to create and utilize cards, you see. My ability to fly is granted by a card. As he spoke, Blue Knight activated his flying ability, levitating into the air, but failed to notice the turtle beneath him still moving forward, resulting in a sudden collision with the top of the saddle. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and managed to avoid damaging the cover. Otherwise, this first impression would surely have been further tarnished. Seeing Blue Knight's clumsy antics, Robin stifled a laugh, mentally tagging him as an amusing little fellow. At present, Robin was 28 years old, 11 years his senior, and despite her significantly enhanced physique, she appeared only 23 or 24. It was this very aura of maturity and sophistication that deeply captivated Blue Knight. There was a warmth akin to an older sister. Thus, when Robin smiled, Blue Knight's eyes sparkled with admiration. A camera. How splendid it would be to have a camera right now. Observing Blue Knight once again lost in his thoughts while staring at her, Robin felt a fleeting sense of discomfort. Throughout her 2 decades of evasion, she had encountered many who looked at her in similar ways, some driven by greed for the bounty on her head, others by lust for her beauty, and yet others by a desire to exploit her archaeological knowledge. Without exception, these individuals harbored ill intentions. Yet, in Blue Knight's gaze, she perceived no malice. Only a fervent admiration? Surely, she must be mistaken. Expert at concealing her emotions, Robin's mind raced through countless thoughts, her face remaining a mask of gentle warmth. She snapped her fingers to rouse Blue Knight from his reverie and inquired, So, Blue Knight, what brings you to me today? Realizing he had once again lost composure, Blue Knight awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He had merely come because he thought Robin might be nearby. As for what to do, he wondered if confessing that he merely wanted to see his dream woman would be taken seriously. Furthermore, having previously fixated on her more delicate areas due to the card, would he be perceived as a lecher? Truth be told, he felt utterly defenseless only against Robin. Even with beauties like Nami and Vivi, he merely indulged in harmless flirtation. As his thoughts spiraled, the air grew palpably tense. Fortunately, Robin's social skills shone through. Noticing Blue Knight's apparent embarrassment, she empathetically broke the silence. Are your pirate crew truly planning to escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta? Upon hearing this, Blue Knight scratched his head, contemplating whether to explain that he had yet to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing his hesitation, Robin assumed he feared becoming adversarial and reassured him, Rest assured, I have not received orders to eliminate you, so there is no need for us to engage in combat. After a moment's thought, Robin added, Do you know where your next island destination is? Oh yes, it's Little Garden, Blue Knight replied, his response swift this time. Oh, you actually know? Robin was taken aback. Do you also know about the dangers on that island? Well, of course. Ahem, I don't know. Just in time. Blue Knight caught himself before revealing that he was aware of Mr. Three's presence on the island. That being said, do you know that even if I don't intervene, you won't be able to cross that island? I understand, Blue Knight stated, his compliment about her beauty inadvertently slipping out. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Robin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. From the very beginning, the behavior of this young boy had been peculiar. Logically, as adversaries, shouldn't he respond with something like, How do you know unless you try? His unexpected admission left little room for further dialogue. Ultimately, left speechless, Robin could only chuckle softly. mentally branding Blue Knight as an amusing boy who struggled with conversation. Standing on the shore, Blue Knight wore a bewildered expression. He felt an internal struggle. His initial encounter with the goddess Robin had likely left her with the impression of a lecherous rogue, a hopelessly inept conversationalist. He himself felt that there was no longer any need for rescue. Perhaps it was best to dig a grave and bury it. Gazing in the direction where Robin had vanished, Blue Knight found himself unable to find closure. Were it not for Robin's exceptional social skills, communication with Blue Knight, who was in such a state, would have been exceedingly difficult. After a series of disjointed exchanges, Robin left behind an eternal reminder and cordially invited Blue Knight to join him for a leisurely outing, departing with a cheerful smile. In that moment, Blue Knight was at a loss for how to respond, ultimately retreating in embarrassment. It is somewhat shameful to admit that after more than 17 years of life, he remained single. Thus, upon encountering the goddess of his dreams today, he found himself utterly unable to control his emotions. Daydreaming was the least of his concerns. He frequently committed various blunders that led to awkward silences, leaving Robin to wonder if he possessed a negative emotional intelligence. His eagerness to alter Robin's initial impression led him to make numerous mistakes. The more flustered he became, the more errors he committed. Ultimately, it was only after Robin had vanished from sight that his mental state began to gradually stabilize, and then, reflecting on his earlier conduct, this encounter was undeniably a failure of the most abysmal kind. Sigh, all that remains is to see if redemption is possible in the future. Typically a shrewd individual. How did he transform into a foolish visage in the presence of his goddess? Standing there for a considerable time, Loni let out a deep sigh. A flicker of concern stirring within his heart. This was the first time he had lost control while wearing glasses. After a moment of contemplation, Loni stored the eternal pointer in the dimensional space. According to Robin, this eternal pointer pointed to a land known as Arendelle, an island belonging to another route. Yet it maintained a long-standing friendship with Alabasta. Once there, it would not be difficult to locate the eternal pointer leading to Alabasta, due to her lack of eloquence. Robin had always believed he was the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, thus she entrusted this task to him and moved on. In her mind, Loni would naturally pass it on to Captain Luffy. However, Loni had no intention of relinquishing this artifact to Luffy, setting aside the certainty that he would refuse and perhaps even crush the eternal pointer. The sentimental value of it being the first item entrusted to him by Robin forbade him from handing it over. Moreover, should they deviate from the upcoming course, the most endearing doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Chopper, would be unable to board the ship. The Blue Knight shall not be permitted. Therefore, it is best for this eternal pointer to remain securely in his grasp. It is worth mentioning that due to my intervention, Robin will not meet with Luffy and the others. This shouldn't affect her eventual joining of the Straw Hat Pirates, should it? Perhaps not. Alas, why does seeing Robin transform Sanji into that lecherous cook? Yet, Robin is truly exquisite. She is even more alluring in reality than in the anime. As my mind wandered with these thoughts, the Blue Knight produced a directional log pose and then soared through the town. Luffy and his crew must first navigate half a circle around the island. Perhaps if he flew straight ahead, he could intercept the Mary. Suddenly recalling something. The Blue Knight halted midair and descended before a dilapidated house in the town. He cleared away some rubble and timber, revealing a cotton candy machine before him. Splendid. It appears to be in perfect condition. This was something he had discovered during a previous battle. However, its size rendered it impossible to store within the dimensional space. So he left it there for the time being. Extracting a pre-prepared bag of sugar from the dimensional space, Blue Knight fumbled for a moment before activating the cotton candy machine. He took a wooden stick and, albeit clumsily, began to twirl the strands of sugar that the machine dispensed. Before long, a cotton candy puff the size of an adult's head was completed. Quite simple, really. Aside from its somewhat unappealing appearance, this was a successful endeavor in self-taught cotton candy making. Satisfied, he glanced at the oval-shaped confection in his hand, proving that he was not lacking in intelligence, merely flustered in the presence of Robin. Blue Knight then stored the cotton candy back into the dimensional space. This delectable treat is not for my own enjoyment, but rather for an adorable little one in the future. In the dual space, I had promised to bring a gift. And I can hardly think of anything more beloved by a cute creature than cotton candy. Time is of the essence, so I, Blue Knight, once again crafted a batch of cotton candy, storing it within my dimensional space. Following the guidance of the record pointer, I soared from the small town, departing from the Whiskey Peak Island, and ventured into the vast ocean. On the Grand Line, only those endowed with formidable abilities dare to leave the island alone. Presently, I too have reached a commendable level of strength. Thus, one might say I am rather impressive, albeit momentarily hindered by Robin. Aboard the Going Merry. Atop the lookout, Usopp held his telescope, scanning the horizon every 5 minutes, paying particular attention to the rear. Nami and Vivi tended to the orange trees on the upper deck, occasionally glancing back at the ship's wake. Zoro chose to practice at the stern, facing the sea. Although Luffy remained seated in his special spot, he too frequently turned his gaze backward. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. Sanji emerged from the cabin, calling everyone for a meal. The 6 crew members and 1 duck quickly took their seats, except for Luffy, who was oblivious to everything but the food. The others ate in silence, their expressions heavy with unshakable concern. At the table, 1 seat remained conspicuously empty, Blue Knight's. It had been a full day and night since they departed from Whiskey Peak, yet Blue Knight was still unaccounted for. According to Vivi, a solitary individual adrift on the Grand Line for a day and night could almost be deemed. Even with a record pointer, it would offer little solace. The true terror of the Grand Line lies not solely in its direction but in its capricious weather, blizzards, hailstorms, tsunamis, and fog. Without the protection of a ship, how long could one endure, even if they could fly? Moreover, those present knew well that Blue Knight was not one to endure for long. Not to mention, he had ventured to investigate a location recently besieged by members of the Baroque Works. It was entirely possible he encountered a formidable foe from that organization, or perhaps became lost in the ever-changing expanse of the Grand Line. Or worse, met his end at the bottom of the sea due to exhaustion? The possibilities were grim indeed. Carrying this heavy burden of worry, Nami and the others meandered for a full 2 months before they finally reached the next island. Yet Blue Knight's whereabouts remained a mystery. Neither living nor dead could they find him. 91. Techniques for advancing directional cards. Time rewinds to the moment Blue Knight departed from Whiskey Peak. He initially believed he could easily catch up to the Going Merry, which had set sail ahead of him. However, the reality was starkly different. After flying for a full hour, he could still see nothing but the endless ocean. Not a single ship was in sight, let alone the Going Merry. To make matters worse, his life force had dwindled to below 1/3 of the safety threshold due to prolonged exertion. Should he gamble it all to continue pursuing? Or should he abandon the chase and return to seek another vessel? This is a thought-provoking question. Without hesitation, Loni chose the third option to summon a juvenile sea king, towering over 100 meters, and while resting upon its back, he urged the magnificent creature to swiftly pursue the Golden Merry. To enhance their speed, Loni even produced a water-repelling pearl, allowing the Sea King to remain submerged and travel at full velocity beneath the waves, free from the capricious weather above. Given the Sea King's acute sensitivity to human presence, it would undoubtedly detect any vessels or people on the surface, unless they were equipped with sea stone beneath their hulls. With the Sea King's remarkable speed, chasing after the Golden Merry posed no challenge, as the ship would need to wait for him, unable to sail at full throttle. However, after 6 hours, the creature beneath him was already crying out in hunger, yet no signs of life had been spotted. Reluctantly, Loni hunted a sea beast to satisfy both the creature's and his own hunger before dismissing the summoning spell and continuing his pursuit of the Golden Merry. Yet, the result yielded nothing at all. As night deepened and after a day of relentless travel, he found himself utterly fatigued in the vast and featureless ocean. Truly a state of both physical and mental exhaustion. If it were an ordinary person, despair would surely ensue. However, Lan Yi is far from ordinary. Food? The ocean teems with it. As a dual power wielder unafraid of the sea, how could he possibly go hungry? Fresh water? With his current string of victories in the dueling arena, he earns daily a red, orange, and a yellow card each. Just as when he was adrift at sea, the appearance of a red card inevitably signifies essential survival items such as food, fresh water, and clothing. A place to rest? The Sea Kings summoned by his spirit summoning technique are significantly larger than ordinary islands, so how could there be a lack of resting spots? Boredom? With the prowess of the dueling arena, are you certain Lan Yu would find himself bored? Thus, although he has departed from the Golden Merry, his circumstances are far from tragic. Rather, they are imbued with a unique charm. After all, not everyone can venture alone into the Grand Line. The Vice Admiral Akiji's small bicycle, the Pirate King's right-hand man Rayleigh's leisurely drift through the calm belt, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo's swinging, and the revolutionary officer and undercover Kuma's meat-fruit sky travel. None of it is simple. And now, another individual capable of summoning and commanding Sea Kings has emerged in Lan Yi. Initially, for 3 days, Lan Yi devoted himself to diligently searching for traces of the Golden Merry, faithfully remaining in the real world and not venturing into the dueling arena. Yet after 3 days of fruitless pursuit, he reluctantly acknowledged that he and the Golden Mary were indeed separated. He realized he required not just one camera but at least 2 telephones. Anything, even a brick phone, would suffice. Ultimately, Loni decided to disregard the matter, allowing the Sea Kings to navigate the ocean depths and alert him should they spot any ships, while he himself pondered his own affairs beneath the water, sheltered by a water-repelling orb. Previously, he intended to contemplate the advancement of individual cards but was interrupted midway. With the recent search for the Golden Mary, he had been unable to find the time. Now, at last, he had leisure to quietly delve into his research. Although he had not engaged in thorough study over the past 3 days, he had already mentally analyzed the possibilities for card advancement. The techniques for advancing cards he currently possessed revolve around 3 key points. Firstly, the decimal system. Secondly, cards of the same color and rank. Thirdly, the probability of synthesizing a certain type of card, determined by the composition of card categories. The decimal system and the requirement for identical colors are stringent conditions. Altering either would preclude advancement. This can be disregarded. Thus, the only feasible option is the third point. However, even if 10 identical cards undergo advancement, the result will not necessarily be a directed progression of that card. By eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining option undoubtedly emerges as the correct answer. It is his synthesis technique that is flawed. Advancing 10 cards simultaneously is a skill exclusive to random card progression. Attempting to use this method for the directed advancement of a single card is akin to using U.S. dollars for transactions in China. While a successful exchange may occur, it introduces the complication of exchange rates, resulting in significant losses. For instance, directed advancement becomes unattainable. At present, Blue Knight must introduce an additional step in the process. His task is to eliminate the superfluous procedures, thereby making it highly probable that he will acquire the technique for single card advancement. He already harbors an idea in his mind regarding execution. Consequently, Blue Knight extracted 2 red magic cards from his deck. One was a pure gold card, retrieved anew from Whiskey Peak, while the other was a 14-inch cream cake, a meal provided to him at yesterday's dueling arena. With the pure gold card as a base, Blue Knight covered it with the 14-inch cream cake and, with deft fingers, meticulously arranged them, seeking the point of alignment for card advancement. The numerous prior advancements had not been in vain. Blue Knight had mastered the art of stacking cards to achieve a common level, allowing for absorption of advancement. In anticipation, he observed as the 2 cards swiftly reached the point of alignment, and a faint red glow began to emanate. Blue Knight held his breath, his taut nerves prompting him to halt his movements, ensuring the 2 cards remained in absolute equilibrium. He cautiously maintained this posture, his body swaying in harmony with the motions of the Sea King beneath him. The card above, meeting expectations, soon transformed into shimmering specks of red light that merged with the pure gold card, ultimately vanishing. The entire process took merely a second. The newly created card in his hand retained its red hue, flashing 3 times before settling into tranquility. Yet Blue Knight's heart was anything but calm. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine the attributes of the card. Card, pure gold card rank, red category, magic card effect. Acquire 2 million berries in universal currency. Notes: direct use is the optimal choice. Yes. Haha. 2 million berries. I did it. The technique for single card advancement. Haha. Blue Knight was overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively leaping up from the Sea King, who was swiftly propelling forward, leaving him behind. It wasn't until he had swum over 1,000 meters that he realized his passenger was missing. He quickly swam back. Upon regaining his bearings, he noticed the Sea King regarding him with a peculiar expression, prompting a sheepish scratch of his head. After all, these creatures were still engaged in voluntary labor, and he felt quite embarrassed for not compensating them while causing them trouble. All right. Blue Knight's eyes lit up. Little Red, have you and the Sea Kings ever had barbecue? Sea King Little Red. 92. Usopp's old ailment has resurfaced. As they continued on, reaching the next island, Nami and the others still had not awaited Blue Knight's return. The atmosphere turned somber. Even the carefree Luffy wore a tense expression. Although Blue Knight was not a member of the crew, the long companionship had led everyone to regard him as one of their own, a close friend. Particularly, Nami and Usopp affectionately nicknamed him Reliable Blue. However, now, Blue Knight's fate seemed grim. After a long pause, Nami forced a smile and said, "Well, Blue Knight is not a fragile person. His card fruit ability is quite formidable, and remember how he got separated back in Log Town? Let us wait on the island. Perhaps the log pose will stabilize before he catches up with us, just like last time. Despite her words, Nami herself lacked conviction. After all, this was not the calm sea. It was the Grand Line, a graveyard for countless pirates. Vivi couldn't help but feel guilty, exclaiming, "I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for me, Blue Knight wouldn't he have?" "Enough. Do you all doubt Blue Knight so much?" Luffy interjected seriously. "Don't forget, Blue Knight is the man who declared he would become a captain. His pirate crew hasn't even been formed yet. How could he die? He is recognized by me, the future Pirate King." Since Blue Knight had mentioned the possibility of venturing out on his own, Luffy had ceased his attempts to invite him aboard, out of respect for a fellow captain. Otherwise, Blue Knight would have been continually pursued by Luffy to join his ship. Seeing the atmosphere remain dull, Luffy, with his simple mind, did not know how to comfort others. Instead, he cheerfully turned to Sanji and said, "Sanji, prepare a pirate lunch for me. I'm heading to the island for an adventure. Who knows what intriguing things await me there?" "Oh, I knew you would say that. I've already prepared it," Sanji replied, tossing a bento box to Luffy. In truth, it was a bundle of his specially made grilled meat. Luffy's only requirement for a pirate lunch was that it be plentiful in meat. "Wow, Sanji, you're incredible!" Luffy exclaimed, drooling over the bundle. "I can smell the grilled meat." As he spoke, Luffy's hands instinctively began to untie the package. "Hey, Luffy, that's the last of the meat on the ship," Sanji warned. "If you eat it all, there won't be any ingredients left for me to cook with." However, Luffy didn't heed the warning. Instead, he eagerly unwrapped the package, flipping the large bento box over and devouring a portion of grilled meat that was enough for an average person's daily intake in one bite. Delicia, Luffy mumbled, chewing the meat while clearly ignoring Sanji's words. Sanji sighed in resignation. "Looks like I'll have to go out and buy some ingredients, but this island doesn't seem to have any signs of life." "Hey, Zoro, go hunt some meat on the island," Sanji instructed. Zoro, who had been stretching, nodded and leaped off the ship onto the island. "Since there is nothing else to do, I might as well help you gather some game. Don't worry, I'll catch something you could never hunt." Though spoken casually, his words instantly ignited Sanji's anger. "Hey, you stop right there, Zoro," Sanji shouted furiously. Zoro turned back, his face marked with impatience. "I can't just ignore that. You think you can catch better game than me?" Sanji retorted defiantly. "Of course," Zoro replied with an air of certainty. The two, unwilling to back down, quickly engaged in a verbal spat. Nami, witnessing the escalating argument, sighed in exasperation. "Why don't you two compete to see who can catch the bigger and better game? It would also help replenish our food supplies." "Sure, Miss Nami." Sanji instantly brightened. "That suits me perfectly. This perverted chef is definitely not stronger than me. Even in hunting, I will win." Zoro agreed to the challenge without hesitation. "You're the pervert. Who are you calling a perverted chef?" Sanji shot back. "Who is the pervert?" "You know who you are, you green-haired fool," Zoro retorted. "Damn, don't think I don't know what perverted means. I asked Blue Knight what it meant." Zoro fumed. "Come on, you think I'm afraid of you?" Sanji replied fearlessly. "All right, let us go." Zoro unsheathed his sword and jumped onto the ship. Seeing the two starting to clash again, Nami raised her iron fist of love and firmly declared, "Both of you, go find ingredients." Gulch, gulch. Zoro and Sanji gulped in unison, hastily rushing towards the island. Along the way, they continued to glare at each other until they reached a fork in the path and split up, exchanging harsh words. "Ha ha ha, now that's the spirit," a voice praised from someone who had already consumed food. "Now, it's my turn for an adventure. I can't fall behind Zoro and the others." With that, Luffy prepared to leap off the ship. Wait a moment," Vivi called after him. "Can I join you for a stroll? Being on the ship just leads to idle thoughts." "No problem, let us go together," Luffy readily agreed, as he never turned down such requests. Thus, Luffy and Vivi set out onto the island for their adventure. Naturally, those who were in fast followed closely behind. In no time, only Nami and Usopp remained on the ship. Since they had encountered Robin this time, Nami felt no fear but rather an intriguing curiosity about the island's flora, which seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen it in a book. After pondering for a moment, she walked towards the second floor of the cabin, her personal quarters, filled with numerous books from the collection given to her by Kurokas at Twin Cape. Consequently, Usopp found himself alone on the deck. A cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver. Hey, why am I suddenly the only one left?" Usopp complained, the great sea warrior, as the surroundings fell eerily silent. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, Usopp felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he slipped into Nami's room. This room is generally off-limits to boys. Except for Loni, of course, as he is quite dependable. Huh? Usopp, how did you get in here? Nami, who was searching for books, inquired. Well, Nami, my old ailment has resurfaced. It's a condition known as the inability to be alone, and I must be with you. Could you possibly allow me to stay in your room? Nami replied, which book mentions this ailment? I have read countless books, so do not attempt to deceive me. Upon hearing Usopp's habitual excuse, Nami raised an eyebrow and then instructed him to refrain from touching anything while she continued her search among the shelves. With Nami's permission granted, Usopp let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, humans are social creatures. Upon seeing Nami, his anxiety began to dissipate. Nami paid no mind to Usopp and earnestly continued her quest in the library, occasionally pulling out a book, flipping through its pages, and returning it to its place when it did not contain the information she sought. After several repetitions, Nami finally found the book she was looking for. Found it, she exclaimed with delight. This is an adventure diary of a character, its cover appearing remarkably antiquated, imbued with a sense of history. Nami delicately opened the book, attentively reading each word, allowing Usopp, who peeked curiously from her shoulder, to do as he pleased. This spared her the need to explain everything again later. Today, they arrived at a rather unique island. For its inhabitants, this land resembled a quaint little courtyard. Let us refer to this place as a small garden. Lewis Arnold. The statement is brief, consisting of only this simple sentence. After all, it is merely the second island at the beginning of the first half of the Grand Line. Perhaps not deserving of much attention. This caused Nami to pout in displeasure. What else with this Lewis Arnold? Why is he so terse? Would it kill him to elaborate a bit? She exclaimed. Indeed, why so little? Usopp chimed in from her shoulder. At that moment, Nami's expression darkened. And with a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap, causing Usopp, who was nearly glued to her side, to collapse onto the floor, clutching his head in agony. Ouch! Ouch, ouch! Nami, I was merely glancing at a book. I had no intention of taking advantage of you. Suddenly, a faint thud caused Usopp to freeze, and he leaned closer to Nami as they both listened intently. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound grew progressively louder, reminiscent of some colossal creature advancing from within the island towards the Mary. If that were the case, the source of such footsteps must be an enormous entity. Nami and Usopp immediately stiffened, their breaths nearly stilled, fearing any noise might attract the attention of that gigantic being. Yet, the more they feared, the closer it seemed to approach. They could distinctly hear the footsteps halt at the shore where the Mary was docked. Gulp, gulp. In unison, they swallowed hard. Indeed, they were undoubtedly being targeted. The two individuals tilted their heads in confusion. They were merely weaklings with a combat power of 5, utterly clueless as to how to proceed. In a moment of shared understanding, they both reminisced fondly about someone reliable. Nami, where art thou? Is there anyone aboard this vessel? A deep, resonant voice boomed, the sheer volume causing their ears to ache. Nami and Usopp exchanged glances. If it could speak, then it must be human. Go and take a look. Nami gestured with her eyes. No, my old ailment has returned. It's the I cannot venture out when confronted by a colossal creature syndrome. You should go instead, Usopp whimpered, though he had not uttered a word. Nami, however, seemed to decipher an entire monologue from his eyes. Quickly, go outside, Nami demanded, her gaze fierce. No, my legs feel weak, Usopp replied, tears brimming in his eyes. You coward, Nami exclaimed, her voice firm. Let us go out together. If we are to perish, let it be together. This was the singular thought that occupied Nami's mind. Usopp felt his legs turn to jelly at her words. Yet under the threat of Nami's loving iron fist, he had no choice but to relent. Thus, the two pushed open the wooden door and stepped out of the cabin side by side. Before them stood an exaggeratedly large face, its mouth wide enough to accommodate their heads. Wild, yellowish facial hair sprouted in abundance, and its teeth resembled massive planks, with remnants of flesh lodged between them. That must be remnants of human flesh. Usopp felt his body stiffen. Surely it is. Nami confirmed with a knowing glance. Ah, there are indeed people here. The giant head turned towards Nami and Usopp, laughing heartily. Pray tell, do you have any alcohol? Alcohol, alcohol. Is it truly a match for human flesh? Nami pondered, her thoughts wandering. Usopp shared a similar line of thinking. The two individuals were rendered utterly horrified, rendered speechless by the situation. I inquired, what are your thoughts? The large-headed entity spoke up. What? It was Nami who mustered the courage to respond. I apologize. I didn't quite catch that. Would you be so kind as to repeat it? I asked if you have any alcohol. The enormous head reiterated without a hint of annoyance. A little bit is. Well, that is splendid. We can drink again. The large head appeared to be quite pleased. However, that is not meant for drinking. It is intended for cooking and medicinal purposes. If you wish, I shall provide it all to you. Nami said, retreating slightly, hesitant to turn her back to the colossal figure. She had read that many strange beings dislike others facing away from them, perceiving it as a sign of disrespect. Suddenly, the enormous head let out a terrifying roar, causing Nami and Usopp to collapse onto the deck, fearing they had inadvertently provoked the creature. This is disastrous. We are doomed. Where on earth are you, Blue Knight? Please. Come to my rescue. Nami screamed in panic. Yet, the massive head did not attack. Instead, it recoiled in apparent pain, allowing Nami and Usopp to finally behold the full stature of this gigantic being. Astonishingly, it was a human towering over 100 meters. Even more incredulous was the sight behind the giant, a colossal creature resembling a T-Rex, adorned with white spots on its head, viciously attempting to bite the giant's rear. Likely the source of the earlier furious roar. The pain was evident. Neither of these titanic beings was something Nami and Usopp could contend with, especially after witnessing the giant effortlessly sever the dinosaur's head with a single, decisive turn. Nami and Usopp abandoned any thoughts of resistance, realizing they stood no chance. Surprisingly, the giant showed no intent to attack them. Instead, it scratched its head in confusion. Alas, what to do? I've just dispatched the last female Tyrannosaurus. But never mind, I have meat now, so I shall treat my two distant guests today. However, to Nami and her companion, no matter how one interprets it, that meat undeniably refers to the two of them. Is this the rhythm of being roasted? The two individuals suddenly turned pale, frightened to the point of fainting on the ground. The giant scratched his head in confusion, extending his finger to gently poke Usopp's stomach. His single finger was indeed as thick as Usopp's waist. Seeing that the two remained unconscious, the giant scooped up Nami and Usopp in one hand while grasping a dinosaur in the other, making his way deeper into the island. Such peculiar beings. Devoid of his boldness, the giant muttered softly. Nevertheless, he dismissed his thoughts. It was time for a barbecue, and there was meat to feast upon. Once, the giant warrior pirate crew basked in glory. Each member was a natural-born warrior of the giant race, truly formidable. Their two captains, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy, each commanded a bounty of 100 million berries, and they were on the rise, their bounties destined to grow as they ventured forth. Yet, due to the unintentional words of a child, these brothers fought against each other for a full century. Much like Zoro and Sanji, each claimed to have caught a larger sea king, and in their stubbornness, they resolved to duel to determine the victor, invoking the name of the Elbaf god. For a century, the two fought, engaging in over 70,000 duels, all resulting in a stalemate. During their century of conflict, they encountered countless pirates who had just set foot on the Grand Line, including the Pirate King, Roger. Naturally, they also encountered some ill-intentioned individuals, but those became mere piles of bones in their cave, until one day they welcomed a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. While hunting, Broggy stumbled upon Nami and Usopp, who were left behind on the ship, and fortuitously obtained some alcohol. Although a pirate, Broggy would not take advantage of others. He had just hunted a dinosaur. Normally, these dinosaurs would flee at the first sight of them, making them difficult to catch, and their meat was particularly dense. Thus, he intended to treat Nami to roasted dinosaur meat. However, it was evident that the timid duo misinterpreted Broggy's kind gesture as a notion that they were too thin and needed fattening up before being eaten. They even attempted to flee. Yet, their feeble combat abilities were no match for the ancient beasts that roamed the island, and it was Broggy who saved them. Meanwhile, the audacious Luffy enjoyed a pleasant interaction with Red Demon Dory. To Blue Knight, this was a display of a young one unafraid of tigers, a carefree spirit with remarkable courage. Luffy and Dory got along splendidly. When Dory cordially invited him to dine on roasted dinosaur meat, Luffy accepted without hesitation. Meat was simply irresistible to him. After all, he was the kind of man who could be lured into a trap by the scent of grilled meat. Vivi and the others who followed were half terrified, fearing for Luffy's safety. In the end, Luffy, seemingly unscathed and with a round belly, left them nearly having a heart attack. As for Zoro and Sanji, they reveled in the hunt on the island. Even a Tyrannosaurus was no match for them. They had little interest in tigers, leopards, or lions, preferring to hunt the larger dinosaurs, unwilling to be outdone in their hunting competition. As the saying goes, one does not steam buns simply to quench their pride. Amidst this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a volcano erupted once more. This signified the end of Sanji and Zoro's competition. After comparing their catches, neither yielded, each claiming superiority. One insisted his prey was longer, while the other argued that his was meatier. Ultimately, they agreed to venture out once more for a rematch. This also marked the commencement of Dory and Bragi's duel, a clarion call to battle. The giants' clashes were a grand spectacle, their prolonged and intense skirmishes carving out a level expanse in the heart of the island. Nami, Usopp, Luffy, and Vivi were fortunate enough to bear witness. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Despite the ferocity of their battle, both giants were evenly matched, and unless external factors intervened, a victor could not be determined. The 467th battle ended in yet another draw. After the fight, the two giants, who had moments ago been locked in combat, engaged in casual conversation. Bragi shared half of the fine wine he had received from Nami with Dory. This demonstrated the deep camaraderie between them. Although each was too proud to admit inferiority to the other, much like Sanji and Zoro. What? The record pointer will take a year to fill? Vivi exclaimed in astonishment, her voice reaching a high pitch. On such a perilous island, even if we survive a year, by then my country. The mere thought sent her into despair. If they waited a year to return to Alabasta, it would be too late, and their chances would be gone. Suddenly, Dory let out a peculiar laugh. I happen to possess an eternal pointer that points towards my homeland, Elbath. What do you say, little one? Care to try and seize it? Absolutely not. Luffy replied without hesitation. I have no desire to go there. Dory chuckled heartily, swallowing the fine wine gifted to him by Bragi in one gulp. The giant's sizes were so immense that, upon reaching adulthood, they towered over 100 meters. What was a barrel of wine to a normal person was merely the size of a cup for them. Thus, giants consumed meat and drank wine with great gusto. Yet, it was this very bravado that led to his downfall. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from Dory's abdomen as he uncontrollably vomited blood. Clutching his chest and half-kneeling to the ground, wheezing like an old bellows machine, his labored breathing indicated that he had sustained severe internal injuries. This sudden upheaval truly caught both Luffy and Vivi off guard, leaving them utterly bewildered as to the cause. It was as if liquor had erupted from within his very core. Vivi was the first to regain her composure, surmising that it must have been another giant who had deployed explosives. As a princess, she had been exposed to the intricacies of court intrigues, and thus it was only natural for her to entertain such a conjecture. This certainly enraged Luffy. How absurd. They have been fighting for a century. If they intended to do such a thing, they would have done it long ago, rather than waiting until now. His singular-mindedness led him to harbor a profound envy for the 100-year-long battle between Dory and Bragi. It epitomizes the romance of men. He would not allow Vivi to so disparage this bond of friendship. As Luffy and Dory engaged in their argument, Dory finally began to recover from his agony. Subsequently, he fixed his reddened eyes on the still arguing Luffy and Vivi. Naturally, Bragi would never employ such tactics against him. However, if Luffy and his companions were to covet their heads, then resorting to such measures would be entirely justifiable. Thus, Luffy and his comrades bore the brunt of this accusation. No matter how much Luffy tried to explain, Dory remained convinced that this was their cunning ploy. Over the past century, they had encountered various challenges, but they never anticipated falling into a trap today. Inevitably, Luffy could only resort to using his fists to communicate. A century is indeed an eternity. Even Dory's massive sword had lost its edge. Lacking mastery in armament hockey, any assault from him was futile against Luffy. As a rubber man, Luffy was impervious to compression. In contrast, Dory was already severely injured, and now, engaged in combat with Luffy, he found himself unable to endure for long without Luffy needing to strike with full force. At that inopportune moment, a volcano erupted once more, the very one designated as the signal for their duel. It was utterly unexpected that it would erupt twice in a single day. Remarkably, Luffy recalled this man's signal of agreement and steadfastly positioned himself in front of Dory. I will not allow you to go forward. To engage in a duel while gravely injured is anything but fair. As a warrior of Elbath, Dory's unwavering commitment to the sacred duel is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even in his wounded state, he would still choose to perish in glorious combat rather than flee like a rat. This is the steadfastness of a warrior. Luffy, a man of unwavering conviction, resolutely stands in the way of what he perceives as an unjust duel. Naturally, the two stubborn individuals clash once more. Observing that the signal for the duel has been issued for some time, Dongli finds himself anxiously thwarted by Luffy. However, faced with the rubbery Luffy, he finds it exceedingly difficult to overcome him without a weapon. Yet, defeating Luffy is not his ultimate goal. Rather, he seeks to fulfill the promise of a warrior and to engage in the duel as agreed. Thus, Dongli takes the remains of a Sea King skeleton, once hunted alongside Broggy, and forcefully brings it down upon Luffy, pinning him firmly in place. After all, as a rubber man, Luffy is not adversely affected by such pressure. Having dealt with Luffy, Dongli immediately sets off to honor his commitment and continue the most sacred duel of Elbaf. Severely injured and having fought Luffy, Dongli finds himself unable to contend with the well-rested Broggy in a straightforward confrontation. Nevertheless, he can endure a scuffle. Dongli's aim is simple: to survive this duel and buy some time to recuperate. Unfortunately, the orchestrator of this unfair duel, Mr. 3, will not allow Dongli to succeed. A layer of slick wax appears at Dongli's feet just in time. As he steps onto the slippery candle, he loses his balance, and compounded by his internal injuries, he is unable to fend off the ensuing attack. His sword is knocked from his grasp, and a mighty axe comes crashing down upon his shoulder. This strike landed squarely on Dong Li's vital artery. Although the battle axe had lost its sharpness after a century of use, the tremendous force of the blow penetrated deeply, directly impacting the nerves and rendering him unconscious on the spot. However, to Broggy, this was a definitive triumph in the battle. After over 100 years of conflict and a staggering 73,467 duels, he had finally emerged victorious in the 73,468th encounter. Tears welled up in his eyes, though it was uncertain whether they stemmed from the joy of victory or the sorrow of losing a dear friend. Regrettably, before he could process his emotions, he found himself ensnared by a large mass of candles that wrapped around his legs, ultimately binding him to the ground. The orchestrator of this predicament, Mr. 3, accompanied by Miss Valentine's Day and the previously escaped Miss Valentine's Day, approached, dragging along Zoro, Nami, and Vivi, who were also bound. It remained a mystery how the three were captured. "Oh my heavens, this truly hurts," he exclaimed. In a manner typical of villains, Mr. 3 eagerly explained his scheme to Brook, reveling in his own cleverness. Upon learning the truth, Brook, in a fit of rage, managed to break free from Mr. 3's candle constraints, but was soon subdued by an even greater number of candles. "Mr. 3, I leave them in your care. I must deal with that straw hat brat who is trapped," Miss Valentine's Day stated. "Rest assured, I shall ensure these three become one of my cherished artistic collections." Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine's Day glanced at Nami and the others, her eyes betraying a hint of indescribable emotion. Pity. Becoming Mr. 3's collection would undoubtedly entail a maddening experience. "Now, Mr. 3, please see me off," she said. "Such a bother. Which direction?" He replied. "This way, for those three unfortunate souls. I hope you can hold on until I return," she indicated, leaping high into the air. Mr. 3, seizing the moment, swung a massive candle lock towards her. But Miss Valentine's Day deftly kicked off the lock, propelling herself toward the Cave of East Blue. As she neared her destination, Miss Valentine's Day unfurled her new umbrella to slow her descent, observing Luffy, half buried and struggling alongside Usopp and Chopper. "Oh ho ho, you still wish to rescue your captain? That simply cannot be allowed," she chimed, descending rapidly with an increased weight, creating a slight sonic boom. The duo below remained oblivious to the impending attack. But Luffy's instincts kicked in. As he spotted Miss Valentine's Day descending, he thrust his hands forward, pushing Usopp and Chopper out of harm's way. As for himself, Luffy welcomed Miss Valentine's Day's assault, hoping it would shatter the ground and free him from his awkward predicament. Unfortunately, Miss Valentine's Day, being a combatant, was far from foolish. Just as her formidable attack was about to land, she opened her umbrella once Usopp and Chopper were out of range, gliding gently down to stand before Luffy. "Oh ho ho, did you think I would simply let you go?" she taunted with a triumphant grin. "I only need to prevent them from rescuing you. Once Mr. 3 has dealt with your comrades, you will be next. Curse you, I will send you flying," Luffy bellowed, his rubber arm extending to seize Miss Valentine's Day. Yet, she effortlessly evaded him, gliding away from his grasp and deflecting Usopp's bullet in the process. Boom. Luffy's arm collided with Usopp's projectile, creating a dazzling explosion. While Miss Valentine's Day had anticipated this, shielding herself with her umbrella and being propelled several meters away by the blast. "Oh ho ho. Ever since your first mate broke my umbrella handle, did you think I would use the same one again? My current umbrella is specially designed to withstand cannon fire." She laughed, hidden behind her umbrella, her body swaying gracefully in the air. All of Usopp's shots missed her, as if she had an uncanny ability to foresee their trajectory. "Why can you evade all my attacks?" Usopp nearly lost his mind in frustration. "Oh ho ho, don't waste your efforts. My weight is lighter than air. Unless your attacks are substantial, they cannot reach me. Objects breaking through the air will simply push me away. Can you strike the air?" She mocked. Impossible. It must be the frequency of the attack. Usopp refused to accept defeat, pulling out a handful of bullets from his weapon pouch. Ultimate Metal Star. Ultimate Gunpowder Star. Ultimate Lead Bullet Star. Bullets were fired in rapid succession, but still, Miss Valentine's Day remained untouched. As she had claimed, he could not strike at air. As for Luffy, his position restricted him from reaching the 50 meters separating him from her. Thus, due to Miss Valentine's Day's delay, the situation had devolved into a stalemate. Time rewound. After Miss Valentine's Day's departure, Mr. Four flung a massive pile of candles, forming a grand tower resembling a decorative cake, with Nami and the others inserted like candles around it. The enormous Halloween pumpkin atop began to rotate slowly, showering the area with delicate wax powder that drifted down. Candle fruit. Grand service candle feast. Mr. 3 declared. In the face of their predicament, the trio displayed varying reactions. So this is what it feels like to be inserted into a cake, Zoro mused. You're focusing on the wrong details. Nami retorted, irritated. By the way, what is that thing spinning above us? How should I know? Zoro replied impatiently. Vivi remained silent, her expression somber, seemingly having surrendered to despair. Mr. 3, clearly one who relished boasting, happily clarified for Nami. Ha ha ha, this is a special service for you three. Even I cannot replicate this with my sculpting skills. As the candle mist slowly and evenly envelopes you, you will be transformed into perfect human wax figures, ensuring a 100 likeness. You shall become my lovely collectibles, living wax statues. In the name of art, I bid you farewell. Upon hearing Mr. 3's explanation, Nami grasped the purpose of the pumpkin above her, though she wished she did not know. This position is utterly impractical for exerting force. Zoro's expression darkened. I can't move, can't cut. This is merely waiting for death. No. I do not want to die like this. Nami's anguish cry filled the air. Zoro, think of something. Shut up. I'm stuck here too. Zoro was exceedingly impatient. Then hurry up and think of a way to save us, he exclaimed. Isn't that quite simple? Zoro resolutely declared, if I cannot sever this wax pillar, then I shall simply sever my foot. With that, Zoro indeed drew his long sword, and the manner in which he did so suggested he was truly prepared to strike. In that moment, even Mr. 3 was unable to maintain his composure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Has this man gone mad? Does he truly believe that by severing his own feet and regaining his freedom, he can triumph over me? Beside him, Vivi trembled. She had witnessed that look in Zoro's eyes before. It was the same expression he bore when Akaram selflessly shielded them, single-handedly drawing the enemy's pursuit away. It was the gaze of one prepared to embrace death. Zoro, please, don't be so reckless, Nami implored, her voice trembling. After all, these aren't mere vegetables. Once severed, they cannot regrow. Do you have a better solution? Zoro retorted. Nami fell silent, her teeth clenched tightly. She found herself unable to utter another word, for her shoulders had become ensnared, enveloped by a layer of white wax that constricted her muscles, rendering her powerless. If this substance were to envelop her entirely, it would surely spell her doom. As Zoro raised his sword high, Nami could do nothing but grit her teeth in despair. According to the original narrative, Luffy should have already been rescued by Sanji, arriving in time to prevent Zoro from inflicting harm upon himself. Yet, due to Miss Valentine's arrival, Sanji had failed to save Luffy, and it was likely they were still in a stalemate. This meant that Zoro and the others were utterly isolated. No one was there to halt Zoro's impending strike. As he swung his sword downwards, the blade aimed mercilessly at his ankles. Zoro was clearly intent on cleaving off his own feet. In this critical moment, a nearly broken Nami could only scream, "Reliable Sanji, where on earth are you?" However, it was too late. Zoro's sword came crashing down upon his leg, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a cry of anguish erupted. Oh my God, that hurts like hell. Zoro, have you truly severed your own leg? Meanwhile, in a twist of fate, the time loop reversed as Londa successfully developed a card evolution technique, merging 9 worthless magic cards to create the first pure gold card of red evolution, an orange card. This time, no rewards were bestowed. Although there was a hint of disappointment, the experience was nonetheless enriching. In a moment of joy, he hosted a private barbecue and serendipitously discovered that the merfolk, particularly the little red one, harbored a profound affection for grilled delicacies. It seemed that the entire merfolk community shared this fondness for barbecued meats. At long last, he had found a means to reciprocate their kindness. Should he ever summon the merfolk again for assistance, a sumptuous barbecue would be indispensable. After a considerable effort, he managed to satisfy the little red one to a modest extent, But ultimately, he conceded that even Luffy could devour an entire meal in one swift motion. His pace of grilling was no match for the speed at which they consumed. This is merely a juvenile sea king, slightly exceeding 100 meters. Summoning larger creatures in the future might require the roasting of an entire mountain, wouldn't it? Well, let's leave the culinary concerns to Sanji, who has a passion for cooking. I trust he will surely devise a method to produce a substantial amount of grilled meat. I sincerely hope so. Although not fully satisfied, for Little Red, the joy of embarking on a sea voyage while indulging in exquisite cuisine is unparalleled, and he swims with remarkable speed. Blue Knight let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Sea Kings are not like Orochimaru's summoned beasts in Naruto, which require numerous offerings for each summoning. Their gentle nature makes them quite agreeable. Once again seated atop the back of a Sea King, Blue Knight could not suppress his curiosity and commenced his research. After discovering the single-card evolution technique and conducting several careful experiments, he summarized a few principles. 1. Even if absorbing cards of the same level does not suffice for evolution, the evolved card will still receive a multiplicative enhancement based on its original value. 2. Card evolution will only strengthen the inherent strengths of the card itself, lacking extensibility. 3. Cards have a limit to their evolution. 4. A single card can only evolve using cards of the corresponding type. The first point is quite understandable. For instance, a pure gold card of red value is worth 1 million berries. If one absorbs a red card but fails to evolve, its value will rise to 2 million berries. Upon absorbing a second card, it becomes worth 3 million berries, and so forth, until the 9th card is absorbed, evolving into an orange card valued at 10 million berries, exactly 10 times its original worth, perfectly aligned with the decimal system. The second point also follows suit. Taking the pure gold card as an example, its primary function is to generate berries. So its evolution will focus on increasing the amount of berries rather than extending into areas like increasing gold or precious items. The limit issue, addressed in point 3, arose when Blue Knight attempted to evolve a 1982 Lafitte red wine card. This card, a red magic card, changed its name to the first bottle of red wine from the Lafitte winery after absorbing 6 magic cards. As the name suggests, it is the first bottle of red wine produced by the Lafitte winery, boasting nearly 3 centuries of history. However, upon attempting to absorb a 7th card, this magic card could not be absorbed any further. Initially, Blue Knight thought it was an operational issue on his part and tried with others. To his surprise, the first bottle of Lafitte red wine remained resilient, having absorbed 6 cards. In contrast, a large barrel of Sprite could not absorb even a single card, and Yangzhou fried rice, after absorbing 1 card, successfully evolved into glowing Yangzhou fried rice, but was unable to absorb any further due to fullness. After a series of experiments, Blue Knight managed to create several mouth-watering food cards. He also concluded that cards possess both limits and limitless potential. For instance, the pure gold card he evolved to red now boasts a value of 400 million berries. It seems he shall not be lacking in funds in the future. After confirming that this technique posed no issues, Blue Knight carefully removed a card from the auxiliary slot of his Duel Disk. Currently, he had 3 cards he deemed worthy of retention: Dimensional Space, Python Revolver, and Magic Card. Dimensional Space, needless to say, is essential for a protagonist, a card that offers incredible convenience. As his strength grew, the Python Revolver became less utilized, and it was evident that the Magic Card would soon become his primary weapon of choice. Due to the limitations on the number of equipped cards, he could either evolve 1 weapon card to red or 2 to orange. Blue Knight opted to evolve Dimensional Space to red. In terms of offense, he was currently refining his combat style by integrating Repulsion Force, leaving little time to develop strategies for the evolved Magic Card, and being merely a single level. He felt any progress would not yield significant qualitative changes. The outcome proved his choice to be wise. Card, Dimensional Space Level, Orange Type, Equipment Card Effect, possesses an independent space of 125 cubic meters where time is in absolute stasis. Note, if you have an enemy you must eliminate, place them inside. Card, Dimensional Space Level, Red Type, Equipment Card Effect, possesses an independent space of 1,000 cubic meters where time is in absolute stasis. Note, if you have an enemy you must eliminate, place them inside. The red level dimensional space boasts a staggering 1,000 cubic meters of space. This young master now carries a small personal space. Blue Knight chuckled with glee. Unfortunately, there was no one to share in his joy. Seeing no issues and with some free time, he decided to evolve and synthesize all his cards, retaining only a few low-level cards that might prove useful. With the time spent seeking synergies, Blue Knight could absorb a card every 10 seconds on average. After a busy half-day, he finally managed to consolidate his cards. In total, he acquired 17 orange cards, 12 red cards, and 3 green cards. Adding to his stockpile, Blue Knight's card data stood at 8 red cards, 27 orange cards, 19 red cards, 5 green cards, 1 cyan card, and 1 blue card. The majority were magic cards, followed by trap cards, with only 3 equipment cards and 3 monster cards remaining. The only usable card he possessed was Dimensional Space. The others were merely convenient evolutions. They could still serve as materials for evolving other cards, since the monster card dropped from Mr. 4 was green, and the lowest monster card Blue Knight was using was a cyan one. This enhancement did not extend to the monster cards. After completing these tasks, Blue Knight returned to his duel arena. His winning streak had reached 71 consecutive victories, and with a bit more effort, he could reach 100 wins. At that point, the daily reward would unlock another green card. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. However, since achieving 50 consecutive wins, the matching time in the duel arena had increased, unlike before, where he could match instantly. Now it varied from as short as 1 minute to as long as an hour. Blue Knight could not discern the matching rules. Perhaps he needed to wait for others to become available for a match. After each battle, Blue Knight would take at least half an hour to reflect on his combat experiences. Recently, he was experimenting with new fighting techniques, where the battle took a backseat to the importance of creative thinking. With a superhuman fruit, imaginative thinking is indeed a manifestation of strength. Moreover, should one inadvertently suffer a defeat that disrupts a winning streak, there would be cause for lamentation. The current matchmaking adversaries are not to be underestimated. They are adept navigators of the Grand Line, rendering the pursuit of consecutive victories far more arduous than it once was. After a sporadic 15-day bout of duels, Loni finally reached an impressive tally of 97 consecutive victories when he landed on an ancient isle known as the Little Garden. Suspended in the void above the Little Garden, Loni surveyed the island from a divine perspective. In comparison to larger landmasses, the Little Garden is relatively modest, resembling a circular expanse with a diameter of 5 kilometers, akin to the size of a quaint town. However, it is replete with dense foliage, inhabited by ferocious beasts, and teeming with species from the prehistoric era. Given the dinosaurs' colossal proportions, often exceeding dozens of meters, the moniker Little Garden seems fitting. Nonetheless, the island's modest size presents no challenge for Loni, who can effortlessly explore its secrets from the sky. After circling the isle, he was surprised to find no trace of the Going Merry. The time elapsed from his departure to landing on this island was merely a few days. It was implausible that Luffy and his companions had already concluded their trials on this isle and set forth for the next. Even if they had, it was unlikely they would depart without leaving some form of communication behind. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Contemplating a troubling possibility, Loni's expression darkened. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite vexing. However, upon encountering 2 towering giants engaged in combat at the island's center, clarity dawned upon him. It was not that he was unable to keep pace with the Going Merry, rather, his own pace had been so swift that he had inadvertently outdistanced Luffy and the others, departing ahead of them. The pivotal factor contributing to this outcome was the Whiskey Peak Harbor, which lies directly opposite Twin Cape, forming a 160 angle with the direction of Little Garden. To embark towards the Little Garden, vessels must first navigate out of the harbor and then nearly complete a semicircle around Whiskey Peak to align with the proper course. It was during the Going Merry circumnavigation of Whiskey Peak that Loni had crossed ahead of them and surged forth at full speed to pursue the ship trailing behind him. If he wishes to pursue this, he must first navigate a circuit around the Grand Line to achieve his goal. After analyzing the situation, Blue Knight wore a look of exasperation. Despite allowing Luffy and the others to set sail for over half an hour, they had barely passed a single peak of Whiskey Peak. However, at this juncture, Blue Knight had no intention of turning back. He resolved to wait in place. Moreover, he had just stumbled upon a curious little object. Previously, while flying through the air to scout the islands, such actions would be perceived as provocation by creatures of the aerial domain. A swarm of pterosaurs launched an assault against Blue Knight. Alas, these little beings were clearly no match for him. A barrage of air bullets was sufficient to eliminate them swiftly. Notably, after an extended battle, Blue Knight no longer required his fingers to conjure gravity barrels. He could now fabricate them from any part of his body. Even more fortuitously, Blue Knight had slain 6 pterosaurs, which resulted in the drop of precisely 6 cards. Though they were all red cards, they were, nonetheless, monster cards. In the midst of his concern over the insufficient materials to evolve the repulsion fruit, Blue Knight was overcome with exhilaration and resolved to hunt the ancient creatures of this island for the foreseeable future. In this instance, the dinosaurs in the small garden have certainly met with misfortune. For every dinosaur, it is a relentless pursuit of extermination. However, it is unnecessary to eradicate them entirely. One must ensure that each species is represented by a male and a female, marking their heads with paint to prevent accidental slaughter. As for the possibility of progeny, that remains beyond our control. After dedicating 3 days to the endeavor, Blue Knight successfully hunted down 27 dinosaurs, accumulating a total of 27 crimson monster cards. Strangely enough, on this island, the probability of the dinosaurs dropping cards is a remarkable 100%. After patrolling for half a day without encountering any dinosaurs outside of his own markings, Blue Knight let out a disappointed sigh. The 3 orange cards are truly regrettable. After careful consideration, Blue Knight decided to absorb all the monster cards into the repulsion fruit. As a blue card, the dragon requires 100 times the resources for advancement compared to the repulsion fruit. Therefore, for the sake of more rapid progress in the short term, it is more practical to advance the repulsion fruit first. The 27 red cards only amount to a mere 0.27 of what is needed to complete the advancement of the repulsion fruit. During the evolution process of the repulsion fruit, Blue Knight encountered a rather serious issue. Unlike the auxiliary card slots, when he removed the repulsion fruit, the corresponding monster card slot vanished as well. This implies that the use of monster cards is permanent and irreplaceable. The same applies to the dragon. Once the card is removed, the corresponding monster card slot disappears. The concept of binding is truly vexing. After some contemplation, Blue Knight unhesitatingly fed the explosive fruit to the repulsion fruit, bringing its progress to 1.27. Initially, he had saved the explosive fruit for potential future situations that might require its capabilities, thinking it would be useful in emergencies. However, if the slots are bound to the monster cards, it seems wiser to use it to enhance his combat power. As the green tier explosive fruit card was absorbed, Blue Knight distinctly felt a slight increase in the power of repulsion he controlled, with its effective range expanding from 100 meters to just over 110 meters. Based on the decimal theory of card absorption, he estimated the precise figure to be 112.7 meters. After attending to these trivial matters, Blue Knight arrived at one side of the island. Shortly after taking flight, he encountered a towering human wielding a massive axe. "Oh, Brokey, has your duel begun again?" Blue Knight greeted familiarly. "Crack, crack, crack. Blue Knight, did you not hunt any dinosaurs today?" The giant replied amiably, his footsteps unyielding. "None. It seems all the dinosaurs on this island have been devoured by the 2 of you. We'll have to rely on hunting sea beasts from now on," Blue Knight shrugged. "Crack, crack, crack. It was the same before. No worries, we left some to breed. They reproduce quickly, and in a year or 2, there will be plenty to eat again." Brokey, the giant, dismissed the concern. "Well, I want to be competing with you for them then, as I will surely have set sail by then." Blue Knight laughed as he flew onto Brokey's shoulder. "Mind if I observe your duel again?" Crack, crack, crack. "Donley will certainly welcome you as well. Come along." Brokey did not refuse, guiding Blue Knight toward the center of the island, the site of his duel with another giant. Donley. From their conversation, it was evident that the dinosaurs Blue Knight had hunted recently had already been consumed by the 2 giants, whose appetites were indeed enormous. The reason Blue Knight was so familiar with Brokey was largely due to the abundant barbecue seasonings he possessed, along with the large barrels of fine wine he had previously set aside. For Brokey and Donley, this was indeed a rare treasure. Coupled with Lon Ye's remarkable ability to traverse the Grand Line alone, they graciously accepted him as a friend. During this period, Lon Ye achieved an impressive milestone of 100 consecutive victories, earning a commendable green card as his first reward. This card represented a renowned jutsu from a certain Hokage in Naruto. 98. Behold my empty-handed. Card. Mighty technique rank. Green category. Skill card effect. 1 health. 1 kilogram of strength, which can be concentrated and unleashed. Note. Kato Takashi. Oh no, it's Tsunadeheim's signature skill. Perhaps you, in your weakened state, might find it beyond your means? This skill is the signature ninjutsu of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin from Naruto. Through meticulous control, chakra is concentrated at a single point, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of unimaginable destructive power. This ability bears a striking resemblance to the augmentation of dragon spirit, as both enhance physical attacks with explosive force. The distinction lies in their mechanisms. One enhances based on a multiplier of physical constitution, while the other adheres to a rigid fixed ratio. In terms of potential, as Blue Knight's physical constitution strengthens in the future, the augmentation from Dragon Spirit will undoubtedly become even more formidable, thus earning it a blue card classification. However, it cannot be said that the strength technique is inferior. This skill is particularly suitable for early stages, especially due to its capacity to concentrate power at a single point, which is immensely powerful for Blue Knight, who struggles to control his strength. With a force of 1 kilogram, a mere poke with a finger would cause slight discomfort. Yet when applied to a needle, it could pierce the heart. I am quite satisfied with this green card. Heh. Speaking of which, shouldn't I acquire a telephone bug? Otherwise, communication among pirates relies heavily on shouting, which is rather outdated. Suspended in the sky, Blue Knight observed the battle between Dongli and Bragi while pondering various matters. As he contemplated communication issues, he couldn't help but recall a card he had synthesized earlier. That card was exceptionally suited for establishing his own communication network, ensuring absolute security without the fear of eavesdropping by the world's technology. Compared to telephone bugs, it was significantly more effective. However, the cost was undeniably steep. It required him. Lost in thought, Blue Knight became momentarily distracted. "Hey, Blue Knight, want to join us for some barbecue?" Bragi's voice suddenly called out. "Come on, join us." Blue Knight, Dongli also extended an invitation. Startled, Blue Knight snapped back to reality, realizing that the duel between Bragi and Dongli had concluded, and both were now looking at him. They hoped he would join them, as it would provide companionship for conversation and dining. As for the prospect of the two of them sitting down together for a meal, ridiculous, if they could humble themselves to that extent. They wouldn't have spent a century arguing over who captured a prey more effectively. Just as Blue Knight contemplated how to respond, he suddenly noticed a ship sailing straight towards them from a distance. It was neither the Going Merry nor coming from the direction of Whiskey Peak. Nevertheless, it was indeed one of the targets Blue Knight had been waiting for. Finally, after 3 long days, you've arrived. His eyes lit up as he swiftly descended to stand before Dongli and Bragi. "Dongli, Bragi, I need to disappear for a while. During this time, please refrain from mentioning me to anyone, all right?" After receiving their assurances, Blue Knight retrieved all the seasonings from his dimensional space and took off running. Moments later, he reached the shoreline. The ship he had seen earlier was docking, choosing not to anchor in the convenient inner river, but rather in a body of water nearly 180 opposite to it. Either they were unfamiliar with the island's terrain, or they intended to conceal their presence. The only advantage of this docking location was that vessels coming from Whiskey Peak would almost certainly not discover the ship hidden at the island's far end. Once the ship had anchored, 3 individuals disembarked, 1 man and 2 women. Coincidentally, Blue Knight recognized all 3. Mr. 3, with his distinctive hairstyle, Miss Valentine, who had fled from Whiskey Peak, and Mr. 3's partner, Miss Golden Week, thanks to the familiarity he had gained over the past 3 days on the island, where the local fauna served as his eyes and ears. Tracking Mr. 3 and his companions was a breeze. Blue Knight did not intend to confront them immediately. First and foremost, he needed to acknowledge a reality. With his solitary strength, he could not guarantee 100% success in capturing all 3. He resolved to bide his time, waiting for his allies to form an encirclement before engaging in a battle of numbers. Moreover, resolving the situation now would be rather tedious. In such a confined space, one must seek entertainment, lest they be driven to madness. Following them, witnessing their clash with Luffy and his crew, and striking at the moment they believed themselves victorious. The expressions on their faces would surely be priceless. Perhaps he could even earn the gratitude of Nami, or Dongli and Bragi, leading to the creation of a desirable card, much like Laboon's. It was a win-win situation that could enhance his rapport without any significant loss. Yes, this plan was solid. Thus, in the days that followed, Dongli and Bragi continued to use the volcano as a signal. Once it erupted, they would seize their weapons, leaving Blue Knight utterly disinterested in the unfolding events. The 2 good friends are evenly matched in strength, and one can easily predict that the outcome will undoubtedly be a draw without even witnessing their competition. However, he is concerned about whether Mr. 3 might take preemptive action against Dongli and his companion. These 2 individuals are notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, making them particularly appealing to Mr. 3. As a result, Mr. 3 and his companions remained remarkably quiet, nestled within the wax house he had crafted, patiently awaiting the arrival of their primary target, Luffy and his crew. After a moment of contemplation, Blue Knight found solace in this understanding. The small garden was limited in size, and the two inhabitants of Eastleigh, having resided there for a century, were intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Should Mr. 3 act recklessly at this juncture, it was highly likely that they would be discovered prematurely, leading to the failure of their carefully laid plans. It would be far wiser to wait for Luffy and his companions to break the stalemate, and then, from the shadows, engage in subtle maneuvers to secure the greatest possible gain at minimal cost. With this realization, Blue Knight became engrossed in the dueling arena, zealously pursuing the goal of 500 consecutive victories, occasionally taking a moment to observe the activities of Mr. 3 and his companions. Essentially, he found himself lost in thought. Thus, unbeknownst to him, 11 days slipped by, and the monotony of his existence was finally disrupted. A patterned tiger conveyed to him that a swimming strange sheep had arrived at the island's port. There was no need for speculation. Blue Knight knew well that it was the Going Merry. This signified that Luffy and his crew had indeed arrived. Blue Knight did not rush to reunite with his teammates. Instead, he continued to conceal himself in the underbrush, directing the animals to monitor Luffy's group without interference. The wager between Zoro and Sanji. Luffy's interaction with Vivi and Eastleigh, Nami and Usopp being taken away by Broggy, Mr. 3 secretly placing explosives in the wine, Eastleigh sustaining injuries, Luffy being subdued. The fair duel deemed disrupted, and Nami and her companions being used as candles in a candlestick. All of these events unfolded under Blue Knight's vigilant surveillance. These events are largely consistent with the storyline. However, the crucial point is that Luffy was not thwarted by his speed or Usopp's efforts. Instead, they were both delayed by Miss Valentine. Blue Knight waited at the center of the island for quite some time, and seeing that Zoro's sword had already swung down, he noted that there was still no sign of Luffy and the others. Blue Knight realized that he, indeed, had impacted history as a butterfly effect. He certainly could not bear to watch Zoro harm himself, so he had positioned himself not far from the candlestick, having sensed that such a situation might arise. However, he did not anticipate the extent of Zoro's determination to sever his own legs. The intensity of Zoro's resolve was such that even with a slight enhancement of gravity, Blue Knight could not halt his assault. Consequently, Blue Knight had no choice but to unleash 2 successive bursts of instant movement before Zoro's long blade could slice through his legs. His initial intention was to engage in a barehanded confrontation, but, though his skill in instant movement had improved, he still could not effectively control the precise distance, often resulting in slight deviations. Thus, with a barehanded stance against the blade, he was rather heroically struck by Zoro's sword on his right shoulder. The force was so great that it pierced through his 2 layers of dragon scale defense, embedding itself 3 inches into the flesh. Instantly, blood spurted forth, prompting Blue Knight to exclaim in pain, "Oh my God, that truly hurts." Zoro, having established a flag, seemed unfazed, sheathing his sword with a slight smirk. Blue Knight, feeling a wave of frustration, stood up, thinking to himself, "Why do I feel like I saved the wrong person?" Zoro didn't even utter a word of thanks and instead wore a displeased expression. Nami exclaimed, "Blue Knight, your timing is impeccable, truly reliable." Blue Knight's expression darkened further. "By the way, how did I earn this title? And I don't recall ever acknowledging it." Yet, for some reason, he felt a pleasant warmth in his heart despite the turmoil. In stark contrast to Nami's elation, Vivi bit her lip, her face pale as she looked at the wound on Blue Knight's shoulder, trembling as she asked, "Blue Knight, aren't you going to bandage that?" "It's still bleeding." "It's just a minor issue," Blue Knight interjected, turning to Zoro. "Can we leave them in your care for now?" Zoro, with an air of impatience, replied, "If I could move, do you think I would need you to tell me?" Seeing this, Blue Knight smiled, channeling his strength. He focused 3,000 health points into his toes and gently tapped the ground. Crack, crack, crack. From the point where Blue Knight's toe touched, a web of fissures radiated outward, ultimately covering much of the candlestick's surface. Zoro seemed to sense something, lightly lifting his right foot. Crack. His foot, previously seemingly fused with the candlestick, was effortlessly extracted, akin to escaping a quagmire. What? Mr. 3 only then grasped the situation, incredulous. "How is this possible?" "That is my indestructible candle feast." In contrast to Mr. 3's shock, Zoro furrowed his brow. "You've grown significantly stronger in just a month," he remarked gravely. Initially, upon their first encounter, this individual was merely a novice who could be easily overpowered. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had evolved to a level capable of standing alongside Zoro in battle. This indicates that the growth rate of Loni far surpasses that of his companion, Zoro. This constitutes an unequivocal provocation to Zoro's proud heart. Little does he know that the Blue Knight is an extraordinary existence. If Zoro were to surpass them, it would indeed be a miracle. Naturally, Blue Knight remains oblivious to Zoro's thoughts and has no intention of contemplating this matter, for he has far more pressing concerns at hand. For now, I shall leave this to you. I must hasten to Luffy's side. That fool is perpetually a source of worry. Oh, go ahead. You need not fret about this, Zoro replied decisively. Ah, the fellow with the number 3 on his head is Mr. 3, a user of the candle fruit, capable of shaping anything from wax. The hardness, as you just experienced, is formidable, yet its flexibility is lacking. Buy some time until we return. Do not underestimate the other girl. Her name is Miss Golden Week. While not a combatant, she possesses the ability to manipulate the emotions of others through a palette of colors, mastering 6 techniques: betrayal, laughter, anger, leisure, friendship, and dreams. The drawback is that she must be in close proximity to exert her power. If you can disarm her paintbrush or prevent her from getting close, you'll be fine. Just hold on for a bit. I shall conclude my business shortly. As Blue Knight soared into the sky, he succinctly outlined the abilities of Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. By the time the last words floated back, he had vanished from sight. Mr. 3, is this the world government? There's a spoiler here who has revealed our abilities. Must we really engage in this battle? Both he and Miss Golden Week were internally distraught. Why did they feel that this sudden arrival, one of their targets, the vice captain, understood their abilities better than they did themselves? While Mr. 3 and his companion were left speechless, Zoro successfully extricated Nami and Vivi from their fragile wax prison. Seriously, Zoro, couldn't you be a bit gentler? Nami complained, rubbing her sore shoulder. Vivi and I are girls. Don't you understand the principle of cherishing the delicate? Cherishing what? Zoro replied, perplexed. Ah, the ignorance is truly frightening. You should spend more time with Blue Knight. He is a scholar of considerable knowledge. Came Nami's condescending remark, tinged with the pride of a top student. It seems they are preparing for battle. Vivi interjected quietly, cutting through the banter. Upon hearing this, Nami and the others turned just in time to witness a massive white lock hurtling towards them. Zoro immediately drew his swords and struck the wax lock with great force. He then used his body as a cushion, propelling Nami and Vivi away, his feet firmly planted on the ground, carving deep trenches into the earth. The waxen chain truly bore immense weight, and in this unexpected moment, Zoro found himself unable to effortlessly withstand the blow. Fortunately, he